to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, the guy says good morning to us, but is it a good morning? Man, can we have any fun? Can we just enjoy watching our favorite football players play? And the answer, sadly, is no. We can't. Gotta live in a world without
No.
Nick Bosa, and now without Fred Warner. Hello, 49ers. Hello, Beatles without Lennon and McCartney. Hello, Stones without Mick and Keith. Hello, NWA without Cube and Dre.
Damn.
I don't know, man. These are the guys. Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are out. But it's Monday morning, and we're here. And Marcus is here, and I'm here, and you're here.
Oh,
So let's try to make it a good morning. Good morning, Marcus.
damn, Murph. You're going Beatles. 6:01 in the morning. Does that mean the 49ers defense is now like Yoko Ono without Bosa and Fred Warner out there on the field?
Wow, I wasn't expecting Yoko Ono at 6:01, but that is, you just rattled my ears. My ears just clanged.
That's it. The screaming of Yoko Ono was the screams of 49er fans watching the defense fall apart without Fred Warner yesterday.
Yeah, it's just so sad. He's just one of, talk about a guy you like actively enjoy. Like, Bosa, of course you enjoyed, when he sacked quarterbacks, but he was more in the trenches, And Baker, which, could have used yesterday as Baker Mayfield continues to soar like an eagle.
How's Baker's just scrambling for first downs?
As the Cleveland Browns keep saying, yeah, we got rid of that guy. But Bosa, as awesome as he is and as epic as he is and as athletic as he is, he's in the trenches, right? So sometimes he's on plays you don't really see him. Fred Warner's one of those guys you get to just you enjoy his free-flowing Fred Warner-ness on every play because he's out there, number 54, middle of the field, green dot, directing traffic, surging, backpedaling, going laterally this way, laterally that way. You see him chasing down guys. You see him making great plays, even on the 4th and 1 last Thursday against the Rams. So he's just that guy. He's just been able to enjoy his athleticism and his leadership. And if anybody missed it, I can't imagine. Is anybody tuning in right now that doesn't know? Hey, we got to give you the news. Fred Warner, in a horrific freak accident, had Jair Brown of the 49ers fly into his ankle on a tackle, grotesquely dislocating Fred Warner's right ankle, breaking his right ankle. He is out for the season, Marcus.
Yeah, and to your point, Fred Warner is not just the leader of this defense. He's the Superman of this defense. Like, even when he's not involved with the play, he'll just come flying in out of nowhere, throwing that peanut punch, making plays happen. Like, he's the ultimate playmaker on this defense. Arguably, not just the best linebacker in the league, the best defensive player in the league. So I'm sure we're going to spend the next couple of weeks heading up to the trade deadline asking the questions. How do you replace Fred Warner? There is no replacing Fred Warner. It's the same thing I said a couple of weeks ago about replacing a guy like Nick Bosa. But if we are going to play that game and string this out and have this conversation on Sports Talk Radio, I think it's even more difficult to replace a guy like Fred Warner than it is to replace a guy like Nick Bosa. Because to your point, Nick Bosa's putting his fingers in the grass and he's getting after the quarterback. That's the role that we know. Fred Warner does so much more. He's the quarterback of this defense. He's the one with the green dot on. He's the one that's calling plays, telling everybody where to go. If there's an assignment, if there's a man going in motion across the defense, somebody's got to stick with him so that there's not a free runner going down the field. And we saw the breakdowns without Fred Warner. So, no, there's no replacing Fred Warner. And I don't know what this means for the future, not only for this season, but for the 49ers and how it changes the direction of what they do and don't do at this year's trade deadline.
Yeah, you nailed it. A lot of cases there. In fact, talking about him not being on the field, the Buccaneers had the ball 5 times. Touchdown, 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 field goal, missed field goal. Shout out Chase McLaughlin. But all 5 times scored 3 long touchdown drives. Directly what you're talking about, one of them, a motion play where I think it was Tatum Bethune who's in. And by the way, hello, Tatum Bethune and his family tuning in from wherever they are, because now all of a sudden he's your starting
Good morning.
middle linebacker, 7th rounder out of 2024.
Now we're having breakfast with the Bethunes.
Yeah, we are. And come on in, Bethune family. Why don't look up and see where they're from? I didn't bone up on my Bethune before the game started.
What's on the menu? We going flapjacks, waffles.
Let's see. We'll
what
look
does the
him up.
Bethune family want this
He's
morning?
a quick Tatum Bethune. First of all, he's born in 01. Okay, first of all, so that he was born in Miami, Florida. He went to Miami Central Senior High School. He went to both Central Florida and then transferred to Florida State, 7th rounder out of Florida State 2024. He was third team All ACC in 2023.
Well, thank you for boning me up on my Bethune knowledge. Always boned up on my Bethune knowledge.
And he wears number 48. Get ready for number 48. So Bryce Huff 47, Bethune 48. Yeah, I mean, it's the cruel nature of this NFL is that we can sit here and lament Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, but all of a sudden what you just introduced in that comment is like what we have to talk about, which is what does this mean for the 2025 49er season, which has been such a weird season to begin with. There's no George Kittle. There's no Brandon Ayuk. Their quarterback gets this huge contract in the offseason. Now he's got a mystery toe, and we truly don't even know the extent of it. We don't know if he's going to come back Sunday night against the Falcons. That's right. They come home for a Sunday nighter. Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth coming in. By the way, Collinsworth, crazy that he's just still, longest tenured analyst in NFL broadcast history.
Is he really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That stat
He's had the longest run of any NFL color analyst. John Madden? No.
Huh.
Troy? No.
Oh.
Freaking Collinsworth.
And Collinsworth.
Collinsworth.
He's not familiar with your game.
Coming in with his that nasally freaking accent he's got. And he's going to be talking about the 49ers. And what is this team we're going to talk about? Because, we've had Steve Young on a couple times, and we'll have him on every other week. And he was talking about this gritty, grindy, identity of the Niners as a quote-unquote tough out. He's like, maybe that's our identity. We're a tough out. We got no Kittle. We got no Ayuk. We got no Purdy. And we're winning games. We're 3-0 in the division. Young's like, maybe we're a tough out. And even yesterday, into the fourth quarter, they were in that game, believe it or not. We can talk about Mac Jones getting sacked 6 times or throwing 2 picks. But we also talk about the fact that Tampa Bay scored when they had to. But, what is this team's goal now? Like, they were already sort of in that situation of, do we trade for a pass rusher because we actually have a chance to do something, or do we not because we're still in a little bit of a rebuild? They're doing the Warriors 2 timelines right in front of us, So we were facing that question before Sunday. Now you've added this question on top of it, which means there's a one thought that you just kind of pack it in and ride with what you got.
Yeah, and that's the question now. It's like figuring out these mixed messages because, Murph, if I was living underneath a rock and wasn't paying attention to 49er outcomes, if I heard the last 2 minutes of your last takes, I would have said, oh, this is like a 1-5 team. This is a team that hasn't won a game this year because of all the injuries. No, they're 4-2 and still in first place in the NFC West. So you have to truly figure out, all right, do you go out and make a trade for a pass rusher or another linebacker where a week ago Kyle Shanahan was comparing it to the Emmanuel Sanders trade and say, no, we're not just one player away. Well, now you're 2 players away, those 2 players being Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and I don't think you can replace those guys. So now it's going to be even more pressure on Mac Jones or Brock Purdy or whoever's playing quarterback to lead this offense to go out and score 30, 40 points a game if they want to compete.
They might have to turn into one of these. It's like the old who's the basketball team that gets up and down the court, doesn't play any defense. I'm going to make an old reference to Paul Westhead's Loyola Marymount Lions back in the day when they would score like 150 and win like 150 to 145.
Yeah, it's those pace teams.
It's like an NBA team that just ran up and down the court. It was it's a Phoenix. Was it old D'Antoni's Phoenix Suns or whatever?
Yeah, just throwing up shots.
Where you just like that's it. We're Niners are going to have to be that team. All right, we're going to beat you guys 40-38 this week.
Well, I kind of think about it a little bit. I saw these comps being thrown out there last year with the Detroit Lions, how they lost Aiden Hutchinson and lost a lot of pieces on that defense. And then it was all on Jared Goff and Ben Johnson and that offense with so many weapons to just go out there and outscore teams.
Well, theoretically, George Kittle's coming back this week. I mean, we don't know that for sure. We'll find out as the days go on, but there was a lean that he was going to be back. This week, all of a sudden, George Kittle's back, and maybe the run game improves, and maybe the pass game gets that much better. And I don't know, does Brock Purdy come back? And I don't know how we're all feeling about Mac Jones. He threw a lot of great passes yesterday, a lot. But yesterday, the offensive line was under siege. Todd Bowles, there's a suggestion from some of the beat guys that Todd Bowles might have found the Mac Jones poison, which is if you blitz him, they will come, and he can't move. He can't get out of too many situations.
No. And I think yesterday, too, we saw a big difference. It's something that we've been talking about for weeks now. If you take away some of that short coverage and get to Matt quick, he's going to hold on to the ball, and then you don't have the benefits of Brock Purdy being able to use his legs to escape the pocket and maybe pick up a first down like we saw Baker Mayfield do yesterday.
Ah, what a play.
What a play, dude.
What a play. That
unreal.
was ridiculous. The 3rd and 14, Baker Mayfield surge scramble was pretty darn awesome. It was as playground as it gets. It was why we all played tackle football on our grass field in our neighborhood, man. That was like straight out of the Turkey Bowl game in the mud.
Absolutely,
Man. It was crazy. So listen.
Dude, he looked like the uncle at the Turkey Bowl playing with all the nephews. Get off me, little boy. You can't take me down.
Oh, man. If you missed it, Tampa Bay Bucs 30, San Francisco 49ers 19. There will be no call-in. No call-in today as the 49ers fall to 4-2, but as Marcus noted, they still are in first place in the. I looked at I know it's only 6 weeks in, but I looked at the playoff. When you go to ESPN, you can click on just standings. You can click on conference standings. And you can click on playoff seedings. And right now, the 49ers are a top 4 seed in the NFC. Now, we got a long way to go, but I'm just saying, 6 games in, they're in the mix. They're 4-2. And they got the Atlanta Falcons coming in who play tonight. Falcons playing the Buffalo Bills tonight. So the Falcons are already going to be on a short week road trip, and the 49ers still have the ability to move the football, and they might be getting George Kittle back, and I don't know about Ayuk, but they might be getting some other guys back too. Ricky Pearsall could be coming back. I don't know, and maybe Brock Purdy.
Maybe.
Or do you want Brock Purdy back, or do you want him to rest longer? I don't know. We got a lot of questions. Plus, we got October baseball. How epic was Friday night in Seattle?
Oh, dude.
Unbelievable. I needed a ghost runner, though. I needed a ghost
stop
runner.
it. Shut the hell up, Murph. Shut the hell up, dude.
Marcus's Raiders won a game. We had the Chiefs and Lions beefing late night Sunday night. We had Fleet Week in the Bay. The boys were on the boat. And we had one of the great nights of my high school and community life. The Tam High Hall of Fame ceremony was an unbelievable success, an absolute grand slam of emotion and vibes and love and warmth to the overflow crowd. Shh, don't tell the fire department. Because the fire department had to come because the smoke alarm went off twice. Because
alarm?
In all our planning, we were told there was going to be a gas grill there, and there wasn't. The caterer started using the indoor grill. And the smoke, the fan was 40 years old and rusted, and we had a fire alarm. But you know what? It made it real.
Yeah.
And, man, we had so many old heads and so many new heads and so much love. And I'm wearing rocking the tee. So anybody who was there that night felt the love. It was an incredible success. So,
yeah, but real quick, Tony, I don't know if I'm buying this story about the grill. I think Tam High was rolling up that Redwood Loud Pack.
They did. They beat him in football.
Smoke alarm going off,
beat him in
boys.
We beat him in football in the afternoon, and then had a smoke on a loud pack that night. So it was awesome. It was so. I know you guys have sort of lived vicariously through me, so I can hang out now after the show today and just shoot the S with you guys because I don't have to rush off to the library and do some research.
Congrats, man. I know that was a big thing for you guys.
And it was an incredible success. So it was emotions and vibes and love and warmth and just old heads and new heads and just so much it was awesome. It was so great. All right, we'll get into other stuff too on the other side. Say good morning to Young Tone. Get the guest list. It's a hum and bum Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Aloha. Good morning, everybody. The Big Island Getaway is still going this week. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16th through the 21st. Listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6. For your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Motions a tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in two tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
Fred Warner has been loaded onto a cart, his right ankle being very closely looked at and held on his splint as he makes his way off the field.
That's a year-ender. Just saw a replay of it, and his ankle was turned the wrong way. He was clutching at his knee because his ankle was hanging. Terrible.
Dislocated. I think it broke too. So we'll end up having surgery. I mean, it's big. I mean, anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. he was in good spirits, so he's got a good foundation, and but got a lot of faith in Tatum, and he's the next man up, and he's going to have to do it throughout the year.
Oh, man, everything you needed to know there. Justin Allegri on the call, play-by-play man, the Cal Golden Bear play-by-play man, stepped in with Tim Ryan, and Ryan called it. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on CBS had the highlight, had the replay, and they said, we're going to show it just once. And you saw the right ankle turn. You see this in football on occasion, man. This is why when these guys go out there, it's why a lot of guys hold out and leverage, try to get all the money they can, because they're one play away from this happening. It's incredible what these guys do with their bodies, and his ankle goes the wrong way, and as Tim Ryan said it on the spot, it's a year-ender. You heard Kyle Shanahan after the game saying it's a year-ender, and in comes Tatum Bethune, the 7th rounder out of Florida State last year, and number 48 is your guy. And I'm guessing, did you select the rejoin here?
No, this was a young Tony choice himself, but it sounds like this is a little Mac Miller here, Tony.
Young Tone, good morning.
Good morning. Is it a good morning?
Well,
I said that to Marcus, yeah.
what do you got here, bud?
This is Come Back to Earth, Mac Miller. Just,
Okay.
some sad song vibes.
Definitely a vibe.
Yeah.
It's definitely a vibe.
Are the 49ers coming back to earth?
Yeah, well, we'll see. That's where we're at now. I mean, listen, like I said, it's so cruel that in like the sports world, you want him more in Fred Warner's season, not his life. The guy's 28 years old. He'll be back, but more in his season and the Niners season. But at the same time, you're like, well, where do they go from here? Do they beat the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday night? I mean, I could see them beating the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday night if George Kittle returns, and then if you're 5-2, are you like, well, and then the next game is the Texans, I believe, right? Then what if you win that game? What if you're 6-2? Are you like, are we buyers? Are we going against? So, I mean, there's a lot, as we will say in our OOs Friday, there's a lot unwritten there.
Yes.
Marcus. So,
the rest is still unwritten.
And Friday isn't OOs Friday, by the way.
Stay tuned.
It is unwritten.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's so many question marks, but I think one answer to some of these questions might simply be Robert Saleh, because I feel like the 49ers are in a better spot than, say, obviously, if they lost Nick Bosa and Fred Warner last year when Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley were calling the defense. But also, you got to think about now the pieces that Robert Saleh has to replace these guys with. It's a lot of young pieces. And the 49ers came into the season having to rely on Michael Williams and Alfred Collins and C.J. West and Siegel and D. Winters. And the list goes on and on and on of how much they were already asking for these young defenders to step up. And now they don't have their leader out there. They don't have the guy who's going to steer the ship. They don't have Murph driving the show. It's like any Friday when he takes a show off and it's me and Dieter. We're like, what's going on? We don't have the leader. We don't got the green dot calling out the plays. The show's going off the rails.
If I get to be Fred Warner in here, I'm going to retire
exactly.
on that compliment.
You are Federico. You're our Federico.
All-pro Murph?
Yeah, all-pro Murph. You're a Hall of Famer,
I don't
Murph.
think so. I got a text line.
You got that
I got a text line here that says otherwise.
Yeah,
all right, too,
But yeah, now you don't have that veteran who's been there that can tell you, hey, we got to break on time. We got to get to this sound. We got to do this correctly.
Damn.
You don't have that leader now.
Damn. Wow, man, now that you put it in that way, I don't know. Maybe we should shut down the station.
It's all over. It's all over.
No, I mean, it does. I mean, let's be honest. Let's go macro. They're without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. I mean, I said it on Twitter yesterday. I said I'm having trouble comprehending the 49ers without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. I said it to you at 6:01. I mean, you want to go old head. You say it's the Beatles without Lennon and McCartney. The Stones without Mick and Keith. You want to go new head. It's that's not even new. NWA without Cube and Dre. Give me a latest group. I don't know.
There's not that many groups anymore.
I know it's rappers, right?
I was going to say the Jonas Brothers without a couple brothers, but I don't even know which brother's the best.
It's
Nick? I don't know.
It's Taylor Swift doing a song without Travis Kelce's hog. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's what it is. So, something like that.
It's not the same.
By the way, was Caitlin Clark hanging out with her last night?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Caitlin Clark's a Chiefs fan. Yeah, I think she's a Chiefs fan, and they were rubbing elbows in the.
That hurts my feelings.
I know. So
I don't
there
want
you
Caitlin
go.
to be a Chiefs fan.
Oh man, it's the Mariners without the big dumper.
Yeah,
I don't know how
Take
great was
them
that
out.
last night, too. By the way,
That was
and Friday
pretty awesome,
night. So
yeah.
let's listen. I know the clock is an issue, so let's get the guest list going here on a Monday, October 13, 2025. 49ers lose 30-19. Fred Warner, Federico, out for the season, joining Nick freaking Bosa. Was it Chapman and is it Adamas and Devers out? Is that what it is?
Yeah, even more.
Adamas and Devers?
Yeah, even worse than that.
I mean, Kittle's coming back, right? But man, these guys are gone. Anyway, good morning, Young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning. I'm fantastic.
I last left you Friday. You were heading out to the Bay. How'd that go?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Shout out the Canadian, what are they? The Snow Angels?
The
or whatever?
Snowcaps?
What are they? Whatever.
Snowbirds.
Snowbirds? I think so,
Whatever.
yeah.
They-
Snowcaps?
They saved your fleet week.
Go Snowbirds.
Did they fly over you guys?
Oh,
on
yeah.
the
We
boat?
were up there on the boat on Friday. They were humming and bumming. I'd say it was not the Blue Angels.
Yeah,
but
that's the thing.
Oh, there is a noticeable.
There's a difference.
There's a difference.
We're America, baby. We're the best in the world.
Yeah,
of
let's
course
go.
there's a difference.
I like America.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
So do we.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
do we. Yeah.
So it was cool, the fact that there was still something going on. But yeah, big weekend for young Tony. First weekend living in the city.
Whoa. Okay, we need 60 seconds on this, buddy. And
Yeah.
did your life, like the seismic shake of you becoming an actual single dude in the city?
I mean, I've been in
Have
the
you
city. Everybody's
arrived?
making this like a huge. I've been in the city for weekends at a time.
Staying at that freaking
but
hotel.
now you got
Hotels,
this-
I'm out here all the time.
Yeah, but now you got to
Kid.
sleep in your own
Yeah.
bed in the city.
Kid,
Fair.
your ship has come in, buddy.
It has.
It's appropriate that it's Fleet Week because your ship
It
has
has.
come
And
in.
we were
buddy.
on
Yeah.
that ship.
It was amazing. Yeah, Friday night was the long night. Marcus and I hung out for quite some time Friday. We were out till like 3.
So Big Deck Murph asks me on his social media, he goes, Dad, are young Tony and Marcus boys?
Hell yeah,
Great
Dad.
question.
And I said, it's a good question. I said they will on occasion hang, but I don't think they're like, they don't run every weekend.
Yes.
I said, I do think they had a prearranged thing on the boat. Why? You see? He goes, yeah, I'm just checking out social. Yeah. So
Yeah, you see
Marcus
this
and
is
young
happening.
Tony, are you guys,
See, yeah, now I
did
would
you guys take a
always
step forward this past weekend
I would
in your
always
relationship?
consider us boys because you're right. There is the occasion if we go out to Dreamforce or a Giants game.
Yeah, there's some history.
But there's certain occasions where Tony has to come to the city, but then Tony has to leave the city because
Exactly.
he has to go
And
back
also,
to Danville.
haven't there been occasions where you thought perhaps you guys were going to hang out and there was a ghosting?
Yeah, like young Tony's got his other
Yeah,
friends.
so that's what I mean.
Yeah, which-
so I was unsure how to answer, and my answer was, yeah, they are to an extent. They're boys to an extent.
And by the way, hanging out on that boat with Tony and some of his friends, shout out.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
There's a lot of money on that boat, Murph. You know what I'm saying?
The kid didn't move to the city
Yeah.
from from the Tenderloin,
Yeah,
bro.
he-
He moved from Danville.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of
All
a
right,
different
Timothy?
crowd
Yeah,
than I
yeah,
got,
yeah.
Murph.
I don't have
Say
the
that.
money. It's just the people that I hang out with do.
It's good to
Well,
know some people.
That's what my golf world, where I'm out playing these courses, people say, whoa, yo, you're a member there? I'm like, no, I know members there.
That's it. I know a guy who knows a guy.
Well, see, now you know those guys.
Yeah, now I know a guy who knows a guy who
Now-
has a house down in Costa Rica.
Now you're part of the
And
crew.
I'm like, what's going on now?
You
Bro,
might,
I'm trying to
you
get to
might be
Costa
at the
Rica.
house.
I'm trying to get to Costa Rica.
You might be. This is what you do.
Yeah,
So you're the talented Mr. Ripley. You guys know that movie, The Talented Mr. Ripley?
think so, yeah.
I don't know that
It was
one.
about a
Yeah.
guy. It was Matt Damon. Matt Damon was the guy, and it was like early 00s, maybe something like that. It was a guy who faked his way into high society. He had nothing. He was like a pauper. He was a poor dude, and he just faked his way and started hanging out with all the famous rich Americans on the Italian Riviera. But there was one guy in the group who was sniffing him out as a phony, and it got very tense. It was Philip Seymour Hoffman, who was incredible.
I got to check this
He
out.
was, yeah, it's the talented. You are the talented.
That's it, dude.
You're the guy
I've been faking it my whole
it.
life. Fake it till you make it. Let the faking
And
begin.
then one of Tony's buddies is gonna start sniffing you out as a. Isn't it true you went to Homestead High?
He's
Or
like-
you were? Isn't it true I've seen you down in the?
He's like, what's up with you wearing that Ben Davis, that Carhartt?
All right, we got to get going.
The key is to not ask follow-up questions. If someone's like, you want to go here? I'm like, yes. I've learned my lesson clearly.
Well, Mr. Follow-up question himself: is Marcus going to be there? Do I have to stay the whole game?
Can I get off this boat?
All right, what do we got?
Yeah,
All right,
what do
well,
we got,
coming up
Tony?
at 6:50. If you missed anything over the weekend, there was a lot of good stuff in the sports world. Hums and bums. To recap it all at 6:50. Todd Husak going to join us at 7:30 this morning. Big Hit's going to be at 7:50. We'll have cooler content 8:30, and then the man you heard on the call, Tim Ryan, at 8:50 this morning.
Well, that's what we want to get into. Obviously, the big story. We can also start to talk about the other stuff that happened. Mac Jones, where we're at with him. 808
6 sacks that
808
they allowed.
6 or 7.
Oh, that's it.
6'7".
That's a bit.
6'7".
I mean, yeah.
6'7", 6'7".
Thank you. I just did that for you. Was that on the boat? Did you guys do
You
that
threw
on the
me off. There was multiple references of that
Okay,
on the
you
boat.
did.
Yeah.
Okay. How many beers have you had? 6 or 7?
6,
6-7. Yeah. What's the score of the game? I don't know. 6-7.
On the Sports Leader.
I like America.
I'll
that's
tell you,
for sure.
fun. Yeah, we do too.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, prayers to Fred and his family and everything. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but, obviously looked pretty bad. And Fred's just our team captain, and he's been the leader of this team for a long time. So really all you can do is just pray for him and know that we have his back. I was disappointed that I didn't play better for him today. You really, sometimes that can, create good play, and it didn't today. So really just praying for him, and I know he's going to do a great job, getting back.
Mac Jones talking Fred Warner there, and Young Tone going with that Beatles analogy of the Niners without Bosa and Warner's like the Beatles without Lennon and McCartney. Unbelievable, man. By the way, you know what's unbelievable? We got to stop it right now. I know it just launched recently, this app Sora, S-O-R-A, Sora, the AI app. It's out of control. People are now sending me Sora apps of like, it looks like a Civil War battlefield. Every Niner is on the ground writhing, and there's a trainer next to him. Like they're like, and then my buddy Daryl, who, by the way, was my big Hall of Fame co-creator, just sent in Tupac giving the Niners a big speech about, and we red and gold, man. He's like, Sora must stop right now.
It's insane.
Right? It must stop right now.
I was telling you, I just saw an AI video of Tupac doing a food review at Oracle Park, dressed in Giants gear.
Bro.
Like he's out here eating crab sandwiches and stuff. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing with AI?
Okay, we got to stop right now. And by the way, nobody's going to stop either. It's going to keep going and going and going. Good luck to this nation.
With this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
Good luck to this nation. Because you got like an election coming up.
Oh, man,
like,
I don't even want to get into that.
So,
but isn't the saying like, you laugh so you don't cry?
Yeah.
That's this new generation.
Yeah.
They meme so they don't cry. Like, as long as they can make them some memes, some AI videos, get a few chuckles, that's how you have to deal with the pain.
This generation, Murph's the gallows humor guy.
I will say, just not to, we're going to get to the Niners and all that, but just continuing to glow about that high school Hall of Fame that we had on Saturday night. One of the comments was, man, it's so nice in here. Like, it's like, everybody was interacting with each other. Nobody was on their phones and stuff. And there was like, we were doing a bunch of athletes from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 00s where guys weren't looking at their freaking phone. Anyway, stop crying. Yeah. It is the modern era. I get it. But it felt authentic and real, like actual human interaction, So, all right, tons of texts are coming in. So I just want to get you guys out there to set the tone of what the listeners are saying so we can react to you guys, because you guys are our people. Marcus is out here getting recognized at bars on the weekend. We had listeners at the reunion, too.
Shout out the listeners I saw down at Shoreline at the Revolution concert.
Yeah, it was a good show.
It was a great show.
Of course.
Revolution always puts on a good show.
707 said, good morning, gentlemen. It looks like the 49ers could use a spiritual cleansing in the building. They seem to be cursed. Now, this is something we need to talk about. Because, by the way, I meant to tell you, Jim Nantz, I texted out his great salute to Greg Papa, which I think we have in the system. After the Niners scored a touchdown, I forget who did score the touchdown for the Niners.
Was it the Christian McCaffrey rushing touchdown?
The
first one that they scored this year on the 148th rushing attempt of the season.
And he said, going to break, I don't know if you guys heard it, if you had the sound down, if you were in a bar or if you listened to the radio, but he said, and as the great 49er play-by-play man Greg Papa would say, touchdown, San Francisco. And I was like, so I texted Nance. I knew he was maybe a little busy. But I said, brother, I just gave him a salute and said that was so beautiful. I texted Papa. He sent back the heart. But even Jim Nantz says, Murph, the 49ers are hexed, it seems. Jim Nantz checking in with that.
Yeah,
all
who's
right?
got a voodoo doll of Kyle Shanahan somewhere?
Is it that, or is there, and I know this has been brought up a few times through the weeks, but is there something they're doing differently? Now, the Warner one, freak accident, right? It really was.
Yeah,
it was an NFL play.
That's where he gets rolled up by Jair Brown. But also, I saw Jennifer Lee Chan actually put this out on social media yesterday. I think she dropped an article this morning about how on that Fred Warner play, there were only 10 guys on the field. Now, I don't know how much of that factors into maybe Fred trying to fill a spot he shouldn't be in, or if the play gets made before. Again, now we're just running down to different thousand scenarios of how it could have played out. But it is a little nugget to keep in mind. It's a piece of the story that there were 10 guys on the field when that play happened.
It's a nugget. 408 says, good morning, fellas. Regardless of what you're going to tell me, the offensive line is porous. You know it, and I know it. He says Trent Williams is not worth the money. He's getting beat all the time. Watch the film. I know I did. All right, he's harumping 408. No, 6 sacks. 6. Now, a lot of them were on blitzes. They brought more guys than the Niners had to block. But, yes, there were also times where guys like Dominic Pooney were just flat out losing their one-on-one. 707 said that could be Fred's last game as a Niner.
Oh,
I did not look up Fred Warner's contract situation.
No, I was going to say, they just gave him a contract extension like this past offseason, right?
Signed a 3-year contract.
I don't think it's not his last snap.
I agree with you on that. 732 says it's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich without the peanut butter and jelly.
Damn.
We're screwed.
I'm just eating a bread sandwich.
That's it, dude. 925. We still played well enough to stay in it. Don't give up, Murph. The future is unwritten. Joe Strummer from The Clash. Not Natasha Benningfield.
Okay.
There you go. 925 says, I think in the linebacker room, we are more equipped to lose a player like Fred than the D-line losing Bosa. Oh, that's a hot take. I think D. Winters and the other young cats are going to step up big. That's actual. There's somebody injecting hope into this situation.
That's optimistic, and I will say there is reason to be optimistic with you got like D. Winters, who has been playing phenomenal this year. But I think you're going to see some of the holes and flaws of D. Winters not being able to play to Fred Warner. Now he has to be the guy. And like when we're talking about Tatum Bethune stepping up, or Luke Gifford, or maybe Nick Martin will finally be activated. I mean, this is a guy who's been inactive every single week of the season. I'm sure they're going to put him on special teams and give him the opportunity, but I don't know. I'd say it's harder to replace Fred Warner as a linebacker than it is to go out and get a pass rusher to replace Nick Bosa.
We'll ask Tim Ryan that. I would agree with you. I think it's Warner more than Bosa, although that's not to diminish the Bosa asses.
Not at all.
916 says, Mac Jones out there looking stiffer than a frozen fish stick. What an analogy. A frozen fish.
Fish stick.
Shout out Vandy Camps, I believe. Those were the fish sticks we ate growing up.
Wow.
He did. Listen, this guy was playing very hurt. You hear Trent Williams revealed he got the pain-killing shot in the ribs. Now, first of all, how many times that goes on every Sunday we don't know about? It's crazy. But the oblique injury was real. He didn't throw a pass all week in practice, dude. And he was out there. You could tell he was compromised.
Yeah, and he still completed, 32 passes for 300 yards? Like, he's been doing, I think, better than the expectations were when he initially signed this offseason. He is more than a serviceable backup quarterback. Now, there are some flaws in his game as well, as maybe him holding on to the ball a little bit too long, which leads to the 6 sacks. But overall, I think you're seeing some of those issues now pop up because you don't have that mobility of a guy like Brock Purdy.
Yep. 510 says the defense is beat up, our corners are weak, and our O-line is weak. Shout out Alec Baldwin. The leads are weak. I don't know. The corners, that's not top of my priority list. 818 says sell. Well, it's not like baseball. You don't sell at the trade deadline. You just don't do that. 831 with a good one. How can football survive when its stars just keep suffering devastating injuries? Seems like a recipe for decline. Something's got to give. There are injuries all around the league, and there could be something to the new CBA of less practicing. There is something there. It's a deep. You got to do a deep sociological vibe. Maybe talk to Tim Ryan about that. But there is something going on. 210 says my dog ran away with all the bleeps I was yelling on that Baker Mayfield run.
Not the dog. Go get your dog, bro.
Score. 707, you guys have said nothing about Jawan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan.
Ooh,
this is true because
stay tuned.
Fred Warner's kind of way bigger of a headline. But, who knows? Could show up in hums and bums, but that was definitely a thing. 408 says, I listened to Larry Krueger last night. He made the argument that John Lynch is a middle-of-the-pack GM. Well, I don't know what Larry Krueger should say about anything when I'm dropping a nuclear bomb on his ass in fantasy football.
Yeah, take that.
Which we will definitely put on public blast as soon as it's final, as soon as Bijan Robinson adds to the whooping tonight.
I think Larry Krueger is a middle-of-the-pack fantasy football GM. How about that?
I mean, the Niners have been in the mix so many years.
And
dude,
also,
come on.
I mean,
come on, Larry.
I'm not taking shots at Larry, but like, how do you blame John Lynch for the injuries? He's not on the field. He's not the one like inserting this artificial turf where guys are getting hurt. Regardless, it's the same thing I said about Buster Posey. When you assemble the pieces before the season even starts, when you go out and extend a Matt Chapman or Willie Domish, you bring in Rafael Devers, that's your job as a GM, is putting the pieces together on the field. Look at the amount of talent that the 49ers have. Yeah. It's hard to say he's a middle-of-the-pack GM. John Lynch does not have anything to do with the amount of injuries that happen on this team.
707, season is over. Wasted by injury just like last year, Christian McCaffrey. 408, sadly but realistically, the Niners' season is cooked. So there you go. And then this one right here, 925. If the Niners do make a trade, would it be a linebacker to replace Warner or a pass rusher to replace Bosa? That's one of the controlling questions of the next few weeks. And to be honest, my quick answer is I want to see what happens Sunday against the Falcons. Because if they win, then this thing is still alive.
Yeah. Well, my question in response to that question would be is losing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, does that change your overall aspect and outlook for the season and what you do at the trade deadline?
I mean, realistically, it does. So there you guys go. Tons more to get to on the Golden State Lumber and text line. We can take calls to after we establish the Monday morning tradition. Hum babies, bum babies, 3 winners, 3 losers. You know it, you love it, you come to rely on it. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can rely on it. You can absolutely count on it, huh, baby? I can actually rely on it being about 10 seconds early here. It's not even 6:50 yet, but it will be if I talk for 2 more seconds at 6:50 a.m. Your hum babies and your bum babies. That's it, man. I know people gear up their mornings, gear up their commutes, and gear up their... They stop brushing their teeth, Marcus, because when you brush your teeth, you create so much noise inside your own mouth and ears. Then you ever have this at the house? Well, you don't because you live alone. Ha! Then if something domestic comes up and your bride or your kid's yelling at you, you're like, what? I can't hear you. I'm brushing my teeth. Like, well, stop brushing your teeth. I'm like, no, I want to keep brushing my teeth. So then we have a problem. Then you got an incident.
Now you got issues.
You didn't even hear what I was saying to you. Well, I was brushing my teeth. So stop brushing your teeth.
That's it.
Listen to Marcus. Hum babies, bum babies. We rotate every week. This is the week you get the bum babies. I think some people have some ideas, but we shall see where you went. 3 losers, Marcus. What you got?
It's time to put that toothbrush down because I got bum babies for you, and I'm sure that you've heard the news by now. Our first bum baby is the Fred Warner injury. He goes down yesterday after being rolled up by Jair Brown on a play where the 49ers actually only had 10 defenders on the field. Fred gets his leg taken out from underneath him. He's carted off the field in an air cast, and then after the game, we get the news that Fred Warner is dealing with both a dislocated and a broken right ankle. He is scheduled to have surgery and miss the remainder of the season. Here is the play-by-play of the play, and Kyle Shanahan talking about the Fred Warner injury after the game.
Field now, he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately.
Dislocated. I think it broke 2. So we'll end up having surgery. I mean, it's big. I mean, anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. He was in good spirits, though. He's got a good foundation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, prayers to Fred and his family and everything. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but, obviously looked pretty bad. And Fred's just our team captain, and he's been the leader of this team for a long time. So really all you can do is just pray for him and know that we have his back. I was disappointed that I didn't play better for him today. You really, sometimes I can, create good play, and it didn't today. So really just praying for him, and I know he's going to do a great job, getting back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just heartbreaking. It's such a weird game when you have to see somebody like that and what happened with Bosa, earlier in the year, and then just have to continue to play. It's kind of a weird deal, but it's heartbreaking. He's one of the best players I've ever played with and one of the best leaders I've ever played with. It's heartbreaking.
That was the voices of Kyle Shanahan, Mac Jones, and Christian McCaffrey talking about the loss of the defensive captain, Fred Warner, who had only previously missed one game in his entire career after dealing with that ankle injury last year. And Murph, you noticeably saw the difference as soon as Fred Warner left the game. Baker Mayfield targeting Cade Otton over the middle, play after play after play. Without Fred Warner on Sunday, once he left the game, the 49ers allowed 309 yards on 37 plays and 24 points across 5 straight drives.
Wow. Good stats, tough stats. You heard those words. Kyle, huge blow. Mac Jones, our team captain, the leader of the team. McCaffrey, one of the best players I've ever played with, one of the best leaders I've ever played with. I mean, the words are just gigantic words. And so, I mean, there are players and then there are other players. And Fred is one of the other players. We haven't known what it's like to be without him. As you just pointed out, what's that streak again? 62 straight starts. I saw 121 of the last 122. So, I mean, my gosh, we played without Bosa in 2020, right? Was that the year he got injured? But, man, they've never been out there without Warner, really. You know, so we're going to see this whole thing. We saw 2.5 quarters without it, and you just told us what the stats were. And so, yeah, Tatum Bethune, yeah, D. Winters, yeah, Luke Farrell, yeah, Nick Martin. None of them is – so if you're Atlanta, well, Atlanta's got to play Buffalo tonight. But once the Falcons get on a plane and fly to Santa Clara, they're going to be, like, circling the middle of the field. Just saying, okay, here's where we go to work, right?
That's where we are going to attack. So tough task for Robert Saleh to figure out what he's going to do for that defense without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner for the remainder of the season, and that's why it's Hum Baby number 1. Bum Baby number 1.
Yes.
Now, thinking about what Robert Saleh has to do with this defense makes me think, what the hell is Kyle Shanahan going to do with this offensive line? Because that's Bum Baby number 2. And no, I'm not picking out one single offensive lineman. Hell, Luke Farrell, you can join the party too because you missed a block on a DB blitzing as the 49ers allowed 6 sacks yesterday and Mac Jones continued to have to be scraped off of that grass on Sunday out in Tampa Bay. Now, I will give a little bit of credit to Todd Bowles bringing the blitz. I just mentioned that DB blitz where he beats Farrell on the outside. Good, credit to you. Also sent Levante David on a little bit of a delayed blitz. Dominic Pooney just absolutely did not see him, and he went in there unblocked. But let's talk about Dominic Pooney. Let's talk about Jake Brendel. Let's talk about Vita Vea. My guy out of Milpitas High School, Bay Area's own, with 2 sacks on the day. There was 1 sack where Brendel and Dominic Pooney tried to double team him, but Vita Vea is a grown-ass man, split the double team, still ended up contributing on the sack, had 2 sacks on the day. 49ers offensive line, after only allowing 7 sacks the entire season, allowed 6 yesterday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I'm going 5-6 wide, throw the tight ends on here. Hell, I don't know, maybe Kyle Juszczyk and Christian McCaffrey get a little bit of blame. I'm not picking up blocks too. Regardless, this was all on the offensive line, allowing a season-high 6 sacks, and that's why all 5-6 of them are on the Bum Baby list.
Jones takes the snap, looks to throw, looks to his left. He's going to get slung down and dropped back at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, Vita Vea got the party started.
Jones drops back to throw, standing in the pocket, flush now, runs right, cuts back to his left, and he's cut down and dropped back at the 23-yard line.
Vita Vea is wreaking havoc right now with his power rush. All 350 pounds of him. Gets the party started again and basically just runs Pooney over. Just pushes him back and Pooney falls down.
Blitz coming. Jones hit and he's brought down at the 49-yard line. The ball is out. Tampa Bay on top of it and they've recovered. Jones fakes the handoff, looking deep downfield. He's hit, the pocket collapses, and he goes down.
I thought Mac did a pretty good job. I thought that last turnover, the last pick was a tough one. On the first one on the game, we were hot on a blitz, and we didn't get the right side adjustment. He's got to throw that, and we had a bust on the route. I don't put that one on him. Thought he did some good things today, but nothing on him. It was on everyone collectively. Made too many mistakes offensively, defensively. Just not good enough.
That was Kyle Shanahan also giving his thoughts on Mac Jones, maybe holding on to the ball a little too long, but still too much pressure up the middle from Vita Vea and company. 49ers offensive line allowing 6 sacks on Sunday, Murph.
Is there a metric that shows that Mac Jones holds the ball longer than other quarterbacks? I thought I saw that somewhere.
Yeah.
I have to look that up.
Yeah, we can definitely get some of those stats.
But I think there is something to that. I mean, there's a lot of good things Mac does. He might hold on to it. He has a quick release, that's for sure, and he did have some really nice throws yesterday. And as you said, this isn't on him. Well, it is on him if he's not able to step up in the pocket or to deftly avoid one like we're going to hear about later on with Hum Babies, Baker Mayfield. But the O-line, man, we've talked about this at various points in the first few weeks. And we've brought up the idea of gaslighting, where John Lynch keeps telling us the O-line, Kyle Shanahan, Tim Ryan defended the O-line. They're like, no, it's good. It's a good O-line. And you, the listener, and you, Marcus, have been particularly fierce on the O-line too. And the Niners have been gaining a lot of yards now. They believe they're the number one pass game, yards per game, going into this game. But this one was exposed. They were exposed. And this was not because of injuries. They had their starting 5 guys out there. Don Pooney, I think, quite frankly, it looks like can you call it a sophomore slump on the O-line?
Definitely.
Connor Colby, looks like he's just kind of a fish out of water right now. Brendel is Brendel. He's going to have some good plays. He's going to have some bad plays. Trent Williams, you see Trent, he snapped and took a 15 late.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I tried to get his Brian Branch on there at the end of the game. But yeah, man, listen, 6 sacks is 6 sacks, and that's bum baby territory.
Yeah, and it feels like we've seen Mac Jones now 4 games, and we've seen him get the ball out a little bit quicker, but even going back to New Orleans, held onto the ball a little bit too long. But I feel like there's been the ability of Brock Purdy getting outside of the pocket and using that mobility that has kind of covered up some of the bigger glaring issues on the offensive line that are now being exposed when you have a statue-like quarterback with Mac Jones being back there.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes Brock does disguise them. I also tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Well, they're not going to go. I mean, the O-line's just going to have to get better, because it's not going to trade for an offensive lineman. Those are the guys.
Yep.
Those are the 5 guys. And they were on the road, and Todd Bowles blitzed them, and they got to just lick their wounds and come back on Sunday night against Atlanta. Yeah.
Bum baby number 1, Fred Warner's injury. Bum baby number 2, the 49ers offensive line. Now, I was going to go outside of both Bay Areas, the Tampa Bay and our own Bay Area here, and give you James Franklin as bum baby number 3 after Penn State blew another one back-to-back embarrassing loss.
What a story.
And him getting fired. But, Murph, we're going to keep all bum babies local. And I'm going to throw this one on the list just because it was an interesting twist during the game yesterday. Jawan Jennings, come on down. You're our 3rd and final bum baby. Now, you're looking at the box score, and you might be asking yourself, where the hell was Jawan Jennings? Because it felt like multiple times I was out there watching the game, and I couldn't even really figure out if Jawan Jennings was even in the game or not.
Well, you saw him when he drew a couple penalties.
Well, that definitely happened. And then I saw him on the sideline having a little bit of beef, so it seems, with Kyle Shanahan. As Kyle's trying to put together a 2-minute drive and get the 49ers some points, there have been multiple beat reporters who said there was a little bit of tension back and forth between Jawan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan on the sideline. Now, who knows if that goes back to playing time, him maybe not getting the targets, him seeing Kendrick Bourne step up these last couple weeks with Mac Jones.
And we know that he came back from his little mini holdout with playing time and catch incentives.
That's the key. He's not playing a lot right now, but that's also in part due to injuries.
Does he think Kyle's taking money out of his pocket?
But does he think Kyle's keeping him off the field? Well, we asked Jawan. Jawan said to ask Kyle. Kyle says everything's great. Here's the post-game sound from Jawan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan going back and forth about what happened on the sideline.
McCaffrey to the right, blitz coming, throw over the middle, and Jennings with a sure-handed, strong catch at the 45-yard line. A defender draped right on top of him, and he'll move the chain.
What was what happened between you and Kyle at the end of the first half there? What was the dialogue back and forth about?
Oh, man, you had to ask him.
Just intense competitive conversation between 2 people, and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
Playing with injuries is just something, it's a part of it, you know. You got high, low ankle sprains, you got shoulders, 20%, you got ribs, 5 broken ribs. It is what it is. You keep playing, and nobody cares, you keep playing. That's what we do.
That's right now, you've got 5 broken ribs?
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs. Oh yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. It's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
So Kyle Shanahan keeping it short and sweet, kind of deflecting a little bit, but then we get the reveal from Jawan Jennings that he's playing with the 5 broken ribs, also a high ankle sprain and a low ankle sprain. But from that clip right there, it sounds like Jawan Jennings wants to be out there, so maybe he's mad about the lack of playing time, which leads back to the incentives.
Yeah, it's all good. It's a good bum baby for sure. And what do you get? Finished with 1 catch?
1 catch, 7 yards.
1 catch, 7 yards, and committed 2 penalties. Yeah. So he had more penalties than catches. Yeah,
penalties and scuffles on the sideline than catches yesterday.
Yeah, so who knows? I mean, listen, Kyle's smart to say, hey, man, there's competitive guys, nothing to see here, move along. That's a smart strategy by Kyle. Get you guys off the scent, get everybody off the scent. But I'm certain on the plane or in the meeting room, there's going to
smell it. I smell it, Kyle.
Going to be some discussions here. I mean, listen, Jawan Jennings is a guy that he was third in Jawan, right? And here you go yesterday, 1 catch for 7 yards. It was actually a third down catch. Now, here's the thing about the 49ers offense. They actually move the ball in this game. So it's like, we talked about the sacks and all that stuff, but we were talking about total net yards, 360. They outgained the Bucs, 363 to 352. But yeah, this is definitely going to be something. Now, the ribs thing is interesting. He crossed into a line that we football fans and beat writers and broadcasters sort of just look the other way on, which is the dirty little secret about the violence and the injuries. And Trent Williams went on to say something like, listen, man, it's almost like, I don't want to say he broke the code, but it's like, dude, we're all banged up.
Yeah.
You heard Jawan say in that bite, you got to love pain. It's just crazy. You got to be a gladiator, a lunatic to play this game. So,
but you're right. Trent Williams said after the game, he goes, look, everybody's dealing with these type of injuries. Mac Jones had to get a shot before the game just so he could play. We're talking about a quarterback that couldn't throw passes during the regular week.
Yeah, Mac didn't say anything. These guys do all this stuff all the time. So how his teammates will view him saying that, I don't know. We can ask Tim Ryan about it and Todd Husak about it at 7:30. So there you go. That's your bum babies?
Yep, 3 bum babies on the list. Fred Warner's injury, the 49ers offensive line, and Jawan Jennings. 1 catch, 7 yards, and the sideline scuffle with Kyle Shanahan.
All right, over to the hum babies. And guys, I got news for you. I love keeping hum babies local. You know that. I mean, I'm a guy. I'm so intent on pleasing the audience that when I make my picks on Brian and Bobby's best bets, I would never take a Monday night game. You know what I mean? So
yeah, please us, Murph, please us.
But you're out here taking Monday night games.
Hey now.
I'm going to go out and tell you guys that I have the hum babies, and I want to pick a Niner. There's no Niners. I mean, I got to take an Eddie Pinheiro.
Eddie P.
I'm just not, in a loss, somehow, but shout him out.
Yeah, definitely not taking the guy that stepped on his foot.
I do have my honorable mentions here. My honorable mention, Eddie Pinheiro, Indiana Hoosier football. Kurt Signetti. Guys, I just want to put you guys on game about Kurt Signetti's salty halftime and postgame interviews. He's got this, I think he's even older than me, and he's got this sort of salty old uncle about him. He's like, every question, he's always like, well, I don't know what you're asking. All I know, I just win. He had one point, he goes, all I do is win. Google me. He actually said that at one point in time. So they just beat Oregon at Oregon, dude. That was one of my 1-1 week yet again. 1-1. I win with SC, I lose with Oregon. So anyway, the Canadian flight team, I'm going to make them honorable mention for giving you guys an afternoon.
Way to save the show this week in Canada.
An afternoon of fun out there.
Yeah, great work by our
the hiss and
neighbors
the crack
up north.
and the beers and all that. And then, of course, I've been mentioning it the Tam High Hall of Fame ceremonies at Honorary Home, baby. We had such a great night. Shout out to everybody. My wonderful, wonderful co-organizer, Andy Hatch, Eleanor Murray, everybody. They were so great. Derek Scobie, Daryl Rory, on and on and on. We had an incredible emotional night of great vibes and all that. How about East Brother donating just endless cases of beer? And we're just how about Cobb Winery donating unbelievable wine? We had just an incredible night. But those are all honorable mentions. Because hum baby number 1 is the guy who tormented us. I got a question for you. Has anybody seen the Heisman Trophy winner and the number 1 overall pick from the 2018 draft? Anybody seen that guy?
Baker.
Yeah, damn, I saw that guy. Breaking every tackle possible on a 3rd and 14 play in a 20-19 game with 4 minutes left in the third. Like a game-winning play leading to a 45-yard touchdown pass to some guy named Tez Johnson. Who's doing backflips in the end zone to make it 27-19. That changed everything. What do you want? 17 out of 23, 256 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, a passer rating of 139. Tampa Bay Buccaneers improved to 5-1 with a 30-19 win over the Niners. Listen, Marcus, we're not giving out MVPs in October. Heck, we haven't even started giving out Halloween candy, right? But we are giving out a hum baby to Baker Mayfield.
3rd and 14 from the 41 of the Buccaneers. They rush just the 4. Deep drop for Mayfield. Pressured, and he almost goes down. Gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left. Pump fakes a couple of times. Slips a tackle from Upton Stout. Gets near the first down marker. Lunges forward. Reaches the ball across. And he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield.
First of all, losing in the middle of the game, Fred Warner, I mean, that sucks. You never want to see that. So thoughts and prayers with him. But when it comes to our guys, just the communication, our receivers coach, B-Mac, getting those guys right throughout the week, and you never know what can happen. And those guys stepping up in a huge way.
What about you evading that sack right after Ibuka went out of the game, I mean, did you kind of just feel in that moment, I'm shouldering even more of the load here?
No, I mean, I genuinely trust the guys that are in there. They're ready. We talk throughout the week. Guys are on the same page, and that's real. I trust these guys, even though some of them might not have played a whole lot of ball, but if we're on the same page, good things happen. You don't have to have the perfect play when all your guys are fighting for each other and are on the same page. The defense played great, special teams as well, and so that's complimentary football.
I mean, we're out here complaining about the Niners missing all their guys. Dude, no Bucky Irving, RB1, no Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer, no Chris Godwin, and then Ibuka goes out. He was without his top 4 receivers, and he did all that.
Dude, Baker Mayfield's out here with a 5-1 record while throwing touchdown passes to Cameron Johnson and Tez Johnson.
Yeah. I mean,
we got the Johnson & Johnson brothers out here.
He's just doing
what the hell's going on?
He's doing everything that, you anticipated when he was the number 1 pick in the draft. So there you go, Baker. You get your flowers, buddy. It's no longer Nick Bosa saying Baker. So Hum Baby number 1, congrats to you. Hum Baby number 2, again, I told you I'm not taking a Niner, so I'm looking around the NFL. Yo! Which one of you, raise your hand, all you listeners out there, who picked up Rico Dowdle in their fantasy league waiver wire a couple weeks ago?
Congratulations.
Amazingly, in our KNBR league, it was the most dog-ass team in the league, Adam Copeland's team.
See, that happens with waivers. It makes sense.
Copes is, that's like the only good move he's made all year.
Yeah, congrats on getting the first waiver because you're the worst team in the league.
But don't let that bizarre transaction deter you from applauding Hum Baby number 2, Rico Dowdle, who not only has one of the best names in the NFL, by the way, Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle.
Rico.
What are you doing tonight?
Suave.
I'm going out with my buddy, Rico Dowdle. Oh, you guys are going to have a good time. He flirted with NFL history yesterday. Guys, 239 yards from scrimmage. Oh, as Carolina beat the Dallas Cowboys. 30-27, spoiler alert. Which team failed to re-sign Rico Dowdle in the offseason?
How about them Cowboys?
And he talked that S before the game, too. He told them to buckle up. And then after the game, I think you'll hear it, they said, what happened? He said, they didn't buckle up. That's what he said, dude. Ready for this? Here's the catch. As I said, he was a Cowboy. They didn't re-sign him. So here's it. 30 carries, 183 yards, 4 catches, 56 yards, and a touchdown. So back-to-back, no Carolina Panther has ever amassed that much yardage in consecutive games. He broke Christian McCaffrey's previous two-game record. And are you ready for this? 2 consecutive games of 230 yards or more. He joins this elite list. Now, what's crazy is there's some legendary names. Jim Brown, Walter Payton, Marshall Faulk, right? But then it's kind of crazy that, believe it or not, here's a couple other guys that have done it. Deuce McAllister, Le'Veon Bell, and Josh Gordon did it too. Sometimes you have records, you're like, oh, what a great list. And then you're like, well, man, it's not that good.
Yeah.
I mean, Deuce McAllister was a player for a while.
Yeah, and Josh Gordon was a dude, had some trouble off the field.
Well, that's it. Le'Veon Bell was a dude too.
Yeah, he also had some problems off the field.
All right, there you go. Oh, by the way, out of South Carolina Gamecock, Rico Dowdle, undrafted. Yet another story. Unfreaking drafted. So, Hum Baby number 2, Rico Dowdle.
They got to buckle up. I think they know for sure. I've been there 5 years. They didn't keep me there for 5 years for no reason.
Shotgun snap. Fake to Dowdle. Young backpedaling. Flush to his left. Throws downfield. Dowdle wide open. 10-5. Touchdown, Rico Dowdle. Buckle up.
The main thing, just wanted to get that win. Big for me, but also big for the organization. Getting to 500 and protecting the home field, 3-0 at home. So just got to continue to keep building, but definitely was huge getting that win. The defense held them down, and those guys up front opened it up for me, and we had a great day. So
was there a little bit of personal, you wanted to show them after they didn't really try to resign them?
It's a lot that went on in those 5 years while I was there, but yeah, I definitely say it was a little personal. Just wanted to get the win and have a great performance from my end. And like I said, those guys allowed me to do it, and we was able to get the job done again.
Yeah, man, there was a quote later on ESPN.com where they actually got him to say, they didn't buckle up. We didn't have the audio of that. So, by the way, is this turning Copes' season around in the fantasy league? Oh, is this cue for me to talk about me whooping that Kruger ass again?
Talk your ass, Murph.
Because I am whooping that Kruger ass. After you saw it, he publicly started the war.
He did.
I just sitting there minding my own business.
He asked for the smoke.
He's getting the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I texted him. He texted me. He goes, your team's going off. I said, you mess with the bull, you get the horns, buddy.
Sorry, door's locked. You ain't hopping out of this hot box now, Kruger.
Is Copes' season turning around? Let's see here. Golden Taint. Yeah, he's getting a win, buddy.
Wow.
He's beating
First win of the year?
Greg Silver. It's going to be his first win of the year.
Congrats, Copes.
How many points did Dowdle actually get him?
Kid Copes.
Dowdle got him 36.9.
They won buckled up.
Yeah.
They won.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Let me hear that again.
They won buckled up.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. Greg Silver and Larry Krueger. They weren't buckled up.
They were not buckled up. And then finally, hum baby number 3. Listen, what do we say? Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes to die. Not today. The one thing that can punch through is the Seattle Mariners Friday night. Where were you as 15 innings unfolded? I had a crazy night. So here's my I had a water polo tournament out in Walnut Creek, and then a 50th birthday party, a costume party. A 50th birthday costume party. I was so off the grid.
What was your costume?
I'll show it to you right now, buddy.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Well, I don't know if you'll get it. Will you get it? I think you will. But anyway, so we're so off the grid. I hadn't checked scores or anything. I finally get a beer in my hand at the party. I look at my phone, and it's a text from young Tony. I believe the text said, "This game is effing incredible." Right? Is that what you sent, Tone?
Friday night?
Yeah. About the Mariners.
I think it was John Joe Curley.
Was it Curly?
Sent the text, yes.
Oh, was it Curly?
Yeah.
You were partying.
Because I was drinking with Tony,
Yeah,
and I don't think either of us
I was like, I sent that? Damn, all right. Hell yeah.
It's a good night.
There we are. Do you know who we are, buddy? Can you tell?
Off the top of my head, no.
Al Cervic from Caddyshack, Rodney Dangerfield at the country club party. I got the red plaid.
You got the gopher.
And then Candace is the gopher.
Nice.
Candace
That's
is the
cute.
gopher.
Nice. Nicely done.
And I wore the red. We got the red. I had to study his outfit, by the way. It's an incredible red check jacket, the gold shirt, and the white tie. So I was just dropping the lines all night. Hey, baby, you must have been something before electricity. Hey, tell the chef this is low-grade dog food. I better food at the ballpark. Hey,
that's a good
did
costume.
somebody step on a duck? Grabbing ladies on the dance floor. I was going, you're a lot of woman. You want to make $14 the hard way.
Hey, now.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
when he goes to the woman, he goes to the bartender, can you make a bull shot? The guy goes, can you make a shoe stink? He goes, get yourself a real haircut. Throw some cash at the kid. I mean, he was on
You're
fire,
lined up ready
dude.
to go, Murph.
He was on fire, dude. And it was a fun outfit to be because you could walk in and you're just shaking you're just walking around dropping the one-liners. Anyway, so I had missed everything, and I came in and I got to my phone. It was the top of the 15th. 2-2. How were you able to follow this game?
Well, through a lot of day drinking on Friday, and it's funny. You asked the question, where were you watching this game? The thing is, Tony and I started watching it at his apartment. Then we were bouncing around. Then we were like at a bar. Then we were back at his buddy's place. Then we were at another bar. So
Hey, is it softball field?
Yeah, we were at the softball field, like streaming the game on my phone, drinking beers out at the park. Like there were so many different places to watch. But I think we ended up watching it at your boy Sebastian's house on the pregame.
Is that in Costa Rica?
Back before we made the trip down to Costa Rica. But Murph, it's crazy because if you weren't watching all 15 innings, there were so many opportunities for Seattle to win. And they either just wouldn't or couldn't put down a damn bunt. J.P. Crawford's your 9-hitter. Throw down a damn bunt one time, Seattle. What are you doing?
I'm glad you've come over. So here, if you missed it, if you were doing something else like Friday night, like dressing like Al Cervic, yes, last night they've already won game 1 of the ALCS. Now, we're not even talking about that. Cal Raleigh takes Kevin Gausman deep. They won last night in Toronto, but I'm not even talking about that.
Doesn't matter.
Because they're not there unless Friday night happens. And here's some of the things you need to know. 15 innings. 4 hours and 58 minutes. That's why you were able to give us all those different places you were at.
I was all over the place.
Because it was 5 hours. Jorge Polanco knocks the bases loaded single in a 3-2 win that set all kinds of records. Here they are. It was by time, the longest winner-take-all game in playoff history. By innings, the longest winner-take-all game in playoff history. Lost in the wash, Tarek Skubal struck out 13, which is the most strikeouts in a winner-take-all game in playoff history. By the way, Skubal, 13 or more punchies twice in one series has never been done in the history of October baseball, okay? That's incredible. Kerry Carpenter reached base 6 times in that game, only the third guy in October history to do that. And the Mariners are the only AL team to have 2 winner-take-all walk-off wins. There was Friday night, and if you're a Macklemore Dave Niehaus fan, I know Macklemore's not cool anymore, but in 1995, any Mariners fan remembers the other one. So, hum baby number 3, Friday night Mariners.
1-0 fly ball right field. Deep, is it playable? Rodriguez going back, he's looking up, and it's gone! A home run! How about it? Kerry Carpenter delivers.
13 in a row knocked down by Skubal.
This is it. You're Cy Young. You're going up against MVP. Let's go. Show them what you got.
Raleigh goes down swinging on a fastball down the middle, and Tarek Skubal, pure nitro, to take down Raleigh and finish off the 6th. This will be the first at-bat of his playoff career, and he lines one to the outfield. Base hit. Here comes Polanco. Leo Rivas off the bench ties the game.
This place has lost its mind.
Canely hoping that maybe a changeup can induce a ground ball here from Polanco to try to send this to the 16th inning. Polanco with one swing could end the series. 3-2. Polanco sends it away and will send Seattle to the American League Championship Series for the first time in 24 years.
And swung on the line down one field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here is Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. I don't believe it. It just continues.
Yeah, man. I got to tell you guys, the Mariners, they do drama up there, baby. Every 30 years or so.
Every
they'll give
30
you.
years.
So the 95 knee house call is so great. Macklemore built an entire song about the freaking call. As he did that great line, it just continues, my oh my. It's one of the great calls in October history. Of course, they wound up losing the next series, but they beat the Yankees in that series. And now they had last night. So were you pumped for the Mariners?
Dude, my Murph. Yes, I was pumped for Seattle, and I was just pumped that we got to watch a baseball game play out without that stupid-ass Manfred man over on second base in extra innings.
Bill Plaschke, LA Times columnist, literally said out, he goes, this is ridiculous. This game is so absurd. I miss the Ghost Runner.
No, you shut the hell up.
I think he was looking to, I don't know.
Yeah.
He was looking for
Here's
something.
a warm glass to shut the hell up, dude.
Right.
Every single pitch for 5 hours was awesome.
It was awesome.
That's why you love baseball,
Hum
man.
babies. Baker Mayfield, he's back. Rico Dowdle, what a name, what a waiver wire pickup. And Mariners Friday night bringing back memories of 95. Wow, the clock is a mess. Todd Husak at 7:30 on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Let's talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. It only takes one visit to see why. I've been out there. The schools, they're beautiful. They're top scoring. They're built right into the community. The police and fire departments are right there with state-of-the-art facilities. Everything's new. There's more than a dozen parks, open spaces and playing fields, lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you can shop, stroll, dine, and attend events all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life come to life. So currently there are 15.
The good life.
Hold that to the end there, buddy. But that's okay. I'll take it anytime. Currently there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours: home size, style, bedroom count, location, lakeside, parkside, trailside. Take your pick. Pricing is varied as the homes, ranging from $600,000 to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
buckled up.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
Ah, that is awesome. Jim Nantz, man. I texted him and I was like, I shouldn't be texting him. He's not looking at his phone, but he got back to me and he said, yeah, it was great. And I texted Papa and he sent back the heart. But yeah, that was cool, man. And that's why Nance came on their show earlier this week, right? So then Nance chimed in and said, Murph, the Niners are hexed. That's what he said. Hexed.
Feels like it.
Hexed. Hexed. This is an interesting region.
Yeah, I didn't even know about the song until like 2 seconds ago. I just looked up Sunshine on Spotify, and then I found this guy, W-U-K-I Wookie from Denver.
He said, I'm just taking Smokey, and I'm just going to just put a beat under it, and I'm going to steal it. That's it right there.
So this is a song they had on the bumper yesterday for Jim Nance?
Yes, this is a remix, Marcus.
Wow, yeah, I can tell, Tony.
Wait, this was the song on the...
Yeah, because you didn't catch that, but a well-trained radio ear will pick up that Tony played the highlight and then mashed up the song as the rejoin. So that wasn't Young Tony. That was the CBS team that picked this song.
You want to play it again?
Yeah. Give me that. Hang on.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
Perfect. I'll take it.
Shout out CBS for that. That's awesome.
The Sunshine State, Florida. There you go. Okay. So we're going to get our clock. That's very cool. And that was a great moment. And G-Pop, man, we love you. Well, heck, he's doing his radio. God, he sounds, by the way, can we just shout out how great Papa sounds 10 to 2? He's coming in with takes today. Coming in hot. I think, is he working today? Oh, JD today. Okay, well, hey, JD's coming with takes today. Greg will probably be back tomorrow then, I'm guessing. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he needs like an extra day.
Yeah, but nice. That was a nice little birthday gift from Jim Nance for Papa celebrating his birthday last Friday.
Good knowledge there. Good knowledge on that. Okay, Todd Husak going to come in. He checks in. He does, of course, the Niner pre and post. He's got thoughts on this 49er team. And the big question is, while we mourn and grieve Warner's season, what do you do from here? Do you pack it in or do you go for it? And does it all depend on how you play against the Falcons on Sunday? All these things we can talk about with Todd Husak next on The Sports Leader.
Papa would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
All right, let's talk to Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning. Good morning, Steve. He's our tax attorney friend. Of course, Steve, you want to talk to people about, there's problems. There's somebody out there, Steve, they can't pay their taxes. So what do you tell them, Steve? Good morning.
Good morning. I tell them, don't panic. There's a lot of things that we want to do for you. And October 15th, just a couple days away, is coming up. That's the final extended due date. And I know this weekend a lot of people worked on their taxes. And I know today a lot of people will be getting taxes from their tax preparers and say, no, I can't pay. I can't be right. And then they don't have the money. Don't panic. File a return. And let us work a deal out for you. There's all kinds of good deals. Whether you just pay part and the government forgives the rest if you qualify, or you get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or we get you monthly payments you can actually afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or we shift the blame where it belongs, the former spouse, former business partner, or a lot of other things. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. And then we can do everything for you, so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There he is. He's here for you every day. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com at KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Motions at tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
Fred Warner has been loaded onto a cart, his right ankle being very closely looked at and held on his splints as he makes his way off the field.
That's a year-ender. Just saw a replay of it, and his ankle was turned the wrong way. He was clutching at his knee because his ankle was hanging. Terrible.
Man, just so tough to hear Tim Ryan just dropping that's a year-ender, and it is. Kyle Shanahan called it a huge blow. Mac Jones said that's our captain, that's our leader. Christian McCaffrey said it was heartbreaking. He said he's one of the best players I've ever played with, not only one of the best leaders. So, yeah, started the breakdown, man. No Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner. And the Niners have to play 9 more games. They're actually 11 more games. What am I saying? 11 more games. They're 4-2. Let's talk about it. Where do they go from here? How are they looking? Todd Husak, who does our pre- and post-game on home games. We love checking in with Todd. We heard about him giving Hershey bars to dogs with Brad Johnson last week. So those were lighter days. Now we got to deal with Fred Warner being out for the year. So, Todd, good morning. Welcome to your buddies, Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, Todd.
That Fred Warner news is tough. By the way, 11 more games. How about 14 more games?
Ooh,
Let's
look
go.
at you coming in strong. Right out of the gate, setting the expectation.
You got to think that way. You got to think that way because if you look at all the injuries, it's too depressing. So try to think positive. They're going to get some guys coming back, but that yesterday was just heartbreaking. It was. I mean, you hear the way the players talk about it, everybody, just as a fan watching it, you can feel the air let out of the 49ers faithful. So they're not going to stop the season, but that's a tough one. I think recognizing how big, when you hear the coach say how big of a blow that is, usually coaches try to dampen overreaction, but I think across the board, everybody recognizes what a great player Fred Warner is and has been for them. And but they got to find answers because they're not going to cancel the season. So let's get back on track and hopefully win some games over the next few weeks and get ready for the Rams.
So it's a tale as old as time in sports, injuries, right? Steph Curry gets injured in the playoffs last year. Warriors lose the series, right? I mean, we can go on and on and on about anything. Nick Bosa's already out. So we're like, oh, my God. Fred Warner's out. Todd, you played this game at the highest level. So, I mean, it is that phrase. It's a cliche, next man up. But literally, like, can you take us kind of inside an NFL locker room? When people say next man up, do they truly believe it, or is that just an empty cliche?
Well, I think they believe it because there's enough instances of guys getting a chance to play and stepping up and doing really well. I mean, Bethune came in yesterday and finished with 10 tackles. Like he showed he can do it. Now he's not Fred Warner by any means, but I think there's injuries and then there's injuries to guys that really deflate the team. And I think Fred Warner is one of those guys that everybody recognizes his leadership. You heard the players say it, his leadership, his play on the field, just kind of the way he gets that whole thing going. And when you lose a guy like Bosa, that's huge. But you have Fred Warner right there to keep things on track and still making plays and run around. And now without him, they've got to find some answers. So I think it's next man up, but it feels a lot better when the next man up, we lost a guy who was a starter who's maybe a B and his backup's a B-. Here you're losing an A++ and the backup hasn't really played that key of a piece in the defense. So there's many more questions, but I think you could it's hard when you have a guy like that everybody looks to make plays and to step up. And he's been leading this 49er defense, which has really been, I think, the key to their victories. And now he's not there. And he's not going to be there the rest of the season. So it's hard. I think you hear the guys talk about it. There's going to be a void, and who's going to step up and fill in, and might be some of these young guys that they drafted to play a big piece. Now they've gotten their legs underneath them 6 weeks into their NFL career. Let's see a little bit more out of those young players, and hopefully they start to come together, and then you get some guys that people weren't expecting much from to step up and make plays because they got to find it. They have to figure out a way to stop opposing offenses and give the offense a chance to keep up.
Yeah, and Todd, to your point, the next man up is not going to be named Fred Warner. And I felt the same way about trying to replace Nick Bosa. These are both all-pro players that are irreplaceable, really. But if you do want to play the game of replacing these type players, do you think it's more difficult to replace the production of a Nick Bosa or to replace a guy like Fred Warner?
I think it's Fred Warner. I think as valuable as Bosa is in the run and getting the quarterback, I think a guy like Fred Warner who sets the defense, who's sideline to sideline, does a great job in pass coverage. He made a play early in the game. Obviously, it was early in the game before he got hurt. It was a screen pass, and he was blocked. There was a big offensive lineman out there ready to block him, and he just ran right through him, blew the guy up, blew the play up, made the stop. That's the type of impact he has. Like that, the offense had the right call for that play, and Fred Warner just beat him one-on-one and made the stop and pushed the Buccaneers back. And he does that 6 or 7 times a game. Just even if he doesn't make the tackle, he's there creating havoc and wrecking the offense's plans, and he gets everybody set up, and he's so fast and he's so smart. So I think Fred Warner is the bigger loss. He seems to be a little more vocal than Bosa, who's not really known for his talking, but you're talking about two of the best leaders. I said this early in the season, because they're so young, the Niners have 5 Hall of Famers in Kittle and Trent Williams and Warner and potentially Bosa and McCaffrey. Like you need those guys to set the tone and be the playmakers and play at a super high level to give everybody else some time to learn the game. And to get 3 of those guys are now out. We haven't seen Kittle much from Kittle, and Bosa's out, and now Fred Warner. It's just it's hard to see this many injuries year after year after year and expect the Niners to be competitive at the top. Now the good news is they're still undefeated in division. They've got a few weeks now where it's not top competition, so hopefully they can get some guys back and healthy. It's not the end of the world because they've set themselves up early in the season to still make the playoffs, but it's going to be a lot harder now. There's no doubt about it.
Todd Husak is the voice you hear on pre- and post-game, of course, former Stanford quarterback, NFL quarterback. And when he says not listen, of course, it's the NFL, so respect. But the Atlanta Falcons will be coming in here. They're not world beaters, and they're coming on a short week. They play the Buffalo Bills tonight. Who knows how their health will be. Then the Niners go to the Houston Texans, who are 2-3 right now, and again, not world beaters. Then the Niners do have a road trip back east to the New York Giants. And listen, I mean, they're better with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo, so you got to respect them. They just beat the Eagles on Thursday night. So, I mean, it's the NFL. Anybody can beat anybody. But again, it's not on paper the Bills, the Lions, the Chiefs, that whole deal. So I guess, I don't know, this is kind of a blunt question, Todd, but even though in your first few answers, you've given us an indication of how they should be thinking and how they should be playing, but there's like another theory, like, are they cooked? Is that it? You can't win when Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are out.
They're not cooked, and I have a lot of hope that once they get some of these, once Kittle comes back, I think the run. Here's my main concerns about the 49ers, and they 80 rush yards yesterday. They're averaging 82 rushing yards on the season, 3 yards a carry. McCaffrey's averaging 3 yards a carry. His longest carry of the year is 15 yards. So the run game has not been there consistently, and certainly no big plays. That's surprising because you figure with McCaffrey back and healthy and Juszczyk and the tight ends, and it's confusing why they haven't been able to bust the big one or just get 120 yards a game. That would take a lot of the pressure off the rest of the offense, and they'd be able to be more effective inside the red zone, which they haven't been great in their 2 losses. The lack of interceptions is bizarre. I mean, you figure there's get a tip pass or something that many games in a row with that interception. I don't think that's a huge concern, but it goes hand in hand with the lack of pass rush. Only 1 sack yesterday. Michael Williams, shout out, gets his first career sack. Baker Mayfield was really good yesterday. That 3rd and 14 was a killer. He's not easy to bring down, but if they can figure out maybe it's a trade or they have to pressure more, something to get pressure on the quarterback, that should lead to more interceptions. So I think those are the 2 big concerns. They're not cooked. I think get Kittle back. We'll see if Ayuk, is back and can play a piece. And then find somebody who can step up. Maybe it's Bethune. Maybe it's does Michael Williams break out over the next 3 or 4 weeks and become the guy that they thought he would be when they drafted him in the first round? And can we see more of Alfred Collins, who wasn't great yesterday? D. Winters is playing at a high level. Can he step up even more? And then young secondary guys, let's start to make some plays. I mean, they've drafted well at that in the secondary. Now those guys are 1, 2, 3 years in. Can they come together? So I think they're not cooked. The schedule still sets up nicely. Get back, get healthy, get Brock Purdy, hopefully back and up and running. And if those pieces on offense can come, I still think they can average 35 points a game once they're fully healthy. The run game has to pick up, but the pieces are there for them to be explosive. I mean, how many pieces are still out? We have Pearsall out, Kittle out, Purdy out. Get those guys back and let's start scoring 35 a game. Ayuk, right? Yeah. So if all those pieces can get back, I think they can be effective enough on offense to cover up some of those holes on the defense.
Todd, my counter question would be, can they be that productive and that much of a high-powered offense behind this offensive line that allowed 6 sacks yesterday?
Yeah, that was rough. And Mac Jones has played great, but his lack of mobility cost him, I think, yesterday a little bit, where the pressure came up the middle. He's not as athletic to get out to the sides and make plays or break tackles like we saw from Baker Mayfield, who was, he's fun to watch. But as well as Mac Jones played, that's where he's limited, and that showed up. So I agree with you. The offensive line has to play better, certainly has to protect better. I do think having a more effective run game will help those guys protect better. It's a lot easier to fire off into the defensive line or linebackers, create some gaps in the run game when you're doing that consistently, as opposed to they're throwing it 40 times a game, like every game. So that's hard. All of a sudden they're on their heels a little bit. The defensive lineman can tee off, and it makes it tougher. So I think having that effective run game, getting off to a better start, not turning it over on the first possession and going down 7-0. I think all of those can play into better protection. I think having Brock Purdy back will help. Maybe a little more mobile, use a little more play action, or move the pocket to where all of a sudden he's not just 9 yards behind the center every time. So there are things that they can do offensively that'll help the offensive line play better. But yeah, they have to be better than they were yesterday.
Before I let you go, Todd Husak, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, anything Jawan Jennings and Kyle barking at each other? I don't know. Kyle said, competitive people in a tough situation, we move on. Jawan said, ask him, which seems a little more foreboding. I don't know. What do you think?
I think Jawan, based on his offseason and his lack of production and being hurt, now it sounds like he's playing hurt. He said he had broken ribs.
Yeah.
I think from that 2-point play against Arizona. Good job for him if he's playing through that much pain. Know your role, though. Like the amount of maybe he's unhappy about not getting the contract he wanted, but he hasn't been a huge part of this offense. He's been hurt half the season. Come in and make some plays. Be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And I'm okay with guys getting fired up, but he's got to be one of the leaders. You talk about a lack of leadership now with some of those guys out. Jawan can be a guy that, hey, let's go. Let's get this thing going in the right direction. And the negativity of yelling at your coach, and that's not what the team needs right now. So hopefully they sort through that, and hopefully when some of the guys come back, like Brock, like Kittle, they sort it out. But you'd hope for better from a guy like Jawan, who I think he wants to win. He's passionate about it. He's not getting the ball a lot, and maybe that's a problem for him. But hey, come back, like I said, be part of the solution. And there's still an opportunity to win the NFC West. And it's a long season. You said it, 11 games left in the regular season, hopefully more. They still can accomplish their goals of getting in the playoffs and giving themselves a chance, but it's got to be done with some leadership and guys stepping up, and that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, Todd, it was also interesting hearing Trent Williams be asked about that after the game. And he said, look, everybody deals with injuries. Mac Jones just took a shot to the ribs before the game so he can go out there and play after not being able to throw a pass all week. So I did also want to ask you about that, Mac Jones battling through that adversity, but also how often does stuff like this happen? I know we talk about it a lot on our show, but a lot of listeners, I think, don't really understand that a lot of these guys are being shot up before games to go out there and play through the pain.
Yeah, I think a lack of practice is not good either. I mean, I think there were 18 guys on the practice injury list last week for the 49ers. It's a third of the team. Like, they've got to figure out a way to keep these guys healthy. You're right. This is their livelihood, and the difference between getting paid and not getting paid is playing and putting up numbers. And so you're seeing guys play through a lot. It happens all the time, right? I mean, it's not the best highlight for the NFL, but the difference of signing a big contract and getting cut is razor thin. And part of it is you got to be out there and play. And so you'll see guys take risks. I mean, Fred Warner did it last year on a broken ankle half the season. So you got some tough guys out there fighting for not just the team, but themselves, their families. There's a lot of pressure on them to go out and perform at a high level. So that doesn't always get talked about on these, how tough some of these guys are and how much it means. But the Niners are just in a spot right now where there's so many injuries. Next man up is easy to say, but they got to find who's the next guy. They got to find them. They've drafted really well. They have some good youth and talented youth. Time is now for them to step up and start making plays.
Well, whether it was Joe Strummer from The Clash or Natasha Benningfield from the early OOs from the Malays, the future is unwritten. Todd, who knows? Who knows how they're going to react? Who knows what happens Sunday night against the Falcons? I mean, if they win Sunday night against the Falcons, which you could see them doing, they're 5-2. You're like, there's something to play for, you know? I mean, that's kind of how we'll leave it, right?
You're right. And there's tons of opportunity, right? It is unknown, and they've put themselves in a position where they can still do the things that they wanted to when the season started out, right? It's make the playoffs, win your division, get a high seed so you can maybe host a game. So all those things are out there. The pieces are not in place that they had back at the start of the season or even in preseason, and that's the tough part. I think when you look at the team and how it was built and constructed, you really counted on 4 or 5 guys to be the anchor, the pillar of the team, and they're going to be without a few of them. And they've been without a few of them now for part of the season. So, hey, the coaches are earning their paychecks. They've done a great job piecing this thing together so far. I mean, that wide receiver, when Kendrick Bourne is going back-to-back 140-yard games, like they're doing something right. And Eddie Pinheiro, like being a great kicker. I mean, they've managed to find some bright spots, but now they're going to be tested, I think, at a deeper level, especially the defense. So who's going to step up? And they got to coach them up and get them ready to go and hopefully take care of business on Sunday night.
Good stuff, Todd. Really good conversation. We appreciate you, man. We'll look forward to your pre and post this weekend. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Todd.
Hey, by the way, I did not give Brad's dog the Hershey bar. I gave Brad the Hershey bar, and his dog ate it.
Yeah, the dog took it.
You planted the evidence, though. You planted the evidence. All right. It's all good. The dog lived. The dog lived. All right. Take care, Todd.
Yeah,
take care. I mean, listen, it comes down to just the phrase that kept come back is I've been in sports before, like where it's your team, whether it's like a little league team you coach or a high school team that your son plays on where you're just like, we don't have the horses, man. There's a time where you like lose. You're like, why'd you guys lose? You're like, we didn't have the horses. So when I was playing high school basketball, I had a teammate named, shout out Stefan Biscotto, wherever he is. He was really funny. He used to do this bit at practice. We were doing layup lines. He'd be like, Dick Vitale here at Tam High, Frost Soft Basketball. And he would always pull me aside, and he'd say, I'm here with Big Brian Murphy. And he'd have a microphone in his hand. He goes, and he did this like a tradition every practice. He goes, Big Murph, do you have the horses to compete? And he would always, it was like a tradition. It became a running joke for us. Do you have the horses? Do you have the horses? I don't know if the Niners have the horses.
No. But here's the thing, Murphy.
Do they have the horses?
It feels like they haven't had the horses in the stable the entire season, and they're 4-2.
I know.
Which is wild.
Do they have the horses?
And we talked about different teams losing horses, and the Detroit Lions lost a stallion, a Mustang last year, and Aiden Hutchinson, and a bunch of dudes on their defense, and they still had a nice playoff run. Obviously, did not go to the Super Bowl, which I think throws into question now. Super Bowl expectations are not for the 49ers moving forward. That's a question for another day, but we've seen this song and dance before with a different stable of horses.
Here's the question. 808 KNBR, big hit. We're going to go all the way up till 8:30 with you guys. Big hit 1 and 2. Do they have the horses? Are they cooked? Or as Todd Husak said, it's all still out there in front of them. They still can win the division and go to the playoffs. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number. Make Curly work. And 415-808-5627 if you want to text it and not wait in line. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Are they cooked? Do they have the horses? Shout out Frost Soft Basketball and Stefan Biscotto on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Aloha. I got something to cheer you guys up. The Big Island Getaway is back. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16 through the 21st. Listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. This thing is incredible, and it's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and, of course, the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here, back on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to win cash on the San Francisco 49ers all football season long. And baby, we did it again. For the 6th straight week, Christian McCaffrey had more than 50 receiving yards. But the problem is, Christian McCaffrey is not playing tonight. But we have a Monday night doubleheader. So I'm going to give you a pick in both games and give a shout out to forever 49er Deebo Samuel, because I have been picking him a lot this year when it comes to his rushing yardage. More or less than 7.5 yards. Deebo Samuel can pick that up in one play. But if you want to go in a different direction, how about the Monday night game between the Bills and the Falcons? I'll take Josh Allen to have more than 33.5 rushing yards. We know Josh Allen likes to use his legs on prime time. So add those picks to your lineup and join us right now on Prize Picks by downloading the app and using the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in two tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. That's a year-ender. Just saw a replay of it, and his ankle was turned the wrong way.
The handoff to McCaffrey. McCaffrey up the middle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
3rd and 14 from the 41 of the Buccaneers. They rush just the 4. Deep drop for Mayfield. Pressured, and he almost goes down. Gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left. Pump fakes a couple of times. Slips a tackle from Upton Stout. Gets near the first down marker. Lunges forward. Reaches the ball across. And he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield.
And you heard it all in that incredible rejoin from young Tony, from the Fred Warner injury to the Jim Nance, Greg Papa, shout out to Baker Mayfield going full-on playground, bro. That was like freaking down at the park, neighborhood park, dude, slashing, swerving, turkey bowl.
Dude, it's the drunk uncle at the turkey bowl, but he's playing with all the nieces and nephews, so nobody can tackle him.
Stiff-arming little kids like Matt Dillon. Remember Matt Dillon in Something About Mary when he does it to the special needs kids? He storms a touchdown. He's stiff-arming on the special needs.
We're going Wedding Crashers. Maryland, crab cakes and football.
Baker
Crab cakes and football.
Buccaneer football, Tampa Bay. Oh, by the way, that's the Heisman Trophy winner and number 1 pick playing like that guy right there. So, lot to talk about. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We just talked to Todd Husak. He said it's not all lost. He says they're not cooked. He said they still can get to their goals, but with a big deep sigh, said it's going to be tough. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Where are you guys on all this? Because, man, oh, man, it was tough to even focus on the game, quite frankly, after the Warner injury. I was tweeting about it, too. I said, I'm trying to comprehend this game, but I'm also trying to comprehend the fact that Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are out. I said to you at 6:01 this morning, it's the Beatles without Lennon and McCartney. They're freaking the NWA without Dre and Cube. I mean, I don't know. We can choose whatever you got. The Niners without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, are they the 49ers? You know what I mean? So you can't even say the Giants with Adamas and Devers because Adamas and Devers aren't as good as Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. So I don't know, Marcus. Are they cooked?
You know,
I'm putting you on the spot.
I don't want to have them fully burnt, cooked in the oven. Now, I think it's an important question to ask in what context. Now, if you're asking me, do the 49ers still have a chance to win a Super Bowl this year? My answer would be no, without Fred Warner and without Nick Bosa. Like, I'm just being straight up telling you how I honestly feel without those guys. Now, with the start they've gotten off to, with help on the way offensively, if they can turn into an offensive juggernaut, which they have the weapons to do, and outscore teams, score 30, 40 points a game, then yes, they definitely can still be a team that makes it to the playoffs. But I think the ceiling is significantly lower now without Fred Warner, without Nick Bosa, because those two players are irreplaceable. You can't go out the trade deadline and try to pick up a guy that's 1 or 2 players away from being a Super Bowl champion. And now this comes after Kyle Shanahan was asked last week about replacing a guy like Nick Bosa. And he said, look, this is not the year where we went out and traded for Emmanuel Sanders because we were only one piece away for competing for a Super Bowl. This is a different team. This is a younger team. So I think this does change the outlook for the Super Bowl expectations, but also the outlooks of what the 49ers are going to do at the trade deadline and what they do with this defense and how important it is now that Robert Saleh is back in the building to at least trying to put a couple Band-Aids on this defense to just hold it together for this 49er offense.
Yeah, man. It brings to question, and by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It brings to mind the question of what we truly expected out of this team prior to this injury. Like were you thinking the Niners could, well, let's say it, could they win the Super Bowl this year? I mean, I don't think anybody in their gut of guts thought this was a Super Bowl team. We we sort of accepted that coming into the season, this was going to be sort of this weird hybrid year. I keep making the joke about the Warriors' two timelines. The Niners are kind of trying to do what the Warriors got so criticized for, which is James Wiseman. Everybody remember him? Trying to do the two timeline thing. And that is you keep Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle on your team. And at the same time, you're trying to develop C.J. West, Alfred Collins, D. Winters, Nick Martin, Marquise Siegel, all these young kids, right? So it's like, well, what can you realistically do? And they're like, well, let's go see what we can do. And they start 4-1. And you're like, whoa, okay, well, what can they do? They're winning the West. Okay, maybe now you got a chance to win the West now because you've already 3-0 in the division, right? And you're going to get Kittle back, and you're going to get Ayuk back. Maybe I haven't heard anything about Ayuk. I don't know. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's
Ayuk.
weird. You'll see some highlights of him running sprints at what looks like full speed, but he's not suiting up, putting on pads, doing anything else.
Then Bosa goes down, and you're like, well, dude. Well, now the only question we had on the Bosa situation was, okay, well, do you go get an edge rusher? I think we all said yes. The only question was, when do you strike, and who do you go get? That was like really the only question. I think we all said you're going to go get an edge rusher. Who's it going to be? See, Trey Hendrickson left the Bengals game with an injury, by the way.
Ooh.
He did. He left the game with a back injury.
Something to keep an eye on.
I don't know how serious it is.
And we just had John Lynch on the show last week saying, look, we're making calls. We're testing the waters right now. We're seeing what's out there.
So that was so I think that's where we were going in the Tampa game. We're like, this team's interesting. They're in the mix. You could trade for an edge rusher, and then Warner goes down.
Yes.
And now you're like, whoa, what do I do? What do we do now? And I mean, it's less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
So we don't have to have an answer right now, but we're going to be sitting here every day talking about it going forward. That is until our Warriors roundtable next Thursday.
That's it.
By the way, we'll all be out at Chase Center doing our thing.
We'll
Looking
see
forward
you
to
there.
that. Yeah. Then we can just shift. Then we can just dump the Niners and go with Al Horford, right? But so they play the Falcons Sunday night.
Yeah.
The Falcons are good. The Falcons, though, will be on a short week road trip because they play the Bills tonight. And, respect to the Falcons, respect to any NFL team. Hell, the New York Giants just beat the Philadelphia Eagles, right? So anything's happening in this league. The Raiders won a game.
Yeah.
Anything can
How
happen
about
in
that?
this league.
They're not the worst team in the league. Shout out the Titans.
But anyway, so I'm kind of in that stop. Like the Little League coach in me, stick to Little League, wants to say, like, it's the old phrase that we learned from the TAM baseball coach, Bernie, just the way we like it. And whatever your situation is, it's just the way we like it. Fred Warner and Nick Bosa down, just the way we like it. I got to tell you, that strains the limits of that phrase when you say Fred Warner and Nick Bosa down, just the way we like it.
I don't know if I'm going with that, Murph. I think you tell me Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are out.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Much better.
I don't like it. I'll say that, but I do want to pump it back to your question about the expectations even coming into the season. And that's a conversation we had when Brock Purdy got paid. And we saw a lot of people depart this offseason. And the talk around the country was, is this the end of the Super Bowl window? Is it a new window? I don't give a damn about what the hell the window looks like. I look at the roster, and I see Brock Purdy and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall. Then you look at the defense side of the ball. You see Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Deommodore Lenoir. I'm like, there are so many talented players that you would have to assume that the Super Bowl window is still open. And even our expectations coming in the season, I think we both had them around 10, 11 wins. That's expectations to make the playoffs. And we know as soon as you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. If you win the turnover battle, you got a good chance to win. The problem is, how the hell are the 49ers going to create turnovers when you don't get a strip sack from Nick Bosa, when you don't have Fred Warner giving the peanut punch, flying around, forcing fumbles, because this is a defense that hasn't had a single interception the entire season. So that's the difficult part is you're missing your two biggest playmakers on a defense that has been making plays at the end of games, but in part due to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner being out there.
We're back to my Frost-Soft basketball teammate. Do you have the horses? Big Murph, do you have the horses? And the answer is right now, the Niners don't have their horses. But again, next man up, Tatum Bethune. Come on down. We already started doing the bio on this kid, 7th rounder out of Florida State. Grew up in Miami, number 48. I mean, we're still to learn the guy, right? D. Winters. Does Nick Martin, the rookie at Oklahoma State, now get a chance? He flashed in the preseason.
Yeah,
I thought he showed well.
He'll get a chance to at least suit up on game days, but you can't expect him to fill in for Fred Warner when he's been inactive every single week.
808 KNBR is a phone number, and Watchdog in the city is starting us off. Watchdog, good morning, man.
Hey, what's up, Watchdog?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Well,
hey, it's tough, man. But the Niners were in that game yesterday. Despite not having a lot of our guns, we were still in that game, until the end. And I think you put Brock Purdy out there, you put Kittle out there, you put Ayuk and a few of our other guys. We're right in that game, and I think we're still going to compete, for a playoff spot. Luckily we have that 4-play schedule that plays in our favor coming up, and also we get our starting quarterback back pretty soon. So it is unfortunate to lose Warner, but like you guys said, we got some guys waiting in the wings. Nick Martin hasn't been on the field, but D. Winters has proven to be a decent player. So, like you guys are saying, next man up, and maybe we can go out and make a trade or two and see what we could do to help bolster that defense.
Yeah, you know what, Watchdog? I'm thinking how they play Sunday is gonna tell me a lot. I don't think anything's gonna happen this week. You go play the Falcons Sunday night. If you win that game, you're 5-2, and now it's like maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying I'd like to see how they react on Sunday night, because if they lose Sunday night, I think they're going to be telling us something. But Watchdog, if they win Sunday night, I'll be interested in to see how their defense plays.
That's right. All right, man. So I'm still upbeat about the team, man. I still think I was impressed with how they played. They still play with a lot of heart, and so I was still impressed with how they played with how many players were down.
Yeah,
and there's not many NFL teams that can compete like that with so many backups on the field. So it just shows it's a credit to the GM and the coach with being able to get these guys ready and by drafting the right players. Mm-hmm. So.
Well, yeah, there you go, Watchdog. Thanks for the call. Yeah. So I put this out on Twitter. I wrote, big picture, it's an acceptable loss in the NFC West. It was a tough assignment to play at Tampa, and now you come home to play Atlanta. But the bigger picture, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are out. Are they cooked? That's our number. That's our question at 808. KNBR is the phone number. JP in Sacramento is next up to check in. JP, good morning. You're on The Sports Leader. How you doing, JP?
Yeah, what's up, JP?
Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, long-time listener. I told the gatekeeper I'm a Ram fan, but my heart goes out to Niner fans. I love Fred Warner. He does so much for the game. He's a class act, and it's like the Ravens losing Ray Lewis back in the day. But if anybody can get this in order the way the Niners been doing with their injuries, you guys aren't dead yet. But I just want to say what Warner means to the league and everything. He's one of the best.
He really is, man. There's something about Fred Warner's style and charisma, and he's just a class act. It's funny you use Ray Lewis, because I think most people wouldn't think of Ray Lewis as a super class act. But no. Fred Warner's he's handled his business so incredibly well everywhere he goes. He's one of those guys. Nobody has a bad word to say about the guy on or off the field, JP. So it is bad for the league, right? And then the league doesn't have their marquee players out there. It sucks for the product.
Yeah, but keep the faith and stuff. And like I say, we're competitors and stuff. But you guys beat us soundly last Thursday night. And I'm looking forward to November 9th to get back. But good luck the rest of the season for Niner Nation. I mean that.
There it is, the rare Ram fan calling it. Thanks, JP.
And
Appreciate
I like
man.
to check in from JP, but I don't think he needs to go back to the days of Ray Lewis for this comparison, because look at the Baltimore Ravens without a guy like Roquan Smith, who I think is in consideration for one of the best linebackers in the league for Fred Warner. Now the Ravens are also missing Mbuke on the defensive line and Kyle Hamilton, one of the best safeties in the league too. But credit to the 49ers, like our other caller was saying, also Watchdog, the 49ers are 4-2 dealing with these injuries. You look at the Baltimore Ravens and the way they got beat down by the Rams yesterday. No Lamar Jackson out there. No, none of those defensive players we just mentioned. But somehow, some way, the 49ers are still finding ways to win games with the backups, not like the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, not a bad call at all there. By the way, Rams did win yesterday, 17-3 over those Ravens. It was a 3-3 game. I was watching Sunday morning. Yeah. And the Ravens had the ball on the 1 yard line. They ran 4 plays. They couldn't get it in. With Derrick Henry, they couldn't get it in. They tried the tush push. When you see teams doing a bad tush push, it's such a bad look.
They did the tush push with Mark Andrews lined up at quarterback. It's dude, you have Derrick Henry in the backfield. Give him the damn ball.
Talk about blowing it, man. The Cardinals did lose. They're fading. They lost to the Colts yesterday.
They made that game close, though, with Jacoby Brissett playing quarterback.
31-27.
Shocker, cover the spread.
And the Seahawks did win. They beat the Jags on the road. That's a big win for the Seahawks.
That's a big win for Seattle.
It was a great day to be a Seattle fan yesterday, whether it was the Mariners or the Seahawks. We'll continue this on the other side. Big Hit continues. Are the Niners cooked, or are you waiting to see, and would you make a move to bolster the defense because you believe they can make something out of this season? Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Aloha. The Big Island Getaway is still going on. Your chance to qualify. You got to mark the dates on your calendar first, November 16th through the 21st. You got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. This is an awesome thing we're doing, and it's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and of course, the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Motions at tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in two tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
Fred Warner has been loaded onto a cart, his right ankle being very closely looked at and held on his splint as he makes his way off the field.
That's a year-ender. Just saw a replay of it, and his ankle was turned the wrong way. He was clutching at his knee because his ankle was hanging. Terrible.
Dislocated. I think it broke too. So we'll end up having surgery. I mean, it's big. I mean, anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. He was in good spirits, though. He's got a good foundation, and but got a lot of faith in Tatum, and he's the next man up, and he's going to have to do it throughout the year.
Man, our jobs are so crazy because just last week, how much were we talking about Mac Jones? Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. We've barely mentioned Mac today. We really have. I mean, we could talk about him, but it's not the story.
No, I'd say he's not even the second most important story because we've talked about the offensive line blocking for Mac Jones, or should I say not blocking, more than we actually talk about Mac Jones.
Well, stories 1, 2, and 3 are Fred Warner. Yeah. That's it. It's as simple as that. And then story 4 is where do we go from here? I mean, everybody's still, like we said, it's less than 24 hours. So we're still processing this thing here, man. And I mean, and it was a weird game. Christian McCaffrey had a quote where he said it was so weird to keep playing. I felt that way as a fan. I was like the next play, I was like, wait, what? Fred Warner's out?
Yeah.
And like the next play, I was like, wait, Fred Warner's out? And like, they're still playing? I mean, we've all dealt with injuries. Heck, Tampa is not a good place for the Niners. 1997, Jerry Rice's ACL gets torn when Warren Sapp face masks him. Don't forget about that. And Steve Young gets knocked out with a concussion. Kevin Green broke his foot in that game. Nobody talks about that. They had just signed Kevin Green, the pass rusher. Rest in peace. Hall of Famer Kevin Green. Pro wrestling guy Kevin Green. Remember him?
Yeah. I remember him making appearances.
I remember I was in the locker room in Tampa. I was a beat writer. And Steve's like in a daze. They're like, he can't talk. They're like, Jerry's out for the year. And dude, Kevin Green goes by on crutches. We're like, what happened to him? They're like, oh, yeah, he broke his foot. We're like, wait, what? We're like, all hell broke loose. By the way, the Niners went to the NFC Championship that year.
Wow. So you're saying there's a chance.
Christian McCaffrey on how weird it was to keep playing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just heartbreaking. You know, I mean, it's such a weird game when you have to see somebody like that and what happened with Bosa, you know, earlier in the year, and then just have to continue to play. It's kind of a weird deal, but it's heartbreaking. You know, he's one of the best players I've ever played with and one of the best leaders I've ever played with. You know, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, he's right. And it was so weird. And I mean, yeah, it was 20-19 with 4 minutes to go in the third, and it was 3rd and 14. And Bryce Huff had Baker Mayfield in his grasp. Let's go back to an alternate reality. Marcus, let's use the app Sora, which I'm just getting bombarded by my cowboy friend Daryl of all these like Civil War battlefield images of the 49ers all strewn across the field with gurneys and stretchers.
It's insane, dude.
Dude, Sora's got to stop, right?
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
Oh, by the way, we have a government and an election to run in a couple of years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and they're using that AI BS too, dude. Memes have been taken to a whole nother level.
But anyway, point is that with the whole injuries, let's go back to a Sora app and have Bryce Huff throw Baker Mayfield to the ground. What if he did throw him to the ground and the Bucs punt?
Or
the Niners,
or Upton Stott flies in. Upton Stott, I should say, flies in and actually makes that tackle.
Then they punt. The Niners have the ball down 20-19, and Mac was slinging it. I mean, I know we can talk about, like we said, stories 1, 2, and 3 are Fred, but one of the other stories was the O-line and the sacks. But Mac was slinging it. I know he wasn't moving that well, but he threw some really nice balls yesterday.
2 interceptions, though, which...
Well, the one was not his fault.
I agree.
Right?
The first one was miscommunication.
Apparently, everybody said flat out, Kendrick Bourne ran the wrong route. Like, that's just established. So for Mac, he throws it where he's supposed to throw it. It's a pick. And as Nance was saying, I think it goes on his ledger.
Yeah.
You know?
And they showed Mac throw his hands like, what the hell happened? Where's my receiver?
There should be a stat for, like, interceptions with, like, a parentheses underneath, like, this one wasn't his fault.
Yeah, not his fault. You see those, like, when a guy gets hit and he pops the ball up, but they still called it interception. It's like, whoa, what happened?
That's why the advanced metrics, you go, that's why you old stat heads to go to the traditional, that's why we have metrics, analytics. We can also just talk about it. Yes. We don't need your metrics. But anyway, point is that they could have been in the darn game, which means be like, you know, really, who is this team now? Now, here's a text that might sum it all up. Marcus 510. I love Robert Saleh. He's a great defensive-minded coach, but he doesn't have the pieces now on defense. It might get ugly. Our general of the D-line and our general of the linebackers are done for the season. There it is. So, again, do you have the horses?
Yeah, well, I'll say this. Thank God that Robert Saleh is back in the building. Because if we were looking at this defense without Fred Warner and without Nick Bosa, and you still had Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley calling plays, I'd say, yeah, the season is cooked. It's over. And we've already kind of had this assumption that Robert Saleh eventually will get another head coaching gig somewhere. But if he's able to turn this defense with these horses, or should I say the lack of horses, just into like a middle-of-the-pack type of defense where they can rely on the 49ers offense to go out and score 30 points and just hold other teams to 25 or less, he is guaranteed to get another head coaching job somewhere else if he can prove to get something out of this defense without Nick Bosa and
So
Fred
you're
Warner.
looking for like the miracle coaching job by Robert Saleh here. Listen, I mean, Tatum Bethune, you know, Michael Williams, whoever you want, can they go make a trade for a pass rusher and get by with the linebackers they have? I mean, it's just going to be so difficult. It's
and
like so difficult. This is literally like you build a team for a reason. Like we said, the Warriors, Steph Curry gets injured in the playoff against Minnesota. It's over. Are the Warriors cooked? Answer: yes, they're cooked. Steph Curry's not out there. They're cooked. Are the Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are out? I mean, the logic is they're cooked. That's the logic.
And like, it's so easy to say, yeah, just go make a trade. Just go bring in Trey Hendrickson, bring in Max Crosby, bring in anybody else. Like, that's fine. There's other teams that you also have to compete with to go get those guys. But you also have to look at this roster and how it's built. You've heard the take already from a lot of people. Oh, the young guys need to step up. The young guys need to step up now. They've already been playing most of their young guys. C.J. West, Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, Siegel, D. Winters. Yeah, maybe this is an opportunity for Nick Martin just to suit up and be active on game day. Like, this is a roster that was already relying on a lot of young players coming into this season. So even now, with these injuries on top of it, in my opinion, right now, this Monday morning, I'm saying it's less likely that they go out and trade for one of these big superstars because you need to keep these draft picks so that you can rebuild this defense for a year or two down the road when Robert Saleh is gone. That you have to take into the picture in consideration as well.
See, they're in a tough spot now. I mean, very interested to see how they play Sunday against Atlanta. I mean, if they come out and beat the Falcons, you're like, well, you're 5-2. Then you go play at Houston. Now it's a road game, and it's the NFL. And like we said, the New York Giants just beat the Eagles, and, you know, the Raiders even won a game. So anything can happen in the NFL, right? But as Paul from Pleasanton just checked in, he said, you guys have been playing this since April. Let's not forget the schedule ain't going to kill them.
Shout out Paul listening. I know he wanted to call in last week, give his take on the Niners.
He can call in.
That's our
There's
guy
no rule
P1
against
Paul.
it.
He's been on these airwaves
775 says it's time for Kyle to use his big brain, open up his playbook, and flip the script on the whole defense wins championships narrative. 925 says, I'm sorry for being a downer, but they're cooked. I think some of us had faith this team was going to make a run with the rookies getting better, the last place schedule, and them getting key bears back. But there's no making up for friend. He said, this really sucks. He says, love the show, guys. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How nice of
925. We appreciate you, man. Well, listen, that's pretty much the big hit 1.0 and 2.0. We will continue to talk about this. More developments as the week unfolds in terms of Kittle's availability, Brock Purdy's availability, Ricky Pearsall's availability, and also Tatum Bethune getting in the film room, studying up. Listen, Fred Warner's not going anywhere. He'll physically be in the rooms. Did you guys hear he broke down the team in the locker room? He did the breakdown in the huddle. The guy is an absolute leader.
And that's why he's
leader.
the leader. That's why he's the captain.
Some guys are born to be leaders, man. He's the leader, Fred Warner. So hopefully
I told you, Murph. He's like the Murph of the 49ers. You got that green dot, Murph?
I do. We had the green dot at the Tam High Hall of Fame ceremony. I'll tell you, we had a bunch of leaders putting that thing together.
See, that's it. But the difference is Fred Warner has Robert Saleh in his helmet. Murph's got John Joe Curley saying, clock, 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 clock.
Yeah, exactly. Well, clock, clock, clock indeed. The cooler, and then a big, long conversation with Tim Ryan at 8:50. Can't wait for that on the Sports Leader. Are they cooked?
They're not cooked.
All right, you know I love the North Bay, world-class beauty, of course, and a world-class secret called Marin Health. That's pretty important. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, so man, oh man, you never know what this crazy sports talk world will bring you. We spent all last week talking about Mac Jones, and here we are. We barely mentioned Mac Jones today. It's a whole other topic. Fred Warner. Yeah, thank you. Fred Warner. But also sound from the day. Hey, it's all sponsored by Marin Health, our cooler of content. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Tim Ryan in about 15 minutes. And, man, Timmy, a long flight back from Tampa. That is a long flight. Florida, California, tough flight. Because you're going into the headwinds. You're like, the trip's over. Going out, you got the tailwinds.
You're flying.
And you're going on vacation.
Literally.
When you go out to those Army-Navy games, and you're like, oh, yeah. Then you're flying back. You're like, oh, I'm hungover. Into the headwinds.
Yeah, I'm stuck on this plane. I got a headache. Somebody's putting their seat back up against my knees.
Oh, don't start. Don't start about that.
Brutal.
So anyway, the Niners, we gave Tim a little extra time because he usually comes on the 7 o'clock hour, but he'll be on at 8:50 with us. But our great friend, Jim Nantz. We love Jim. He's awesome.
What a gentleman.
And here it was, man. I was so pumped. Second quarter, Christian McCaffrey rushes for a touchdown. We don't have to hear that stupid stat anymore.
Yeah, the fact that the 49ers were the last team in the NFL to score a rushing touchdown this season, Murph, it took them 148 carries to get into the end zone.
There it is, the Jim Nantz going to break cooler of content call.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
Hey,
Phenomenal.
I thought that was awesome.
Round of applause for Jim Nantz.
That was so awesome. Perfect timing. Good little beat. Yeah. They stole Smokey Robinson or My Girl and put a little beat underneath it. Tony found it. It was some dude who just stole the song and put a disco beat under it or an EDM beat under it.
Yeah, they make EDM music out of everything these days,
Jim
Murph.
Nantz went to break with the Papa tribute. So immediately, I was like, here it is. Who is it again?
This guy named Wookie, W-U-K-I from Denver, Colorado.
Wookie.
So I got a tip for you, all you young budding DJs. Just go take a Motown tune.
Yep.
Put a beat underneath.
Hey, samples, Murph.
You got to hit. Well, there you go.
We're going to sample some Motown.
I told you guys about that Mark Ronson interview I heard, man. And your brother with all the cool samples, right?
I will say, though, it's super cool. The fact that Jim Nantz is giving a little bit of respect to Greg Papa. But it's so weird, too, because these are two of my favorite broadcasters growing up. First of all, I get to talk to both of them. I met both of them, which is awesome. But it's kind of like when you're like watching a TV show and they mention another TV show, like, oh, that's a little broadcaster to broadcaster love. It kind of felt like a little crossover hearing Jim Nantz give a little bit of credit to Greg Papa.
Marcus is like, those are my friends.
Those are my guys. Hello, friends.
Look at your job, buddy.
Yeah,
Look at your job.
What a life.
By the way, here's a funny one from the game. Buccaneer wide receiver Tez Johnson. I confess, I was not boned up on my Tez Johnson knowledge.
You always got to be boned up on your Ted Johnson knowledge.
Tez,
excuse me.
Come on now.
Yeah,
not to be confused with Pez, young Tony. Do we know about Pez?
Bro. Bro. Pez the candy? Are you kidding? I love Pez the candy.
All right.
I know there's some gaps, but like, come on now.
Yeah,
so
but Tony.
The actual thing.
Yes, bro.
The decapitated head you pull back.
Yep. Always loved it. I loved the candy more than the actual experience.
And now, if I can riff, Tony, do you know Tez?
Yeah.
Johnson?
Tez nuts!
All right.
Sorry, I had to do it.
All right, I got you.
So Mayfield goes on that 3rd and 14 playground run, that Thanksgiving Bowl, Turkey Bowl run. Then he turns around and throws a 45-yard touchdown to Tez Johnson. Marquise Siegel got smoked. And the crowd in Tampa starts chanting MVP, because Baker Mayfield, 7 games in, or 6, whatever we are, 6 games in, he's playing like an MVP, and the Tampa crowd's chanting it. Well, this young receiver, Tez Johnson, thought they were chanting for him.
That's a wild quote.
Here you go.
Tell y'all a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP. And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP. The one he got the first down on, he said he blacked out. But, I mean, that's just Baker. The pump fake get everybody. I'm just like, oh, my God, he's a dog. Like, I don't know what he eating put in his cereal before the game. Like, but that guy on it every single week.
This guy's a money quote, Tez Johnson. We gotta keep our eye out for more Tez Johnson in the cooler. I love the way he said Shep, whoever the team is. He goes, they're talking about Baker.
Sterling Shepard, yeah.
Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, they're showing the Tez Johnson highlight right now. It's his first career touchdown. He's like, yeah. One touchdown, I'm the MVP. Book it.
Oh, he's getting some national run on this quote.
Good for him.
He told it well. When he guy cock his head to talk about
I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP. And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker.
That's really
It
good.
reminds me of the meme that always goes around every year around the NFL draft. I think it's little Sasquatch, a comedian from Barstool. He did the bit where he gets drafted and he's sitting on the couch and he points at himself like, me?
Oh, yeah.
They're talking about me?
Oh, yeah.
That's Tez yesterday. I'm the MVP?
That's pretty funny.
Me?
That's gonna be me?
Yeah, me?
Boy, oh boy, is it bad in Miami. Our poor guy, Mike McDaniel. You know what I was thinking? Just some guys aren't meant to be. I mean, they played the Chargers tough, but they lost 29-27. Some guys just aren't meant to be. I know he started well in Miami, but maybe he's just meant to be a coordinator. You know, because clearly his leadership is failing, and he's wearing the capri pants, and they're pushing up the sweats and all that. And now you got Tua Tagovailoa just blowing the whole thing up by saying teammates aren't coming to meetings. Check it out.
Well, I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
To be clear, you're saying some players were late or missed?
Late, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Bro, we've now broken through the code. He's broken the wall. He's broken the omerta. He aired locker room laundry out in public. So there's a lot of different angles to this. There's, first of all, what the hell's going on in Miami? That's number one. Number two, Mike McDaniel. Now, the ship is sick. As the great Michael Ray Richardson said, Tony, the ship be sinking. That was a famous quote of a Michael Ray Richardson, former Warriors playing on the New Jersey Nets. They were so bad. This is like late 70s. They said, what's going on with the team? He said, the ship be sinking. Unbelievable. One of the great forward quotes in sports history. And then we got to look at Tua.
Yeah.
Does your QB, as you kids would say, put teammates on blast like that?
Well, if you want to talk about putting teammates on blast, Murph, there's an extra little storyline to this story now. Because, of course, on the world of social media and Twitter, anything can pop up. Well, I saw this tweet yesterday from @SkeeterMills, and I clicked on his profile. It's a guy, Deshaun Hamilton, former wide receiver in the league, played for the Broncos, and he was in camp this year with the Miami Dolphins. And he tweeted out yesterday, this dude, Tua, the starting quarterback, was late to the first team meeting during my 3 seconds on the Dolphins this year, and everything was cool in there. So it seems like this is a bigger issue, even beyond Tua, because it sounds like Tua was showing up to some of these late meetings. I got to say,
who is this guy again?
This is, again, @SkeeterMills. If you want to fact-check him, Deshaun Hamilton, he even jokes around saying, I was only with the team for 3 seconds this season.
This guy's chiming in?
And this guy's chiming in, giving takes on Tua being late for meetings earlier this year.
All hell's breaking loose.
It's a disaster in Miami.
Disaster. They got to fire.
Yeah.
I hate to say this. I mean, I'm not willing another man to be unemployed, but they got to make a move, don't they?
They've lost the plot, as the kids
To
would
win
say.
games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Poor guy. I mean, listen, bring him back and do the run game with the Niners. There's nothing wrong.
To win games, you have to win the game,
Steve Spagnuolo.
not lose the game.
Steve Spagnuolo is an incredible borderline Hall of Fame defensive coordinator who just, head coach wasn't his bag, baby. And now he's, by the way, the Chiefs are back. They won last night.
Yeah, yes, they are.
And so, I don't know. It's no shame. I don't know. Maybe he needs a second stint. Maybe
Really frustrated at the, just like he was.
Jalen Ramsey, maybe it was bad having him. Maybe Tyreek. I don't know. Anyway, tough one, man.
It's all
tough
right,
one.
Mike. Come back home.
Come on home.
It's going pretty well for Robert Saleh.
If you watch that game, though, they were in that game.
They were.
They should have. I mean, they allowed the Chargers to go down the field and kick a field goal, but it was 46 seconds left. You took the lead there for a change.
Man, oh man. Hey, how about the Friday night? The Friday night Tigers-Mariners, man. 5 hours, 4 hours and 58 minutes. And I missed almost the entire thing. I only got put on game about it in the top of the 15th.
Oh, bro, you would have been losing your mind because Seattle had runners in scoring position multiple times. Not even in scoring position, just runners in base. They would start in like first and second, nobody on. And there was a couple cases where they didn't even attempt to put down the bunt with like J.P. Crawford out of the 9 spot. Then J.P. Crawford's trying to put down a bunt, and they couldn't do it, Murph. You would have been losing your mind about the lack of an execution, about just moving a man over when you're playing for one run to advance to the ALCS.
Can we play the game of baseball?
It's insane.
Can we play the freaking game of They can't. They win. Now I'm kind of pissed they won. Man.
Yeah, no, dude, I was like, they've blown so many opportunities.
I'm a Mariners guy, but come on, man. What are we doing here? Anyway, the Tigers radio broadcast. And you know how John Miller does this? Stay tuned for highlights. And it's like, well, they just lost to the Rockies. I don't want to hear these highlights, right? You know what I mean? But Darren Shannon, John Miller grind them out, man. Tuesday night loss to the Rockies. Stay tuned for highlights. Well, the Tigers lost the game in 15 innings. Their dream crushed in agonizing fashion.
After that Scooble performance.
So their Tigers radio guy has to do the highlights, and he's caught on a hot mic here. Check it out here.
Dan and I will be back to talk about it after this on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game.
We get tired.
This game recap. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that out loud? 3, 2, 1.
We are all.
Oh, man.
Someone's always
You know what I heard,
rolling.
though? I heard a little things that have happened around here.
Yeah.
A couple times when I got caught on YouTube, right?
Yeah,
Just a couple times you guys are like, dude, you're like, Murph, that's hot on YouTube.
Don't swear.
Hot mic.
So,
it happens, man.
Oh,
That's the
man.
danger of always being around a microphone.
But he's right. Who wants to do that game repat if you're a Tiger? I would have just bagged it. Of course, it's like sponsored or something. So
I don't have to do a game.
We get tired.
This game recap.
Dude, keep that around. Anytime the Niners lose, we should maybe make like a loss package just to play that. Man, blank it. Give it to me one more time.
This game recap.
Man, blank that game
All
recap.
right, we're out of time, but we do have, if anybody see that Mariners in-house production of the guy running from the clubhouse up the steps onto the field is pretty darn cool.
That was sick.
And the Pat McAfee kick, you see that guy get the worst kick ever? And McAfee goes, this guy sucks. He said so. And then we also had Jerry Neuheisel. It's a great blanking day to be, dude.
Your guy.
They're like a bit of a force now. Like they hammered Michigan State on the road. It's like people are starting to talk like, are they going to make like a little run here? Like, I mean, the conference is still early. Like they're 2-1 and like, they might put something together here. So we'll see. And Jerry Neuheisel was the hero again. So all that stuff is left on the back burner because we got to get out of here and get to Tim Ryan. Big, long 49er breakdown with Tim Ryan. Can't miss it. Next on The Sports Leader.
I don't have to do a game.
We get tired.
This game recap.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, the good people at El Cerrito Honda. I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. You can see me. If you see me, like, is that Murph? The El Cerrito Honda plate right next to the red tee, the red and blue tee for Tam. With deals like these, your budget will not, they actually have the copy written here. It says your budget will not land on injured reserve. I think that's a little sensitive today. I think I got to change the topic. How about if I just say with deals like these, your budget's going to be good? How's that? Listen, what we're talking about is leasing a 2025 Honda Accord SE for only $169 a month. $169 a month. Yep, these are among hundreds of new and pre-owned Hondas in stock and ready to take home today at ElCerritoHonda.com. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Online 24/7. Check it out, ElCerritoHonda.com. You'll see the car you want. ElCerrito.com. ElCerritoHonda.com, pardon me. Say that again, ElCerritoHonda.com. Tell them your boy Murph sent you. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family. Now, example, VIN 555124, 24 months, $49.95 due at signing, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. See dealer for full details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on the sports leader.
All right, let's get into it, man. Long flight back from Tampa. Great to have Tim Ryan on, sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Timmy, man, you know where we're going. We were football fans because of people like Fred Warner. And now we don't get to see Fred Warner play, and the Niners don't get to have him on the field. So today kind of sucks, man. Good morning, Timmy.
Hey, Tim.
How are you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah, it absolutely blows. Everything was great until the third drive of that game. And, you know, despite the level of play and missing Fred's level of play out there, which is as good as it gets in pro football and has been for a long time, I'm sick for him, man. I feel awful for him and the work that he puts in and for his family and all the commitment and the sacrifice. And to have it happen the way that it did, You can't predict anything in this game. It's absolutely a hazardous activity. And just kind of the way it happened, 10 guys on the field on defense, getting rolled into by your own guy with Jair Brown, who's selling out to try to make the tackle. Obviously, zero fault of his. It's just Buzzard's luck. But I will tell you this, Fred's leadership is unbelievable. I've never seen anybody get put on a cart like that with an air boot on and still be leading his guys without a grimace and an absolute – and I'm sure they immediately – slam that thing back into place the way it was dislocated. I'm sure that didn't feel good. But to get on that cart and to have that look on his face and to keep leading, and I know he addressed the team after, and I'm sure he'll have surgery here in the next day or two and get that thing repaired and start getting ready for next year. But catastrophic crisis, at least number 4 on the year for this team, and it's only 6 weeks in the book. So tell you what, man, if you don't have any mental toughness in this game in terms of just your mentality and how you're going to approach every day when these types of things happen, it's probably not for you. Now, in terms of the football part of it, and Tatum Bethune is a young player, and, I like Tatum and I like the way he plays. They're not going to be able to replace Fred Warner, period. And again, not just the level of play and how he plays, but the communication and what he does and there's so many young guys around him. When you look at, D. Winters is a young player. Malik Mustafa getting back in the lineup, year 2. Marquise Siegel, rookie. Upton Stout, rookie. Renardo Green, year 2. And all the communication that has to go on between those back 7 guys. And it's not just the communication and getting the checks. And we're moving to this, and now it's, Arizona or whatever their calls are, and they got a bunch of them, and Fred's spitting them out from the minute they take the line of scrimmage until the snap of the whistle. It's the telling them a lot of times what's coming and taking stuff away that nobody can see when you're watching the game. Fred will take routes away. He'll get into windows. He anticipates what's coming. He's telling people probably what's coming. Be ready for this. It's like a coach on the field, man. And I've told you guys many times in this game, if you're, a step late from the neck up, you're going to be 2 steps late from the neck down in terms of what you can do physically. So, just look at the example of when he went to the game yesterday. They ended up getting a sack with Michael, and they were pretty fired up. And then, I don't know, maybe 2 drives later, there started to be one bust after the other in terms of coverage errors. That was to me the biggest football disappointment in the game. Obviously the emotion and the heavy heart and how you felt, how I felt, and I'm sure the faithful and the players and how they felt emotionally after watching that happen to Fred and being without him and knowing they're going to be without him now for an extended length of time. But the coverage errors and the mistakes, and it just, they've had so much trouble. I bet you if you watch every game and you watch the explosive plays, and there's been far too many of them, and this defense is built to keep everything in front of you and not to give up explosive plays. I will bet you a majority of those plays is either when they start in a 3-man bunch or they motion to a 2-man stack, and guys who are just unable to pass things off in the right way and get hipped up in coverage, and guys are running free. So all that's correctable. I'm sure there's going to be some soul searching in that department, and point blank, without Fred, it's going to be, demonstrably harder, but the play and the execution's got to be demonstrably better.
Tim, last week we talked about the possibility of trying to replace the production of Nick Bosa after he was rolled out for the season. So similar question with Fred Warner, even though I think these are 2 players that you can't replace, but because of everything you just said with the communication and Fred Warner out there wearing the green dot, do you think it's even going to be more difficult to replace Fred Warner than it would be to try to replace the production of a Nick Bosa?
I don't think there's 0 question in my mind about that, and it's nothing against Nick's level of play. It's just 2 different positions, and what Fred does, and Nick puts his hand in the dirt and kicks guys' ass in front of him, and doesn't talk a lot. And obviously, he's got great leadership skills and talking to the guys and the wisdom that he puts on display for them all the time. But what Fred does in terms of his leadership, and he is an undisputed leader of the football team. And he the way he practices every day, the way he is absolutely all in. There's no toe in the water for Fred Warner. It's the whole body. He's submerged. He's 1,000% all in every day. And not to say the other guys aren't, but just he does it in a different way. He is the leader, and just how that's going to affect not having his presence. And I'm sure Fred will be coming around after he gets, feeling better and helping out, because I think they're going to need him, and I think he would enjoy and will enjoy doing that and being a big asset to the guys. But his impact on everything that happens behind him and next to him it can't be replaced. And I have no idea what they're going to do in terms of, the trade market or going and getting a player. But, man, Tatum's a young guy. He's got young eyes as well. He's just going to be trying to get himself lined up and try to get it figured out and kind of get his keys and his reads. So, I think much, much, much more difficult to replace Fred Warner because of all the tangibles I just talked about.
Man, oh man, Timmy. So it's been less than 24 hours, and we're just sort of sifting through it. And we're like, at some point, like in the Sports Talk Radio, where we're like, well, what does this mean for the season? Like, we don't, you can play the Falcons on Sunday. That's what it means, right? They're going to play the Falcons on Sunday and see what happens. But, if you're Kyle or John Lynch, there was a talk about trading for a pass rusher, and now you're like, well, wait a minute. Now we got, I don't know. It's a long way of saying.
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe now there's talk about getting a veteran middle linebacker that knows what he's looking at. And you need experienced eyes at that position with all the youth around him. Otherwise, I would think, and look, these Bob Saleh and his staff and Gus and Daniel Bullocks, and they're all tremendous coaches. But the kids don't know what they don't know in terms of what their eyes are looking at, and the scheme in this league is unbelievable in terms of the difficulty and to figure it out. So it's either go get someone who has seen it all and has done it and can be an asset in that department and still a good player, or is just going to be as simplified as you can imagine, just to make sure guys can play fast and are on the right page.
Yeah, you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So big picture, are the Niners' goals out there still in front of them in a world without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner?
Well, the goals are the goals, Murph, and if everybody in that building from top to bottom doesn't have the same goal, which is the Lombardi Trophy, then they're in the wrong business. So yes. What are the expectations of the fan base? You guys talk to them all day, every day, so you know way better than I do. But I think you've got to stay positive in this league. And again, the way that the coaches have these guys prepared, and there's a lot of errors last night on both sides of the ball, and there's got to be better execution in certain areas for sure. But you could have said the same thing after Kittle goes down week 1 and then Brock's not available week 2. And an opportunity presents itself. And I think that's the thing. Like, every team is going to have and you see it around the league. Baltimore's having a crisis now. We'll see what's happening with the Rams, and they fought their way through it. But injuries are, they're going to happen, and it's going to create a crisis, and every team's going to have usually 5 of them per year. The story is what's the answer to that crisis? That's the story. We know the crisis. The story at the end of the year is, how did they deal with that crisis? How did they overcome that crisis? How did they overcome that adversity? How did they use that, that to their advantage in terms of the mental toughness and changing the way that, they're going to execute, or they're going to play, or they're going to coach? There's so much to it. But yeah, how can you not think you're going to continue to go out there, compete and win games? And we're going to find out, obviously, in the next week, what's going on with the Atlanta Falcons. Will be coming in on a short week. But man, this one's hard to handle. This league, from, we know how brutal it is physically. That's on display all the time, and we're reminded of it in horrific and catastrophic moments like we saw yesterday. But how difficult that it is emotionally and mentally is the major challenge of pro football. So, hell, I know I'm up for it. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'll be doubling down.
Tim, switching over to the 49ers offense, the offensive line allowed a season-high 6 sacks on the day. Now, we knew that Todd Bowles would dial up the blitz, but also Vita Vea was constantly getting pressure against the 49ers' interior offensive line. So your breakdown of that performance, giving up 6 sacks yesterday.
You know what I'd like to see, Marcus? I'd have liked to see you tackle Vita Vea when he was a running back at Milpitas High School weighing 300 pounds.
You know, Tim, I'll tell you a story. One time I did. I was a senior at Homestead High School. Played against him as a freshman.
Hell you did.
Luckily, he was a freshman. I did not play him as a senior. Outside linebacker, down block from the tackle, crashed the line of scrimmage. I pulled him down by his hair, Tim. He turned around and almost tried to kill me.
Oh, you're one of those guys, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
it's a part of the jersey, Tim. It's a part of the jersey, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I got
You're right. All right. You know what? I stand corrected.
But I get what you're saying, man. He's a grown-ass man, and he was a freshman there, Tim. He was a freshman.
Marcus, I'm sorry I went there, man. You got my respect.
Thank you, Tim.
Good for you, man. Yeah, he was. You got to get Vita tired, and you got to have long drives, and you got to get him running. You got to get him moving, and he was a major handful. And you know, he's a fire hydrant, and you're not going to get him moved out of there. But where he's underrated is a pass rusher, and a lot of times you watch him, and he's got a lot of finesse to his pass rush. But that was not on display yesterday. What was on display was his power rush and what he can do. And I mean, he may have not gotten those sacks, but he got the party started without question. The first one splitting, Brendel and Pooney and getting in the backfield. Then somebody else cleaned it up. There were several plays. One time he forklifted and trucked Dominic Pooney to his back. Guys were slipping all over out there. That and both sides. It wasn't just the 49ers. Yeah. I mean, that field is. You guys, that's the first thing I do when I get to a stadium is walk on the field, and immediately I go, holy smokes, this place is chopped up with all the play that they get, and that was a factor in the game. But, yeah, man, it's the offensive line's got to play better. It's that simple. I thought McKivitz, going back and watching the tape, played his ass off. There was that 6 sack. I think he was anticipating more help from Jake Tonjes, and they stay in and protect and help out. And I could just tell by Colton's set that he was anticipating more than just kind of a blow by Tonjes. Kittle's going to be a major shot in the arm running pass when he gets back. I thought Trent Williams battled his ass off, still playing at a high level. Connor Colby's just. He needs an NFL. He needs to earn an NFL weight room and get stronger. And he is a very good player. But he's young. He's a rookie 7th round pick, and lining up against Vita Vea. That's no senior against a freshman grabbing him by the hair.
No, not at all.
that's the other way. That's the other way around. And I would say, you watch Jake play, and there's a lot of good when you watch him play. And then there's some times where he just, and it's not just Jake. You watch it's hard to be a dominant offensive lineman down in and down out in pro football. And but he's certainly good enough, and it plays a big role in there, and all the protection calls and everything that he does. I want to see Pooney get back to Pooney, and I don't know what's going on with him. I know he's, grinding, practices his ass off, working his ass off. He's a smart guy. He cares. You could tell on that false start, how big was that play? On the 4th and about a foot, and he flinched as Mac was going to get up under the line of scrimmage, and old Poon is pounding the grass with his hands, just pissed. I mean, it's just been one of those kind of years for him. He'll get it figured out, and he'll get more consistent. Because again, I mean, that's the thing. I was talking to Barch the other day. I'm like, I was a D lineman, and we're built a little bit different. You might block me for 34 plays, but if I get 1 sack, if I beat you once, I'm celebrating like a gladiator on the field. I said, you guys got to get a no sack dance at the end of games, like
I like that.
against their best pass rusher, and it's a gotta have it moment for their pass rush. and they don't get a sniff. You guys, all 5 in unison, have to have a no-sack dance.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's hard, man. Those guys, they're going to get beat too, but I want to see Pooney play like I know Pooney can play, and it hasn't been to that level this year for one reason or another.
Well, all very well explained, Tim. Hey, man, for final few items before we let you go is Mac Jones. Let's talk about Mac. Man, you could tell. And Trent even revealed he got the painkiller in the ribs. I mean, so much of this stuff goes on that we fans don't even know about. And, that was a gutty performance with an oblique and a knee and that pressure. And he threw a lot of good balls, and his yardage total was high, but didn't get the win. Maybe mobility becomes, can you step up in the pocket with your Purdy, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd love just your full breakdown on Mac, the injury, playing hurt, and then having to deal with that pressure.
Yeah, well, obviously the numbers are the numbers, and I just am impressed every time I watch him absolutely rip it. Some of those layered throws over the middle are just incredibly, incredibly good. And, the mobility is a challenge, and especially because he's beat up. And it seems like if one guy gets there, there's not a lot of escapability trying to get out of the well. And those, when you play a guy like Mac Jones, you're going to play him a little bit differently as a pass rusher. You're not afraid of taking edges. You're not afraid of selling out. You're not afraid of taking chances because you can recover. And when 3 or 4 other guys are doing the same thing, the rush plan is relentless, pin your ears back and go, because you're not really worried about him getting out of the pocket, and he can certainly on the keepers and the boots, and all those are effective. And he can move around some. Obviously, it's been limited over the last couple of games with his injuries. But you're not worried about him creasing you for a 30-yard run. He might run for a first down and dive and whatever, and pick up some yards that way. But you rush him different, and you can see that when you're watching him play. But I'm so impressed with him. He made a lot of great throws last night. I'm sure he'd want that, the 4th and 6 with the game on the line there back, in terms of that throw and trying to get it to Jawan Jennings. That was a really good play by their corner, getting that interception. But impressed every time I watch him. Really impressed with his grit and his toughness and his mindset and his commitment and his accountability to his teammates. He's an absolute perfect teammate. And we always say it, what do you expect from a backup quarterback? If your starter's out 4 games, you want him to hold it down and try to win 2 of them. If a backup can do that, you're cooking with gas. Mac is 3-1 in 4 starts, and had him, despite everything that was going on yesterday, had him in an opportunity to be in that game the whole way. So proud of him, proud of the way that, Kyle's coaching him and Mick Lombardi and the plays and how he's executing. Give him a run game, which is close. And I say that every week, but going back again and watching the tape, you guys, I could show you 5 good blocks on runs that get 3 yards, and CMC is squeezing everything out of those runs that he can. And there's one guy that's not executing, whether he's just not executing his assignment, whether he's, blocking the wrong assignment in terms of where he's going. I'm including the tight ends and the receivers because they all got to block. But a lot of times it's all set up for that, for a grind, a nice run, and it's just one guy, and it's just one guy that's not getting the job done, and you see that play after play after play. So give Mac a run game and watch what happens in terms of some of the things that he'll be able to do when the defenses kind of sitting on their heels a little bit.
Yeah, well said. McCaffrey, 17 carries, 54 yards, 3.2. The Bucs ran for 104.
What has it been, 5 games, Murph, that they haven't rushed for more than 85 yards, which is, I think a franchise low or
franchise history,
yeah.
bro. Going back to McElhaney,
bro,
Joe Perry.
This team been around a long time.
Dude, my dad,
a lot of games.
I heard about Hugh McElhaney since I was a kid, dude. We had a tradition here, and Joe the Jet Perry, man, he was the Hall of Famer who led the league in rushing. So,
but to Tim's point, this is 4 straight Mac Jones starts where they failed to get more than 80 rushing yards.
Yeah, give Mac a run game, right? Hey, man, just because you're a football guy, man, just a thought on Baker Mayfield. What a story. Heisman Trophy, #1 pick, Cleveland, the disaster. Bosa gets him. Baker. He journeys, bounces around. And, dude, As he said last week, yeah, they used to say I was immature and I talked S. Now I'm a dog and I have moxie, he said. But, dude, that third and 14 play, I mean, we were saying that playground, dude, down at the neighborhood Turkey Bowl, bro, just let me shed every tackle I can and go get that first down. Wow. Baker Mayfield.
Number one, he's fearless, right, in the way that he plays. And, the guy's, I don't know, maybe 6'1", maybe. And he doesn't care. He's absolutely fearless. He's not a guy that, the 49ers, you'd look at him and look at his numbers and go, wow, he runs 4.5 and he's I mean, when I was coming out of college, he's a 4.84. I was close to that. I was like, it's not like, oh my God, this guy with his legs but then you watch him play and you can't get him down. And the 3rd and 14 play, which absolutely changed the game. I think it was 20-19 at that point.
It was.
They get him to 3rd and 14. Bryce Huff whiffs along with Trevis Gibson, who had a couple of whiffs. And to those guys' defense, if you don't beat somebody clean as a pass rusher and you don't have your whole body by him, you cannot break down on the quarterback. Because as soon as you break down and try to kind of widen your base a little bit and make sure you get him, you're getting, now pushed by your hip. The O-lineman's still blocking you. And if you slow down, it gives the O-lineman a chance to recover and get a hand on you and push you off of the quarterback and push you off of a sack opportunity. So once you beat a guy, if it's not super quick and it's not super clean, you got to go, man. It is, as fast as you can step on the gas pedal to get to the quarterback. And Baker's just got the innate ability to dip, to spin, to drop his levels, right? All the great routes, drop your level, get down, and right over the top, whiff. So he is a very, very tough sack. So both of those guys miss. Now it's vintage Baker. He gets out in space, runs to his left. He may have been past the line of scrimmage when he was already pump faking. And Upton Stout, the young player that he is, you cannot react to those pump fakes. You got to just go to your aiming point. And how many times do you see guys react when they see that? And like D linemen love to get their hands up. Cover guys love to break down like there might be a receiver behind him or next to him that he's getting ready to throw to, and it just slows the process down just enough where he was able to give him a little okey doke and get to the outside. And then Renardo Green, same thing. He misses the tackle. He can't get him down. Would love to see Renardo, and I know he's dealing with a neck, but knife right through those lower legs with your shoulder pad and get him off his feet. So then he kind of drags Tatum Bethune for another yard or two and needed 14 and got 15. Yeah. And then we know what happened, a couple plays later with the bomb shot down the middle. Man. I was not a big fan of Baker Mayfield and just watching him play in college. I mean, I knew he was a tough guy. I knew about his, I didn't think he was immature. I just thought, man, this guy, he's not going to be long for this league with a mindset like that because he's just, in terms of his physical skill sets, man, he's going to get tattooed. He's going to get smoked. And I was 100% wrong. He has earned every bit of my respect. You saw it with the Rams when he was there for a cup of coffee and how he played on no preparation. Then the whole, his experience in Tampa has been tremendous. So he has got true grit, man. And, maybe we get him and put him at Mike Backer. He might be all right in there. He might be all right in there.
Give Baker
either that or we just sign Marcus. One or the other.
Hey, buddy. As long as the hair is coming out of the helmet, he's got you.
I'm back with long hair. I'm your guy.
As long as the hair is there, man, he'll make the tackle, dude.
You better get off your weight loss supplements and get back out there.
Exactly. You got it, Tim.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, give Baker the green dot. Get him out there, dude. That was great.
Baker the green dot. Oh, man.
Hey, that was a really good background, though, on him. I like hearing you talk about Baker. That was cool talking football. And this guy's, as you said, true grit. Great phrase, man. True grit. I love it. By the way, they play the Detroit Lions on Monday night, so that'll be a pretty darn good game. He's entertaining.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like Tom Brady was like a robot, like I get it. He processed, he threw balls accurately. He was a winner. He was awesome. But Baker's got so much more raw. There's a raw quality to Baker that's more appealing to me, quite frankly. I mean, I'm like, man, this guy's
and in today's world with the way social media is and everything else, if it's not real, a lot of people don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's
Baker's
out there, man.
real.
Yeah, he's the real deal, man. He's
Absolutely.
fun. So listen, respectable loss, and now we pick up the pieces and figure out what happens. I know you'll talk to the boys the rest of the week and do your big thing with Greg, and we'll get ready. And this Falcons game will tell us a lot. So we'll talk to you next week, brother. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
All right, chin up, fellas. Good talking to you.
Always great with Tim Ryan on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Aloha, the Big Island Getaway is back. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16 to 21. Listen to Murph and Marcus, 7 to 10, Papa and Silver, 11 to 2, or Dirty Work, 3 to 6, for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii. This thing is incredible, and we're doing round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines, plus a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. Get to hang out with Murph and Marcus. Curly's going to be there. I think Tim's going to be there. The Dirty Work crew, Copes, Depop, everybody's going to be there. And it's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and, of course, the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
Oh, yeah. So listen, we've been down and out. Fred Warner. Everybody wants to see Fred Warner play football and lead the Niners. He's out. So we've been down. Let's turn that frown upside down. Let's take somebody to Hawaii. Let's go. Well, let's qualify somebody for the drawing to go to Hawaii. Can't give away that.
You got to qualify to go to Hawaii.
Qualify. So. Can't give away the ticket just yet. But you got no choice other than to call John Joe Curley right now. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. I'll say it one more time. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 qualifies for the drawing, okay? So we'll do this the rest of this week, 7 to 10 a.m. This is the Big Island Getaway. It's back. Listen to us, 7 to 10 a.m. with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. I'm very much looking forward to this, brother.
Oh, so am I.
Furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Reward from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You're looking forward to this?
Oh, absolutely, Murph. And even last year where we had to fly out during the 49er game, shout out Hawaiian Airline. The best Wi-Fi that I've ever had on the plane. Dude, we were streaming the 49er game on our way to Hawaii. Now, unfortunately, it ended with Geno Smith saying night-night as we're checking into the hotel. But yeah, I'm hyped. Shout out to our partners over at Hawaiian Airlines.
All right, and true or false, young Tony, Jack Johnson once sat in on this show with a guitar and just strummed a couple tunes because he was hanging out at K-Fog and decided to come on down and string. I believe he played Banana Pancakes. True or false? Did that happen?
Well, I mean, yeah, true.
It's got to be true.
Yeah, it's too many details.
And if it's false, I'm not going to call you out on it.
Especially because I named the name of the song.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Jack Johnson was at K-Fog.
Isn't it true?
And somebody, one of our producers, I forgot, I want to give credit. Who was it? Was it like, I want to say it was Cyrus.
Wow.
Somebody who went and got him.
Cyrus was running the show?
I want to say he went and got him. Yeah. And I want to say Cyrus went and got him and said, hey, do you want to come down? He's like, cool. He walked in. He's got the flip-flops on and shorts. Just looking like Jack Johnson. And I think he played this. I think he just strummed down. He's like, hey, man. And then we were like, hey, man, do you like sports? He's like, yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, whatever.
He's like, he goes surfing. He goes, Kelly Slater. We're like, yeah, we're friends. We were like, Kelly Slater. Yeah, we know him at Pebble Beach. He's like, cool, guys. He's like, I'm going to go to K-Fog now. And that was pretty much it.
Yeah, enjoy.
True or false, BB Newworth, who played Lilith on Cheers, once sat in on this show. You know, I'm asking. We had some randos through the years, bro. She was appearing in a Broadway show in San Francisco and popped in, dude.
All right,
Lilith
now
from Cheers, Frasier's wife.
Now, if I could get a quick digression in, because I've heard these songs before, but I wasn't too familiar what Jack Johnson would look like. So if I was your producer, it would trouble me to go get him from K-Fog and bring him down. But now that I'm looking up photos with the shaved head, what do you give me for this dude and Gabe Kapler?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
I mean, there's something there.
There's a little bit there, right?
I'm going to tell you that Jack is significantly more, what's the word? I want to be careful. I don't want to be mean to Gabe. He's a nice guy. He helped the Giants show community fund. Jack's a little more down to earth. Is that it?
Once again, Murph.
Really? Is that what you imagine? That's an uninformed take. You probably need to do some homework on that.
I think I need to turn my Gabe narrative around and embrace Gabe Kapler.
Turn that
He's
frown
our
upside
guy.
down.
I love Gabe.
Yeah,
I want Gabe back.
Oh, look at that.
I want Gabe back.
Oh, tell Jack Loader to clip that for digital.
Oh, man. All good. Yes,
I wonder,
there is a little bit of Gabe Kapler there.
I wonder if
Jack,
without
significant amount of muscle and tattoos.
Yeah, the question is how good is his walk? Can Jack Johnson whip up a nice walk?
Oh, boy.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
I mean, if Gabe had a recording career, that voice, I mean, he could go a long way with that voice, man.
Yeah.
Barry White lives. So anyway, good luck to everybody, and thank you for the Jack Johnson. All right, let's react to all the stuff Tim Warner. I just created Tim Ryan and Fred Warner into Tim Warner.
I find myself in my own personal life being like, yeah, the Giants game went really well yesterday. And I'm like, wait, the Giants game, the Niners game.
I know. Because we're sleep deprived, bro.
It happens.
We're sleep deprived.
I mean,
Try doing it for 21. I bet it'll be 21 next month.
God bless.
Should we have another party for 21? I don't think so.
Congrats. I'll buy you a beer.
Maybe Thin Tim will take me to House of Prime Rib.
Ooh.
All right? I mean, geez.
I like that thought.
I'm going to go ahead and say, did what he's accomplished in 20 years really merit a House of Prime Rib? I'm going to go ahead and ask that out loud. 808 KNBR.
Yeah, let's go resume for resume. Whose resume is the largest?
Hey
now.
I don't know. Ask Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
All right. Here's
Time to go.
Tim Ryan on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, prayers to Fred and his family and everything. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but, obviously looked pretty bad. And Fred's just our team captain, and he's been the leader of this team for a long time. So really all you can do is just pray for him and know that we have his back. I was disappointed that I didn't play better for him today. Sometimes I can, create good play, and it didn't today. So really just praying for him, and I know he's going to do a great job, getting back.
Man, oh man, the Fred Warner injury, less than 24 hours. We're still sort of sifting through it all, man. That was Mac Jones, of course, talking about it. By the way, 916 says Jack Johnson for Giants manager. How about that? And 831, we got a little Fox News thing here. Says, breaking news. Padres manager Mike Shildt announced his retirement today. We got that from Curly and from listeners. Mike Shildt, Padres guy. I thought he was... That's interesting because he's winning some ball games down there, doing a great job. I wonder if it's, something going on, just time to step aside. I don't know. But
maybe.
How about his last act, just fathering umpires as they leave the field in Wrigley Field?
Way to be a red ass on the way out.
He red-assed his way to the very end, man. That's interesting that because he was successful down there.
Yeah. It's surprising. He hasn't been there too long. Now, especially when I hear about coaches retiring, I'm always a little skeptical.
925 says, boys, I want to win this contest so bad. And he says, I want to take Murph golfing or playing golf, one of the two.
Yeah, it's playing golf.
He says, but the line is always busy when I call. Curly, can you help him on that? Can you help him, Curls?
Keep calling.
925 guys, because we do have a winner, a qualifier, I should say, from today.
Somebody got through that busy line.
Brian from Concord got through.
Hey, congrats, Brian. Congrats.
I got to be honest, I feel the frustration of a listener when you call and it's busy. You're like, what do I do?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who want to go to Hawaii.
You just got to get lucky?
Mm-hmm.
All right. 408 says, I'm confused. Do you call right now or do I wait 20 seconds and then call?
See,
How does this work?
This is the problem.
Because it was confusion.
When we talk about inside radio and a 20-second delay that we're on, that does not impact the listeners at all. That's just a safety net in case Murph or I drop an F-bomb.
Okay. So I'd say just call.
Just call when you hear us talk about
it. Yeah. Anyway, guys, that's the deal. Here's the deal. We've been talking all morning about the Fred Warner situation, and we've had Todd Husak and Tim Ryan on, and we're sort of started attacking this thing like, in the end, what are the Niners able to accomplish this year? What can they do now that, ready for Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are freaking out for the season? Dude, I go back to my Frost-Soft high school basketball teammate who used to joke around every layup like, we're here with Brian Murphy. Do you have the horses, Brian, to compete? He used to talk all the time. Murph, do you have the horses? We used to simulate this Dick Vitale interview. Vitale was new and fresh at the time in 82, 83, 84. And we used to joke, hey, do you have the horses? Do you have the horses? Do the Niners have the horses? Looks like they don't have the horses, buddy.
My answer would be no. And the most frustrating part is like, we've been talking about these injuries all season long. But at least there was the thought process that most of your horses would be coming back. You get a George Kittle, you get a Brock Purdy, you get a Brandon Ayuk, you get a Ricky Pearsall. That's all great. But when you have horses like both Fred Warner and Nick Bosa going down for the season, I don't know how you recover from this. And I don't know how you can't change your expectations from this team. Now, that's not me saying there should be sellers at the trade deadline and they have zero chance of making the playoffs. But no, I think you definitely have to tweak the way you look at the Super Bowl opportunities when you're missing two of your best players. That goes without saying. But even further than that, dude, this Fred Warner injury is the worst one of the season in comparison to everything else that they've been to, and even worse than Nick Bosa's injury. Because
George Kittle?
This is not, yes, because at least George is going to come back. Without Fred Warner out there, it's so hard to replace a middle linebacker that has all the responsibilities of Fred Warner. When he's out there with the green dot on, he's the one controlling traffic. He's the one checking audibles and going back and forth with the quarterback. Like, Nick Bosa is a premier pass rusher, but his job is to put his hand in the dirt and get after the quarterback. Fred Warner brings so much more to the table that he's going to be so much harder to replace if there is anything that can resemble anything that Fred Warner is.
925 says, I'm just getting in the car. This feels like the day after a playoff loss. Can you make me feel better? And I think the answer 925 is no.
Yeah.
We cannot.
Well, we're giving away qualifiers to Hawaii.
There's that.
That'll make you feel better.
You asked Tim Ryan, is this worse than Nick Bosa? Here's what he said.
There's zero question in my mind about that, and it's nothing against Nick's level of play. It's just two different positions. But what Fred does in terms of his leadership And he is an undisputed leader of the football team. The way he practices every day, the way he is absolutely all in. There's no toe in the water for Fred Warner. It's the whole body. He's submerged. He's 1,000% all in every day. And not to say the other guys aren't, but just he does it in a different way. He is the leader, and just how that's going to affect not having his presence. And I'm sure Fred will be coming around after he gets, feeling better and helping out, because I think they're going to need him, and I think he would enjoy and will enjoy doing that and being a big asset to the guys. But his impact on everything that happens behind him and next to him it can't be replaced. And I have no idea what they're going to do in terms of, the trade market or going and getting a player. But, man, Tatum's a young guy. He's got young eyes as well. He's just going to be trying to get himself lined up and try to get it figured out and kind of get his keys and his reads. So, I think much, much, much more difficult to replace Fred Warner because of all the tangibles I just talked about.
A good answer. He answered the question directly. I'm at the point where right now, and I think I'm probably going to maintain this stance all week, although we do 4 hours a day and things change with our moods and our arguments and stuff. But I want to see how they play Sunday is my big thing. Like the schedule. I mean, we've been joking about the schedule forever. Thank you, Tony. Last place schedule. And drawing the NFC South is part of it this year. The NFC South is not awesome, although Tampa Bay is pretty awesome. But the next 3 games are Atlanta Falcons at home. Falcons play tonight. Then at Houston. Now listen, I mean, who the Texans? Did they play yesterday?
The Texans are also going tonight. No, they're on a bye this week.
They're on a bye,
they're
right?
on a bye.
And then at the New York Giants. Well, the Giants just beat the Eagles. Scatterboo. You need Fred Warner to tackle Scatterboo.
Yeah, you need Fred Warner to do a lot for this defense. And Murph, I'm with you. I think the 49ers will assess their defense with Robert Saleh and what he can mix and match over the next couple weeks. But we saw this 49er defense for 37 plays this weekend without Fred Warner on the field. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers accumulated 309 yards on those 37 plays and scored 24 points on 5 drives.
And, dude, the touchdown, it went the first 3 drives after Warner went out. Touchdown.
And I think a perfect example is the Cameron Johnson touchdown, where Upton Stout is coming off a blitz, but they put Cameron Johnson in motion across the offense. There's no communication. There's no pass it along to the next man, because next thing you know, Cameron Johnson is sprinting up the sideline and 2 defenders from the 49ers are covering the flat route instead of talking to each other and saying that your assignment changes on this play, and that's how you get a blown coverage. And I think it's in part due to not having a leader like Fred Warner out there.
Man, oh man. 415 says if we could sign a veteran linebacker for the rest of the year and then poach Trey Hendrickson from Cincy, by the way, he got hurt yesterday, we could make some noise defensively. We need to do something. 510 says, Warner, Bosa, gone. Too much to overcome. Another season down the drain in terms of a playoff run due to injuries. He then says, as John Miller would say, bummer, dude.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Now, I'm not saying the season is completely over. I mean, look at the Detroit Lions as an example from last year. Lost Aiden Hutchinson, their best defensive player, dealt with a ton of injuries on the defensive side. They were still one of the best offenses in the league, had a bye, ended up getting upset by the Washington Commanders. But still, my point is, the 49ers should still have enough pieces offensively to score points. The question is the offensive line going to be able to block anybody? And can the defense just hold teams to 25 or less?
And who's your quarterback?
Yes.
Is it Brock Purdy coming back this week? Here's Tim Ryan about, do you go trade for a veteran linebacker?
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe now there's talk about getting a veteran middle linebacker that knows what he's looking at. And you need experienced eyes at that position with all the youth around him. Otherwise, I would think, and look, these Bob Saleh and his staff and Gus and Daniel Bullocks, and they're all tremendous coaches. But the kids don't know what they don't know in terms of what their eyes are looking at, and the scheme in this league is unbelievable in terms of the difficulty and to figure it out. So it's either go get someone who has seen it all and has done it and can be an asset in that department and still a good player, or is just going to be as simplified as you can imagine, just to make sure guys can play fast and are on the right page.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be a star, just a meat and potatoes guy who can kind of direct traffic and be that veteran. This is where you're going in the huddle. Hey, guys, if they come out in this formation, this is your assignment.
Because you need that presence when you're relying on so many rookie and second-year players already. Like D. Winters has been a great addition to the defense this year after not really doing anything last year, even trying to get opportunities filling in for Dre Greenlaw. Like, he made a huge step this offseason, but I think a lot of his success is because he's playing next to Fred Warner. So there's also going to be a trickle-down effect of now D. Winters not having his partner in crime, or Alfred Collins, C.J. West, Michael Williams, and these rookies on the front seven not having the privilege of having Fred Warner play behind them.
Yeah. 831 goes on the other side of the ball and says, even after losing Warner, they still had chances to win, but the O-line needs to play a lot better, and they need Brock to get healthy. Mac Jones has been great, but you're starting to see defenses take advantage of his lack of legs. 707 says, not out of the question to have one of these young linebackers step up. Tatum Bethune, Nick Martin, time to pull up Chris Borland. Let's go, baby. All right. 831 says, not over till they're mathematically eliminated. They're leading the NFC West, mathematically eliminated. What are you talking about? Then he says, give it 2 weeks, then we'll know if we're cooked. 2 weeks will tell you a lot. It's very, very true.
Mathematically
And
eliminated.
then 805 says, guys, not to be a contrarian here, but at what point do you think maybe about being a seller instead of a buyer? It's funny.
No, Murph. The season's not over until the Niners are 6 games out with 5 games left.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Until then, it's football.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Football Mensch, by the way, dropping a nuclear bomb on Larry Krueger. With more to come. Still haven't even unveiled Bijan tonight. I'm not going to send it out publicly until Bijan finishes his work tonight, and then we can kind of sort of take the shovel and just tamp down the grave. Just tamp down the grave.
We'll examine the body tomorrow.
We'll examine the body tomorrow. All right, we'll find out what young Tony learned. We'll hand it over to Greg Silver and JD on the other side. Man, oh man, Niners. It was tough on the Sports Leader.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run. It's not over yet.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's been a tough day, man. Again, when you just pull back 30,000 feet and just go macro, Niners are going to play the rest of the season without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And I said to you at 6:01, old head, it's like the Beatles without Lennon and McCartney, freaking Stones without Mick and Keith. Choose your band from your current era. I don't know. Revolution without who?
Yeah. But I told you, Murph, I don't want Robert Saleh to turn into Yoko Ono just screaming about the defense out there by himself.
That was pretty good. By the way, I see you. It took me 3.5 hours to realize that you're wearing a Revolution hoodie.
Pretty nice hoodie, huh?
Yeah, it is very nice.
Shout out to Revolution. Always puts on a great show.
So it's like Revolution without their front man and their main guy. So, yeah, it's just so tough. And, I mean, the next week or two will tell a lot. The trade deadline is November 4, so they have a couple weeks to see what their identity is. But we do have a ton of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and text line. You can react to this. 408 says, guys, we lost 2 defensive players of the year. Now, Fred Warner's never won it, but he honestly was in the mix this year.
He was in the conversation this year. Hell, he was in the conversation last year when he was playing with a broken ankle.
I mean, so 408 says, hello, Nick Martin. You got to get a little good text that says, hello.
Hello.
How often do you walk? How do you say to somebody, hello,
Well,
McFly?
I would say, hello, 408. Nick Martin hasn't been on an active roster at all this year. So it's great that he'll get an opportunity, but I think Nick Martin's got to prove he can play special teams before he can play middle linebacker.
This text from 646 is something else. I got to read this one. He says, the 49ers have the talent to win when they have the talent. Despite the summer's roster's promise, the autumn reality is that this is shaping up to be yet another lost season. He says this season illustrates what Prussian Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke once said. Bro, you know me. I'm the master at trivia. I've never heard of Prussian Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke, who said, quote, no plan of operations reaches with any certainty beyond the first encounter with the enemy's main force. He then says, or as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Early September, the 49ers had a plan. Wow, that was a long, wild text from 646.
How do you go from Helmuth von Moltke to Mike Tyson?
707 says you need to trade for a middle linebacker ASAP. DeMario Davis or Quincy Williams comes to mind. 5-3 says, can we talk about the field conditions? You know, Tim Ryan mentioned them, and I got a text from my buddy Schmitty, the Philly fan. By the way, he had a rough week. Phillies bounced and Eagles lose. And he said, hey, Niner. He keeps calling, on game day, he calls me Niner.
Hey, Niner.
He goes, hey, Niner, what are you thinking about this? And he goes, hey, Niner. I was like, dude, you don't have to call me Niner. All right, bro. But he goes, hey, Niner, how about those field conditions? He goes, we experienced the same thing. I guess the Eagles went down there and slipped all over the place. Does a college team play there on Saturdays?
That I'm not sure of.
Because Tim said the abuse that field gets. Maybe they do play on a Saturday. I should probably have done some research.
I think he said South Florida might play there.
They might.
Yeah.
Either way, you guys noticed that. It was slipping and sliding, right? For sure, man. And just a couple more here. 707 says, remember when Navarro Bowman went down? Niners went out and got Takeo Spikes. We need a Takeo Spikes. So there you guys go. So there was a long list of people checking in, and we're still kind of sifting through 24 hours later and not sure what this season will hold. All right, Young Tone, it's time to learn what we all learned today. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, what we learned is that young Tony can do research, by the way, because he just figured out South Florida Bulls do play there, huh?
Shout out me listening on Sunday. And then Eddie P slipped on one of those field goal attempts as well. So there was a lot of field issues out there, man.
Wow.
Also, can we make sure nobody's stepping on the foot of Eddie Pinero?
Dude!
What the hell are we doing?
By the way, and before we get to young Tony here, look at this.
This is also something I learned. It's not going to be what it is, but this is something I learned.
Niner line struggling. Yeah. See, you got called. I was watching the NBC Sunday Night Football postgame where they go to Andy Reid, who's getting a little older. Andy Reid's getting a little older. The mustache is getting a little droopier.
Aren't we all?
You're in your prime, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
And he calls out. He goes, "We're 7-7. Get in here, big guy." And the team's like, "Ah!" It was Jalen Moore.
Wow.
Dude, he's getting Jalen Moore's getting national shout-outs.
Well, he should be after
Former
the amount
Niner.
of money the Chiefs paid him.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And this unfortunately happens too much. We lose Titans. And God, we just did Robert Redford a couple weeks ago. We've had any number of musical greats that have passed away. And we haven't had a chance to pay homage to one of the all-time likable, charismatic, beautiful, lovable actresses in my lifetime and in yours. You guys may not be as familiar with her career. Diane Keaton died at the age of 79. I was like, whoa! You know who checked in on it? Spider Leland. Spider Leland is how I found out. You know how some people are on the front end of a celebrity death and you didn't know because you're just like looking at your phone? He just writes Diane Keaton. Oh, man, this one hurts. I was like, yo, Spider, what are you telling me, bro? So then I had to Google it. She was only 79, and she's so lovable. Everybody loved Diane Keaton. First of all, Kay Adams, Michael Corleone's wife and Godfather, dude. 2 epic scenes. One, when she's telling Michael she does not like that she's married to a mob guy, and she says, he says, what do you think senators and presidents do, Kay? And she goes, you're being naive if you think this is how the world is. And he said, what do you think senators and presidents do? She says, senators and presidents don't have men killed. He says, oh, really, Kay? Who's being naive? Oh, bro. And then the final scene is when he takes over the family from his dad and Sonny, and they're kissing his ring, and she's looking from the living room, and they shut the door. That's how Godfather ends. That was how she started. And then the legendary Annie Hall. She won the actress. God, this is how sweet and adorable she is here with her. She's flirting with Woody here. I know Woody Allen. People hate him. Just enjoy Diane Keaton here. Yes.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Well, bye.
You play very well.
Oh, yeah? So do you. Oh, God, what a dumb thing to say, right? I mean, you say you play well, and then right away I have to say you play well. Oh, God, Annie. Well, oh, well. La-di-da, la-di-da.
That was so famous. She's had these little silly phrases. She wears this tie. Everybody's like, man, she's got style. She's fast. She's beautiful. She just was cool, man. You know where you would know her from? She was the voice of Dory's mom in Finding Dory.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
So there you go.
Nice.
There's one for your generation.
Yeah,
romantic comedy with Jack. There you go. She was super sweet. She's the kind of girl you had a crush on, in school, and everybody. She had, Nicholson was in love with her. Pacino was in love with her. They were all in love with her. De Niro was. They were all in love with her. And she was like, la-di-da, la-di-da. So we miss you, Diane. God, Candace was really emotional about it. She's like, this would really hurt.
La-di-da, la-la.
See, you're bringing me back now. You're making me sad. So, God, by the way, the 70s, my parents took me to see that movie in the theater. Bro, there's rampant sex, profanity, drug use. And I was like 10, Mom and Dad, just checking it out.
Yeah, pass the popcorn, Mom.
It was just, we didn't protect like they do now. They didn't, you can't see that. My mom and dad are like, we're going to the movies. We're going to see Annie Hall. I'm like, what's going on here? I don't even know what's going on. They're having sex. What's going on?
Which is hilarious that now, parents will try to shield their kids from it, but the kids also have access to the internet, so they can see whatever the hell they want.
La-di-da.
La-di-da. La-di-da.
Rest in peace, Diane Keaton. We'll miss you. All right, time for Papa and Silver. It is JD filling in for Papa today. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love parents. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me.
I don't have to do a game. Oh,
We get time.
this game recap.
As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Motion to tight end, stops in the backfield now. He hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately. The handoff to McCaffrey. McCaffrey up the middle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. They rush just the 4 deep. Drop for Mayfield. Pressured, and he almost goes down. Gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left, pump fakes a couple of times, slips a tackle from Upton Stout, gets near the first down marker, lunges forward, reaches the ball across, and he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield.
Waist-high shotgun snap for Mayfield. Pumps again, steps up into the pocket, launches it deep downfield, and reaching out to reel it in at the goal line. Tez Johnson, by his fingertips, is in for the touchdown from 45 yards.
Yeah, and then he does a back handspring with a Baroni on the end of it, a flip with a twist, and went right by Renardo Green.
Both teams will come to the middle of the field. Mayfield and this Tampa Bay team have been winning a lot of close games. This one today, though, a 30-19 victory at home over the 49ers.
Again, the toughest thing is the loss of Fred Warner early in the game to a catastrophic lower leg injury.
Justin Allegri and Tim Ryan on the call for that one. And yes, the 49ers do fall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 30-19. Second loss of the season for the Niners. But, you know, all these teams and the Buccaneers and the Niners in the fourth quarters they've been the cardiac kids. They've been the adrenaline junkies, whatever nickname you want to have for it. But yesterday, not only was it an 11-point game, it felt like the air was sucked out of the stadium on the road after Fred Warner went down. And that, of course, was the big loss that the 49ers suffered beyond just a Sunday, beyond just that game, and falling to another really good team in Tampa Bay who deserves credit. They've had injuries of their own. Baker Mayfield has been sensational to start the year. But as we reconvene at 10 a.m. on a Monday on Papa and Silver, JD filling in for Papa today. Now we just ask, where do the 49ers go from here? Lots of reaction to get into. We will talk about the game. We will talk about the loss. And story number 1 and 2, Fred Warner goes down on a defense that already lost Nick Bosa for the season. So, JD, it's always good to be with you. I am excited for the next 4 hours, but tough going for the 49ers, and you got to see it all firsthand yesterday.
Yeah, it's brutal. It really is. It's a very difficult reaction Monday if you're a 49er fan, given the fact that I think the air was completely taken out, at least for the time being, on the 49ers season when Fred Warner goes down. And there are aspects of the game to get into: the early Mac Jones interception, the 3rd and 14 conversion by Baker Mayfield, and then the touchdown that followed it, becoming differences in what was it. You know, the Niners could have still won the game even after Fred Warner went out, but Tampa equally a good team in comparison to the 49ers, and they were up to the task and the better team yesterday at Raymond James Stadium. But yeah, big picture, I think, is where we have to go, in addition to getting into all of the details as to how and why the 49ers dropped to 4-2, because it truly at this point now is more about what can the 49ers make of the remainder of their season, because they're going to have to play 11 games and hopefully a playoff game or two without Fred Warner. They're still a 4-2 football team, but to lose him and to see the entire 49er team, including Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, on the field as Warner is getting put onto the cart, and just the love and appreciation. I mean, he is truly the heart and soul, as Trent Williams said after the game in the locker room, of the team. Not just the leader of the defense, but the heart and soul of the entire 49er football team. So I thought the Niners actually competed pretty well, considering the fact that happened so early. They didn't play, obviously, well enough to win. But now the key question becomes, how does the 49ers organization react as it relates to this team still being 4-2, and what the ceiling now is for this team? Because I think there's a feeling that the ceiling has kind of been wiped away in terms of certainly Super Bowl aspirations, but a lot of processing what the big picture looks like, I think, over the next 4 hours, while also the players kind of licking their own wounds from the loss and the emotion of losing the heart and soul leader of the football team, Greg, into having to get ready to go play again next Sunday and go play 11 more Sundays without their leader in 54, Fred Warner.
Yeah, look, I wasn't expecting to come in on a Monday morning, even if the 49ers had lost, and react too hard to if they had lost that game. Now, of course, you have to see how it plays out. If they lose, how do they lose, et cetera, et cetera. Todd Bowles creating pressure, creating those blitzes, that was a problem. And Mac Jones, it's funny how Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and the quarterbacks was such a big story over the last couple of weeks. And really the mini bye after the Thursday night that Mac Jones just had in that thrilling win over the Rams. And I thought Mac Jones yesterday, I thought he was fine. I just don't think it was a big story. And we'll revisit all those big ticket questions, as some of them were about Mac Jones. Some of them were about the turnover battle, which, yes, the 49ers did end up losing. Baker Mayfield took better care of the ball in the end. 49ers could have had even more turnovers, but got a couple of breaks there. And the Mac Jones sack fumble was eventually ruled down and all that. So we'll break it all down over those 4 quarters and everything. But the Fred Warner situation is a really tough one. And that's one where I'm not going to react too strong to the loss of the game. I am going to react to the loss of All-Pro Fred. And if there's one player in the NFL, and certainly a player on the 49ers, that feels like they don't deserve that fate, it really, truly is Fred Warner. Nobody deserves an injury. No one deserves to go out for the season with how hard all of these guys work on a day-to-day basis. But Fred Warner is the ultimate standard setter, and he has been, and he still was, breaking down the huddle in the locker room after the game. He has missed one start in his entire career. He does not miss practice, period. Greg Papa knows that very well, and he will be back with us tomorrow. And the term heart and soul of a team gets thrown around a lot when you talk about professional sports. But Fred Warner, as a defensive captain, as the wearer of the green dot, he truly is the heart and soul of this 49ers unit. And you could see as much with the way that everything just stopped in that stadium in a road game when he went down right away. And he's also not the type of player who just goes down and stops the game. So when the second you see a player on the ground and you see that hair and you see 54 on the back of the jersey, you're not feeling very good about it. And all it took was one replay that they showed on the CBS broadcast, which probably wasn't even the most gruesome one, to know that that was going to be a season ender. And so now if you're Robert Saleh, if you are Tatum Bethune, if you are Upton Stout, Marquise Siegel, some of these rookies on the defensive front, Mykel Williams got his first career sack yesterday. It truly does become a where do you go from here, because this is not a funeral show of the 49ers season. They're winning the NFC West. They are 4-2. The schedule presents a lot of winnable games, but the margin for error shrinks tremendously. And JD, we did a lot of shows that were a lot of speculation, a lot of analyzing lists in the month of August. And today is one of those days where, unfortunately, all of those August shows actually come back to be very relevant, because I called you this morning, and what were we talking about? The indispensable pieces of this 49ers team. We knew they were going to rely on their draft picks. We knew they were going to rely on youth. But if we were talking about their top 7-8 players and just how irreplaceable they were, I mean, Fred Warner going down in that fashion was on the very short list of absolutely cannot have it for the 49ers. And that's how it shook out in the first quarter yesterday. Just really tough to open the show in this fashion.
No, it really is, and the question becomes, as you've mentioned, it's kind of, what are the realistic expectations, I think, for the 49ers now. But yeah, I mean, Fred he's everything. He's played in all but one game. He missed with a hamstring strain in 2021, and you know, as the Mike linebacker, he doesn't miss plays. I mean, I'm looking at percentage of plays, you know, yesterday on his chart of all the games that he's played throughout his career.
I mean, how many hundreds do you see across the board? It's incredible.
I mean, it's all hundreds. I want to say there was less than, I want to say there was 5 or 6 games where it was less than 100% for his entire career. So his ability for the 8+ seasons to be able to you know, answer the bell and get in, you know, and just get out there on the field and be impactful and be a leader and be a menace to opposing offenses, to be a turnover forcer, to be the energy. You know, he is the energy. He's the guy who sets the tone for everybody. Yes, the defense, but everybody. You know, he's the guy breaking the team down. You know, so that stuff is obviously important. So the emotional heart and soul, I think, to hear, and we all know it, but to hear Trent Williams, as long as he's been in the league and the teams that he's been on, to have him say it, it really hits home after the game. Just what a great loss this is going to be for the remainder of this 2025 season, with the dislocated and broken, per Kyle Shanahan postgame, ankle surgery forthcoming for Fred Warner. We'll get more of an update when Kyle Shanahan meets with the media on exactly what the plan is and all of those things. But, yeah, the dislocated and fractured ankle. And now the 49ers have to get up off the mat and figure out, because they are 4-2 and they're not 2-4 or 1-5. The season is not over. Maybe the Super Bowl aspirations, if those were a thing, and I think we were all starting to get a little bit more of the like of being able to daydream about the fact that this team could maybe get to a point where they could work themselves into that contender conversation with all the division wins and the schedule that lies ahead. Now it becomes much more about survival, and in my mind, Greg, I know we're going to get into it, to me it's just, can they win enough to get into the playoffs without Fred Warner? They're 4-2. Can they go 6-5? Can they go 7-4 without him? It's going to be a tall task. I think they've got winnable games, but I think, to your point on the margin for error, they also, I think, could lose just about any game and get shredded defensively in just about any game without their leader in Fred Warner. So there's going to be an emotional component to this. The NFL is the ultimate in next man up league, and you can say it, and Tatum Bethune will be ready to go and all of that. And you have to move forward. Teams lose their best players all the time in the league. It's just a brutal, brutal league. And the 49ers have had quarterbacks out for the season in different years and had to make up for it. But this is very different, I think, because of the emotional tone that Fred Warner sets each and every week. And I think that's going to be something, in addition to him patrolling the middle of the field, in addition to him being a primary run stopper, in addition to him being a turnover forcing machine, in addition to all of that. And we saw many areas where the 49ers defense was vulnerable after he led the game. But in addition to everything he brings on the field, there's going to have to be an off the field emotional adjustment, I think, team wide, to where this team comes to grips with the fact that maybe they can't win a Super Bowl, although I don't think that's something anybody's really thinking about on October 13th in an NFL locker room. But they do have to come to grips with the fact and the realization and the belief that they have enough to still be a playoff team, and that still can be a successful season, in my opinion, in 2025.
It's Papa and Silver, JD in for Papa. We will hear from Kyle Shanahan. We will hear from Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams coming up in a bit. And, of course, we want to hear from you. No matter what the fate is when we come in on a Monday, you know the drill, 415-808-5627. We got the text line. Give us a call in the studio if you'd like to join the conversation on air. And, of course, we've got the YouTube chat. And even with Fred Warner out, it's good to see a lot of our regulars and the injury report looking pretty free on a YouTube chat on a Monday. It's a full room, and we're here for you, 10 to 2. Let's have a good time. Let's break it all down. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mondays during the football season are all about reaction and sometimes a little overreaction. But however your emotions are treating you this morning, we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627 and Fred Warner's season-ending injury. How do your expectations change? And what should the 49ers do to salvage this monumental loss? Hit us up on the phones, the text line, the YouTube chat, wherever you need to voice it. We'll be here for you at 10 to 2.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Motions at tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately, being very closely looked at and held on a splint as he makes his way off the field.
That's a year-ender. Just saw a replay of it, and his ankle was turned the wrong way. He was clutching at his knee because his ankle was hanging. Terrible.
Oof, brutal there for Fred Warner, and you heard it from Tim Ryan and Justin Allegri right there, that unlike Nick Bosa, he went off the field, he was running around, testing, we saw the thumbs down, but we didn't know until the next morning officially that it was a season-ending torn ACL. With Fred Warner, all it took was one replay, and you heard it from Tim Ryan right there. That is a season ender indeed, a dislocated and broken ankle for the defensive captain of the San Francisco 49ers. They lose in Tampa Bay 30-19. It's Papa and Silver with JD. We're going to be reacting to all of it. And, of course, 808 KNBR, the number to call in, 415-808-5627. Nice little instrumental here by Walter, by Jay-Z, and then the Bay Area's very own Too Short. It was all good just a week ago. Yeah, a week ago, JD, we were doing the show together, and the 49ers hadn't played. They took care of business on Thursday, pulled off an upset and a thriller in overtime on Thursday Night Football against the Rams. The Seahawks lost on a last-second field goal to the Buccaneers. The Arizona Cardinals had the ultimate collapse, and the 49ers were winning the NFC West. Now, they're still in first place in the division when we wake up today, but a very different story with the way that this Sunday played out compared to last week. And I know that you want to get into some text and some of the messages as well. We're just unpacking it all. We will get into the game, but there's no way to talk about the game without talking about that play right there. Tampa Bay's third drive, 7-3 lead. Fred Warner twists the ankle sideways, and he goes down not just for the game, but for the season.
Yeah, and 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to give us a call or shoot us a text. And we got the YouTube chat open as well. We do want to hear how people are feeling today about this team and this season, because you're right. They do still sit at 4-2. They are still atop the division. Yesterday's loss in and of itself, if you separate the Fred Warner component from it, not really a bad loss to go to Tampa with Tampa. And yes, the 49ers didn't play well enough to win, and that's always a concern on a reaction Monday. But losing a game to Tampa on the road when you're 4-1 is nothing catastrophic in and of its own. But losing Fred Warner to boot is obviously the big issue. 650, though, chiming in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Interesting, because I think a lot of people are grappling with this today. Why is everyone so negative about the season? Yeah, it sucks we lost the game and Warner for the season. Next man up, still first in the division, still play the Falcons, Texans, and Giants next. All winnable games. Plus, we're still getting offensive weapons back over the next few weeks, and Purdy will be back. Let's go. Look, and I'll just address this one first. I mean, a couple of things can be equally true, and that's kind of my message at the beginning and toward the end of that first segment. The 49ers still very much have winnable games on paper ahead of them on the regular season schedule. And does that mean they're as apt to win all of those games as they would have been with Fred Warner? Of course they're not, but they still can. I think just it comes down to me more about the margin for error, Greg. I mean, without Fred Warner, you can lose to anybody, and I think your defense has the potential to get shredded by anybody in a given week without, obviously, Bosa and now Warner. So there could be a little bit more of those games that pop up that you're thinking, oh, well, this isn't going to be a game that should be problematic, given kind of what we were starting to learn about the 49ers. But now I think any game can pop into that mode. But I said it, and I'll say it again. I still think this team can win 10 games. I still think this team can win the division. And without question, the Falcons, Texans, and Giants, they could win all 3 of those games. They could lose all 3 of those games, though, now as well. I mean, we've seen the Falcons be up and down. They're playing tonight, short week, coming out to the West Coast to play Sunday Night Football. The Texans, not a good football team the first couple of weeks. They're slowly playing better. The Giants are playing better with Jackson Dart. They've been good in 2 home games with Jackson Dart. The Niners are going to play it at MetLife Stadium in that one coming up the first weekend in November. So there's winnable games on the schedule, Greg. That's not the point. And yes, the Niners are getting their offensive weapons back, and they are going to have to be a much more offensively driven football team than they were already kind of becoming as the weeks were going on here. But to me, it's more both things can be equally true. You can say today that the 49ers are no longer a Super Bowl contender without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. We can question whether there are players out there available for trade that the 49ers can go get, and should they go get. But the one thing that doesn't change for me on the positive side, and people may skew and say, well, why are you being negative if you think they can't win a Super Bowl? I still think this team can win 10 games and get into the playoffs. And for me, Greg, that would be a successful season. That would be a season that should be celebrated considering the circumstances. So that I view my take as a positive spin, not a negative one, although I think people have been fueled on Super Bowl or bust for so long that anything short of that feels like a massive, massive disappointment.
Well, here's the other side to this, JD, and this is why I'm actually really glad we came in with that intro of it was all good just a week ago, because I wouldn't have put the 49ers as a Super Bowl contender coming into the season, but I also think things changed very quickly over the span of 7 days. And if we're talking last Monday, sure, would I have put the 49ers on the short list as Super Bowl contenders? Probably not, but at 4-1, overcoming all that they had overcome to start the season, winning every game in their division to that point, winning 3 on the road and winning 3 with your backup quarterback in Mac Jones starting those games, you could start to talk yourselves into, wait a minute, the schedule's pretty soft moving forward. Brock Purdy's going to get healthier. Brandon Ayuk's going to come back. George Kittle's going to come back. And Robert Saleh's got this defense playing incredible football even without Nick Bosa. So maybe they were going to make a trade, and they were one player away from getting in that Super Bowl contention discussion. Now, all of a sudden, it feels a lot farther away because you lost the game. You got guys who are still injured. Yes, reinforcements are on the way, but you lost Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And as one of our texters pointed out, look, this is the equivalent of losing McCaffrey.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
And apparently it's an emergency here for the 49ers with everything that's happening on the injury report. But I guess my point is this, JD. Every team in professional sports, and particularly one like football, has a breaking point for injuries. I am not implying either that the 49ers are cooked. I don't believe that they are cooked. But their entire identity just shifted. They are back to a team that is Purdy for 30. Brock Purdy, when he comes back, is not going to be 100%. This offensive line has not played well, and now you're probably going to have to win games that are a little bit more reminiscent of shootouts than you would by the way you won week 1, the way you won in New Orleans with the defense shutting it down, and certainly the way you won against Arizona in a 16-15 fashion. So there's a lot to address, and I don't think that the 49ers are necessarily finished by any means, but everything just changed in a major way. And I always talk about this with you, whether it's the Warriors, whether it's the Giants, or whether it's the 49ers, or hell, whether it's the Sharks who need to find a way to finish games too. Winning and losing, the how matters, and the how has entirely just shifted for the 49ers for how they're going to have to be able to win games moving forward, soft schedule or not.
Yeah, no question. And the 510 chiming in. We got a lot of great text messages we can get into here as we move forward through the morning and on into the afternoon. One more quick one here. I'll get your thoughts on this. And I think a lot of people are feeling this way, Greg. 510, Warner and Bosa gone. That's too much to overcome. The offensive equivalent would be losing Purdy and CMC. Warner is the quarterback of the defense. A deep playoff run is now off the table, and it's starting to smell like another lost season due to the injury. So for everybody that says next man up in the 650, I think there's probably somebody like in the 510 that says, hey, this is probably going to be too much for this team to overcome.
Yeah, and let's get into the game itself, JD, because I think that when we look at Mac Jones, when we look at the way he was pressured, when we look at the turnovers, these are all very important factors to consider with the 49ers moving forward, because when you lose a Fred Warner, well, the simple way to put it is your margin for error shrinks tremendously, and you're already without Nick Bosa. So we want to continue reading your text. We'll get into the YouTube chat. 808 KNBR is the number if you would like to call in. But for the 49ers, how do your expectations shift moving forward? And have they hit their breaking point for injuries? If not, what would that breaking point be? It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys. Maybe they could work for the 49ers at this rate. They're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents as well. So remember, with all the Mondays and school starting, it's busy out there. So you got pedestrians, you got children, you got cyclists, you got cars. You know the deal. Please be careful, and let's work together to make the Bay Area an overall safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. You pay nothing up front, you don't have to worry about hourly rates, and the best part is that they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Poppin' Silver with John Dickinson on a reaction Monday. 49ers lose 30-19 in Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield move to 5-1. The 49ers fall to 4-2. And of course, the big headliner happened there in the first quarter because Fred Warner went down. He was carted off in an air cast. Season-ending surgery required for the All-Pro linebacker who wears the green dot on that defense. A dislocated and broken ankle. Will continue to get back into it. 808 KNBR is the number. 415-808-5627. Lots of messages to read here in the first hour, but we don't want to be in a loser kind of mood, JD. So let's tell people how they can qualify and how they can win. That's right. We don't just have the Big Island Getaway qualifying contest all throughout the week. We've got a chance for you to win tickets to see 49ers Falcons Sunday Night Football. We're going to see those Atlanta Falcons play on the Monday night doubleheader tonight against the Buffalo Bills. So still busy across the league. But let's start with the Big Island Getaway. Well, just listen between 11 and 2 every single day for the rest of the week, and you got a chance to qualify. And if it's not our show, you can do it for Murph and Marcus. You can do it for Dirty Work. 3 qualifiers a day, Monday through Friday. And all you got to do is be caller number 10 into the number at 415-896 KNBR, different than the generic phone line. And then, of course, we got a little 49er Falcon ticket giveaway as well. That will specifically be in the noon hour. So if you're on your lunch break, if you're picking up your kids from school or daycare, make sure you're listening in that noon hour when we give the cue to call. Be caller number 10 into the studio, same number, 415-896 KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by the 49ers. Find official rules at knbr.com. So the 49ers and our listeners looking to do a little bit of winning moving forward here, but it just got a lot more complicated. And you saw with the defense, and not just the defense, but the offense as a whole, everybody spoke about it, JD, how hard it is to adjust. Injuries are a part of the game. They're pros. A lot of these guys make multi-million dollars to go out and play this violent game. But Fred Warner going down, you saw how much it just stopped the energy in the stadium for both squads. To see him get carted off, and we're going to hear from Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan, Trent Williams. They all acknowledged it's really, really hard to go out and play that game. And it was a competitive game against the Tampa Bay team, but too many mistakes for the 49ers. Tampa Bay earned that one. They deserve it. They're off to an incredible start this year. So the 49ers losing the game itself, it is what it is. We'll be breaking that down. But the loss of Fred Warner certainly was a dark cloud over all of it. And now they got a chance to regroup against a Falcons team that's playing on a short week. But every single game here moving forward, yes, we could talk about the last place schedule. It just got a lot more challenging. Why? Because the 49ers, when we woke up today, they are objectively a worse football team than they were 24 hours ago.
No, they are, and I thought in game they did as well a job, as good a job as could be expected considering the circumstances of competing. Now, you still, Renardo Green gets run by and Siegel's not there, and you give up a touchdown, and you've got Trevis Gibson and Bryce Huff ready to sack Baker Mayfield in a moment in which the 49ers are still in position to maybe go take the lead in the game. So, I mean, I think those things are really frustrating. I mean, Baker's escape job at the point in which it's 20-19 in favor of Tampa Bay. If you can get off the field there, maybe you can go score. I don't think Mac Jones was good enough yesterday. The early interception, obviously the late interception as well. I mean, in between there, he did his best to grit and grind through it, and but ultimately, no touchdowns and 2 interceptions, and especially the interception early, which the 49ers again overcame. I give them credit; they overcame to be in a position to still have a shot in the game after being set back there by that interception and miscommunication there between him and Bourne, whatever it was. It just can't happen, and especially can't happen in a big road game right at the beginning. I mean, that's the kind of thing that in a lot of games will lose you the game right there on the spot if that winds up being it was essentially a pick six. The DB couldn't get up off the mat, but with the Bucs able to punch it in there a couple of plays later, it was essentially a pick six. But all in all, I mean, I don't know what your take is on this. I thought the compete was there. It's just a matter of as the game went on, I think the Bucs were able to figure out different ways to expose the 49ers in the running game and in the middle of the field in particular. that might have been covered up a little bit more if Fred Warner had been out there. So I don't think it was an emotional, the team didn't have it and it was tough to get out there problem yesterday. I thought it was just an execution problem and a lack of, not having Fred patrolling the middle of the field problem that hurt the 49ers as the game went on. But they still had a shot.
They did, and it was similar to the Jacksonville game in which they were probably getting outplayed on the whole. They were losing the turnover battle, and they still had a shot when it was all said and done and coming down to it. So, look, as far as Tampa Bay, I know a lot of people are going to bring up the fact that they had their fair share of injuries too, and you're right. Emeka Egbuka only had 2 catches. We made such a big deal about him all throughout the week and the start he's had. He went out with a hamstring injury, didn't come back. So you had Cameron Johnson, Tez Johnson, Cade Otton. Baker Mayfield deservingly is in this early MVP conversation because of how much he has overcome without his future Hall of Famer and Mike Evans, without Bucky Irving. Teams deal with injuries. This is a big part of the NFL. We know that. But for the 49ers, it's hard when you're talking about maybe the best linebacker in all of football. And for Nick Bosa, we're talking about a top 2, 3 player at his position in the league. So it's not just players that you're paying premium and players that are important to your team. It's players that you can't go out and replace them in any kind of trade or any kind of free agent signings that are out there. This is really tough. And then below that on the depth chart, well, you got a bunch of people who are young and still figuring out the speed of the game and the NFL flow and everything. And so there's a mental aspect, too, to losing someone like Fred Warner. I think that the Buccaneers 2-minute drill and that touchdown to Cameron Johnson was a pretty good illustration of, it was a breakdown in the secondary, but also another reminder that Fred Warner just creates so much general cohesion out there on the defensive side. So now Tatum Bethune has some big shoes to fill, and I don't want to make any overarching conclusions about Bethune and his play, but if we're talking about Fred Warner, what he does, he's the only player, as far as PFF goes, to hit a certain mark on being able to cover the run and the pass, and just how advanced he is mentally to connect the defense. How many times do we like to use the word connector when we're talking about Warriors lineups and Jimmy Butler coming over and Pajemski being out there and thriving under that play? Fred Warner is your ultimate connector. So you lose not only the player, but you lose everything that comes with it. And I think that's why it's tough when you think about the 49ers and the opponents they have coming forward. Because sure, we could talk about the last place schedule all we want. You still got to face the Rams. You still got to face the Seahawks. You still got to go and deal with the Indianapolis Colts, who have been the surprise start team. And Daniel Jones doesn't even have to play A-plus ball for that team to thrive. So it's going to be tough tests all around. And not to mention Houston, who they're going to face in a couple of weeks on the road. That's a 10 a.m. Pacific start. And yes, their offense has been very ugly to watch. But DeMeco Ryans in that defense, that's still been one of the better units in the league. And now all of a sudden, your offense is going to have to carry a much larger load than it was before. And this is with Mac Jones throwing 40 pass attempts a game and going for over 300 yards.
Well, the 49ers are going to have to become more of an offensively dependent team. I think when you look at the players that are going to be coming back, and I was talking with Walter during the last break about the fact that, hey, we're going to really learn a lot about more of the young players on the defensive side. But I think as you start to look at expectations, and that's a big theme of the show, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 if you want to jump in on the phone lines or via the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line to react to that. How does the Fred Warner injury and him being out for the season change your expectations for what is a successful season for the 49ers now, because they are still leading the division at 4-2 and do still have a schedule that has some games that are winnable week to week. But they are going to have to be more of an offensively driven team. And I think the thing that you want to be able to say if you're a 49er fan every week now is it's understandable if the defense isn't in some of these games going to play well enough to win, right? Now they're still going to go compete, and Saleh's going to still dial up a scheme, and we're going to learn more about the young players. But I think what you want week to week is to be able to say, hey, the offense held up its end of the bargain with guys coming back and with Brock Purdy eventually coming back, or even if it's still Mac Jones in the time being because he's been able to be so effective. You want the offense to go out there week to week beginning next Sunday and not in the post-game show or in a reaction Monday be saying, hey, the 49ers lost this game because of their offense. And the offensive line was not good yesterday. Worst offensive line game of the season, I think, by far for the 49ers. And that's something that always tends to be problematic when this team doesn't play well. So that's going to be something that's going to have to be mitigated with the players that they have in an attempt to allow the offense to flourish as a whole. And I think the offense has to lead this team, I feel like, moving forward. And then the other question to get into, Greg, is what do the 49ers do? Because there's been so much discussion about the trade deadline, and do they look to add a pass rusher? Can you even look to add a pass rusher and a linebacker? Is that realistic? And with this team currently where they are, would anybody that you would get back be worth it in terms of raising your ceiling for this year at the expense of potentially giving up draft picks in the future? So I think that's something that people are really going to have to grapple with here over the next couple of weeks, as the 49ers have to grapple with it internally.
And that's John Dickinson setting the table for so many discussion points that we'll be diving into over the next 3 hours and 15 minutes. 808 KNBR, the number. Again, that's 415-808-5627. Coming up, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and also revisit those big-ticket questions we laid out on Friday, because I think a lot of them held relevance, and we got some pretty clear answers that didn't take a whole lot of researching to figure out how we would address that on a Monday morning. It's Papa and Silver with JD, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dislocated. I think it broke too. So I'm end up having surgery. I mean, it's big. I mean, anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. He was in good spirits, though. He's got a good foundation, and got a lot of faith in Tatum, and he's the next man up, and he's going to have to do it throughout the year.
That's Kyle Shanahan speaking on Fred Warner, and of course Tatum Bethune, the next man up to step up at the time. And our rejoins continue. Everybody hurts, or how about everybody's hurt, or so it feels right now for the 49ers. By the way, just a little NFL breaking news we've got right now. The Tennessee Titans have fired head coach Brian Callahan, so not a good start there for the Titans. Cam Ward had the quote of the year. The Cardinals handed them that one win with the ultimate collapse that we got into when we did the show together last week, but they are moving in a different direction, and the 49ers will see them down the line later in the year.
Yeah, and the Titans off to a poor start, so we'll kind of file that one away as the Titans make their way through to December, and we got a long way to go. That game, 2 months from tomorrow before the 49ers are going to take on the Titans. We're continuing to talk about Fred Warner. We're continuing to talk about the 49ers as they sit at 4-2. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's get to a couple of more text messages here. We got a lot of people on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line here. And, I mentioned the possibility, and it's been talked about a lot in the last 24 hours here, less than that since the Fred Warner injury. And because we were already talking about do the Niners look to go out and try to replace Nick Bosa at the trade deadline? And there was the Diana Rossini report early in the morning yesterday about the 49ers checking in on Trey Hendrickson, who wound up getting hurt in the Bengals game against the Packers. But the Niners, by all accounts, were looking to really start to be more active in terms of trying to replace Nick Bosa potentially and look to enhance this roster, kind of reward them for the start that they were able to get off to. But this one from the 510 as it relates to that, Greg, why would the 49ers use their draft picks for pieces this year? They need their draft picks to rebuild that horrible offensive line. And then another one, the 707 says, I hate to say it, with all these injuries, I honestly might start selling this season and reset for next year. If you could play with the second-string players, you're going to get if you continue to play with your second-string players, you were just going to get more of your star players hurt. Obviously, you're going to play your best players if they're healthy and capable, but where are you at as it relates to the 49ers being more or less likely to look to make moves now, considering Fred Warner's season is over, but they're still, Greg, 4-2 and leading the division?
Well, that's it right there. They're 4-2 and leading the division. And again, I'm not putting them in the conversation of Super Bowl contention, but I also think this is a team, they have the playoff experience, at least their core does, and now a couple of them are injured. They have a coach who, when he has gotten into the postseason, doesn't matter if it's at home, doesn't matter if it's on the road, he has gotten to at least the NFC Championship when his team has made the playoffs, and Kyle Shanahan is never an easy out in a postseason game. I'm still for the idea of making a trade. Now, maybe we're not talking about someone the likes of a Trey Hendrickson or somebody like a Max Crosby. And by the way, I don't think Mark Davis would ever go for that deal to send him over to the Niners anyway. But I'm not talking about that caliber. Maybe we're talking about someone like Carl Granderson of the New Orleans Saints and someone that can help this pass rush a little bit. Because I do think that while the offense is going to need to win you games, one more player on this defense, you can't replace Nick Bosa. You cannot replace Fred Warner. But you can add to make it a team that can do enough on the defensive end to where the equation of complementary football can win you enough games to get into the postseason. And as we've seen many, many times, for better or worse, and usually when the Niners get in the playoffs, it's for better. Anything can happen in a single elimination game, whether it's at home, whether it's on the road, whether you're in the 0-degree weather at Lambeau Field, and you got Deebo Samuel playing running back, and Jimmy G has horrendous stats. It doesn't matter. So I am for making a trade. All that being said, you are right, and the texter is right, that you can't just be reckless with your draft picks at this point. This isn't we are all in. This is not even the mindset of last year. You're playing for 2025, but you're also playing for and being mindful of 2026 and 2027. So a lot of text coming in about the offensive line. I think it's pretty certain that the 49ers will use their first-round pick on an offensive lineman. They probably should draft 2 to 3 offensive linemen as a high pick at this rate because, yes, you can find them in later rounds. Connor Colby was a 7th rounder, but he's had to come in and look, this is no shade at Connor Colby. This team misses Ben Bartch right now. Trent Williams is a first-ballot Hall of Famer and maybe the greatest to ever play at his position. He has not looked his best. He looks like age has caught up to him a little bit. Jake Brendel, we kind of know what he is. Some weeks you're okay with it, some weeks not as much. Dominic Pooney, I don't know how much of it is the preseason injury, but he has hit a hard sophomore slump. And Colton McKivitz isn't necessarily my favorite tackle across the league, but you had to pay him because he's been your best offensive lineman for the most part this year, and you didn't have another choice. So the offense is going to have to find a way to get it together a little bit. As the notion of a trade, JD, to answer it in one sentence, I am still in on going to trade for a defensive player, but you can't be reckless with your draft capital. You are past that stage at this point.
Couple things. My initial reaction coming off the Fred Warner injury, and a lot of people disagree with this, and maybe I'm wrong, and there's time to have it all shake out. But my initial thought is that the 49ers are less likely to look to make a trade now than they were 24 hours ago. That's number one, and I'll keep it short and to the point on that, at least for now. As far as the offensive line goes, I wouldn't be so sure they're going to use their first-round pick on an offensive lineman because they've been reluctant to do that in other years. So I would not go as far as to just assume that. Now, does the offensive line need to play better and or get better? Of course. And look, this is going to continue, and yesterday they were not good. This is going to continue to be, I think, a debate where the fan base is going to be at war in many ways with the organization because organizationally they tend to view the offensive line play. They rate their own guys higher than everybody else rates them in terms of how they work and how they work together and the value of getting offensive linemen at certain points in the draft. So we can save that conversation for moving forward because these are the guys they have for now. And they're going to have to ride him, and the offense is going to have to carry the defense, I think, a little bit more. And they were unable, to do it yesterday, in part because of the turnovers, but really because of all the sacks. Interesting juxtaposition here on a couple of texts. 209, 49ers season is over. I'm ready for Dubs OT and just Dubs with JD to start. Well, we're not quite there yet, and the 49ers season is not over, at least the regular season, with this team standing at 4-2. But then you get the 707. Many prayers for Fred. What would he want us to do? Stay faithful, keep fighting, and believe. And I think that mentality, as cliche as it can be to say, I think that mentality is what the 49ers have to find here moving forward as it relates to trying to win some of these games that are winnable on a week-to-week basis here, even beginning with next Sunday night against Atlanta.
All really good texts, and I want to continue reading your messages at 415-808-5627. Also, feel free to call in and give Walter some company hanging out behind the glass today. When we were talking about the notion of trades, I did want to bring this one up because it got thrown out there by Adam Schefter this morning, right around when we started the show, that the Pittsburgh Steelers are looking to add a wide receiver before the trade deadline. Now, the Steelers in great position at this point, 6 weeks into the year, because the Aaron Rodgers experiment has worked for the most part. Baltimore is a disaster, and without Lamar Jackson, they are as bad as any team in the National Football League. Cincinnati, they got Joe Flacco, but without Joe Burrow, really in his entire career, they have not done anything. And then Cleveland has essentially admitted that they are punting on the season and using Dylan Gabriel as an experiment. So the Steelers, now all of a sudden, looking in prime position to at least get into the playoffs by way of their division, are looking to add a wide receiver, which leads me to something we have not gotten into yet. What do you do with Jawan Jennings? Because Jawan and Kyle Shanahan were arguing late in the first half yesterday, and that became a thing, and Cam Inman was reporting on it. And then after the game, Jennings said, yeah, you have to ask Kyle. Kyle said, look, everything's good. Two competitive people having a conversation. On top of that, Jawan's saying, I'm playing with 5 broken ribs, a high ankle, and a low ankle sprain, and we got to rewind it to look, all August in training camp, it was a discussion. What do you do with Jawan Jennings? They did not give him a new contract. They found a way to get him some more playtime incentives. He got injured. He's not now earning those incentives to this point. And you figure maybe they're going to be moving on from each other, these two sides, after the year anyway. Do you go ahead and accelerate that process if you don't feel like your team is in a good place offensively, if you know that you're going to get the reinforcements of Kittle and Ayuk coming back, and maybe yesterday was an indicator that these two sides are just not on the same page?
I think it clearly they're not on the same page, and there's some frustration there. And I think they have the type of relationship to where they can, I think, air it out a little bit and be able to get over it. But I think Jawan's frustrated. To me, it was a combination of three things. It was the frustration from losing. It's Jennings' frustration from, I think, really battling through the injuries, which he detailed post-game, and the 5 broken ribs and all the different things he's playing through. But it's I think there's some frustration in that he's kind of saying, hey, I'm busting my ass to get out on the field and hurt. And I'm not maybe part of the game plan. I want the rock a little bit to have an opportunity to hit some of these earning incentives that were a part of his deal. And so I think from a football standpoint, he just hasn't, for whatever reason, had the connection. And, I mean, Kendrick Bourne played with Mac Jones, so I think Bourne and Jones have a connection to where Jennings, when he has been out there, has been less of a part of things because Jones has been thrown to Bourne. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I know it's always a bad look. It's always going to be something that gets asked about post-game, and Kyle did his best to try and very quickly tamp it down post-game. I think those two have a unique enough relationship to where it can continue, but I also think it's something maybe to keep an eye on as the 49ers start to bring other wide receivers back into the mix, and now that they've also seen how effective Kendrick Bourne at least can be. So without a doubt, something to monitor moving forward here, and not the kind of thing you want in terms of the perception of everyone not being on the same page or the perception of disharmony, Greg, as you're trying to kind of rally everyone together to be able to try and figure out a way to win enough to at least get into the playoffs here, even without Fred Warner in addition to Nick Bosa.
Back to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 925. Fred is elite level. Can Tatum Bethune be a game manager, so to speak? As in a connector of the defense, yeah. I mean, again, you're losing a lot with Fred Warner, not just the player and his ability to defend both the run and the pass. You're losing all the mental advantages. And we had the privilege, JD, of sitting down with Fred Warner at training camp and just kind of picking his mind a little bit on replacing Dre Greenlaw, how far D. Winters has come along. And the quote that stuck with me the most, and I know I've brought it up to you many times, that year 2 to 3 leap he was speaking on of D. Winters, not just the physical characteristics. We knew D. Winters had some great physical traits. We saw the speed, we saw the athleticism in previous preseasons. And in some ways, on paper, you'd think, wow, this is even setting up to be more productive than a Dre Greenlaw. But then there was that it factor of competitiveness and the mental side of it. You're losing every mental edge that Fred Warner gives you out there. So it's not just the physical play of a Bosa and a Warner. How can the defense as a whole connect? Because it's understandable that it looked disjointed when that happens in the first quarter. You got to adjust on the fly, and you already don't have your other future Hall of Famer, best defensive player out there. But it's a big ask, and Baker Mayfield, even without a lot of his primary weapons, was able to take advantage of it, because sometimes just years in this league and going up against more veteran quarterbacks goes a long way when you're a younger defense trying to stop that and read signals and find any kind of leverage, any kind of mental leverage, as Robert Saleh got into with the Liam Cohen discussion and the sign stealing.
Yeah, they just looked like the communication wasn't there. And another text from the 818, the defense reminded me of 2017, 2018, when they were relying a ton on youth and inexperience. A lot of talent, but again, not communicating and not working together. I think that's going to be something that Saleh is going to have to be able to figure it out as things go on. 415, 49ers need to make a trade for some type of veteran for the defense. Can't be complacent losing 2 defenders on D. When we needed receivers years ago, Lynch traded for Emmanuel Sanders. Now we need the same type of move for a veteran defensive player. The one key difference is the 49ers are on record in 2019 when they went and got Emmanuel Sanders saying, hey, they were a player away, even an Emmanuel Sanders away from being a title contender. That team was 8-0. That team was dominant defensively. And from Jump Street, first day of training camp, had and felt they had a Super Bowl champion caliber defense. And so I think as the season went on and that team kept winning, I think they realized that the wide receiving core was not going to be sufficient for what they had on the rest of the roster, but they looked to go and make a move because they believed that they could get to and potentially win the Super Bowl. I think that's where the difference lies here is the 49ers. Look, the 49ers have told us within the last couple of weeks that they were still kind of needing to see more of this team to be able to believe that it was going to be worth adding to, I think, because if you're going to give up draft capital to add, you have to make sure that it's going to be worth it. And so I think, are you more or less apt to look to do that now? So I understand the 2029 comps, but I think the 49ers look at this very differently as it relates to this team and what the expectations, Greg, were coming into this season and just how this team has played here through these first 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question you have to look at it differently. It wasn't the loss of yesterday. It was the loss of a singular Fred Warner. And as we get into some of these big-ticket questions that we put out there on Friday, and we'll continue to unpack these in the next segment, but the top one I had, which pass rush will generate more pressure? Well, that was very obvious, right? Mac Jones, not even fully healthy, not throwing the football all the way up until that Friday practice, was just under duress the entire game. He got sacked 6 times. There was a fumble that seemed to be a turnover, ended up getting overturned. He threw an interception on his first pass of the game because of a blitz. And Todd Bowles, we've gone against him before, and the matchup was fascinating between Kyle Shanahan, Todd Bowles, to, I would say, a defensive signal caller and an offensive play caller, really going head-to-head on that side of the ball. Advantage Todd Bowles because Mac Jones was not well protected. Your question on Mac Jones was, is he healthy enough to handle this? And the sub-question of that was, who handles the blitz better? He was healthy enough, but once again, he was under constant pressure, and Baker Mayfield, on the other hand, was not. Then the one time that Baker Mayfield does face that heavy pressure on a third down, he has one of those vintage Baker Mayfield runs where he breaks 3 tackles, picks up 15 on a 3rd and 14, and 2 plays later, you have the outstanding diving catch to Tez Johnson. That was really a tipping point sequence in the game as a whole.
Well, that was the game, I thought, those 2 plays, because the 49ers were hanging in and hanging tough in the game. And, I think if you look at the 3 swing plays, to me, really it's 4, I guess, but the 2 most important were the 3rd and 14, and Bryce Huff and Trevis Gibson just have to get him down in that situation. And yes, it's an MVP level play. It's miraculous. He escapes. He picks up the first down. Who knows what happens if the 49ers force the Bucs to punt there, and maybe the 49ers go down. Even if they kick a field goal to get the lead there, maybe Baker throws them one at that point. But he picks up the first down. He goes deep to Tez Johnson. Now all of a sudden the 49ers find themselves down 8. To me, that was the game right there. Although, again, still a one-possession game, still down 8. 49ers even had the ball. So to me, it was those 2 plays and then the 2 Mac Jones interceptions. The lesser of all of it being the one in the fourth quarter. But again, the one Mac was gritty but you can't have essentially a pick 6 on the first drive of the game, on the first 3 plays of the game. You can't have that. And so, that's the kind of thing in a big game that can prove to be the difference. So, again, I give Mac credit for battling back, but those have been the kinds of plays that have plagued him throughout the course of his career. And, the big interception early, big interception late. Yes, the offensive line was bad. I think when you're getting heated up, you're more apt to make mistakes as a game goes along. The offensive line was not good. There's no doubt about it, but he's going to have to play better as well and not set the team back early in the game. But without a doubt, I think it was the 3rd and 14 and the touchdown to follow that wound up being the biggest difference-making, momentum-changing sequence.
And I said this to Tim Ryan. I think it was off the air, but honestly, might have even been during the football hour. I said, it seems like Baker Mayfield has a run similar to that every single week with the way that he's been playing, and that came at the most backbreaking time. And the difference with this one is that he broke 4 tackles, and Bryce Huff essentially had him there to go to bring down a sack. Michael Williams got the only sack of the day, his first career, and that was right after the Fred Warner injury. But from there, the 49ers didn't get another sack for the rest of the day, and Baker Mayfield is just doing what he continues to do, be that veteran leader that trusts his youth and is able to win it with Cameron Johnson and Tez Johnson and Cade Otton, and you don't have Bucky Irving and Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka. And so a lot of credit does go to Tampa Bay for this one, but it's tough to regroup your defense when you lose someone who's the ultimate signal caller, connector, and experience leader like Fred Warner. And yes, as much of a cliche as it may be to get thrown out as a term, he really, really is the heart and soul of that 49ers group, not just on that side of the ball, maybe the entire team. It's Pop and Silver with JD. We'll continue reading your messages when we come back on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus earlier to recap the 49ers' 30-19 loss in Tampa Bay. But more important, the loss of Fred Warner for the season and how it's going to affect Robert Saleh, the rest of this defense, and the offense that's going to have to carry the load. Check out that interview, as always, on thesportsleader.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's just heartbreaking. You know, I mean, it's such a weird game when you have to see somebody like that, and what happened with Bosa, you know, earlier in the year, and then just have to continue to play. It's kind of a weird deal, but it's heartbreaking. You know, he's one of the best players I've ever played with, and one of the best leaders I've ever played with. You know, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey said it about 3 times, and there's not much better way to put it than it is heartbreaking to see Fred Warner go down with a dislocated and broken ankle. He will need surgery. He will be done for the season, joining Nick Bosa on season-ending IR, and you could just tell how much Fred Warner means to that team. By the way, that Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, Mac Jones, Trent Williams, everybody spoke about it. People who are new to this team, like Mac Jones, and people who have been around here and gone to a couple of Super Bowls with Fred Warner, like a Trent Williams. I guess just one Super Bowl for Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. But point being, he is an institution on this team. He has missed one of his 122 starts up to this point, and just kind of like the beginning of last year, JD, he was playing Defensive Player of the Year level football, and it's cruel that it has to end in that fashion.
Yeah, he was playing spectacular football, and the leadership and the quarterbacking of the defense and flying around and looking to force turnovers and just the energy and the emotion. I mean, truly, as we started the show here, the heart and soul not only of the defense but of the entire 49er football team. I mean, he is the guy, and you know, so often we fixate on offensive players because you know, the offense is putting the points on the board, and it's the sexier of the two thing, and who's the quarterback, and Christian McCaffrey this, and do you have enough wide receivers? But truly, the heart and soul of this 49ers football team is all pro Fred Warner. So it is going to be an adjustment, and it's going to be I thought the Niners handled it as well as they could be expected in game yesterday. How do you handle it moving forward when you know he isn't going to be around here? How do the expectations change? I mean, those are all things I think, you know, it's kind of it's a different Monday, right? You're reacting to a loss and a frustrating loss because all of them are in the NFL, but the 49ers are still sitting at the top of the NFC West. Their ceiling is, I think, a little bit lower without question, not having Fred Warner. But as the 415 writes here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, to me, it sucks losing Fred and all these injuries. But this season was all about grooming the young players to get them ready for 2026 and beyond. I still believe this team can get to 10-7, and I think that's what the 49ers internally, Greg, I think have to get to, is that point where they believe they can go out and finish this season strong. And it may not be pretty some weeks, but being led now more by their offense and trying to give opportunities for some of these young players defensively to continue to grow up and learn the NFL game, you can win enough. You only have to be a 500 team to get to 10-7, slightly over, one game over, 6-5 to get to 10-7 at this point, and that probably gets you in. If you can do that, I think this season will be a success, but there's no doubt. I think now being almost a day removed from it and heading toward the realization of having to prepare for not only a week but 11 weeks without Fred Warner, it's going to be a hell of an adjustment because he is such a profound presence and leader in addition to just being a future Hall of Fame level talent.
So here's a question I have for you. As I was writing down last night all the takeaways, everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, and of course the obvious, one of the things I got to was, does yesterday's loss itself concern you for the 49ers by how they played, or is it really mostly about Fred Warner? Because my answer to that, and I'll actually give you it first, is that maybe a little bit. The offensive line certainly was a concern, but losing to Tampa Bay and the way they've been playing to start the year, I think if that game happens and it's 30-19 and Fred Warner maybe leaves for the game, but it sounds like he could come back next week. Then the discussion is, well, you lost Fred Warner, and the defense lost a little cohesion. The Buccaneers have been an incredible story. Baker Mayfield's playing some MVP-level football. You found the answer at kicker. Eddie Pinheiro has been perfect on field goals.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
What do we got going here with every time that sounds, I think that we're going to have a new 49ers injury popping up on the report.
No, just something just keeps popping up. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, I don't think, even though I don't see Walter hitting any buttons, I think that's his subconscious being like, look, this might be red alert here for the 49ers now that Bosa and Warner are both down. But JD, what I'm getting to about yesterday's loss, I think if, let's say, Fred Warner goes out for the game, but it sounds like he could come back for Sunday Night Football against the Falcons, I think we're talking about how the Bucs also overcame their injuries. They deserve credit. It's an incredible story. Mac Jones was under pressure, and the 49ers need to get healthier with some offensive reinforcements. Now it's just a little more urgent. The offense does need its reinforcements, but it's a little bit more in the tone of desperation. When is Brock Purdy going to be able to come back? Is George Kittle for sure going to be ready to go week 7? Can they get this running game going eventually? Christian McCaffrey has been healthy, but other than that, your offense as a whole is beaten up, and now your two best players on the defensive side aren't just done for now. They're not coming back until 2026.
To me, the loss in and of itself to Tampa was a nothing loss at all. Not a bad loss. I mean, it's a tough loss in that they didn't play well, but it's I think 90% for me about Warner, because it completely cuts the ceiling down for what this team can be. I don't think that was, Mac went out, threw a pick, miscommunication early in the game. They were in the game for the most part, considering everything. Had a chance even late before the second Mac Jones interception. I think Tampa made a couple more plays to win the game. Their defense played better with the blitzing. They really took it to the 49er offensive line as we've gotten into. But that's just a very normal, if you take Fred Warner away, that's just a very normal win on the road at 4-1, two really good, albeit banged up teams. And the Bucs were a little bit better. Like, there was no shame in that loss, all things considered, for the 49ers when you separate the Fred Warner being out for the season component to it. Like, nothing at all really would change. The only thing maybe a little bit would be, all right, the 49ers were pretty well tested, against one of the better teams that they've played, probably the best team that they've played to this point, considering where the Rams and Seahawks have been. The Jags are pretty good, although Seattle beat them yesterday. But no, it's just good road test. Came up short. Not a big deal in terms of the grand scheme of things for me. But when you lose Warner, that to me is the thing that changes the calculus on everything. And sure, maybe not having a tiebreaker against Tampa later would mean you'd have to go there and win a playoff game in January if you end up making the playoffs, as opposed to them coming to Levi's. I know Tony Dungy said that. I agreed with that sentiment. So maybe you're thinking of it in that context, and how do the Niners handle the blitzes if they have to play him again? Would Brock Purdy be a better matchup going up against the Todd Bowles blitzing defense? The offensive line would have to be better in a rematch. But no, I think the 49ers, all in all, would feel bad that they lost, but not have it, as far as losses go, not a horrific loss at all. But when you lose, maybe your best player on your entire team, it changes everything.
No question. Revisiting the big ticket questions from Friday, which pass rush will generate more pressure? That was clearly Tampa Bay. Mac Jones sacked 6 times and threw an interception on that first pass of the game because of the corner blitz. Can the 49ers find a way to get an explosive play? The lack of explosive plays is certainly one of the early offensive concerns. They did have big plays to Kendrick Bourne. The longest was 56 yards. And Demarcus Robinson, right after he dropped one, caught a 31-yarder late in the first half. But their longest run of the day was just 11 yards. So that's still a little bit concerning. I also had, what will the return of Malik Mustafa bring in this young secondary? It's kind of hard to evaluate that defense without Fred Warner. But the Cameron Johnson touchdown in the 2-minute drill was a bad miscommunication by the secondary.
It brought confusion. I think that's the one word answer, I think, there, because they were shuffling safeties in and out there throughout the game. So I do think, it's a fair question as you start to look into the minutia going forward and them wanting to bring Mustafa along slowly. It did seem like the changing up of things in the secondary may have led, again, that's more of a watch the game back and get another crack at maybe asking a coordinator or two a question during this week and kind of evaluating it more firmly. But I think there was confusion with the way that they looked to bring Mustafa back into the equation while still playing Jair Brown and maybe changing up some roles a little bit and some combinations.
Yeah, no question. The last three questions we had listed were who handles the blitz better in light of Mac Jones and his health, and the play of the game was Baker Mayfield handling that blitz on 3rd and 14 and picking up 15 yards. We also had who can run it better. Tampa won the rushing battle 104-67. I would say the real story again, though, was that one scramble by Baker Mayfield with 2 plays later being Tez Johnson fully laying out for a touchdown. What a play that was.
They ran it more effectively, though, I think. And, yeah, the big play was the Baker run, but it felt, especially after Warner went out, like they were really, really going to be more committed to it and were kind of taking control of the line of scrimmage. They controlled the line of scrimmage, I think, on both ends. And so I thought they ran it more effortlessly, shall we say, than the 49ers were able to, which I think did make a difference, even though the Niners won the time of possession battle, which was going to be a key, I think, coming into the game. And, that's the other part, too, that we haven't mentioned just as far as the game goes individually. It's the 4 field goals, right? And there were some longer field goals, so it's not like the 49ers were stalling out in the red zone, but they were, stalling out. You have 52-yarder, you're not quite in the red zone. 54-yarder, you're not quite in the red zone. So you weren't necessarily stalling out in the red zone, but you weren't finishing drives and having to settle for the 4 field goals winds up being an issue in a game here where you look at it and the Bucs were scoring touchdowns. The Bucs end up with touchdowns in this game while the 49ers wind up kicking field goals.
No, I think the one drive you look at where you wouldn't have wanted the field goal is when you had a chance to take a lead in the third quarter. You're down 20-16. Eddie Pinheiro ends up drilling a 29-yarder, which was his 5th of the day. But outside of that, it's your point. He was kicking a lot of deep ones early on. Eddie, 50-plus, by the way, does he have the leg to kick from deep? Maybe he's accurate in between the 40s and the 30s, but hey, Eddie Pinheiro, I don't want to jinx it. If there's one thing that's gone really, really well for the 49ers season, it's how they rebounded from the early Jake Moody struggles in week 1.
Yeah, no, he's been terrific. I mean, he's been everything the 49ers could possibly want. 15 for 15. It's 4+ or 4 from 50+. And the only kick that he's missed to this point was that very first PAT in the Superdome in New Orleans in week 2. His first kick with the Niners. It's been nothing but perfection ever since. And again, the Niners are going to need all the points they can get. They're going to need more touchdowns than field goals, but Eddie Pinheiro has stabilized something that had the potential to be a significant problem for this 49ers team if they had continued down the path they were on with Jake Moody.
Our last question that we had posed on Friday was one that we could really do every week, the turnover battle. Tampa Bay wins it 2-0. Looked like it was going to be 3-0, and then they overturned that Mac Jones sack fumble by Levante David when he came in on a delayed blitz and essentially was unblocked. But the Niners still without an interception now for 13 straight games, and this is where we can take it coming up, JD. There is a greater need to generate turnovers now by this defense and be opportunistic. And your greatest source of causing those game-changing plays, Mr. Punch-Out himself, is the one you're not going to have for the rest of the year.
Yeah, we'll get into it coming up here. It is going to be a big key. And continuing to take your calls, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, and your texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We want to hear from the people. How are you processing the loss of Fred Warner? How do the expectations for this season change? And are the 49ers more or less apt to look to make a trade or two, we'll continue to pepper in that reaction as we've been doing all morning long.
Text line has been on fire. We appreciate it. Again, that's 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
49ers trailing 7-3. They're on the ball here on a 2nd down and 15. Jones to throw over the middle of the field, making the catch at the 30-yard line, and turning it up is Bourne. Past the 50 to the 40. Brought down from behind. Flag comes in.
Boy, what a throw from Mac Jones, and just layered it right over the linebacker, Vase Dennis. A very good in-cutting route by Kendrick Bourne. Put it right on his hands, and KB with a bunch of yards after the catch.
Well, if we want to talk about some positives for the 49ers after their 30-19 loss down in Tampa Bay yesterday, Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne certainly have an established connection. He goes for over 140 yards for the 2nd straight week. Mac Jones for over 300 yards for the 2nd straight week. And those two have a very real connection that started out in New England. And Kendrick Bourne comes back. And a couple weeks after our guy Larry Kruger, who, by the way, is joining us at 12:50, pardon me, a couple weeks after Krug said Kendrick Bourne is done, he had to walk that back because Kendrick Bourne looks, as Tony Romo said on the broadcast, stop me if you've heard this before, Bourne again. But, JD, what I will say as far as that play, it actually wasn't that catch. It was the other long one he had right after the Buccaneers scored off of what we're calling the essential pick six, and they got their first touchdown of the game. Twice in that game, Mac Jones threw it to his receiver. The receiver made a mistake, and then immediately went right back to the same player. And it happened with Kendrick Bourne. After the Buccaneers got the touchdown, the interception, Bourne ran the wrong route. And then the second one was Demarcus Robinson in the 2-minute drill, had a wide open ball at midfield, dropped it straight up, and then immediately went right back to Demarcus Robinson and picked up 31 yards. So as you look at the offense, and yes, they want to get reinforcements, and yes, Brock Purdy will be making his way back at some point. I do pay attention to the little things about Mac Jones, who he's built a bit of a rapport with, who he trusts, and who he can rely on beyond just the obvious of Christian McCaffrey, who's getting touch after touch because they need it, plain and simple.
Well, Kendrick Bourne's been a lifesaver in some ways, a season saver. I mean, no Kendrick Bourne, no win against the Rams, and then maybe we're having a completely different conversation about the whole thing with the 49ers if they're 3-3 or 2-4, but they're not. They're 4-2, and a big part of the reason why they're 4-2 is Mac Jones and his toughness, and he's been an impressive leader. I think to your point on going back to guys after they make mistakes, that's leadership. That's what guys do that lead from the front. And so I think, he's been that kind of player for the 49ers, in his time. But Kendrick Bourne, I mean, you can't say enough about the impact that he's made here. They got to get the running game going, though. Again, still not explosive in the running game. I thought yesterday, and the O-line has always been maligned, and we've talked about it a lot. I love this. We get these texts from the 916. Why is no one talking about the offensive line? Run blocking sucks, says the 916. Well, we're talking about it.
It's actually just because I'm waiting for the PFF grades to come out, JD.
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly. And which I don't think will be kind to the 49ers in this week. I mean, this is the worst game. And look, it's been clunky, but this is the worst game that the offensive line, I mean, this is the worst game the offensive line has played. I also think it's a game in which they've gone against their most creative defense, right? Can we all agree the two best defenses the 49ers have faced are Jacksonville's and Tampa's, right? And,
Seattle has a chance, though. Seattle's got a chance to be really good.
Yep, Seattle's got a chance to be really good. I'd probably put them behind. The other two, at least right now. Jacksonville, because they've been forcing the turnovers at such a high clip to this point in the season. But you're going to get the blitz packages, but there were times where it was just the regular rush. We're getting home against the 49ers. So, yeah, they got to be able to perform better and block better. Again, I know everybody wants wholesale changes on the offensive line, but that's where, again, the 49ers view their own guys and their own scale in which they're evaluated, I think a little bit differently. But Todd Bowles' defenses are definitely tough to go up against, and he will confuse you as much as he'll come after you. And I think, that was something that, at times the Niners handled it and still were able to move the ball. Again, there's so many things in this game that I feel like the 49ers overcame. It was really the type game where you kind of, God, how did they even have a shot down 8? Like they hung in it longer than you thought they would with the emotional letdown of losing Warner. And then you look at how the offensive line played. Yes, yet still here they are with a chance on that momentum-changing play when they couldn't get the sack, and it leads to a touchdown. But all told, they still got the ball with a chance to go down and get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to at least tie it. So I think in many ways that bodes well if the 49ers can bottle that up moving forward, even without Fred. It bodes well toward their competitive spirit and their belief that they still maybe not can't win a Super Bowl, but still can win some games here in the regular season to get themselves into the playoffs and call that a successful season. 408, though, disagreeing as a big part of the 408 is spam texted Team Tank here that they should tank. The window is closed, 408 writes, rebuild the lines, play the rookies for a run in 2027. Not even 2026, but 2027. There's no way at 4-2 with the schedule the 49ers have, you're just going to give up on this season like you can't still be a playoff team. Maybe the loss of Warner and Bosa proved to be too much. Maybe they don't get as healthy, Greg, offensively as you would like to be able to perform at the level that you want on that end to kind of lead this team. But there is no freaking chance on October 13th at 4-2 leading the division, you just give up and punt on the season.
I do love Mondays, though, in all honesty, because I'm not here to dump on anybody's messages. Like, we're welcoming opinions. We're giving our own opinions.
Oh,
This isn't the law. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm right, JD's right. This isn't the law. Maybe Walter asserts dominance over us for sure. But other than that, I mean, look.
If we hear one more EAS test, though, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're on EAS test watch for sure for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. But no, we get the full spectrum of reaction, right? Because it is kind of a big deal that you lose Fred Warner. The field conditions were terrible over there, and the 49ers lost a game in which they turned it over a couple of times. The offensive line couldn't protect their very injured backup quarterback in Mac Jones because he is the healthier of your two quarterbacks. At the same time, you're 4-2. You've won 3 games on the road. You're still in first place in your division. You got a lot to figure out here, but the season isn't lost by any means. 831 has a really good text that I want to get to when we come back because it's about All-Pro Fred being out and the chances that 831 perceives of being a playoff team. I want to get into some of that in the bigger picture here because, yes, it is week 6. There is a long, long way to go. But today, and when you have an injury like that, it does actually force you out of the small picture and what went down for 4 quarters in Tampa Bay, JD, and it does make you look at the larger picture of it all. So we'll do that next. 415-808-5627. Love the reaction we're getting today on a Monday. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver. We'll have Papa back tomorrow. JD in for him today. A big reaction Monday, not just about the 49ers losing 30-19 down in Tampa Bay, but the big loss of Fred Warner, who left in the first quarter, and he is done for the season. A broken and dislocated ankle, got carted off in an air cast, and you could see in the moment and after the game just how much that meant to the 49ers and that locker room and what Fred Warner has done for this team. He has missed 1 out of 122 starts and now is going to have to miss a handful more. It wasn't just the games he doesn't take off. It's the practices. It's the plays, as we got into that a little bit earlier. But we're getting into the big picture of it all. And I got to remind everybody before we get back into our Niners talk that the noon hour specifically is where you can win tickets to see the 49ers take on the Falcons. All you got to do is listen to our show, Papa and Silver, throughout the week. And in the noon hour, when I give the cue to call, and I will be very obvious about the cue to call, you just got to dial us up in the studio, 415-896 KNBR, 415-896-5627. It is furnished by the 49ers. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Not now, when I give the cue to call in the noon hour.
And the cue to call will not be the EAS test that will fire off later.
Thank you, Walter. That is an important clarification. It will be very, very obvious. I'll say, hey, call now. But for the 49ers, and back into our texts, a lot of great interaction. And JD, 831 caught my eye and something I wanted to start off this long segment with. Says, with All-Pro Fred out, I think the 49ers' chances of being a playoff team went from 80% to 10%, but I don't consider this a lost season because there are seasons where the young guys have more opportunities to become better players and who can evolve into the type of players who can make them Super Bowl contenders. Now I'm looking for the little things they can improve upon and hope they can sneak into the playoffs. Lot to unpack there. I'll start by just saying this. I don't believe that Fred Warner's injury tanked their chances of being a playoff team by that much. Are they worse this morning than they were yesterday? Absolutely. Do I think that they could be a playoff team? 100%. Here's where I think it does hurt, though. I think it hurts their chances of winning a playoff game. And let's say they win their division and they have schedule that they could take advantage of, and they get offensive reinforcements back, and they're able to win 10 or 11 games, and that's enough to take the NFC West crown. Well, let's look at some of these other second-place teams. You got the Packers or Lions, and the Packers have been underwhelming at times since the first couple of weeks, but after watching yesterday, Josh Jacobs is not, and they have a lot of great skill players, and if Jordan Love isn't turning the ball over, I still see that as a problem, especially if your defense is injured. Detroit has done what good teams do to inferior opponents, and that's blow them out and have the offense humming. But they also haven't passed the test when they had to face Green Bay and when they had to face Kansas City. So we'll see what they are in the larger scale of it. If you look at the NFC East, the Eagles, we'll see if they're able to figure this thing out. Obviously, they got the roster to go on the road and win a playoff game. And maybe the Commanders, well, we saw them get hot at the right time last year. And if Jaden Daniels is healthy, I'm not considering that an easy out either. As far as maybe the Falcons, who I would venture to be the second place team in the NFC South, do they get into the playoffs? Would they have to go and face the 49ers? Well, we'll find out when they play at Levi's Stadium just how these two teams match up coming up 6 days from now on Sunday Night Football. But I think that's where it hurts a little bit. As far as considering it a lost season because there is a chance for young guys to get more opportunities, it's definitely not a lost season. Last year, I think you can look at more as a lost season because the expectation was Super Bowl or bust going into it. I don't look at it as that for this year, but certainly they have to decide just how much they want to go for it, how much they see themselves as a playoff team, and how much John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the powers that be that make these big decisions see themselves as the type of team that if everything breaks their way, could they end up being a surprise Super Bowl contender in January into February?
I think it's well said. For me, I think the Super Bowl aspirations are done. I think you're probably less likely to look to make a move that chases that level at this point, and that's okay. I deem a successful season as being able to get into the playoffs, whether you can win the division, which is very much still on the table for the 49ers at this point at 4-2 with the 3-0 in the division and the one game in hand head-to-head against all three divisional opponents. I was thinking about this when we mentioned the note of the NFL, the league news this morning of Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Titans, getting fired.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, hey, the Niners still do play the Titans coming up on December the 14th. And it sort of led me down this path. With the 11 games that they have remaining, and they have one game each still against their divisional opponents, and I think the Titans game is the one game of the 11 where I look at it as, well, that's a game they still should win, no matter what. I think, though, when you look at the other 10 games, there's a lot of can wins. Can wins. They can win if they play well. They can win if the offense, can score 30. They can win if the defense can play, figure out a way to just be, manageable without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Tough task. Won't be able to do it every week, but I think there are enough winnable games. There are enough games they can win. And I'd say there are as many as 8 to 10 of those remaining games, in addition to the Titans, which is a must, should and must get. But if you look at it from that standpoint, you're not going to win all 8. But can you figure out a way to win? Can you figure out a way to win 5 of those 8? I think becomes the question, because Tennessee would obviously be your 6th, and maybe there's just a couple you're not going to play well, you're not going to win. So there are a lot of these can-win games, enough of them to where I think the Niners can get to 10, but I also think they have 10 can-lose games as well now, as with the Titans being the one game that's the exception for me. So that, I think, is kind of the optimist view. As horrendous as this position is to be in with the 49ers down their best 2 defensive players and the heart and soul leader of their football team in Fred Warner. It's not that the Niners can't win week to week. They still can win week to week because of the schedule they have many of these games. Now, they won't win them all, but the question to me is, can they win enough? So I think there's a lot of intrigue week to week now as to how the 49ers continue to fight through this. And does there come a point in the next 3 weeks where if they do, let's say, win 2 of the 3 between now and the trade deadline, does that mean that the 49ers maybe still look to augment this team to where maybe they're not a Super Bowl contender, but augment the team to where they can get over the top to be a playoff team? Because I think at this point, Greg, for me, that's got to be the goal, considering the fact that they are still, I think, have the schedule and have the talent to be able to get to that point.
The schedule
is not all is lost.
No, it's certainly not.
It's not phone it in. It's not tank. It's not season over. It is not that for me today. It really isn't. Now, again, some people's definition of that is, well, if you can't win the Super Bowl, or in your case, it's going to be really tough to win a playoff game or can't win a playoff game, then for a lot of people that means season is over. But I'm intrigued to see what this team can do in these next 11 games, and can they put themselves in a position where they have the ability to fight and get in. And I think that would be a hell of a successful season as these young players continue to develop.
I think the goal for every team, except maybe a given 3 to 4 each year, is to get into the playoffs and just see what might be able to happen. Now, if you're the Buffalo Bills, getting into the playoffs this year probably isn't going to get it done because you've been so close to getting over the hump and representing the AFC in a Super Bowl. So getting into the playoffs probably is not a goal. But if you're the stage of where the 49ers are at right now, I put them in that group along with just about every other team getting into the playoffs and finding a way to win a game where all that matters is the 4 quarters, the 60 minutes, and everything played between the lines. That should be the goal, and that will continue to be the goal. So no, there is no notion where the 49ers should be thinking about phoning it in at this point in the season, as bad of a loss as Fred Warner is to the defense. But my question for you, JD, is the schedule is what it is. The NFL is a week-to-week constant evolution, and things change quickly. We had our week ago intro talking about how it was all good just a week ago, and here we are on a Monday, different narrative. But do you think that for the rest of the season and those 11 games you talked about, is on the road at Tampa Bay going to be the toughest test that they have to face all year?
It could very well be. I mean, right now we'll see what ultimately happens with Indianapolis. I think you're going to have the Rams at home again, coming to Seattle at the end. That might be for potentially the division if they play well enough. That could be for a playoff spot. Looking at the standings right now, Greg, the NFC West has 3 playoff teams right now. And I know it's week 6, and you don't want to get down that path too far. But right now the Niners are the 3 seed as the division leader. Seattle's the 5, and the Rams are the 7. So 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC West currently, and I think all 3 of those teams are playoff caliber. It would not surprise me, and we'll see what happens with the Niners as Seattle and the Rams go through their season, and the 49ers are going to have to continue shorthanded. But no, I think the Tampa game could be the biggest test when it's all said and done. I think the biggest 2-week, toughest 2-game stretch on the schedule coming in, you could say, was going to be at the Rams and at Tampa. I think that when you also factor in the team that Jacksonville turned out to be, that's a tough one. So yeah, I think it's, you can look at it that way now. Indy on Monday night could be one. Down the stretch there in the 2 divisional games. But no, I think there's a case to be made for that. 415, by the way, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, no Bosa, no Warner, no way. Turn out the lights, the party's over. But then for every one of those, there's a 408. Hey, guys, the Super Bowl is at our house. We need to do whatever it takes to play in it. Trade. Interesting. Still wanting to go kind of all in here, although I think more difficult to do in the NFL than it is in baseball, certainly, and even in the NBA at the trade deadline.
Yeah, no question. I mean, NBA, it all is so many players play there's only 5 on the court at one given time, right? So one star or one marquee player, and as we saw in this last trade deadline, can go a long way and make a difference. In the NFL, yes, a quarterback or a star running back, like we saw with Christian McCaffrey, certainly can make a big difference, but there's just so many players out there at once, and you can't go and find another Fred Warner out there on the trade market. You can't go and get a Fred Warner rental for him to be ready this next year. So you do have to be mindful about 2026. And as our one texter who was sending in the gifts of the tank, 2027, I don't think we need to start panicking and thinking about 2027 just right now. And no, we're not in tank mode right here at 4-2 either. But it's a very different reaction than just if you went to Tampa, you lost a game in which you didn't have Brock Purdy. And I mean, look, injuries are a part of it. And again, Tampa Bay certainly deserves credit for how they were able to overcome it. But it's tough when it happens in the middle of a game like that. Losing Emeka Egbuka mid-game, not ideal under any circumstance. And we'll see how long he's out with that hamstring injury. Maybe they get Mike Evans back this coming week. But losing someone like Fred Warner in the middle of a game, there's no opportunity to even plan with a reality like that. In the same way that Nick Bosa, they had to survive 3 quarters against Arizona without him as a pass rusher out there.
Yeah, they did. And 916, another one here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I'd like to see reinforcements, but instead of using draft capital for 1-year rentals, I'd rather see trades that yield talent that will stick around on 2 or 3 year contracts. I think that's more than fair and reasonable. Maybe you change the type of player that you're looking at moving forward, and you try to find somebody that fits more, maybe a younger player that another team wants out on, that you want a flyer on, that you think is really talented and is somebody that you'd want to factor into your plans moving forward. In essence, using the remaining time as almost an audition, while believing that they can be somebody that grows with this new core that the 49ers are trying to build around the guys who have helped them get to the Super Bowl, or in some cases Super Bowls.
808 KNBR, the number to chime in, 415-808-5627. Just revisiting our larger questions of the day for discussion. Have the 49ers hit their breaking point for injuries? So many already in the first 6 weeks. And yes, you'd think guys are coming back soon, but it's been a lot to overcome in this early stretch of the season. How do your expectations for the 49ers change moving forward? What is the ceiling for this team, and how did your view of that ceiling change after Fred Warner went down? And can a healthy offense be good enough to win games that are probably going to take the form more of a shootout? You know, Tim Ryan said something to us at the Football Hour, JD, ahead of this last week. He said, the defense has won the 49ers 4 games. Now, Mac Jones executed the 2-minute drill against Arizona when Eddie Pinheiro made the game-winning kick, and it's all about complementary football. But his larger point was there has been a singular defensive play you can point to in every single victory for the 49ers that won them the game. It was Nick Bosa in week 1. It was Bryce Huff in week 2. It was Upton Stout in week 3, because without ripping the ball out of Zay Jones' hands when he's going to the ground, that game's over and Arizona runs out the clock. And then it was Alfred Collins and, of course, the 4th down stop, both of those in week 4 against the Rams. Now the offense is probably going to have to win you a little bit more games. And the passing attack has been there, even with a backup quarterback and a bunch of backup receivers. The running game at some point is going to have to get it together.
Yeah, they are. There's no question. And I know there's a lot of different beliefs and views as to why the running game hasn't been more explosive. And I think that's been a big, is it not having Kittle? Is it not having some of your better blocking wide receivers healthy and on the field? Jawan Jennings has been in and out. Brandon Ayuk is as good as a wide receiver blocker as there is in the NFL. I think it's been more offensive line based as we've kind of gone forward here. I think the offensive line has become more of a casually noticeable issue. I think it's been an issue to a certain extent throughout the season, but I think it's, as games have gone on here, it's become more and more noticeable, kind of coming to a head even more in the game yesterday. So yeah, they're going to have to figure it out and try to come up with some semblance of balance. But I just don't, at this stage, it feels, unless it truly is Kittle and the wide receivers that are the main factor in why they haven't been able to break off more runs or be a little bit more consistent in the running game. I'm having a hard time figuring how it's going to be able to be fixed other than just the offensive line has to perform better and run block better, at the point of attack and win some more battles in there to allow for McCaffrey to be able to break off a few more of these runs. So we'll see how that ultimately shakes out. But again, you always in tough times lean on your best players, and the 49ers are going to have to, I think, lean on Christian McCaffrey now, maybe even more than they have. And the quarterbacks, I was
going to say, I feel like that's what they've been doing from week one.
And they're going to have to continue to. That's just the reality. 408, who will wear the green dot without Warner? Tatum Bethune is the guy, and we've talked about that throughout the course. I mean, he went in for Fred yesterday, and so we'll see how things shake out as far as who's going to get opportunities to potentially play a little bit more. But it's Tatum Bethune who the 49ers are pretty high on, but obviously he's no Fred Warner.
707 says the O-line keeps being brought up. I thought Mac-10 was holding the ball too long. Mac Jones, to be fair, has been a quarterback.
He did yesterday.
Yeah, he has been a quarterback throughout his time in the NFL that has tended to hold on the ball a little bit too long. Some of that might do with your receivers not getting separation. And I think in general, Todd Bowles and how creative he got with the blitzes was just a problem all game long. So, yeah, the offensive line did not protect him well. But, no, Mac Jones has had the tendency to hold on to the ball. I think that's fair.
And I think there were a couple of plays specifically in the game yesterday where that was the case. There were for as many plays as the rush was there, and it's like, whoa, like this is a major problem. There were some plays where the ball needed to get out or be thrown away, and Mac didn't. So I do think that is hand in hand. But you also need to be able to throw it at a point where you're not throwing it to the other team, which I think was a problem yesterday a couple of times too. But yeah, no, he did hang on to the ball a little too long yesterday, which is something that as he continues to have to play here, he's going to have to get it out and get it out to avoid some of those turnovers and sacks that basically act as turnovers.
Got another text I want to read coming back as it relates to something Krug and I got into on Friday, and we'll talk to Krug coming up at 12:50. And I also have a statement about Mac Jones I want to make when we come on back that I want to get your thoughts on. It's Papa and Silver with JD on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, it was the play nobody wanted to see yesterday. Fred Warner went down with a dislocated and broken ankle and will require some season-ending surgery. So first it was Nick Bosa, done for the year, and now add All-Pro Fred to the list. And the big question here on a Monday, how does this change the 49ers' identity moving forward? Well, they'll hope to get some reinforcements back with the possible return of George Kittle for Week 7. But on the defensive side, is it time to make a trade, and how seismic of a trade would you like to see? 808 KNBR, the number to call in, the text line, and of course, we got the YouTube chat.
The following is a test of...
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, prayers to Fred and his family and everything. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but, obviously looked pretty bad. And Fred's just our team captain, and he's been the leader of this team for a long time. So really all you can do is just pray for him and know that we have his back. I was disappointed that I didn't play better for him today. Sometimes I can, create good play, and it didn't today. So really just praying for him, and I know he's going to do a great job, getting back.
Yeah, whether it was Mac Jones or Trent Williams or Christian McCaffrey or Kyle Shanahan, I think the Fred Warner injury rightfully made it hard to focus moving forward. And I got to say, even as a spectator taking notes, it all felt really weird after that first quarter once Fred Warner went down, because second you see a player wearing 54 on the ground like that, usually he's not on the ground in that kind of capacity, and all it took was one little look at the instant replay, and that unfortunately is a season ender for All-Pro Fred. So that's Mac Jones speaking about it. JD, I told you I had a comment to make on Mac Jones, and it's honestly not a very controversial take, but are you with me on this? That, to me, Mac Jones was almost a non-story yesterday. He's a really solid backup quarterback. There was never any quarterback controversy. He's battling his own injuries. He wasn't protected well. He didn't play amazing, but he also didn't play poor enough for it to be a big thing. And the 49ers can't really run the ball, so he was expected to throw it a lot. Fred Warner was a big story. The confusion on the defense was a big story. Even Jawan Jennings, maybe there's something there as we move forward in the week. Mac Jones, I thought it was kind of is what it is. You wanted Brock Purdy to be out there, and you want Brock Purdy to be healthy, but as far as playing with your backup quarterback, look, Mac Jones is not a bad option, and there's a reason he's not paid $53 million a year and instead on a very nice bargain of 2 years, $7 million.
Yeah, I don't know that I would say non-story. You still, no touchdowns and 2 interceptions. You throw the interception early, you throw the interception late. I know every interception has a story and, miscommunication, whatever, wrong route. I get it. But you can't have that early in the game, and I think and you can't have it late in the game, albeit the 49ers in probably semi-desperation mode. So I would say not a non-story, not part of the reason, especially the early interception, I think part of the reason why the 49ers did lose the game. But overall, I guess I would tend to agree. The key, though, is during Mac Jones' career, he's been plagued by those interceptions, ones that look like the 2 that he threw in the game yesterday. And so, I think the one question I would have is, and Mac has played great, and I would not even put him, in the top maybe 5 reasons why the 49ers lost the game yesterday. Anytime you're critical of any kind of a player, you immediately get this pushback along those lines. But I also think, if he's going to continue to play, the one thing that I wonder is, the more that he plays, are more of those interceptions going to pop up? Because throughout the course of his career, and we're seeing a different Mac Jones with the 49ers, but throughout the course of his career, though, he has been interception prone along those lines. So that's just something to kind of file away. But you know what? Brock Purdy has had some interceptions early in the season in the games that he's played in that leave a little bit to be desired also. So Brock is the starter. They need to get him healthy, and I do think he has a greater ability to be able to be more successful with an offensive line that's less consistent. I'll say it nicely, because of his ability to get out and move a little bit and make some more off-schedule plays. So, yeah, I thought Mac Jones, you kind of said it. Mac Jones was fine. Yeah, I thought he was fine. I thought he did some really good things. I thought, again, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Most times you're going to lose the game when that happens. But we can look at a bunch of other reasons, from offensive line play to confusion on the defense to other things, as to being the primary reasons the 49ers lost to a very good, now 5-1 Tampa Bay team on the road.
Yeah, and you're fair. You're in your right to bring up the Mac Jones interceptions and how throughout his career and his 50-plus starts, that has been a thing. I'm not trying to pretend like it's not. As for yesterday, I'm not looking too much into it. Moving forward, though, if you're having 2 interceptions a game, or interceptions like maybe more so the second one where you got a little bit tricked by the blitz coverage, then it's a little bit more of a discussion, just because the margin for error is thin as ever right now. And theoretically, you should get George Kittle back, Brandon Ayuk back. You knock on wood that Christian McCaffrey stays healthy and fully available. And if you got those guys out there and you're turning it over, then it becomes even more unacceptable. So as for yesterday, I don't make it a big thing, but moving forward, yeah, if Mac Jones, every start he's going to get, every snap he's going to get, you expect him, because there are things that Brock can do that he can't do quite as well. You expect Mac Jones to at least do the basics of taking care of the football. And in the games that he have won, he's largely done that with New Orleans, Arizona, and then, of course, the Rams game.
Well, and it's also, if we're going to be counting on the season to not be over, and I think we both agree that it's not, and there are still a lot of winnable games. I mean, how are the 49ers going to win those games? Well, in the immediate, they're probably going to need, and we'll see where the injury status of Brock Purdy lies when Kyle meets with the media on his conference call coming up at 3:30 Pacific time. I do think that's something that'll be addressed, and it's still week to week. Is he going to be out there in a limited fashion even Wednesday, or is Mac Jones going to have to continue to play? I think inclination I get is Mac Jones probably going to have to continue to play here at least another week, if not for longer. But part of why we're speaking of this 49ers team as if they have a chance to still get into the playoffs is the fact that they're going to be led by their offense and get positive and mostly mistake-free quarterback play. And Mac has shown in the games that he's played overall, and even showed it in the game yesterday, despite the 2 interceptions, that he has the ability to make plays and lead drives and be a winning quarterback for this football team. But if they're going to win with the margin for error lessened, they're going to have to win with him not turning the football over multiple times a game, regardless of what the story is behind each individual turnover, whether it's on the offensive line that causes a fumble or him holding the ball too long, or whether it's a miscommunication with the receiver running a wrong route, or a throw that he shouldn't make versus, as you mentioned, getting tricked by a blitz and not realizing a defender's going to be there, or not putting enough on a throw because a defender because you're hurried up. Like, all of those things, regardless, you can't have your quarterback turning it over multiple times a game. Otherwise, it's going to become the reason that maybe you come up short in a lot of these games that we're talking about that are still winnable, because the defense you almost have to count on in some of these games is just not going to be at the level that has been the 49ers standard here over the last half decade.
808 KNBR, we've got the YouTube chat. You can check us out on The Sports Leader. You can also go to twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader. And, of course, dial us up at 415-808-5627. A lot of great texts we've had today. It's Papa and Silver. John Dickinson filling in for Papa. We should be able to get Pop back tomorrow and continue to get his thoughts on, Papa and I it happened during the show, the news that Nick Bosa was season-ending torn ACL, and now we have to get his thoughts on Fred Warner because that is just a really, really tough loss here for this Niners defense as they move forward and kind of readjust their expectations and also look at guys like Tatum Bethune and how next man could step up for Robert Saleh. How about Robert Saleh, man? He comes back home to the 49ers. The Jets are a complete disaster without him. We're so happy to have him back. He's happy to be back, and now he's challenged for a job as he's looking to eventually be a head coach. If Robert Saleh can get something out of this defensive unit for the rest of the year, then I think that there's a pretty safe bet Robert Saleh will not be the defensive coordinator for the 49ers in 2026.
No doubt, and it's going to be incredibly difficult, but I will also say this, like, is there anybody that you'd rather have no, right? Like, I mean, it's a horrible situation to be in, but I think having Robert Saleh around is part of the reason where you can't count on the 49er defense being certainly elite, maybe even being consistently good. I think they've got their best chance that they have with Robert Saleh's ability to scheme it up, even with some backup players and some inexperienced players and missing potential future Hall of Fame type players. Like, it's an awful situation that nobody wants to be in, but the positive spin on it, if there is one, is that there isn't another defensive coordinator out there that the 49ers could have right now that you wouldn't want to give them a shot, to give them a chance to be able to come up with enough in conjunction with some complementary football for this team to still be putting themselves in position to win week in, week out.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the two best offseason acquisitions were Robert Saleh and Mac Jones, and they've both had their hands full here to start this season. Robert Saleh, we knew he was going to be involved in every game, of course, maybe not to this degree now, missing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and Mac Jones wouldn't have expected him to start 4 of the first 6 games, so nicely done there by the front office, but a long way to go in this NFL season. For those of you interested in football as a whole and your ex-49ers, also got to let you know for anyone who's got bets on the line or fantasy football, Deebo Samuel was listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Bears with a heel injury. He is expected to play per Lisa Salters of ESPN. So Deebo had a nice little resurgence over there in Washington, and we got the Monday night doubleheader. I'll be watching Washington-Chicago, but I think I'm going to be more fixated on the Bills for Papa's sake, but more importantly, the team they're playing, the Atlanta Falcons, coming into Levi's Stadium in 6 days from now. So, JD, I told you I had a text I wanted to get to, and it was about something that I got into with Krug on Friday. Krug's joining us at 12:50, so let's read that text next, and it's going to open the door back up to the possibility of John Lynch calling around teams and making a trade before the deadline. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader. Steve Moskowitz on a Monday to help you get your affairs in order to start the week. Steve, it's an important question, and it affects more people than we would probably expect. What do you do if you're struggling to pay your taxes?
You call us, and it's very, very common. And right now, here it is, Monday, October 13th. And on Wednesday, 2 days from now, is the extended due date for individual returns. And today, there's a lot of people who spent their weekend doing their taxes, or their tax preparer is going to call them today or tomorrow and say, hi, you owe X number of dollars. And the client says, you must have done something wrong. I can't possibly owe that, or I can't pay that. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return. File the return and let us cut a deal for you. I know it's frustrating. I know it can be scary, but this is what we do for a living. There's a lot of ways to make a good deal. We explain everything to you in a free consultation. And if you want us to, We just do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. Don't panic. Don't worry. Just call for your free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
That's all you got to do. Pick up the phone and dial 1-888-TAX-STEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
San Francisco's 148th rush attempt of the season leads to the end zone for the first time. As the great voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, would say, touchdown, San Francisco.
That's our buddy from last Thursday. Jim Nance joined us when we were out in Santa Clara. We had the football hour, and we got to talk to the one and only Jim Nance. So I appreciate the tribute to Greg Papa, and we'll have Papa back on the show tomorrow. Good thing the 49ers did find the end zone. It was a lot of Eddie Pinheiro yesterday, but had they not gotten their first rushing touchdown of the year after 148 attempts, Jim Nantz wouldn't have had that opportunity to pay tribute. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. And by the way, remember how they had a chance to go and not only win our qualifier to go to Hawaii, you got a chance to win 49ers Falcons tickets. So here we go. The following is the test of the... I'm kidding. This is the call to call right now. It's me telling you. 415-896-KNBR. Different line than our generic one. 415-896-5627. Be caller number 10. And you can not only win tickets to see 49ers Falcons, we might have you audition to play middle linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers, or really any position that is suffering from injury right now. So give Walter a call. That's all you got to do. A lot of great texts to go. 415, can someone tell Sky Moore to stop fielding punts at the 1 yard line? Yeah, that's a good one. Another 415, where is Nick Martin? I'll tell you, Nick Martin has been healthy and active, and a lot of those other backup linebackers had special teams duties, but we're going to start seeing some Nick Martin coming up. 510 says that we never acknowledge texts, and look, I'm allowed to read them and not say it. Says they only got 1 year of Robert Saleh, and now they won't have Bosa and Warner, so that stinks. So anyway, look, maybe they will, maybe they won't. It's week 6. It's too early. 209. Really adamant that we shouldn't be talking about how the Giants might be able to be a playoff team. Sorry, the 49ers might be able to be a playoff team. Says they did the same dance with the San Francisco Giants. And yeah, the Giants ultimately were. Again, it's week 6. The 49ers are 4-2. I'm not saying they're a playoff team, and I'm not saying they're eliminated here.
Here's the difference, though. The 49ers under Kyle Shanahan have given some proof that they can be a team, in the mix with varying levels of talent and get in, right? They've been a 3-4 team that's gotten in and won 13 games. They've been a 3-5 team that's gotten to 10-7 during Kyle Shanahan's tenure. They've been a team that's gotten off the hot starts and not faded. It's two different sports. It's apples and oranges, but let's also not lump the two together and say that just because the Giants had a fake early season record and faded, means that the 49ers, I actually feel like the 49ers have got more of a shot considering the position that they're in, given, some of the stabilizing people that have been around than the Giants would have even in June, to be honest. Like, I got more confidence in this team finding a way to do it than you had in the Giants, who ultimately came up short even after they made a massively big trade. So, I mean, those two do not correlate at all. The 49ers have earned a lot of the positivity here. They earned the benefit of the doubt, I think, to at least see if they can compete without their best guys, given the schedule that they have, and try to figure out a way to, again, it's not like they've got to be a great team between now and the end of the year without Fred Warner. They just have to be an average team. They just have to be a 6-5 kind of a team, and that's probably enough to get them in.
650 says the 49ers are charbroiled, baked, fried, roasted, and we're paid to be in denial that the season is over. Time for Kuminga. Wow, okay, that's a full 180 there on the Jonathan Kuminga #1 now and his left-handed poster in the Warriors preseason game. The text I wanted to get to, JD, as it relates to the discussion I had with Krug on Friday, 209 asked about Roquan Smith and the Baltimore Ravens possibly being sellers. And so what Krug and I got into was, what teams could we peg as sellers at the trade deadline? Lot can change in the coming weeks, but we got about a month to weigh this one. And I would say Tennessee seems like a surefire seller. They just fired their head coach today. New Orleans
Jets
is going to be a seller. The Jets are a seller. The Browns could be a seller. The Ravens did sell when they got rid of Odafe Owe and traded him to the LA Chargers. But the team that I was kind of wondering about, and I wouldn't peg them as sellers right now, but could Houston get to a point where they are sellers? I don't believe that DeMeco Ryans is coaching for his job after 2 seasons of getting into the divisional round of the playoffs. The offense is disgusting. The defense is really good. They got pass rushers. They face the 49ers coming up in a bit. They're coming off their bye. Is Houston a team that could ultimately be on the sellers list? Because if we're talking about trade targets here, I really think you got to look at it in the vein of who is for sure selling. Cincinnati could very well get to that point too, but just this last week, they decided to buy and get Joe Flacco to go and be their new QB1.
Well, for me, and I think you laid out a bunch of teams, and I'll weigh in on Houston here. I think for sure Jets, Titans, Browns, Dolphins. I think the Ravens are sellers. I think the Raiders probably. I know they got a win yesterday against Tennessee. Should be sellers. I think Cincinnati should be sellers. And I think Cincinnati, I said it yesterday on the pregame with Copes, I think eventually they're going to come to the realization where they are sellers. NFC, I think, is a little murkier. I think really, maybe only the Saints at this point would be the team that I would put in. To your point, though, on Houston and asking the question, they were 0-3, a couple of close losses. Offense not doing a lot, but a couple of close losses the first 2 weeks, and then just a really ugly game down in Jacksonville that wound up being their third loss. They went 9 and 10 points in a couple of those games. But they have looked better against some teams that are in shambles, the Titans and Ravens, before you look at their bye week, which is this week. So they're coming off their bye. They go to Seattle and then play the 49ers at home and then play the Broncos before the deadline. So I think it's possible, but I think the only way that it's probable is if they end up losing, I think, all three of those games. But I think that they probably, you lose all three, you're 2-6 at that point, and I think you're a seller. If you're even 3-5, you win one of those games, I think they're probably counting on the ability to try to win two of those three. Seattle's not the same team at home as they've been on the road, although that is a Monday night game a week from tonight for the Texans up in Seattle. So they're going to have a short week in gearing up for the 49ers, although that's a 10 a.m. Pacific time start. I think Houston could be, but I kind of lean like the Texans are going to be able to win just enough to avoid being a seller at this point. But the Niners have a say in it. The Niners can put them down with the game on October the 26th coming up in a couple of weeks and maybe make them consider it.
Well, that's exactly why I brought up the Texans, because I was looking at their schedule and I'm like, before the trade deadline, that's not any gimmies. And theoretically, it could get to a point where it's 2-6. And I don't think that, unlike, say, the New York Giants, I think they would be reluctant to sell because Kayvon Thibodeau's a name that's come up. And maybe they do ultimately sell. But now you've got these two rookies and Scadaboo and Dart. And also on top of that, and, unfortunately, if you're a Giants fan and you think maybe they would be better off selling and building for the future because of this young talent, Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen want to save their jobs. They could be gone after this year. I don't think that Houston and their situation, D'Amico Ryans is not in that same predicament at the current moment. So it's just a thought. The AFC South as two teams that have gotten off to surprisingly really good starts. I think Indianapolis is legit because it's been proven that you don't need Daniel Jones to be playing A football in order to go and win games. Jonathan Taylor looks like the guy who was in the MVP discussion a few years back. That offensive line is protecting Daniel Jones very well, and the rookie tight end, Tyler Warren, Papa and I both loved him coming out of Penn State, and I'm glad they ultimately went with Mykel Williams, especially just needing reinforcements on the defensive side, and I think Mykel's got a bright future in this league, but we really liked Tyler Warren coming out of Penn State. He's been awesome. Jacksonville, I don't know if I'm as sold on them over the long haul. The defense is legitimate. They are fantastic. Can they force turnovers at that rate? I don't know. Brian Thomas Jr., it's been a weird sophomore slump to start the year. Trevor Lawrence, I just don't think I'm fully sold on it yet. Maybe Jacksonville ends up keeping this up all the way through the end of the season, and you can get multiple playoff teams in the AFC South. I think I'm sold on Indy at this point. Jacksonville, I'm not quite as sure.
Right. No, I think we'll have to see. I like Jacksonville, though. I think there was, a little bit of an emotional letdown for the game, that they had on Monday night. Seattle, I think, impressive as hell. Jacksonville is one of those teams that you're kind of wondering, what's it going to look like moving forward? Can they keep it up? I like their defense. I like the moxie and the attitude that they play with. So we'll see. Ultimately how it all plays out. Indy, you're kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop potentially on Indy. And yesterday could have been that day. Any of these teams that get off to kind of these surprising starts, I'm always kind of looking at the games where they play teams that it all of a sudden becomes a should win, right? And at least on paper. And I think given where the Colts are, where the Cardinals were, and Kyler Murray being out, like that was the game yesterday where you're thinking, well, if they're going to have a shift, maybe they lose that game, but they found a way to win it. So I think that solidifies them moving forward here at 5-1. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. But a lot of these teams that the Niners are going to be facing, to kind of bring it back to the Niners a little bit, it's interesting. A lot of these teams are in better position than you would have anticipated them being at the beginning of the year. And now the Niners are going to have to look to beat them shorthanded.
It's good to get a little NFL at large talk, because that was feeding into our Niner discussion and a lot of the things that both I solo and us collectively got into with Krug on a Friday. He'll join us next, and he does it every Monday. Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mondays during the football season are all about reaction and sometimes a little overreaction. But however your emotions are treating you this morning, we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627 and Fred Warner's season-ending injury. How do your expectations change? And what should the 49ers do to salvage this monumental loss? Hit us up on the phones, the text line, the YouTube chat, wherever you need to voice it. We'll be here for you at 10 to 2. All right, I'm back again because we got to talk about the Dolan Law Firm. You know, many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in the state of California. That's not the case with Chris Dolan and his law firm. They've been here for more than 25 years in the Bay Area, and they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you locally. So if you've had issues at work with your discrimination or wrongful termination, facing sexual harassment, just know that your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. So with all the vehicles and pedestrians and children and cyclists out there, please be careful. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. It's going to be raining this week, so all the more reason to be cautious out there on the roads. And if something happens, you can at least feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front or deal with hourly rates or upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver on a Monday. JD filling in for Papa. And speaking of Mondays, we do this after every NFL Sunday. That is Talk to Our Guy, Larry Krueger. You can catch him on YouTube. You can catch him on Niners Nightly. And Krug's hands just got a little bit more full, as did the 49ers, and as did everyone who gets to talk about this team, because, yes, they lost yesterday 30-19, but losing Fred Warner for the season is the larger story here. And Krug joins us here on the Yuma guest line, as well as the stream coming up in just a moment. All right, Krug, that's a tough one as I bring you in. And, you know, Fred Warner, that injury, that was on the short list of absolutely cannot have it for the 49ers. But here we are, and it's another day, another injury to talk about. And the 49ers, they got their hands full with this one.
And it was gruesome. You know, it was a gruesome injury. He got rolled up on from behind and blew out the ankle severely. And Jair Brown fell into him. And you saw the Tampa players, man, they were frantically calling for the Niners trainers immediately. Get out here, get out here, get out here. Yeah. So it's nobody's fault. I mean, you know, by the way, if you're if you're the guy who's you know decided that you're gonna crush Jair Brown for this, I mean, come on. I mean, check yourself. I mean, Jair Brown is not responsible for that injury. It's just the way it is, just the way it goes. But I saw some people this morning just being like, you know, Jair Brown. It's like, no, dude, no. Think again. Come up with something new. Go dig, you know, look for a new blame suspect, because you can't blame Jair Brown. You know, you play the game fast and physical, and stuff happens, and it wasn't his fault.
Krug, a big theme of our show here today in just kind of processing it all and letting the 49er fans kind of vent and figure out where they go is how much do the expectations for this team change now, because they're still 4-2, and Fred Warner is the heart and soul and leader of this football team, both I think offensively and defensively. Trent Williams said that in the locker room in Tampa after the game. But for you, how do the expectations change? Can the 49ers do anything, you know, looking to the outside organizationally to try and salvage this season? Are they more or less, I guess, apt to make a trade now? Because they are still leading the division, and it's going to be tough to obviously have a defense that plays anywhere close to the standard that the 49ers have set with Fred Warner. They still have what I believe to be a lot of winnable games. Now, you can also lose those games if you don't play well, and especially if you don't have a capable enough defense. But there are a lot of winnable games on the schedule for the 49ers to where I think they can still get to 10 wins and be a playoff team. But how do you see all of that as it relates to the expectations, while also maybe understanding the fact that this team probably can't contend for a Super Bowl anymore?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, it depends who you are, right? You know, it depends who you are in this equation. If you're, you know, I think the players, this is what you sign up for. You know, you're signing up for 17 weeks, whether it's, you know, whether you're a good team or not, whether you're a playoff team or not. So, I mean, the people that are like, you know, bench everybody, trade everybody, you know, tank the season, you know, it's like, what? They're not doing that. You know, it's just not doing. Even if they should do that, they're not doing that. It's just not the way it's done. You know, the players and coaches sign up for the full 17 weeks, and they're going to play the full 17 weeks. And as far as how does this change things? I mean, in some ways, it shouldn't change anything for the players and the coaches. I mean, what are you not going to work as hard? You're not going to play as hard. You're not going to coach as hard. You're not going to, you know, you're not going to watch film as hard. You're not going to lift weights. I mean, it's just, you're going to do all those things the same way you were going to do them before Fred Warner's injury, before Nick Bosa's injury. So, and to some degree, nothing changes. I think what changes potentially is for John Lynch and I don't know where you were before, but I was already in the camp of no way, no how should they trade their first round draft choice. That's earmarked for their replacement for Trent Williams. And I really don't think they ought to trade their second or third round pick either. Now, that was probably the debate is would you trade some 2s and 3s? Would you trade some day 2 picks for a Hendrickson or a Simmons or for a real difference maker? I think now that discussion should be off the table. I don't think you should be considering trading day 2 picks, not when you are in this situation. But it doesn't mean that you should. I mean, there's two kinds of trades in the NFL. There's the trades where it's Herschel Walker, Deshaun Watson, and you trade a ton of capital and, for a player. I think they have to be, if they were ever in that lane, they need to get out of that lane. The lane they need to be in is still in that, hey, you know what? If I can get a player that's useful, that can help us, that can move a day 3 pick, with all the compensatory selections that the Niners have accrued through time. I think I would still be doing that. I'd still be on the lookout for that. And that's like 80 to 90 to 95% of all NFL trades. Look what they traded for Brian Robinson. Hardly anything.
Right.
So I think they're still very much in the trade market on that level. I just don't think I would consider a day 1 or day 2 pick. And then you got to ask yourself, what do they really need? Like, that's the other thing. It's like, it's not just do they need to make a trade? It's like, what exactly do they need? And I would say they need a veteran offensive lineman who can plug in for Connor Colby, that can allow them to bench Colby so that they can run the ball, so that they can achieve offensive balance, so that they can keep their quarterbacks upright, so they can have a chance to compete for playoffs, and who knows what happens then. So I kind of think that the thinking coming into yesterday was, they just need a finisher. They need a pass rusher to finish the deal. Now I think you should look at it differently. I think you should look at it like, what is going to get us playing good football? You're not going to be able to sustain anything if you can't run the ball at all. And right now, their offensive line is horrible. I don't want to hear from anybody who says otherwise. They can't run the ball at all, despite having one of the best backs in football. And their quarterback has been hit 20 times in the last 2 weeks. That is not sustainable. So I don't want to hear about pass rushers. I don't want to hear about linebackers. I don't want to hear about defensive additions. I want to hear about who is the veteran offensive lineman that's going to get them to open some run lanes so they can achieve some balance, so they can keep their quarterbacks upright, so they have a chance. I think they need to change their viewpoint from how do we finish games to how do we start our winning equation, because right now they're dead on arrival with their winning equation. They're a running football team that can't run. They're a team that Kyle Shanahan loves offensive balance. He can't achieve it because they cannot run. So it's 40 passes a game and 10 hits on the quarterback. And unless you really have this strong desire to see Adrian Martinez, I would say that plan sucks.
Talking to Larry Krueger here with a lot of great insight here on a Monday. And, it's funny. So before we had you on, I reopened that discussion that we had on Friday about potential sellers at the trade deadline. And I want to get JD's thoughts on some of the teams that we could say, in all certainty, they probably will be sellers. Now, one of them is Cleveland, and I think that the takeaway from the Pittsburgh-Cleveland game yesterday wasn't as much about the Steelers and more so about, the Browns kind of admitted they're punting on this season. So you say veteran offensive lineman. What do you think about the notion of going and getting somebody like a Joel Bitonio? Signed a 3-year deal, $15 million. His contract ends at the end of this year. I don't know if you would only do that if the plans would be to re-sign him after the fact. I get that there's a lot of youth on the offensive line, but they got a lot of linemen on this roster, and a lot of those linemen have been injured at this point already in the year, and it's clear that they're missing them from the get-go.
Yeah, I love that name. I love Bitonio. He played at Nevada. He's a super tough guy. I also like Kevin Zeitler. Zeitler's with Tennessee. He's 6'4", he's 330. He's been a really, really good offensive lineman for a number of years. He's also a culture player. I think they need a little bit of I think they could use a culture player on their offensive line. Somebody who's just like such a maniac that the rest of them have to kind of fall in line. And Zeitler and Batonio kind of fit that description. They're kind of old school, throwback, tough guys who demand a certain level of intensity. And I would go that direction. I mean, you got to evaluate everybody across the board on that offensive line. You're not getting it done. You have one of the best backs in football, and he's running into walls on most carries. And now you're at a point where Shanahan starts to coach around the failures of his roster. And so now it's like, well, we're not going to have offensive balance. It's going to be 40 passes a game. And it's just not sustainable. So they're going to have to go back to the beginning of football. The only position group on a football team that is impacted by no other position group is the offensive line. That is the area right now where they're just deficient. Trent Williams looks old. Brendel's getting beat. Pooney's regressed significantly. I mean, Dom Pooney, my goodness. When he watches that film yesterday, I want to see Dom Pooney hit a defensive lineman as hard as he hits himself, as hard as he hits the ground after he screws up. Hit the defensive lineman with that intensity because right now he's regressed significantly.
Crew, give me the likelihood that the 49ers actually look to make a move at the deadline or ahead of the deadline on the offensive line because, as you well know, they tend to evaluate their linemen's performance at a much different rate than you or I or PFF or fans or anybody else. And it was clearly a major problem yesterday. It was a problem in L.A. in a game that they were able to still win. But historically, the Niners have not looked under Kyle Shanahan toward making those kinds of changes that others continuously call for. What do you think would actually get them into the mode to believe that they have to do something now when they haven't really in the past?
Because their quarterbacks are all beat up. Because their running back, who they love and is a future Hall of Famer, is running into walls. Because they literally can't achieve offensive balance if they can't run the ball. And how many weeks are you going to give the run game? Are they going to do something? I think they're going to be active. I really do. I think this doesn't change anything from that perspective. I think they are going to be active in the trade market. And I think if they're realistic with themselves, they're going to say, well, what do we need? You don't need a quarterback. Maybe you could use another runner, but you got Christian and Robinson. You don't really need a tight end. You got Kittle coming back. You've got I think Kendrick Bourne is proof that, you don't really need to trade for a receiver, right? Defensive line would be the area. I think internally they're pretty well prepared with Bethune and Nick Martin to handle life without Warner. But those guys aren't Warner. You know what I mean? So there's that factor as well. Adam Schefter put out a list the other day of all the guys that he thinks are going to be potentially moved at the deadline. And on that list were, some offensive linemen. And Zeitler was on that list, and Batonio was on that list. So I do think that's where they need to go. But you're right. They may not see it the same way. But I'll say this. The Todd Bowles, who's one of the most blitz-heavy guys in football, he didn't blitz yesterday, hardly at all. Why do you think that is? Because he felt like he could get it done with his front four and impact the quarterback without blitzing. And he knows Mac's a good processor. And he knew Mac was going to be able to throw in behind his blitzes. So he said, you know what, this guy's a good processor, and their line isn't any good. So I'll just run my front four at him, and we'll get enough pressure, and we won't give him predefined reads, and we'll win that way. And it worked.
Krug, it was pretty clear what we saw from the defense when Nick Bosa went out. They did not get a quarterback hit against Jacksonville and their only other loss of the season. What did you observe from the defense yesterday as far as Fred Warner going out and just looking a little bit more hesitant, disconnected, disjointed?
Well, he's the leader. He's the guy that gets he's more important than Bosa in some ways because Bosa's just about, what he can do. And Warner's about, getting everybody lined up right. You take Warner out. He's a great coverage linebacker. He's a difference maker for sure. You're going to look a little disjointed. But let's be totally honest about this. The 49ers were not stopping the run when Fred was out there. Rashad White was running freely in the first quarter. Before Fred went out, he had a 10-yard run on first down. And I mean, so they just weren't good enough against the run overall. And what's it going to take? I mean, everybody's going to have to, know the game plan. Everybody's going to have to be really into Fred is not going to be able to cover the failures of the rest of that defense. So, it's going to be really important. I think Bethune stepped in. I thought he made a number of nice hits, but he's not Fred as a coverage guy. I know Nick Martin will help out once he gets healthy. But, it's just you have these difference-making players, and you have a pretty good line, and then you have Nick Bosa. You have a pretty good linebacking core, but you have Fred Warner. Well, now, you don't have those great players, and it takes you down several pegs.
You mentioned a little bit, Krug, as far as Tatum Bethune. What's just kind of your overall evaluation of him as a player and what the 49ers think of him to be, in the position now as Fred's backup to step in? And then also, where do you think this leaves Nick Martin, who's been a healthy scratch here to begin his NFL career through the first 6 games?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's wrong with Nick Martin. Nick Martin's, just in a numbers game. They can only have so many guys up on game day. He's got caught in a numbers game. He's, they have special teams linebackers like Curtis Robinson and Luke Gifford that are special teams aces. They were trying to be good on special teams because they were so bad in previous years. So they're committing to special teams, and that's part of how you commit to it. You sign guys who are good on special teams, and then you make them active on game day. And so that's what they're doing. And Nick there's nothing wrong with Nick. He's just not a special teams ace yet. Many great linebackers at the college level aren't special teams aces because they're not asked to play special teams on their college team. So that's the only reason he's not up. But I would expect Bethune is going to be Bethune came out of Florida State. He's got great instincts. He's a really good run defender. He just was a step slow, but he worked on his body in the offseason, and I think he picked up a step and a half of speed. He remade his body, and I think you've seen a faster Tatum Bethune, and I think he'll be pretty good, to be completely honest. But he's not Fred, and he's not that kind of a coverage player. Martin, I think, is now going to be up, and he's going to get some run, and I think you're going to see him develop. He'll have weaknesses, but he's also going to show that he's got star potential because that's what he's got.
How do you think they will look to use Martin? Because Bethune's the mic. I mean, where will they get Martin in the game, you think?
Well, I mean, Bethune, basically everybody moves up a spot. So Bethune moves up a spot into Fred's spot, and then Martin would step into Bethune's spot. So he would.
So he'll be the backup mic, you think?
He'll be the backup mic, and he'll be the special team. He'll be a special team contributor, and if there's an injury or somebody needs a blow or whatever, they'll put him in there. But I think Nick Martin's gonna play, and when he does play, I think he's gonna play well. And I'm not losing Fred is a crusher, but it's more of a crusher because of how spectacular Fred is as a coverage guy and what a leader he is in getting everybody lined up. I think they'll be able to replace him physically. It's the mentally and emotionally that's going to be difficult.
Krug, we appreciate you coming by as always. It's a little bit of a tougher Monday because I was thinking going into the weekend when I had both of you on filling in for Papa the second half of the show, I'm like, hey, if they lose to a Buccaneers team that's played some incredible football to start the season, so be it. But I felt like just watching the last 3 quarters was an entirely different experience once you saw Fred go down and do it in that fashion, man.
It was, the worst football game I've ever seen, I think, was the NFC Championship game, Niners-Eagles, because of the nature of that, right? The game was done 6 plays in before any points were really, before the game was really, before we even settled into the game, it was over, and we still had 3 hours to go. So that was a tough watch for sure. But this was a close second, just because we all know what Fred means to the team and to their emotional place and their swagger on defense. I mean, he's such a special player, such a special person, future Hall of Famer. So it's a real blow. But hey, you know what? This is football, and you got to get up, and you got to keep fighting, and you got to keep driving, and nobody can take their foot off the gas pedal. By the way, very cool that Jim Nantz gave a little shout out love to Greg Papa on his on one of the touchdown calls on the CMC 1-yard run. He called it, and then he kind of made reference to Greg there, before they went to the commercial break. Nance was bugging the hell out of me yesterday with his predictions and his jinxes and this and that, but that one moment I did enjoy quite a bit.
Here we go, Jim. Let's talk about Greg Papa. That was a terrible Tony Romo. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, no, that was incredible, and I joked with JD. I'm glad the 49ers got in the end zone because when the morning show was looking for that sound, it wasn't hard to find. Go back to the one touchdown that the 49ers were able to score. But, hey, at least they got Eddie Pinheiro. Eddie De Niro has been money.
Eddie's been money. Now, if we could somebody could tell Sky Moore that fielding punts inside the 5 is not necessarily, that it's somewhat frowned upon. Maybe we could start there. That'd be a good little spot to start.
Couple games tonight. Couple games tonight. Bills and Falcons. Obviously, the next Niner opponent's the Falcons. But a little bit of breaking news here. Jake Moody will be kicking for the Bears tonight against the Commanders, elevated from the practice squad. So Jake Moody tonight kicking for the Bears. Speaking of special teams.
Wow. Good luck to Jake. I did find it interesting. I think one of the more interesting moments of the week leading into this game with the Bucs was when Eddie Pinheiro told us that he's reached out to Jake Moody to, give him emotional support. And I just thought to myself, man, that is above and beyond the call of duty for Eddie Pinheiro. But I wish Jake
Pinheiro's a great guy, man. He's been a delight to talk to in the locker room, and he just seems like a real cool dude who he understands the importance of being a kicker, but he also understands that you can't really take yourself too seriously in an NFL locker room, I think, as a kicker.
Yeah, no, to me, I knew he was the right guy. The very first question and answer when he was like, hey, someone's like, hey, what's your mindset, taking over? And he's like, look, it's the NFL. You make kicks or you're gone. And then he's like, ha, 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 ha. And it's like that was such an eye-opener to me because it was like really what was bothering the Niners was how heavy everything was getting around Jake Moody.
Yeah.
And when you throw in a guy who's like staring at his NFL mortality like Eddie Pinheiro knew, he just laughs in the face of it like, hey, man, if I don't make kicks, I'm out of here and I'm cut and I'm gone. When if you're at that spot, you're in a different spot than where Jake was. And Eddie Pinheiro is one of the MVPs of the season so far.
When he was hobbling around there before halftime, I was like, you got to be kidding me, bro. Anyone who's like playing well for this team immediately is heading into the medical tent. So, Krug, you stay safe yourself. We'll catch you on Niners Nightly. So we got a live Niners Nightly after the Monday night broadcast on the Sports Leader, correct?
Yep, tonight after the Monday night, second game of the doubleheader. I'll take some calls. I'll vent. I'll rant. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but we'll talk. I do have some plans for what I think the Niners ought to do and how they ought to react, and we'll throw them out tonight.
We appreciate you warming up with us on a Monday.
Absolutely, fellas. My guys, have a great rest of your Monday.
Thanks, Krug. Yeah, you can catch him tonight right after the Monday night game. It's the doubleheader. So the second one is the Bears and the Commanders. And how about it, JD? Jake Moody back in the NFL. We'll get into that storyline a little bit, as well as rehash a lot of our Niner topics of the day. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work coming up at 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus earlier to recap the 49ers' 30-19 loss in Tampa Bay, but more important, the loss of Fred Warner for the season and how it's going to affect Robert Saleh, the rest of this defense, and the offense that's going to have to carry the load. Check out that interview, as always, on thesportsleader.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
You got any more sounders to hit, Walter, on a Monday? I'm surprised we haven't had an EAS test here for the third time. It's okay. It's not the most ridiculous thing that's happened because
Careful what you wish for.
Dirty Work's coming up in 35 minutes. We're going to have Depop and Tim Webb and Copes take it away. Copes, I have nothing to say to because I played against his terrible fantasy team, and I got Rico Dowdled. My first 3 picks either were on a bye or injured, so that was just a pathetic week for me. Derek said there's only one thing left for the 49ers to do, and that's sign Devondre Campbell. So have fun listening to Dirty Work from 2 to 5:15. They'll take you up to the start of Monday Night Football, and as we just discussed with Krug, a very real headline, Jake Moody has been elevated from the Bears practice squad. He'll make his return tonight. 707 says so in the postgame handshake between Deebo Samuel and Jake Moody, who locks in between the Commanders and the Bears. That's a good text. But yeah, it'll be a good game, JD. And, every NFC game is one worth watching moving forward here because Washington had their own injuries to deal with to start the year. Jayden Daniels missed a couple of games. And the Bears, after a really terrible start to the year, have looked to turn things around under first-year head coach Ben Johnson.
Yeah, and the Bears and Falcons are teams that are obviously going to be coming up on the 49ers schedule. One way far down the line, still 2.5 months away. The Bears on December the 28th at Levi's, but the Falcons are the 49ers' next opponent. So a lot to glean in this Monday night game where the Falcons will end up on a short week and have to come out to the West Coast to play the 49ers on Sunday Night Football. So should be a good matchup there, but a lot to learn tonight. And, yeah, we'll see what's up with Jake Moody. And, look, I wish Jake Moody the best. I know it was a frustrating tenure with the 49ers. And, we'll see if Moody becomes the latest in this long line of kickers who need to get cut somewhere before they can go on to have an illustrious career. But yeah, Moody activated is definitely going to be something to watch if he gets opportunities tonight against the Commanders.
Yeah, no question. And look, I'm totally rooting for Jake Moody. He seemed like a good guy. I felt bad that the pressure got to be a little bit too much and he had the injury and then there was just constant discussion around the whole thing. And we did that show together after week 1, the Monday reaction show. I think we said it best when that was the 49ers not having to learn the hard way, but it became clear that was the breaking point. And even though Kyle Shanahan said right after the game, no question about going into the next week with Jake Moody as the kicker, it was best for Moody. It was best for the 49ers to move on. And honestly, the fact that Eddie Pinheiro has come in and done his job so well, that's really all I'm concerned about. I want nothing but good for Jake Moody moving forward, and hopefully he's got a nice career in the NFL.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. Of course, big theme of the day, we continue to process and react to the Fred Warner injury and him being out for the season. 669 chiming in. We got some texts we can get to between now and 2 o'clock. I think this is we've touched on this somewhat, but all the injuries, this person writes, really hurt you personnel-wise, but at a certain point, it's got to take a toll mentally, especially when it's your leaders and captains.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of an under-discussed component. We touched on a lot at the beginning. I mean, we all know how important Fred Warner is to this 49ers team, but internally, you referenced reaching a breaking point, but that I think was more just in terms of how much they can withstand and still be a successful unit. Given all the injuries that the guys who have been around have witnessed through the years that have wrecked seasons, I think at some point, and I think one of the true challenges for the Niners this week and for the rest of this year is going to be the mental toll of battling through, oh my God, I can't believe this kind of thing happened again.
And Fred Warner was the constant for the entirety of this run, for the entirety of his time here. It's not just the player. It is the tone setter. It is the standard. And even last year with the 6-11 season, and we can list off all the injuries that impacted the 49ers, but we'll spare everybody that discussion for the 700th time. Fred Warner still was the constant, and it came out late in the year that he was playing and practicing on a fractured ankle that he suffered in that Patriots game early in the year when he had the pick six.
Yeah, and so it's tough, and we'll see if they can overcome it. 650 sharing a goal and expectation here for the season. I think the goal is just to somehow make the playoffs and see who could be on the roster moving forward that maybe you weren't expecting. Somebody that gets an opportunity to play. I doubt another. Brock Purdy level type of a player, but you never know. So yeah, there are going to be opportunities for others. I mean, Tatum Bethune is somebody, we'll see how he performs and others who get opportunities. 831 says breaking news, and this is a joke. Patrick Willis out of retirement to help the 49ers. Man, if anybody could do it, it probably would be Patrick Willis.
Yeah, seriously. But would he have to give back the gold jacket and then get voted in again 5 years from after the retirement?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. I'm not sure the rules on that one, but yeah, man, it's going to be tough. But we'll see. Again, I think there's a lot of winnable games for the Niners moving forward, but it's going to be a challenge to overcome. So we'll get to some more reaction here coming up. It's been a tremendous reaction Monday under some pretty difficult circumstances for the 49er fan base.
No, we appreciate everybody. And again, it's not about who's being right versus who's wrong. I think you can look at this a variety of different ways and getting back into the discussion of how do you view the 49ers season at this point in terms of you wake up today, they're 4-2, they're first in the NFC West, but you don't have Nick Bosa and you don't have Fred Warner, and they're not coming back at any point as a reinforcement this season. What are the new expectations for this team, and what, if anything, needs to be done to try to fix the 49ers season, or do you just let the kids play? 650, really good text I want to get to when we come back, and we'll be reading your messages all throughout the end of the show. Then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. But actually, I said there's no wrong answer. Nobody copy Derek and say Devondre Campbell needs to come back. We're not doing that. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader. Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
That's right, between 11 and 2 all throughout the week. And wow, we waited late on this one, huh? We had to go late? I guess so. 415-896-KNBR, your chance to qualify. Again, this is not to win. This is to qualify. You need to listen to Murph and Marcus. You listen to us. You listen to Dirty Work. And once a day on every show, we'll be giving you a chance to qualify. Just dial it in now, 415-896-KNBR. Sorry to get off the cheerful mood for a moment, but I did want to hear from Trent Williams yesterday in postgame because this ties into what we were just talking about, JD. Not only is it tough to see Fred Warner go down for the player he is, but also the emotional experience. Here's Trent Williams on never getting used to watching a teammate go down in the fashion that Fred Warner did.
That's heartbreaking, especially, Fred is not only is he one of the best linebackers to ever play the game, but he's the heart and soul of this team, not just heart and soul of this defense. So, it's one thing to see somebody go down and go to the blue 10 and there nobody really knows what's going on. And, when you see a guy that's injured like that, it's
following
really
is a test of the emergency
it's really like a
alert
gut
system.
punch, and it truly is really hard to continue the intensity and playing that game like that never happened.
All right, well, the good news is I just cashed the over. I had it set at 2.5 on the EAS sounder going off there. But with all that, you had Trent Williams on the emotional experience of watching Fred Warner get carted off. And, you could tell, dude, like that was a road game in which Tampa Bay immediately was floored. They're sending the trainers out right away. They go immediately to a commercial. I'm thinking that can't be good. And all it took was coming back from the break with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo and seeing one replay to know that that was not only a bad injury, that was a let's see you in 2026. And Fred Warner's probably going to be healthy and good to go sometime again in March. But by then, even if the best case scenario happens for the Niners, he's not going to play another game this season. And whenever that ends, however far this goes, you just can't replace it. And yes, it's the player, but also you could tell just how emotional it was for his longtime teammates, or like in the case of Mac Jones, which we heard earlier, some of his very new teammates, the impact he has as a day-to-day leader in this locker room.
Yeah, to see every single player on the 49ers sideline, including head coach Kyle Shanahan, come out as he's about to hop on the cart with the air cast on and be driven off the Raymond James Stadium field. If that's not a tell, I don't know what is, and just all the love and outpouring of support from everybody. And then post game in the locker room, we played a lot of the comments from the podium, and Trent Williams really, I think, said it as well as anybody. Just the impact of Fred as a leader, as a teammate, as a friend. For a lot of these guys, and just he just exemplifies how to do everything the right way, the most professional way possible, in addition to being elite in terms of talent and execution. And he's just Hall of Fame in every sense of the word. He'll be back. I know he put out a message on Instagram earlier saying that his comeback will be legendary. He was grateful for the 8 years of injury-free football, minus the one game in 2021.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll put that in quotes, though, because he battled through some tough things.
He sure did, and he was always able to get out there and ring the bell and be able to perform. So, yeah, it's a tough loss, and we'll see how the 49ers are able to be able to attempt to overcome it. No guarantees. But I don't think there's a doubt that Warner will be back and ready to lead. And whenever week one is, wherever it is for the Niners next year, it's going to be a big moment when he's out there. It's going to be a big moment when he's out there at the beginning of training camp next year.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of training camp, it feels cruel that this happened to Fred Warner in the same way that it feels very cruel the kind of year Christian McCaffrey had last year, not getting to be his best version of himself on the field, because you talk to these guys, and we had the pleasure and the privilege of sitting across from both of them at the end of July when we were out there at training camp, and just how seriously they take it, right? Like Christian McCaffrey, even in a radio interview when you're just sitting across from him at the table, you could tell he is so locked in at all times on preparation and getting his body right and being in a position to go and get the 49ers to try to play some winning football. Got a very similar vibe from Fred Warner, and it was cool to hear him talk about his teammates and Nick Martin and D. Winters, but there is just this intensity and level of being locked in that you got with guys like that who are so devoted to being out there for their team every single day. So Fred Warner, for him to be the one constant, and you said it, just missed the one start. He played through everything. He played through a fractured ankle this last season, and so it does feel cruel that it happened to him, but this is the reality of the sport, and I think to Krug's point, Jair Brown didn't do anything wrong. It was a freak accident in what happens in one of the most violent sports out there on planet Earth. So Fred, felt like it was going to be his day, and now that day is going to be pushed to week 1 of 2026, and it's going to make a big difference when he does come back. But I said I had a couple of texts I wanted to get to because all day long it's been conflicting opinions, conflicting reactions to this horrible injury. 650 says, to those who think the Niners should sell or tank, it's week 6. They're 4-2, 3-0 in the division. Every team faces injuries. Who's to say that the Rams or Seahawks won't too? Football is about system and depth. You stay the course. You build depth if you can with guys who fit your system, even if they're not Nick Bosa or Fred Warner. I think that's well said. 916 also, though, going with a little bit of that Super Bowl or bust mentality. What is the point of the playoffs if you don't have a Super Bowl capable team? Continue to develop a good secondary, draft a replacement for Trent, get another top-level linebacker and edge rusher for next year. Let Matt grow in the system. Purdy is always going to be hurt for a portion of the season. Let the chips fall where they may.
Interesting. I think that it goes to show the level, I think, of just differences of opinion in this thing as it relates to how they ultimately play it out. I mean, I think you have to do everything that you can each and every week to try and go out there and compete. It doesn't mean you necessarily are going to lose every game. It doesn't mean you should completely mortgage the future or whatever it is for that. But I don't know. Does it change? Does this change for you the way Brock Purdy's return is managed?
No. Unless Mac Jones gets even more injured, and we're talking about specifically health within the quarterback position, I don't think it changes my view on Brock Purdy coming back, because my view going into this week, even with Fred Warner on the team, was the play that Mac Jones has been able to give you is buying you time to have Purdy get closer to 100% than it might be the case if you were just drowning underwater with your backup QB.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, that makes sense. I think as it relates to how to do it. But yeah, it comes down to just being able to have to push forward. And I think if it's going to be Mac Jones for the next couple of weeks, you've seen the 49ers be able to win games with Mac Jones. And if Brock Purdy is healthy and capable of coming back at some point, well, that's still on the table. I think, when he's ready, he gets the nod, and then you hope that he's healthy enough to be effective, because this 49ers team is truly going to have to lean on their offense.
Another good text, and this could be a place where we can wrap up the show when we come on back, JD. 415 says, I'm really curious what the offense is going to be like with Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey all healthy. I can already hear the replies to that in my mind of, well, why would you think they're going to be all healthy at the same time? Look, the only two who for sure aren't coming back are Bosa and Warner. Everybody else could end up being on the field together, and you don't have to deal with IRs in the sense of Kittle anymore, and Ayuk will check on his timeline. But this texter's point is maybe the offense is good enough to overcome some of the lacking defense, putting a question mark on that one, and maybe that's where we'll get into this when we come on back. We'll wrap up all the thoughts on a Monday and also do a little bit of a look ahead of what are the expectations for this team before we hand it off to Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus earlier to recap the 49ers' 30-19 loss in Tampa Bay, but more important, the loss of Fred Warner for the season and how it's going to affect Robert Saleh, the rest of this defense, and the offense that's going to have to carry the load. Check out that interview, as always, on thesportsleader.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final segment here on a Monday. Papa and Silver. JD, appreciate you filling in today, and you had a busy weekend as always with these 49er games. Tampa Bay takes it 30-19. The Niners fall to 4-2, lose their first on the road. Tampa Bay improves to 5-1, despite all that they have had to overcome to this point. Baker Mayfield, there's no way around it. He is playing some tremendous football. If there was one thing that did make me laugh at the end of yesterday, I don't know if you saw this, but Tez Johnson of the Buccaneers was responding to those MVP chants after he laid out for that tremendous touchdown catch. He thought they were for him at the moment. I'm pretty sure that it was for Baker Mayfield and how the first 6 weeks have gone. But nonetheless, Tez Johnson, tremendous catch, and the Bucs do deserve credit because they've had a lot to overcome as well.
They've been unbelievable at over. I mean, they were basically playing their 4, 5, 6 receivers at the end of that game and still able to throw the ball and make plays. And a lot of that obviously is Baker and the 49ers' ability to hang in. But that's funny because Baker, I think at this point, yesterday, I think furthers his resume for the MVP, and we'll see what Josh Allen does tonight. I think we talked about it on the pregame show yesterday here on the Sports Leader with Copes. It's got to be Baker and Josh and Baker 1-2. I think at this point, and I'd probably lean Baker considering all the injuries and everything that Tampa's gone through. If you had to set some odds to who the favorite right now on October the 13th is for the MVP.
Well, we're going to get a good look at Josh Allen tonight, and we know he likes to show up in primetime and use his legs a lot in primetime, and it'll be a good test to watch the Atlanta Falcons go against the Bills team, and I'm particularly interested on the Falcons' offensive side of the ball going up against the Bills' defense that, for as amazing as Josh Allen is, and that offense and James Cook has turned into a really terrific running back, the Bills' defense has some issues to start the year, and I know Greg Papa's going to have a lot to say about that tomorrow. So now you got a Niners defense that's got plenty of holes of its own and a lot to figure out here in the next 6 days. I'm very curious how Michael Penix Jr. and this Atlanta Falcons offense looks against the Bills' defense tonight. And then, of course, you got that Jake Moody and the Chicago Bears going up against Deebo Samuel and the Washington Commanders. Kind of an irrelevant side note here, but are you a fan of the double Monday Nighter? I kind of like just the singular.
I like the double Monday Nighter, but I like it when the games are completely staggered. I like it as a double. I like it as a double header.
Yeah, like a 4-10 and like a 6-10 kind of thing.
Yeah. However you need to do it. Well, I like it even on the West Coast when it's a 4 and a 7. Basically,
oh yeah,
I know that limits the amount limits the amount of teams that you could put on it. You'd obviously have to put the Niners on it, or the Chargers, or the Raiders, or Arizona. I guess in Seattle you could put on in that vein. I think next week there's a doubleheader of that ilk. I think Seattle and who does Seattle play next week? We were just talking about Houston and Seattle. Yes. I think that's a Monday Nighter that's a 7 Pacific. Up in Seattle, but I like it when it's a true doubleheader and you can basically watch the one game and then lock into the other one. But I'll be locked in tonight on both of them. I'll get the iPad going. I'll get the iPad going or find a place where I can watch both games simultaneously.
We know who's definitely got the iPads going and did all weekend. I bet Papa probably outscreened you. Although you were at the game, so it's a little bit different, but. I mean, what was the ratio? It was like he had 7, you had 6 on it once.
He had 7 and I had 6. He had. I showed him my 6 and he said, "No, man, I got 7, man." He just and I hadn't fired up the iPad yet. And I hit him back. I said, "Pop, I haven't pulled the iPad out yet. I got the." I hadn't opened the laptop yet either. I usually put the laptop up or the iPad up with stats, but he had another game going, or I think he had Red Zone going on the iPad. So yeah, leave it to Pop, and it'll be great to have him back in tomorrow with you here for the week.
Well, as we close out the show here in the final few minutes before we get it over to Dirty Work, just kind of a day in review. I mean, big story, of course, was Fred Warner losing him and how that shifts the expectations for the 49ers. If it increases or decreases the need to maybe go out and get a defensive veteran on the trade block. Larry Krueger suggested maybe they don't worry about the defensive side as much and instead try to get a veteran offensive lineman. Yeah, the O-line's been shaky at times all year. That was definitely their worst performance. Mac Jones, 6 sacks, 51 yards, has taken 20 quarterback hits over the last couple of weeks. Just taking a beating as not only a backup quarterback, a not fully healthy backup quarterback while Brock Purdy continues to get right. We also had our 2 contests because we do want to give everyone chances to win even when the 49ers lose. So congratulations to Mike from SF. It's Mike Val, our guy in the YouTube chat. He was our winner today for tickets to see the 49ers and the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. And then our qualifier for the Big Island getaway, Lenork in Brentwood. Plenty of chances to win both of those coming up as well. So, looking forward to this double night Monday header. And as far as the big takeaways from the 49er game, I don't know what I use as a large takeaway other than looking at the defense as a whole and how it functioned without Fred Warner, because Robert Saleh is going to have his hands full. I know we talked about Mac Jones. I called it a non-story, which maybe was a little bit blown out of proportion and hyperbolic, but my point is Mac Jones was fine. He's the backup quarterback, made a couple of mistakes, was under a lot of pressure, did some things well too, and the goal is to get Brock Purdy back and healthy enough to run this offense. And I know our texter, when we kind of closed out that last segment, said, I'm very curious to see what the offense is going to be like with Purdy, Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey all healthy. I think we might be going back to the days of Purdy for 30 if they want to contend with some of these teams, because I don't know what my expectations are for Tatum Bethune replacing Fred Warner and Bryce Huff replacing Nick Bosa as the primary pass rusher on this team. But I do know that the margin for error has gotten a lot slimmer, and the 49ers found a way to use that margin for error and make those game-changing plays, which is why they got off to that 4-1 start. But there's still a lot of season left, and your division is not an easy one.
They're going to have to score points. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me. Their pass defense since Bosa went out has not been good. Again, it hasn't been very – it's a small sample size to this point. But you look at the lack of pass rush, and it impacts everything, especially when you have a younger secondary having more time to be able to either get open or make a play because there isn't enough pressure on the quarterback. I mean, that ultimately, especially against the better quarterbacks, is going to do in your defense. Now you take away Fred Warner on top of it. I think there's going to be more room to roam in the middle of the field. Krug mentioned the pass coverage of Warner in addition to everything else he does from a leadership standpoint and flying around. I think the 49ers are going to be extremely vulnerable there. So it's 2 levels where you're vulnerable with a young secondary. Yeah, you're going to have to score some freaking points if you're the 49ers moving forward here. And that begins Sunday night against the Falcons. And it really is independent of who the quarterback is going to be, whether it's Mac Jones, who's been more than capable and showed that even yesterday, although he did have the 2 interceptions, which we talked about. And ultimately, if it's Brock Purdy coming back at some point with Kittle and the wide receivers and trying to get the running game going with McCaffrey, it is truly a scenario now where this team's going to have to really look to push 30, I think, every game. I think you're spot on with that.
209, and maybe this is a tough one to end it with. This is why not winning the Super Bowl in 2023 looms large. Had the lead in OT and couldn't finish the deal. These last 2 seasons don't hurt as much if the 49ers won that game. And, I mean, look, that's the reality of professional sports, right, JD? You never know when you're going to get those opportunities. There's never a guarantee of getting back to a certain stage. So, yeah, the farther you get along in the journey without winning the grand prize, it always hurts a little bit more.
It does. It's heartbreaking, really, when you look at the year that got wiped away with the Brock Purdy injury, and you never know what would have happened in Philadelphia in that NFC Championship game, and then you get all the way to the Super Bowl, you have the lead in the overtime, you can't complete the deal, and now here we are with the 49ers, the 6-11 last year, and then you look at now this year having to play this year without Brock in 4 of the 6 games, although Mac Jones has performed capably, and then not having Bosa or Warner, it truly, truly does make you think back to those missed opportunities.
That'll do it for us on a Monday. JD, I appreciate you a lot. Safe travels back, and when you're back here in the city. Let's go get a margarita at North Beach Cantina. Talk a little Dubs basketball.
Yeah.
Getting ready for that coming up.
Yeah, we got to do it. We got to find a time this week without question. Greg, appreciate you. Appreciate Walter. Appreciate everybody. We'll talk to you again here soon.
Thank you to Larry Krueger. Thank you to Walter. Thank you to our emergency alert system. And it's time for Dirty Work. Hopes Depop Tim Webb will take it away all the way up to 5:15 for the kickoff of Monday Night Football. I should say the second of two games. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. It's time for Dirty Work.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no? 59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. As soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair and out of my line of sight so I can start the show. We got a short show for you today.
Shorter-ish.
I mean, it's short.
Yeah, it is.
Anything shorter than 6 o'clock is short.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So we'll be with you until about 5:15 tonight when we get you ready for Monday Night Football. Because we got a doubleheader again on Monday Night Football.
I'll take it.
Which game are we throwing to? Is it Bills and...
No, we're throwing to Bears Manders with Jake Moody as your kicker for the Bears.
Dude, how about that? The Bears have elevated Jake Moody. Their kicker, Cairo Santos, I guess, is banged up.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think about Moody tonight?
I don't know. I don't really care.
I kind of will be watching that with interest.
Really?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I'll be intrigued to see what he does in another uniform.
I mean, if he misses, it'll be a storyline. If he makes a 50-yard field goal, it's like, ooh, look at Moody now. But I mean, I'm watching for Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm just saying, it'll be an intriguing spot for him to be in on national TV. First time he has an opportunity with a new team.
It's an interesting storyline for 49ers fans.
That's what I mean. Just from our perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Where Eddie Pinheiro has completely changed my life, by the way.
Dude, I mean, you don't even think about the kicking anymore. It's everything else, but the kicking is solid.
Yeah, 15 for 15. Can I add this? Still maybe a little too much kicking.
Yeah. With the kicking, yeah.
It's a lot of
kicking.
A little too much kicking for the Niners.
They need a lot more offense if they're going to make the postseason now.
Well, offense, you say. What about defense?
Well, it's kind of SOL at the moment.
Is there a breaking point for injuries on an NFL team?
What do you mean? For fans, yes.
Well, of course, for fans.
It was a couple weeks ago with Nick Bosa. This is just devastating.
But I don't know that it was a couple of weeks ago for Bosa because you lost a key player and one of your absolute best players. But to lose two guys who are probably top. I mean, we know Fred Warner is the best at his position in football.
No question.
He entered the game yesterday 5 tackles away from setting the franchise record for tackles in a career.
Don't tell me that.
Isn't that brutal?
Yeah, that is brutal.
It's brutal. Dude, we were talking about it in the pregame. 1 tackle in the game, and then he exits. And did you see the newest report? Not newest report, but Jennifer Lee Chan put it out last night.
I didn't see it. What?
There was only 10 guys on the field on that play.
Oh.
The Niners only had 10 guys on the field.
Oh, they're doing like a Michael Huff thing back in the day with Al Davis?
I don't know what was going on or why. I don't think they were honoring anything. They were
the Raiders weren't honoring anybody in that situation either. They just totally messed up.
Just botched it, dude. Yeah, apparently there's only 10 guys on the field. Who knows if anything happens differently? The result of that play maybe goes a little different, but maybe guys are out of position or in a different spot. I don't know. Somebody yesterday tried to blame Jair Brown on the text on the postgame, and I'm like, bro,
it's just unfortunate, but that's football.
It's a football play. Guys get hurt playing football.
Exactly.
It's what happens.
I'm sure he feels responsible and devastated, but that's not his fault.
It is absolutely devastating. So when I ask, like, is there a breaking point for injuries? Like, we all know that if you're a competitive team and your quarterback is your best player, a la the Cincinnati Bengals, that if the quarterback goes down, your chances for the season are likely hosed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we're seeing it with the Ravens, who can't get a stop on defense.
No.
And had one of the a top 2 offense and passing attack in football with Lamar Jackson. And now, even without Lamar, like, they don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
Like, Cooper Rush and Snoop Huntley are out there. They don't stand a chance.
Just real quick,
Lamar.
though, I forgot they had Snoop Huntley. So you're telling me you go with Cooper Rush for a couple of days?
We were sitting here watching the game yesterday. We all thought the exact same thing. When they put in Snoop Huntley, we were all like, whoa, what? Why was Cooper Rush even an option?
Seriously.
And by the way, Cooper Rush, like, hung like a -2 or something, a -5 in fantasy. Like, Snoop Huntley showed up and put up better numbers than him in 8 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, because that's the offense they're used to. Anyway,
it's incredible. Anyway, the point I'm making here is with the 49ers, you said this week 1 or after week 1, they lost Brock Purdy. Didn't shatter everybody's thoughts about where the season could go.
Right.
Maybe it's because we've actually seen that storyline before, where if you told me that you lose your starting and backup quarterback and you end up in the NFC Championship with a rookie, like they did with Brock, everybody would be surprised by that storyline. But at the start of the year, if I told you you were losing Nick Bosa for the year, I don't know what people would think about the outcome of the season. I don't know that people thought anyway that they were Super Bowl contenders. But when you get to 4-1, then you start to think about the possibilities of what this team could be if you are, in fact, improving.
Right.
It doesn't seem so much that they're improving as much as they're losing more key cogs that would make them a contender. So
absolutely.
Now you've lost your starting quarterback. You've lost your best defensive weapon and your second best defensive weapon in Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, however you want to break that down. Is there at what point do you say they don't have enough to be playoff dangerous?
Right now. I mean, yesterday I think cemented it.
I don't think you can win a championship without those two guys.
I didn't think you could win a championship prior to yesterday's
And everybody
injury.
will go, well, everybody's won a championship previous without those two guys. I got it. This 49er team.
What voice was that?
I don't know. It's a
previously.
It's previously. Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice, I think that's Ed Asner, by the way.
Yeah. It is.
R.I.P. Ed Asner, the great. I think that I still believed they were a dangerous potential team in the playoffs. Like if they made the run, we talked about them winning a division prior to yesterday's game. We talked about them still winning the division.
They had a
still
chance,
potentially racking up enough wins. I still think. I mean, again, they're 4-2.
Mm-hmm.
So you've played 6 games. You've got 11 left. If you go 6-5 in the next 11, you're a 10-7 team.
Yeah,
but you're probably in the postseason.
You probably are, depending on what happens in the NFC, but just watching the Seahawks yesterday, I mean, they are a good team, and they're 4-2 right now. You have the tiebreaker on them because you beat them week 1. Same thing with the Rams. The Puka Nacua injury will impact them. I don't know for how long.
They're saying day-to-day, but
Yeah.
it seems like he's going to miss some time. But they play the Jags, I think, this weekend.
And also, I'll be honest, Devontae Adams is not the same receiver he used to be.
No.
He is not getting separation. He drops a lot of passes. Regardless, the 49ers had a chance. I mean, obviously, they beat the Rams in L.A., they beat the Seahawks in Seattle, and they won that game against the Cardinals. So 3-0 in the division. But when you don't have your leaders on defense, and, we say that with Nick Bosa, like he's a great player, defensive player of the year, one of the best pass rushers in all of football. But Fred Warner was the lifeblood of this team on defense. He's basically what George Kittle is on offense. If you don't have him and that leadership, I'm sorry, like the team's not done. I'm not gonna say like they can't make the postseason, but I said before I didn't like their chances against a lot of teams in the NFC. I thought more teams were talented, and I don't think they stand a chance against any of these other teams. The Lions, we saw yesterday with the Bucs, Eagles. We'll see with the Packers. We'll see with these other teams, but yesterday was devastating on many levels, and we'll talk about it later. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to go after anybody in the trade deadline.
Well, to say you don't think they can hang with these other teams, I disagree with that. I mean, they lost yesterday's game by 11, and it was a 1-point game until one big play broke it open for the Buccaneers. What's that, Tim?
I think it was the 2 plays. It was the Baker and then the touchdown.
That's what I'm talking about. That the first down that gets picked up at 3rd and 15 when they don't close the sack, when Travis Gibson and Bryce Huff do not finish the sack on Baker, and he does what Baker does. He picks up that first down. Again, they played terribly. They lost the turnover battle 4-0 against Jacksonville and only lost by 5.
Yeah.
I think more to the point is that the margins are razor thin in the NFC. They're specifically thin for the 49ers when they're missing or deficient at certain spots on the roster, pass rush being one of them.
Yeah.
But certainly now with linebacker, I mean, Tatum Bethune is going to be asked to do a lot.
Right.
You're going to need Nick Martin to grow up fast. And again, this is more baptism by fire. It's just that I think those margins that were already so thin for the Niners have gotten, I mean, minuscule to this point now, right? Where you're like, you can't afford anyone mistaking a game, seemingly. And clearly yesterday, there was a problem with coverages and communication in the secondary, which is something that Fred Warner impacts. I mean, for the first time, they're going to have somebody else wearing the green dot, right? He's missed one game in his career to this point.
You know, it
was like 2021 or something.
It's like having another Robert Saleh on the field with the guys. Like it's
Draymond Green. It's that impact. And after he left the game yesterday, I mean, he goes down on the third drive of the day for the Buccaneers. The next drive, they go a 3-and-out to the Bucs. So they go, after Fred Warner leaves, they go punt, touchdown, 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 miss field goal, end of game. I mean, and it seemed like they were killing them over the middle.
Yeah, dude, Fred Warner's absence yesterday impacted the game greatly with how Baker Mayfield was able to run for that first down, and everything was open, as you just said, over the middle. Like, Fred Warner's not a defensive back, but he could definitely cover that middle of the field. So everything was open there. There was wide open passes to Emeka Ibuka that he just dropped, and he left the game, and it didn't impact the game at all. It was the Johnsons.
I mean, dude, Johnson.
It's Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, Cam and Tez. By the way,
I think Tez Johnson's right about Cameron Johnson being right.
I think nice. I think they lost their top two receivers. Then they lose their next receiver in Ibuka.
Yeah.
They don't have their starting running back, and Baker was like, I don't care. He was like, roll out a trash can for me to throw the ball into. I don't give a damn.
That's why he's the leader in the clubhouse.
That's why he's probably the MVP of the league right now. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Kyle Shanahan's going to speak to the media on a conference call at 2:45. We will carry it for you in its entirety right here on the Sports Leader. But as you heard yesterday, the report on Fred Warner, a dislocated and broken ankle will keep him out for the rest of the season. You're saying they won't be buyers of the deadline. We can talk about that as to how this impacts what the 49ers are capable of doing and what they go after. And do you say, I mean, I don't think them as an organization or as a team at 4-2 says, well, we pack it in. I think they probably still are in the market for something. I don't know how massive or how big it would be, but I don't know how big it was going to be anyway. They're even more deficient at some spots now on defense, and they believe that they're contenders, at least in the NFC West, at 4-2. So I don't think they mail it in because they lost two players.
I'm not saying mail it in.
No, but they've got a job to do. They've got a job to do, and it's an opportunity for some other guys. And Kyle Shanahan's not writing this off as a lost season because these two guys have gone down. We'll talk more about this. By the way, we'll be back at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose at the Westgate Shopping Center on Friday, this Friday from 2 to 6. By the way, they start a happy hour at 2 o'clock with Modelo and Partita Tequila Shot specials. Come on by, hang with us. We'll talk some football.
The hell was that?
Damn, Tim.
Was that wrong information?
Was that wrong info, Tim?
No, it was right info. We're just having board problems here.
Oh, board problems.
You remember?
Oh, yeah. Raph sent an email over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yours forever, Raph.
Yeah. It's funny. I didn't hear the buzzers going off like that on the last show, though.
I did. The EAS test went off twice.
Well, I heard that at the end. I thought there was an actual EAS test.
It's the test so nice they have to play it thrice.
Yeah. I still put this on Tim. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get you more on the Hawaii contest giveaway. Still qualifying listeners today and for the rest of this week to go to Hawaii with us on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel on the Big Island. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, and we'll get more into the loss of Fred Warner next. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Monday. Where has the season gone on the Sports Leader?
I'm Agent Johnson. This is Special Agent Johnson.
Oh, how you doing?
No relation.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? If sitting poolside with an umbrella drink with dirty work sounds like your idea of Valhalla, keep it locked all week to the Sports Leader and listen for the cue to call to qualify for a week on the Big Island, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines on the Mauna Kea Resort. Nothing will ease your Fred Warner sadness like the spirit of aloha. So keep it locked, bang the contest line, and start working on that pre-tan.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Motions at tight end, stops in the backfield. Now he hands off to White, right off the left side again into the second level to the 45-yard line. He's got a 10-yard gain and another first down.
Yeah, and the Buccaneers are coming out and playing in 2 tight end sets. Got an injury out there on the field. Looks like Fred Warner, unfortunately, grabbing at his right leg. Does not look good.
He went down immediately, right at the point of contact, and you can tell by the 49ers' reactions, it's not good.
He's clutching at his right knee with all the doctors around him.
Dislocated. I think it broke too. So we'll end up having surgery. I mean, it's big. I mean, anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. He's in good spirits, though. He's got a good foundation, and but got a lot of faith in Tatum, and he's the next man up, and he's going to have to do it throughout the year.
Tim, of all the times you use a rotator, that was this groovy beat over the sadness of Fred Warner. Good
Well,
Lord,
this is not the rotator.
Oh, you chose this?
Yeah, I know.
Rotator Tim, you chose this, huh?
This was a choice.
Tim was like, Fred Warner's done for the year. Everybody want a boogie? Everybody ready to get down? Everyone want to scat with me?
I mean, I do like this, but could have gone with like some Ariana Grande or whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, dude, right. Yeah.
Oh, now you want the Grande.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the topic is
When have we rejected?
sad.
Have we rejected Grande in the past?
You've rejected rotator, and that's in the rotator.
She's always the rotator.
Yeah, I've never rejected Grande though. Tim rejected her wholeheartedly when he refused to see Wicked.
Yeah,
Part
I did.
1.
That's true.
Part 1, don't you know?
You know, part 2's coming
Part 2
out.
in theaters just a couple months away.
All right.
I think I'm surprised we haven't seen ads about it yet.
Oh, we will.
Because you remember at this point last year, I think I asked you guys at one point, what's the last day you remember not hearing about Wicked? Remember that? Because
It was a
like,
big deal.
They were forcing it like down our throats, man. Like everywhere you turned. I got Wicked cereal boxes. I got Wicked ketchup. I got Wicked movies. I got Wicked lunchbox.
It will pick up right like during Thanksgiving time.
Wicked the coffin.
Wicked the Wicked the coffin.
Kind of like that.
Wicked the movie, part 2.
Yeah.
In theaters this Christmas. All right, so Fred Warner goes down with an ankle injury. I know. Smooth transition.
Yeah.
Goes down with an ankle injury. It'll be the first significant time he's missed in his 8-year NFL career. I mean,
Man, that's
incredible. The note yesterday that he was 5 tackles away entering the game, which was alarming, that he was going to set the all-time franchise tackle record.
Yeah.
8 years in is pretty incredible. I mean, you've got to play for a long time. You got to be on the field for a long time. But it just tells you about the number of snaps this guy plays and how frequently he's on the field. I mean, last year they needed him maybe more than ever. And he played the whole year with a partially. Didn't he have a partially broken foot or ankle or something last year?
Yeah.
Is this the? I mean, it's stupid to rank injuries, but this has to be the most devastating injury that I can remember.
It impacts the whole damn defense.
Because it's like the Brock one was bad in the NFC Championship because
Yeah.
you know that means the season right then
Right.
hangs in the balance. But he was back the next year and they made a Super Bowl run, right? When Nick Bosa went down in 2020?
Yes.
With the knee injury early in that season.
Or this year, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean the
Yeah,
first time.
yeah.
I mean, at that point you were still hopeful because of what had happened in 19 with the Super Bowl run.
Right, yeah.
So you're like, damn, that might be it for the season. But that season kind of fell by the wayside anyway.
Right.
This one just feels because the guy is the most sure thing. I mean, it's death taxes and Fred Warner is going to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
The best at his position. You hear the way Aaron Rodgers and Brady and other quarterbacks have spoken about him. Everybody's job is that much easier if Fred Warner's not there. So I'm going to go with Even if this had happened before the Bosa one, I think I still would have felt like this is the most devastating injury, season ender that the Niners have dealt with in this iteration of the 49ers.
On many levels, because he is a fan favorite. I mean, he's a football fan favorite. Like, I love Fred Warner. And, I mean, he's the best linebacker in football. You can make the argument for Roquan Smith or any of these other guys, but no one impacts a game at the linebacker position like Fred Warner, which is kind of a diminishing position these days. No, I mean, yeah, this just guts your football team. You saw everybody after the game. You saw everybody during the game. It's devastating to lose Fred Warner. And as far as how you go forward, yeah, you have Tatum Bethune out there, and you have, everybody on the defensive line to fill in for Nick Bosa. But the game plan this season was to go into the regular season with all these rookies and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa leading the charge. And now that both those guys are not out there, it's a mixed bag. And I know that Guy Haberman would disagree with me, where I think it's equal parts beneficial for these players to get playing time, but also they're just thrown in the fire and the defense is not going to look as good. So
I think it's beneficial for them to get playing time with a guy like with a guy like Fred Warner and Bosa on the field, you know, where those guys can, they'll get more of it because of the injuries to those players. But you want those guys there to help bring the other ones along. It's kind of where you're at.
No, I mean, I get it, but now they're going to learn on their own. It might be better for them in the long haul. But, yeah, this defense is going to take a hit now, and it's going to take a lot from Robert Saleh to scheme it up and get, blitzes from certain guys. So you saw yesterday they had no defense in the middle of the field, no one to take away that middle of the field, no pass rush to speak of. You had Michael Williams get a sack on one play, but, for the last 3 weeks, it's been, a grand total of 2 sacks from Bryce Huff and Michael Williams. So you're lacking there with no more Nick Bosa and Fred Warner just being your leader in the defense. Like, this is the equivalent of not having Ray Lewis back out there for, the Baltimore Ravens back in the day. So, yeah, this is devastating for your football team. The offense is going to have to carry you the rest of the way. And I hear the comparisons to last year with the Detroit Lions. And that was a different deal. Those guys were the highest scoring offense in all of football.
David Lombardi put that out yesterday, and I scoffed audibly at that tweet when he said, like, they're not done. The Niners aren't done. They're not writing the season off. You can lose big-time players. And the comp was, look at what the Detroit Lions did last year after losing Aiden Hutchinson. And I said, what? Lost their first playoff game? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I don't think the 49ers are a contender. I think that I believe that they still had to prove that to us into this year. And once Bosa went down, I thought my ceiling for what I think they're capable of has dropped. I didn't think they were Super Bowl contenders anyway.
Right.
I thought they were potential to be a division winner and maybe even compete for the number 1 seed. I now look at them and go, I think they're a playoff team if they can do more of what we saw in the 4 victories. That said, those 4 victories were by a very thin margin. And you had Fred Warner in all of those victories. You won some games without Nick Bosa. You won a game without Nick Bosa already, but you're 1-2 in the games, one that he got hurt. You beat the Rams, and you lost this one. So, like, how confident am I in the 49ers? Confident in Kyle Shanahan. I'm confident in Robert Saleh.
Always confident in Kyle Shanahan.
And I'm confident that when George Kittle comes back, the offense will look different.
Right.
I think that Brock Purdy doesn't impact much of what happened yesterday. I think Mac Jones played about as well as you could have asked him to.
Played fine.
I know 2 interceptions, and they were crucial. The first one, you'd love to have that one back. It was a timing play, miscommunication, or whatever it was on that first play.
Second one was bad.
The defense also played pretty well after that. I mean, it was 4 straight drives. Well, 3 drives where they punted, including the drive that Warner got hurt. And the only score that they had prior to the last 2 drives of the first half for Tampa was a 2-play, 12-yard touchdown drive because of the field position.
Right.
Due to the interception. If I thought before that they were a team that could win the division, I now don't have the same confidence without Fred Warner. I think that they're still a playoff team because you look at the opponents they have on hand.
Yeah.
And you can, I mean, they're going to play Tennessee still. I think that the Colts game is a harder game than I initially thought it was. I think the Browns are still a very winnable game. There's a handful of games that I look at and go, these are still games they should be able to compete in and contend in, even without Nick Bosa or Fred Warner. It's football, though, and it gets weird. I don't know that I believe that they're going to compete with playoff teams in the playoffs without these 2 guys. So my level of confidence is, I think, still fairly high in that I believe that they're still a playoff team. I don't think that they're I don't think that they're one of the better 4-2 teams now.
No.
We still don't know much about them. They're still not running the ball well at all.
Nope.
Fewest rushing yards for McCaffrey through his first 6 games of a season since his rookie season.
And they're not protecting well either.
No, they're not protecting well at all. The offensive line looked horrible yesterday.
And that was my big deal.
Jones got hit 7 times and 6 sacks.
I'm surprised he stayed in the game with everything we heard going into this game.
Well, he got shot up, I think, is more to the point. So he was numbed a little bit from some of the pain he was dealing with, and we'll see how he looks. But I mean, considering he didn't throw the ball last week in practice, I thought he looked pretty damn good, all things considered.
He looked fine. I mean, it wasn't really on him. It was just the fact that he was getting beat the hell up. And
Kyle schemed guys open yesterday, too. Again, the
defense
run game
couldn't stop anybody.
The run game and the defense yesterday were atrocious, and this is something that's going to be – it's problematic when you want to contend with the better teams in the league. And that's why I don't see them making a playoff run. I see them as still a potential playoff team because you've already got win equity at this point, right? You've already stacked up 4 of them. So you have, if you can go 6-5 in your next 11, you're probably in.
Maybe. I mean, just going back to the Lions comparison, I get what David Lombardi's saying. I mean, and that's an apt comparison for, the Aiden Hutchinson injury with Nick Bosa.
But they lost 20-something guys, and that's sort of my point.
But that was later down in the season. It wasn't like this happened early on where they accumulated so many losses. They were a pretty good team at one point where they were like 10-2, and they finished the rest of the way to go 15-2. and they lost in the first round because of all their
When
injuries.
did he go down? Was it that late in the year?
Aiden Hutchinson went down pretty early on, but it was everybody else. It wasn't just
He only
Aiden.
played 5 games last year.
It wasn't just Aiden Hutchinson. It was their whole
lost
defensive
20-something
line.
players, yeah.
It was their linebacking core. They had more injuries than the 49ers do right now, but you just can't overcome that. So I know we play the schedule game, and I have said on these airwaves that I think they have a pretty soft schedule. But you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, like things happen in the NFL week to week. Like the Giants beat the Eagles. Like you see that game in a couple weeks with the 49ers now, and I don't know if this offensive line can block Brian Burns and Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know about the Texans and Danielle Hunter and
I don't feel as
Will
good
Anderson.
about that game anymore.
I mean, and we have to see about the Falcons game. I think they're putrid offensively, but defensively they have some guys. So they have to prove it to me that they're still a playoff team. I don't know right now if they're a playoff team. Even though they're 4-2 and they have an easy schedule, I can't say
So what would
certainty
prove
right now.
what would prove to you that they're a playoff team?
Well, them making the playoffs, obviously, but
Well, yeah, you're like, they have to prove it to me. But so I mean, hold on though. So you thought they were a playoff team before yesterday's game?
Yes.
So you think after losing Fred Warner, that one player means that they can't win 6 more games? That's what you're saying. You don't believe that they can make the playoffs.
Are we
Fred Warner's
100%
out?
sure that 10 wins can get you in the postseason this year with the NFC?
I think so. 10-7. I think 10-7 will get you in.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, what was the records last year? Like, why do you think?
I'm just saying there's a lot of competition in the NFC right now.
See, I think there's a lot of competition of teams that are just kind of middling or like near the top, but there's not some clear-cut dominant. I mean, the Buccaneers maybe, but they lost to the Eagles, who beat the Rams, who lost to the 49ers, who beat the Buccaneers. You know what I mean? But the Eagles beat the Buccaneers. Like, to me, it's everybody's jumbled up. I think there's more parity in the NFC. It's kind of my point. I think if you were in the AFC, I'd say, I don't know.
Well, wouldn't that lead the way for like maybe a Minnesota Viking team to sneak into the postseason now above them?
Sure. My point is you have to get 10 wins, and then you're in the like. If you don't win, if you get 10 wins and you don't get in, it's because of a tiebreak. Is kind of my point.
We have to see. I mean, I'm not so sure they're going to win the division right now.
Okay,
I probably give the benefit of the doubt to the Rams.
I'm
and the
with
Seahawks.
you. I don't think again. I'm not saying the division. I'm saying you think that they're not. You thought yesterday they were going to the playoffs, and you think now that Fred's out for the year that they won't. You think you can't find 6
I'm
potential
not saying
victories.
they won't, Copes. What I'm saying is I don't know if they can right now.
I know. Nobody knows. We haven't seen the games. I'm asking you if you think they can win 6 games, or you think Fred Warner being out means they're a 3-8 team the rest of the way. Like, that's what you're saying. I don't know if they can beat this team or this team. I'm going, but that's my point is there are winnable games on this schedule.
There are
regardless
winnable
of Fred
games,
Warner
but I
not
have to
being
see
there.
how they play defensively after the fact. Like to make a trade, I want to see how they play the next 3 games against the Falcons, Giants, and Texans. I want to see how they look. I don't know how this is going to look defensively anymore. Like this whole season was predicated on those 2 guys leading the way for your entire unit. So the fact that they're gone, you're playing with basically rookies and journeymen. So I don't know how that's going to look defensively. The offense is going to have to carry them, but I don't know how the offense is going to look. The running game hasn't gone well. The pass protection,
Right, but none of this, but all this was in play before Fred Warner got hurt, and you thought they were a playoff team yesterday. That's my point. So Fred Warner is the one piece that changes here.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're talking run game and all that. But we knew all that. You thought on Friday that they were still capable of potentially being a 1 seed.
Yeah, Fred Warner changes a lot of things.
I know, but I'm saying you went from 1 seed to now you don't know if they can make the playoffs by Fred Warner. That's my point. But so you think Fred Warner accounts for how many? I mean, you think he's the most important player on the field, which is not an unreasonable take, but you think he's valued at how many more wins this year? Because that's what you're taking away. You're bringing up run game and run blocking and all this stuff. I'm going, yeah, but we knew that going into yesterday's game. So without Fred Warner, like again, you feel worse about every game because he's not there. I still think Atlanta's a very winnable game. I still think at New York is a winnable game. I think at Arizona is a winnable game. I think versus Carolina, at Cleveland, versus Tennessee, against Chicago. I've got 7 there that I think if you can win a couple of those games, you win 4 of those and mix in competitive nature elsewhere. I mean, that's 7 games that I think are still very winnable. I think the Rams, obviously an uphill battle. I think Indianapolis is going to be a really tough one against Seattle last week of the season. At Houston, those are the more complicated and difficult games. But I think if you're looking for 5 or 6 more wins, there's 7 opponents there that are not upper echelon teams or viewed as big-time playoff contenders.
I know, but injuries can impact that, man. So I do believe that, yes, there were all those problems going into the Buccaneers game yesterday. And I didn't think they were one of the better teams in the NFC. I keep saying that. I know that, if they beat the Buccaneers today, we'd be like, hey, they're 5-1. But in the process, they don't look amazing. They're not as good as in 2019 or 2023. So without Fred Warner, your true leader out there, I do question how good they'll be defensively the rest of the way. Their offense is going to have to carry them, and I don't know if they're capable of that.
Yeah, we haven't seen them do it. We thought that in the beginning of the year, and we'll see. I mean, again, I think the offense looks a lot different when George Kittle comes back. I really do think it's going to look different. It's going to open some stuff up. Ton just might be a piece, by the way. They started throwing to him a whole bunch. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you more on the Fred Warner loss for the 49ers. How many wins is he worth? What can the 49ers do here in the final 11 games of the season without Fred Warner? Kyle Shanahan going to meet with the media on a conference call at 2:45, and we'll carry that for you right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Deep drop for Mayfield, pressured, and he almost goes down, gets free of Huff. Now runs out to his left, pump fakes a couple of times, slips a tackle from Upton Stout, gets near the first down marker, lunges forward, reaches the ball across, and he's got enough to move the chains. Unbelievable.
That is vintage Baker Mayfield.
Shotgun snap for Mayfield, pumps again, steps up into the pocket, launches it deep downfield, and reaching out to reel it in at the goal line. Tez Johnson, by his fingertips, is in for the touchdown out from 45 yards.
Yeah.
They rush 5, Jones to throw, fires far sideline, picked off at the 18-yard line, and room to return here and just going down at the 20-yard line.
Bad decision to Mac Jones. He had Ton just wide open.
That was the sound of yesterday. The Buccaneers over the Niners 30-19. Yeah, that 3rd and 14 play where Gibson and Huff do not finish the sack on Baker is exactly how Baker beats teams seemingly each and every week. Picks up 15 with his legs, and then 2 plays later, the touchdown, 45 yards to Tez Johnson. Incredible catch. By the way, I was listening to the broadcast while we were watching it, and I heard Tim Ryan go, a twist with a little flip at the end, like he says, whatever is going on. I thought he was describing the play still, and then I saw Tez Johnson do his celebration. Oh, no, he did a back handspring, like corkscrew backflip.
And not only that, he thought the MVP chants for him and not Baker Mayfield.
There were MVP chants, and he was audio of him on the bench afterwards. He was mic'd up.
Yeah.
I guess he admitted it to the media as well. That's
not for me?
He said, yeah, I heard the MVP chants, and he leans over to Sterling Shepard. He goes, all right, well, they chant MVP. And he goes, yeah, not for you. He's like, man, I ain't done nothing this year. He goes, they weren't for you. They were for Baker.
Baker Mayfield threw you the ball, bro.
Wide receivers are a different beast, bro. Yeah, I can't believe they were chanting that for me. That's pretty incredible, man. After that one touchdown grab, he's like, that wasn't you.
Well, dude, the fact that they were able to put on that offensive explosion without Emeka Ibuka and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and I don't know if we'll ever see Chris Godwin be the guy that we saw before, but yeah, it's just a testament to the Buccaneers offense, but also just what's going on with the 49ers defense right now, how the middle of the field was wide open. There was no pass rush. I still think the 49ers have a solid run defense, but pass defense, I don't know right now.
I don't know, they were getting gassed yesterday. Rashad White was going at one point at 5 yards a carry, and at one point after after Fred Warner went out into the fourth quarter, they were averaging like 8 yards a play at one point for a while were the Buccaneers once Warner went out.
Well, the biggest play that was telling was when they had that play where the blitz was coming. I mean, I thought Tony Romo did a good job of showing it, how Fred Warner's not out there. Tatum Bethune needs to make that communication to everybody else, being like, hey, there's going to be a blitz here. Someone needs to cover Cameron Johnson right there. And without Fred Warner, that's going to be a miscommunication.
He was wide open, sitting wide open in the end zone, in the back right corner of the end zone. Does everybody want more bad news from the Niners?
Sure.
Because I got it for you.
Lay it on me.
You guys ready? Kyle Shanahan's going to meet with the media on a conference call in just a couple of minutes. Jennifer Lee Chan, and you may think this is nothing, but it's more of a headache than anything. Jennifer Lee Chan reporting from NBC Sports Bay Area that Brandon Ayuk's return to the 49ers now appears murky after his social media activity.
Huh?
That blows.
There appears to be growing frustration per Jennifer Lee Chan brewing on both sides surrounding Brandon Ayuk's eventual return to the field for the 49ers, evident from the wide receivers' social media. He deleted all evidence from the Niners from his Instagram account, and he has unfollowed the team. Now, he did this last year during his hold-in as well. Right? We saw Debo did this. This isn't unprecedented stuff. It is a bit unprecedented when you're injured, you're making your way back, and are on a new contract.
Yeah.
Like he signed before last year.
It's also unprecedented to kick your shorts off in a fit of rage during practice last year.
Until approximately 2 weeks ago, writes Jennifer Lee Chan, Ayuk had been very visible during practice, running alongside his fellow receivers during the open portion of practice. His speed and agility during those sessions gave the impression that the return from the devastating knee injury could be soon. Kyle Shanahan was asked about his return on the 26th, saying that that's not the case, and he was not close to having his practice window open. Remember that? We saw the video of him in Seattle. It was in a
preseason against the Raiders
in Vegas, right? Yeah. Running routes. We're like, damn, he looks pretty damn good. Anyway, apparently he's not been seen at practice for a while, right?
Yes, for the last 2 weeks, apparently.
That's interesting.
Very interesting, but I'm not surprised. And with everything going on this offseason, with rumors of them wanting to trade Brandon Ayuk or just flat out releasing him, I've said it before. I mean, we'll see if he comes back this season. I always thought it was going to be closer to Thanksgiving. I do not anticipate Brandon Ayuk being part of the football team after this season.
Good news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the structure of the contract would warrant or allow beyond this year, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
By the way, you just got, for like pennies on the dollar, Kendrick Bourne.
Dude, Kendrick Bourne has been...
all he's doing is putting up big games. 140 more receiving yards yesterday, is that right?
Yeah, going back to 2019.
142 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago.
And you would like to have some productivity from Jawan Jennings right now, but he's dealing with a lot. But there's some stuff going on between him and Kyle Shanahan that's evident right now.
What, are you talking about Jawan Jennings?
Yes.
Oh, the spat yesterday on the field, you mean?
The spat,
before the half?
and also in postgame where they're both asked about it, and Jawan's like, you got to ask him about that.
Yeah, and they did. Kyle poo-pooed it, I think. And JD said this yesterday on the postgame show. He was like, Kyle and Jawan do, according to all accounts, very much like each other.
Okay.
They do have a lot of respect for each other. And sometimes when players and coaches are hashing stuff out in the way that they did on the field, sometimes, and JD was making this point yesterday, I think it's a good one, sometimes players will say things that appear to be brash or boisterous or two competitive guys going at each other because there is a level of respect. You know that it's not going to hurt the other guy's feelings.
No question.
I thought it was more odd that Juwan's comments after the game about his injuries. That was weirder to me than anything that had to do with Kyle.
You should never disclose that you have 5 broken ribs because now when you face off against defenders, they're going to go for your ribs now. And they're going to make it worse.
707 checks in on the text line and says, is Brandon Ayuk being traded?
No one wanted to trade for him this offseason.
Who would trade for Brandon Ayuk right now?
You want a wide receiver with a torn ACL, maybe next offseason when he's fully healed or somewhat healed, but no, that's not happening.
209, trade Ayuk and Jennings for a defense and a pass rusher, and the season's saved. Again,
I don't know about that.
Again, who's giving you 209? Who's going to give you an edge rusher? That is, I think every team would say is more valuable than a wide receiver.
I'll give you Max Crosby for Ayuk.
I'll take both of your broken receivers, one of which we don't know if he's ever going to be the same guy, and the other one who just told the world that he's got a high ankle, a low ankle, a shoulder, and 5 broken ribs, plus his contract's up after this year. I'll give you an edge rusher for both of those guys.
No.
What team is doing that?
That's not happening.
What team is so rich with goods that they're handing over an edge rusher to take on 2 broken wide receivers?
Yeah, I mean, this is the last thing that Kyle Shanahan wants to deal with right now, where there's so many injuries. Bosa, Fred Warner. We'll see when Purdy comes back. Hopefully, George Kittle's back for this week against the Falcons. The last thing he wants to hear about is Brandon Ayuk's upset with whatever situation's going on right now. So, yeah, he'll be asked about it. I'm sure he'll downplay it or not even acknowledge it. But, yeah, not a good day for the 49ers.
925 checks in says, remember last year in Tampa, Moody and Debo and the long snapper, Tabor Pepper?
Yeah, of course.
None of them are on the team now. Maybe Jawan will be gone next season, too. It's on the table. I mean, we kind of thought that was the case anyway entering this year.
Well, I mean, I do think there's something to the fact that Jawan wants the ball for incentives to get paid. So that may be where his competitive nature is coming in with Kyle. It may be nothing, but things kind of have been weird with Jawan this training camp and going into the season. And I know he's hurt, but yeah, I mean, there's also a question if Trent Williams was, when asked about Jawan Jennings having broken ribs, and he said, well, everybody's going through something right now. It's not a direct shot.
He said Mac had to get shot up. He's like, he said, not everybody's dealing with everything that he is, but everybody's dealing with something. It's football.
And I don't think that was Trent Williams throwing shade at Jawan Jennings. I just think that's, it's a weird time right now. Their leader on defense and for the whole damn football team's gone. So I think that's going to impact them. There are winnable games on the schedule, Copes, but I got to see how they play these next 3 games to have any confidence about them going to the playoffs.
Yeah, the weirder part to me is now this Brandon Ayuk stuff. I don't understand what this is doing or what you're jockeying for. Is he asking out? Is he demanding out? Is he unhappy? Does he not like the way that they're going about his rehab? Does he not want to return to this team? I mean, seemingly he didn't really want to last year. Signed the contract, but it seemed like he wanted his money and to go elsewhere. He wanted to be in Washington or Pittsburgh or wherever else, and the Niners kept him around. He then got hurt, was underperforming, and due in large part probably because he'd sat out for so long. Tim, should we take a break? We should keep it right here and wait it out until they get to the He's a minute or 2 late. Well, it's already 5 minutes late, so. Okay.
Right call, Tim.
All right, we'll keep it here, Tim. Yeah, the Brandon Ayuk situation is weird to me because this is off-season stuff.
Yeah.
More noise in season now. This is now stuff that Kyle's going to have to answer. I'm sure somebody's going to ask him about it today.
Yeah,
he's going to be asked about it in a couple of minutes.
No, I mean, he'll be asked about it, but he doesn't have to acknowledge it. And today is for the injuries, and I'm sure he'll just go through that, and then he'll be asked about it on Wednesday, and it'll be, become more of a thing possibly if Brandon Ayuk's not at practice. But I don't know, like Brandon Ayuk's just not even on the forefront of my mind right now. I understand that he could probably help you out offensively down the stretch here, but who knows if he's going to be ever the same guy? And especially for this season, I'm not counting on him. So
how could he possibly be pissed? What could he possibly be so upset about?
Because he thinks he's ready to go when they're telling him no?
You're getting paid. You got paid. You got your one contract that you're going to get. what are you upset about? Like, you're so much of a competitor, you want to be on the field, then go through whatever the rehab is to get back on the field.
Yeah, I want to know the details.
You know better than everybody else.
I want to know the details about what exactly is going on, because even though, like say for instance, the Packers, Christian Watson came back from his ACL injury a week ago and is practicing, but the Niners or the Packers haven't said he's good to go. So I'm sure for Ayuk, it's like, how come I'm doing all these things, I'm not able to be on the field? I'm just speculating. I have no idea why he's pissed off, but I don't understand why this is a thing today. Why today when they lost their leader for the season? Why is Brandon Ayuk making a stink today on social media? Who gives a damn?
I just don't understand what the point of this would be. If you're so upset that you're deleting things off IG and people can say, this is dumb, this is petty, why are we talking about this? No, I hear you. Except that every time this has happened with the 49er in the last 5 years, it has been a story about their disgruntled nature or not being happy about where things are going or what's happening with them. Debo did this, was almost moved. They had to get a contract done with him. Ayuk did this. This is the I don't know. Are they Gen Zers now?
Yeah.
Ayuk, he might still be a millennial.
I don't know.
Probably Gen Zer. This is the way players go about voicing their displeasure now. I'm just wondering what could he possibly be so upset about with the organization? And does this, I mean, is he really not been at practice to the portion that the media has not been able to see him out there? That he hasn't been running? I mean, what's going on? Why delete this stuff? I did think it was weird all of a sudden when Kyle said a couple weeks ago, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, he's not close to having his practice window open. Even though they said originally, when we get to like week 5, that'll be when we start to think about this stuff. Not that would be the opening, but he said that's when we'll start to like address this stuff or think about it. And they're like, no, he's not close. Well, then Ayuk deletes everything and stops showing up to practice. And you're like, well, what's going on?
He did significant damage to his knee. It was the ACL and MCL.
Yeah.
Are we good? No? Okay. I mean, I'm just tired of Brandon Ayuk's act to start with. Like last year, the way he went about his contract negotiations, I thought it was ridiculous. So now that he's doing this, like I know we have to talk about it because it's a topic, but I really don't care. Like when he gets back, cool. Like you're not really a thought in my mind right now when it comes to this football team. I want to see how this team plays without Fred Warner. That's what I want to see. I could give a damn about Brandon Ayuk right now. So I know that Kyle will be asked about it, but I really don't have much to add. Like, I get it. He's upset. I don't know what the deal is. We'll probably get more details, but I really do not care about Brandon Ayuk right now.
8316 says he probably wants to get on the field. The 49ers are like, no, and they're shopping his ass, so he's pissed about it. Again, I don't know why everybody thinks he's being shopped. If somebody would have taken Brandon Ayuk and his money for anything, I think the Niners would have given him up this offseason.
Yeah.
I think they would have done it. Again, who do you think is going to trade? Everybody who's checking in now going, trade him and both. Dude, why do you think? Could you imagine if the Niners traded for a player who had a torn ACL and an MCL and how you'd react to it? Like, why do you think another team would trade for that?
If you're in a good position, like for next year to have that player.
For next year, but like, why? Yeah, what team do you think is giving you an asset that's so good to help you win right now that they're going to take a receiver who's making $30 million a year and hasn't played in a season?
Like the only situation I could compare it to is a couple years ago when Calvin Ridley was suspended by the Falcons. Or by the NFL, but he was still on the Falcons, and the Jaguars traded for him for next season. That's why you would do that. But with a torn ACL and MCL, you got to see how this guy's good. If he could pass a physical, so that makes no damn sense whatsoever to trade for Brandon Ayuk right now.
408 says, why today? Why did Jennifer Lee Chan publish a rumor? It's not a rumor. It's what he did. He's not been at practice, and he deleted the 49ers.
She's just reporting.
She's reporting what she did. She was on hand in Tampa yesterday. This isn't a rumor. She's reporting something that has happened. That again, each time this has happened in the past, it has led to actual team drama.
Right.
So I'm not going to say it's a rumor when she's reporting what has clearly happened. A rumor would be, I wonder if he's doing this. Do you think she didn't say he was upset. She said there's tension between the two on the return because Kyle Shanahan's not given a specific date.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, whatever. Like, as far as the game yesterday, like, I thought it was a winnable game. I thought that even though they had chances to win the game after the Baker Mayfield 3rd and 14 run and the long touchdown pass to Tez Johnson, I thought the game was pretty much in hand after those big plays. The momentum was swinging in their favor. There was the missed field goal. There were opportunities for the 49ers to be had, but I'm not down on this football team by any means as far as, like, they're done, the season's over. I just got to see it. I have no idea how this team's going to look defensively without Fred Warner. We got a glimpse of it yesterday, but the games that you thought were winnable before, I don't really know right now. What's up?
831 says, JD said exactly what I was thinking. I don't care about Ayuk one bit. That was Derek who said that.
Well, we're both bald.
JD said exactly what I was thinking. Anyone saying trade him for assets is out of their minds. Maybe if Trent Baalke is GMing somewhere. It is funny because I was like, who do you think's going to do that? 2 people checked in. 209 goes, well, Tennessee maybe. Maybe they'd do it. And then the Jets would be the other one. Again, not something that's going to happen. Somebody else says, Ayuk 530. How do we know the Niners didn't tell him not to come to practice? I think someone said he wasn't supposed to be at practice, and he's if he is on the PUP. He's
I'm not sure.
Per Jennifer Lee Chen, he had been at practice for weeks, running routes, doing conditioning things and whatnot. And now, over the last couple, it's appeared that he's not been there.
Yeah.
So
I'm pretty sure this is holding up the press conference because Kyle's going to win to this, and now he has to figure out if he's going to be asked about this. So that's probably what's holding up the teleconference right now. But yeah, for the grand scheme of things and what's going on this football season, I think that Brandon Ayuk is so minuscule right now that we need to focus on the players that are injured and how they overcome that right now, because I have serious doubts.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's about the players that are on the field. Somebody did say, like, injuries are one thing, but also, like, doesn't seem like there's any chemistry or cohesion. I would say, dude, how many games have they played with, like, the same unit anywhere? I mean, they've lost players on the offensive line. They've lost players in the receiving corps. They've lost players in the quarterback room. They've lost players on the defensive line. They've lost players now in the linebacking corps. You've got rookies who are injured. Like, it's hard to find that chemistry or that cohesion when you've had no opportunity for any kind of unit to, like, what unit has been 100% at any point this year? You say, well, it's football, no unit is. No, but the Niners really are in every unit. I wouldn't say decimated, but have had a tough time finding footing, because it's not just that you're banged up or hurt in those rooms. It's that you also have a bunch of young players that you're trying to get up to speed. Right. So that chemistry, I'm with you, probably hasn't hit. And I think Christian McCaffrey said something to that effect a couple of weeks back. He said, the offense has to really start clicking. We've got to start feeling like it's second nature to know where everybody is out there.
Yeah.
But when you've had a different receiving core, I mean, Sky Moore's out there catching passes. You've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling. You got Kendrick Bourne.
By the way, Sky Moore needs to figure out where's the appropriate place on the field to field the ball.
I told you, dude. I told you this last week.
I know.
He's the one guy on the team. I'm like, he's the 53rd man, right? Like,
I know, but it's bad when Jim Nantz is like, and he's fielding it at the 9 again. What's going on here? Like, when a broadcaster acknowledges your faults as a player, that's a bad thing that happens routinely with Sky Moore right now. So I don't know what's going on there. And yeah, we were still waiting on Kyle Shanahan to talk to the media as far as the injuries, and maybe he'll address this Brandon Ayuk situation. But Copes, let's get to this now, because we'll probably just take your calls the rest of the way when it comes to the game. Cheers, jeers of beers. Do you think it makes sense for them to look for somebody at the trade deadline to replace Nick Bosa or Fred Warner? I think it's predicated on how these
cannot replace a Gary Bird.
Yeah, it depends on these next 3 games, how they look. If they get to, what would it be? It would be 7-2. If they get to 7-2, then okay, like maybe you're still playing for something, and you feel confident in this team going forward that you want to trade for a pass rusher, whether it's Cam Jordan. I think the likes of Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby's off the table. But if they lose these next 3 and you go down to 4 and 5, I think it's going to be the same thing as last year, where Kyle had a press conference right before the trade deadline. He was like, I don't know if it makes sense for us to trade for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kyle said last week when asked about it, and John Lynch said as much too, it's about what they think this team is capable of. What's the ceiling for this team? How far can they go with this team? I'd imagine they view it differently after the loss of Fred Warner. I also think that they're going to take a look and say, can we get through the season with Tatum Bethune, D. Winters, and Nick Martin? They probably need depth anyway. The edge rusher is something that they need to find anywho. Like, if you can find a piece that's out there that's still going to help you. We mentioned, like, Arden Key. Maybe Cam Jordan is still somebody that's out there. I wouldn't just give up on no pass rush, because, again, you've got 4 wins. 6 more could get you into the playoffs potentially. 7 more for sure of the next 11 get you into the playoffs. Are you good enough on offense? And I think they believe they are. With George Kittle potentially returning this week against Atlanta, with Brock Purdy returning, I think they think the offense is capable of moving to the next level or taking a jump. And if they do believe that, you're right. The next 3 games are crucial to find out where you are. If you go 0-3 in the next 3, then you're 4-5 and you're not in the market.
I think that Kyle's going to say all the right things.
It's the Buster Posey right before the trade deadline logic, right?
Exactly.
He's going to say the right things. I think they're still going to add. I think they're more likely going to add a pass rusher than a linebacker. Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're at. Because they still need to start forcing turnovers. They've got to hit the quarterback. You got 11 games left. You can't just say, "Well, what you see is what we have, and that's what you get." I think they're going to try to add still to that D line.
You're definitely not packing in on the season, but the mentality of this offseason was kind of like the Giants, where you're evaluating the roster in many ways. Even though you're trying to be competitive, there's a lot of new faces on the defensive side of the ball. So maybe you just want to see it play out a little bit. But I hear you. Like, if they're still in contention, if they are 7-2,
we made the. I think we've got it. Here's Kyle Shanahan's Monday morning teleconference.
All right, guys. On the injuries from yesterday, Fred Warner did have fractured, dislocated ankle. His surgery set for tomorrow. Nothing else from the game right now. Updates on players who missed the game. We got Jordan Watkins with his calf. Expected to get him back in practice this week. Ricky with his knee. Still evaluating it, where they can come back this week. We'll have to see him on Wednesday. Brock Purdy, similar with his toe. Hopefully he can get back in and do a little bit more this week. Yetur with his hamstring. We'll have to continue to rehab. And our IR guys, Kevin Givens, will continue to practice, and we're expecting to get George Kittle back into practice this week. Go ahead.
Kyle, do you have an approximate time frame on how long it'll take Fred to get back on the field?
No, I don't. No, I mean I'm not expecting this year.
Yeah, are you confident that, or do you know that training camp for next year is a likelihood or possibility?
Yeah, I would think it'd be strongly. I think usually things like this are around 3 months. But I haven't asked all the questions you guys are asking me yet. But I assume he'll be good for the off-season workouts and stuff like that.
Kyle, when you weigh a 4-2 start and 3 wins in the division against kind of the shock and disappointment of what happened yesterday with Fred, how difficult is it to get your team to refocus on that 4-2 record and where you are?
I don't really try to get us to focus on anything from what the past. It's about what's happening going forward. And the reality is we lost another really good player. But what are we going to do about it? And there's lots of stuff I can show our guys and stuff from the tape that's very encouraging. Of some real good things Tatum did when he went in and replaced him. I think we got a lot of young guys doing some real good things on defense. But what type of team are we going to become going forward? And I think we have players here we can win with. But it makes it harder to make mistakes and things like that. And I thought that was something we did too much of yesterday. And those are the things I'm really focused on now about if we want to make something out of our record going forward of what we've already accomplished with that 4-2. Guys got to keep getting better. We got to put pressure on some veterans to play the best that they can. And these rookies who I believe are coming along need to put the pressure on themselves to clean up the mistakes.
Hey, Kyle.
They're
only
10.
On the defensive bust in the second quarter that led to the 34-yard touchdown, the announcers suggested that the TV announcers suggested that could have been related to Fred Warner's absence, that he would have normally been the guy kind of straightening things out pre-snap. Is that the case, and what exactly happened on that bust?
Yeah, I think it's fair on that one. You have a change of strength motion, and someone's peeling for a back, and it's a real tough one. A bunch of different things to go through it, but it's something like Tatum had a lot on his plate. He came in and I thought did a lot of good things getting us lined up, but I think that's something he'll be a lot more ready for next week and all the reps and things like that. No one can be as good as Fred at those type of things, but that's something I expect Tatum to be able to handle in the future.
Kyle, on the play that
Kyle,
Fred
there were
got
only
hurt,
10.
why wasn't there anybody at right defensive end?
Because he was on special teams. We thought he was out there, and he came off the field. We didn't realize it till the snap, and needed 11 out there. Would have called a timeout if I saw it, but I didn't, and it was an unfortunate mistake.
Who was the player that was on special teams that should have been out on the field?
It doesn't matter, but we should have had another D end out there.
Are we still in the same situation in regards to Brandon Ayuk making his way back? Still no time frame at all?
Yeah, no time frame. I always look around that week 10 thing, but we're not putting an exact date on it. I know he's rehabbing real hard and put together a few good weeks here, and Hopefully he's getting closer and closer, which I believe he is. But no, we're not giving an exact date on it.
Coach, after the game, Diamador Lenore kind of spoke about the fact that, it's on me now, being that he now is one of the few captains kind of healthy now, especially on the defense. Just wondering if that, garners having extra conversation with Diamador Lenore, especially with kind of what Matt just asked as far as, like, being able to kind of direct his teammates, like that kind of falls on you, or is there no added responsibility to the captain that Diamador is this year without Bosa and Fred Warner?
I mean, when it comes to that stuff, a Mike linebacker directs the traffic just like a center or quarterback does on offense. So that's more position-based. You don't have the corners making the calls and everything for your front and strengths and where the pressures come from. But I like Demo talking that way. Guys who have been here and guys who have played at a higher level, we need them playing their best at all times, especially in a situation like this. But it doesn't mean that guys just start making stuff up and doing stuff that they don't have to do. But there is, Demo's been one of our better players here over the last few years, and I love that he's basically, in my opinion, saying he needs to play that way every week now, going forward more than ever.
Kyle, how often is it that a player who had an injury like Fred did addresses the team after the game like he did?
I'd say not a ton. I've seen guys do it before. It's not something you ever ask a guy to do or anything like that. You never know where guys are with the injuries and stuff. Sometimes they can't even function at that point, depending on when it happened in the game. But it was cool to have Fred come out and do that, asked to do it, and he was in a good place. Guys are hurting for him big time. Fred's not only is it impressive of a football player I've ever been around, but as impressive of a human as I've ever been around. And the foundation and base he has just as a man and how he lives his life. You guys read his quotes and stuff and how he's looking at this, and that's as real as can be when you hear how he speaks. And that's why we know he'll come back next year stronger than ever.
John was talking last week about, he was being pretty aggressive about trying to find a pass kind of fill the void left by Bosa. With Fred out for the season, does it make you guys less inclined to maybe be, active buyers at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't think we were being that aggressive. We're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder. But it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
What led to Pittock being a guy that played every single snap for every game and then nothing yesterday and just 2 special team snaps?
He was the starting safety for the first 4 weeks or 5 weeks, and we thought Jair Brown had been earning some time at safety, and we knew with Mustafa coming back, we were going to start rotating and getting Mustafa in there so he can eventually take that over. We know Mustafa is going to be one of the starters out there, and it was nothing against Jason. We just knew we had to make a decision to rotate one of those guys with Mustafa, and we went with rotating Mustafa and Siegel, which gave really kind of that week to give Tig his opportunity to play a whole game at safety. The other 2 had gotten it the previous 5 weeks, and we thought Tig deserved it. And without Pinnock, we get in some big nickel rolls, just like Tig had in the previous 3 weeks. Just big nickel didn't become a factor in that game the way it played out.
What did you see from Mustafa in this game, and do you think he'll be ready for the full-time role this coming week?
Yeah, I'll probably more about talking to him and how his body felt, really how it feels kind of today and tomorrow, how he does in practice this week. But I think he got about 20 plays, and he looked good, moved around, flew around. He was ready for that moment, and I like that we were able to get him in there, do all that stuff, and get him out healthy, and hopefully he'll be closer to that this week.
Dominic, what do you do with that other? What do you do with that other safety spot, Kyle? Is it kind of a week-to-week thing? Who would start alongside Mustafa?
I think we got 3 guys who are capable there, and those are what all those 3 guys are battling for. I don't think one guy's fully taken it and run with it, like Mustafa did last year. So that's something that we're going to continue to evaluate. But I don't think any of that's set in stone. We're trying to hope that they make that decision for us.
Dominic Pooney seems to be struggling this season.
How would you assess, following up on that, how would you assess Jair Brown's performance yesterday?
I thought he did a decent job. I thought he was physical. I thought he made some plays. Not too many mistakes. I thought Tig was solid.
Dominic Pooney seems to be struggling. Is he still feeling the effects of his preseason injury, or what are you seeing from Pooney?
Yeah, I think Dom has played better before, in his rookie year. I think there was a big injury coming into this season, which was a huge setback for him and has made things more difficult. I'm sure that hasn't made things easier for him, but a lot of guys are battling stuff, and I got a lot of confidence in Dom. He's played at a high level for us before, so I expect him to do it again.
Kyle, you
Is the timetable for Connor Colby to come back, open the practice window for him this week, and along with that, the assessment of Connor Colby at left guard?
Yeah, Barch, I didn't get anything for this week, so I'm not assuming this week. Hopefully the next couple weeks. Sorry, what was the other? Oh, how'd Connor do?
Yes.
I think Connor's getting a lot of experience. He's playing, which was going to really help him in the future. I think, nothing's perfect. I think he's got a number of good plays and a number of plays he'd like to take back. But I think this is a moment in his career that is going to help him going forward and not hurt him.
Kyle, you addressed the sideline stuff with Jawan after the game, but he then told us, he detailed his injury, said he had 5 broken ribs, a high ankle sprain, low ankle sprain. Obviously, it's unusual for a player to do that. Are you okay with that? And is Jawan, do you feel like in a good mental space at the moment?
Yeah, I think Jawan's in a good mental space. I think, Jawan's a very emotional player. I think that's one of the things that makes him great. So anytime we have a tough loss like that he is banged up and playing through a lot of stuff, I don't think he's in the best mood, especially after a loss like that. But Jawan is good. Jawan battled completely to come play in that game. I know he'll battle again to do it this week. But got a lot of love for Jawan, and I just hope he can get healthier so he can get back out there and be more consistent for us.
When you said you guys were good, had you, by the time the game was over in the locker room, had you talked to him to clear the air?
No.
Okay. You guys didn't look good. You guys didn't look like you were good in the second quarter. Is it just like that's how you and Jawan roll, or like?
No, I think when you're in an intense football game and stuff, that two people who know each other pretty well and are pretty competitive about other things can have really, really intense conversations that don't always come off as a normal conversation, just hanging out, after a press conference with you. But it's stuff that you don't need to make too many assumptions about because it wasn't anything that big of a deal. Yeah, we were aggressive and intense in our conversations, but I think conversations like that can also lead to making people closer and leading to a better outcome for people.
And then just with Kittle, is the hope or expectation that he can play Sunday since he's returning to practice?
Yes, that's the hope.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Anything else?
You guys good?
All right, see you Wednesday.
All right.
As 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on his Monday teleconference saying Fred Warner is going to have surgery tomorrow, and he said he assumes he'll be back and good for off-season workouts, but no clarification for him on that as of yet. Plus, George Kittle's plan is to return to practice this week and potentially play on Sunday Night Football against Atlanta. We'll take a quick break. We'll react to more of this. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your calls, your thoughts on do you think the 49ers can get to 10 wins, and is that enough for a playoff run? We'll do that next, only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we talk to you daily because daily people have tax concerns and questions. Things like, what do you do if you got a bill and you can't pay your taxes? What should they do, Steve?
You call us. And this week, we have a big deal. Wednesday, October 15th, is the final due date for extended individual returns. And I know a lot of people this weekend were working on their tax return. I said, no, this can't be. I can't owe all this money. And right now, a lot of tax firms worked over the weekend, and they're notifying their clients, hey, you owe a bunch of money. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return. File the return and let us make a deal for you. There's all kinds of good deals. Whether you can pay just part if you qualify, get the penalties forgiven, or payments you can afford, or shift the blame where it belongs to a former spouse or former business partner. The bottom line is, we're very familiar with this. Just call for your free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. If you want us to, we can do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, tell me what you can do for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We can do cheers, jeers, and beers, but I think we all are just we're kind of in the same spot.
Yeah, that's going to be massive cheers today.
Could be cheers, tears, and tears is what it should be.
Tears for fears.
Cheers, jeers, and tears.
Everybody wants Fred Warner.
Even God cried today. As you see the rain, Derek. Even he is a 49er.
The sun
fan.
did not come up today.
The sun did not come up for Fred today. Anyway, that's my Greg on Fred Warner.
Yeah.
808 KNBR, do you still want the 49ers to add at the trade deadline? And second question, do you think they can get to 10 wins? Because I think the playoffs, it starts at 10 in my mind. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, I hear you.
I think it's going to take I think my point is it's going to take at least 10-7 to get into the NFC playoff picture.
Yes.
So the question I have is, can they, with the NFC wins they already have under their belt and the 3 in division, because at worst now you go 3-3 in division, right?
Right.
So can you get to 10 wins? Because 10 wins is the baseline for having a chance against some tiebreakers.
You definitely have
That's
a chance.
kind of my logic.
No, I totally understand it. I think there's also just a lot of competitive teams right now. I think that you would say the Bucs are a playoff team. You would say that the Packers, the Lions, the Rams, the Seahawks, maybe the Vikings.
You buying the Packers? I thought they were going to be like the best team in that division. And I think it was yesterday I called them the fraud Packers. And I just said that because I was rooting for the Bengals, but
I believe it was the Green Fraud Packers.
I call them the green fraud. Wasn't even clever.
Instead of Bay.
Yeah, instead of Bay,
fraud.
what if we call them fraud?
The Giants kind of worn off on their Super Bowl hype because of Micah Parsons. Like, they're getting by with, them running the football and playing solid defense.
Jacobs is a monster, bro.
He is.
It's tough to bring down.
At times, but
you bitter Raider fan.
No, dude. I'm glad.
I think he's really good.
I'm glad he got out of a bad situation.
Yeah.
He's just not as fast as he used to be.
No, he's more if he's a bowling ball, really.
Well, yes, okay. I just got to see what's going to be telling the next 3 weeks here is how the 49ers play in comparison to these other teams in the NFC that we think can make the postseason. Are they as good as the Minnesota Vikings now? Are they as good as the Green Bay Packers? Are they as good as the Dallas Cowboys even? And the Cowboys, they're putrid defensively, but they have pretty good offense. Are they as good as the Commanders? I don't know anymore with the loss of Fred Warner. I have to see what this 49er team looks like. I want to even know what happens with the quarterback situation this week. And there were all these problems going into this game, but it just feels like without Fred Warner, it's like, who are they going to lean on leadership-wise? Brock Purdy's not even there right now. Is Matt going to have to step up? Is it going to be George Kittle now in return with the anticipation of him playing on Sunday? There's a lot of what-ifs, and I know that the schedule is favorable, but I have to see how they play against bad teams now without Fred Warner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, this is all what – I guess my point here and problem with this is, we got to see what happens is we still, even when we see it, aren't going to know who they are.
I know.
That's kind of my point is we didn't know who they were going into this game. We just knew that they'd been resilient, that they had found ways to win, that they won a really tough game on a short week, and I thought that was the equalizer. Again, if they played that Rams game on Sunday, I don't think it goes the same way. Right. I think the Rams with the full week of preparation are a little bit different, and the more that game went on, the longer they played, the better the Rams seemed to get throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, there were just little things like not pick up the first down and Kyron Williams fumbling. at the
Right,
goal line,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, it's little things here. So, like,
It's
can
simple
they compete? Can they compete with? So it's the little things get you caught.
Yes.
You see that movie, The Little Things, with Denzel and Remy Malek?
Yeah, it was Jared Leto.
Jared Leto.
Everyone hated that movie.
Yeah, why did people hate that movie?
Because it was kind of like pro-cop in a time when people weren't down with cops.
Was it pro-cop? I mean, he's a dirty cop.
Yeah, no, but
it ends. That's the twist, by the way, everybody.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Spoiler.
a dirty cop. Spoiler. Scrappy Doo's the villain. The end of Scooby-Doo 1. Just if you haven't seen it, sorry to ruin it for you now, 20 years later.
If you're a big fan, if you're a big fan of Scooby-Doo lore, I mean, like, that's inaccurate. Scrappy-Doo was never a villain.
No. He wasn't.
Did not care for that twist.
He would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for those meddling kids. And that,
kids.
And that dog.
And Matthew Lillard.
Yeah, Matt Lillard, dude. Of Scream fame, don't you know?
Yes.
And Summer Catch.
And Freddie Prinze Jr. He was Fred.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't in
Scooby-Doo.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't in Scream.
No.
He was in Summer Catch.
Yes, he was.
With Matthew Lillard. All right. By the way, we are going, Tim, mind your own business, all right?
I'm going to go
Mind your
SLC
own
Punk Matthew
GD
Lillard.
business. All right. We're going back to Hawaii, and you can join us. The best contest in radio.
Yay!
5 nights at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel for you and a guest, plus round-trip airfare for 2 on Hawaiian Airlines to go with me, Tim, and Derek in the morning, guys, whatever, to the Big Island of Hawaii in November. We're all going, and the morning show. But you can go to, if you're caller 10 and you qualify for the drawing when you hear the cue to call between now and 5:15 when we sign off today. If you are caller 10, you will qualify, and then we're going to do the drawing, I guess, sometime early next week. And then we're going to Hawaii like a month from now. How about that?
Yeah.
Pretty exciting. You been to Hawaii before?
When I was a baby.
When you were a baby.
Just a wee little lad.
But you didn't confuse living in Hawaii like you confused living in Indonesia, which you also didn't do.
No, I got confirmation that we did not live in Indonesia. We just simply visited my
Derek's like,
aunt.
we lived in Indonesia at one point. His mom's like, no,
we did not, Derek. Stop with these lies.
I want that to be true, so I just choose to believe it.
He's like, I thought we played Canesta in Indonesia.
That did not happen, Derek.
Canasta.
I forgot your mom's a Mahjong fan.
Yes.
Or Momjong is what they would say.
Oh, really?
No, I made that up. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Do you still want the 49ers to add talent at the trade deadline? And are you with me that 10 is the baseline for wins? Can the 49ers get to 10? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Your thoughts on the Niners next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers lost 30-19 in Tampa Bay yesterday, but more importantly lost defensive leader Fred Warner to a dislocated and broken ankle. A catastrophic loss for Robert Saleh's defense. They will look to rebound against Atlanta on Sunday Night Football next weekend. For everything 49ers, keep it locked to Man That Blows Leader.
That blows.
Yeah.
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer.
Cheers, and beers on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. You still think the 49ers should be in the trade market to add some talent? Kyle Shanahan said, I didn't think we were being that aggressive anyway.
Yeah.
Is what he just told the media. Also, by the way, revealed that Fred is going to have a surgery tomorrow. No approximate return date. He said this stuff usually takes about 3 months, but doesn't have an actual date as to when he can get back on the football field. Said he assumes he'll be good to go for this offseason, but doesn't have any exact clarity on that. George Kittle, they expect him to open or to practice this week and should be good to go on Sunday, is what Kyle said. Also, they're hoping they can get more out of Brock in practice this week, but it still doesn't sound like he's trending towards playing against Atlanta on Sunday night, at least the way Kyle spoke about it today.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's Mac Jones for the here and now, that's fine, but they need to find a way to get the running game going because I do not think it's sustainable with Mac Jones throwing for 345 yards each game. They need to find a balance there with the running game. Hopefully George Kittle helps out with that, but yeah, I know, I mean, we talked to a lot of guys this week that said that the Niners could run the football on this team, and they were not able to do it once again, so...
Do you know the last time, I looked this up yesterday, do you know the last time Christian McCaffrey ran for 100 yards in a game, a regular season game?
Did he at all when he came back for the short amount of time he did against... No?
He hasn't run for 100 yards in a regular season game. He did in one playoff game in the Super Bowl run. I think it was the first playoff game.
Against the Packers?
Yeah. He has not run for 100 yards in a game since the Christmas night loss to the Ravens. December 25th, 2023.
And that didn't even matter because Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions that night.
We're coming up on 2 calendar years since he last ran for 100 yards in a regular season game. I think it's 11 or 12 consecutive now regular season games without that. He did have 100-yard performance. Now, to counteract that, or to also follow up with that, he does have 6 consecutive games with 100 or more yards from scrimmage.
Yeah.
This year. He's the only player in the NFL to have done that.
I mean, he's the guy that does everything for this offense, but it needs to be between the tackles as far as a running back. Like, we need to get back to that. And whether it's him or Brian Robinson.
Boy, did he see the field yesterday?
No, I don't think
he
so.
He definitely didn't have a carry, Brian Robinson.
He had a catch.
Did he have a carry? He had a catch, Tim says, yeah.
Along the sideline. But, yeah, they need to find a running game here because it's surprising. Like, this is not the way Kyle wants to run his offense. Like, he can say, we're doing this, and, like, that's not how I scheme it up. It's definitely not how he schemes it up. But that's how the game, dictates it. So they need to find a running game. With George Kittle back, they need to be able to run the football. And if they can't, then I don't know where the season's going.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers and beers. What'd you drink? Excuse me. What'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink? And are you still drinking after the injury to Fred Warner? Do you still want the Niners to add at the deadline? And do you think they can get to 10 wins? Because I think that's got to be the baseline for getting into the NFC playoff picture. Let's go to Edgar. Edgar is in New Jersey. Power of the flamethrower. Edgar, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, bro?
How's it going?
What's up, Edgar?
Rough Monday, I'm still drinking from yesterday. I went to the job today, a little depressed. But, hey, look, next man up, old school mentality. They drafted well. Now you got to rely on the young guys. Fred Warner, we took a big hit. I don't know if Warner and Bosa out there yesterday, we still win this game in Tampa Bay. It was going to be a rough game regardless. Baker, he's playing really good this year. I think once we get Purdy back, get this car, I feel like the wheels are falling off. Right. Just like every week is something. But, the Super Bowl window. I mean, I think they draft well. They're going to have to rely on the young guys and Lynch and what he did. And Shanahan, now you got to step up. I mean, what else is there to do? The running game ain't working. I mean, they got to figure that out. Because Shanahan, that's his offense. Running game, we run right to the Super Bowl. But no running game, a little rough. All right, fellas. Good talking to you guys.
Appreciate the call, Edgar.
Thank you, Edgar. I mean, yeah, they need to be able to run the football. And I don't know, I don't know if they're still in that Super Bowl window. I think that it's a little bit of, like I said, kind of like a reboot where the season was going to be equal parts an evaluation, but also them trying to get to the playoffs. I keep bringing it up, but it's true. Kyle Shanahan and Trent Williams in separate interviews said, we'll see about Super Bowl, but it's all about resetting the team and trying to establish ourselves as one of the juggernauts in the NFC once again, but we went through a massive overhaul this offseason. That's why I wonder if they will be, players at the trade deadline, because the mentality was, okay, we're going to move on from this guy, we're going to move on from that guy, and we have to build up the youth. We have to bring in a Michael Williams and all these guys. And now that we don't have, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner to lead the way, let's see what these guys have. Let's see what we have in our youth. And if we happen to win, okay, then maybe we'll trade for a Cam Jordan. Maybe we'll trade for another pass rusher. But I don't think it makes sense to trade for a middle linebacker. I think it's just tough to find a replacement for Fred Warner. Like, you could get, one of the best in all of football, but if he hasn't been there since training camp to call the signals at the line for everybody, it's going to be very difficult. So I wouldn't trade for a linebacker to replace Fred Warner at this point. I would just have Tatum Bethune do it. But as far as a pass rusher, if you still feel like you can make the playoffs and Cam Jordan wants out of New Orleans, I would still go for that. But anything like monumental, I would not make like a big swing trade where you have to give up huge assets.
I don't think they were going to anyway, so I don't think that changes. That's kind of the point I was trying to make earlier. Like, I don't think they were going to do that anyway. Unless a player of the magnitude like Max Crosby became available, in which case it doesn't really matter what the status of your team is. You'd be doing that anyway.
Right.
It's kind of like we said with the Buster and the Devers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just make that trade because, of course, he's available and you can get him. You got to try.
Right.
But to add to your team, like to be like, we need this piece, we're tinkering here. I'm with you. Like, I don't think they were in the market for that anyway. And so I'm not anticipating that. Though, now Trey Hendrickson would fit in great.
But he got hurt, yes.
Yeah, he'd fit in great. It'd be a perfect fit.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Bring him in that bacchiotomy over here, dude.
Bacchiotomy?
Yeah, bacchiotomy. Broke my back.
Oh, rim shot.
Spinal.
I will also say that I understand, like, okay, the Bengals could be out of it, and it makes sense for Trey Hendrickson to be dealt at the trade deadline. The Bengals do things differently than other franchises. They are so cheap that they made Joe Flacco drive from Cleveland to Cincinnati. They didn't put him on a plane.
Hold up.
They made him drive the 3 hours to get to Cincinnati. That's how cheap they are.
He drove?
Yes.
Why didn't they put him on a plane, or did he volunteer?
Regardless.
You said they had him. It is bad optics.
It's bad optics.
Whether he did it himself or not.
Not only that, like I've heard stories from Boomer Esiason and Chad Johnson. They do interviews when it's like we're honoring the...
We just talked about this. They did a Ring of Honor thing, and so they like invite Boomer Esiason. He was talking about it on his show, and Boomer says, "No, listen to this email." He reads the email to them. It's like a very generic email. You'd think that the best quarterback in your franchise's history would be getting more attention than just a generic email that says, "Hey, we'd love to have you come. You can stay at the Cincinnati Radisson. We've got a block of rooms. Contact them for your booking info." They're like,
I hear they have a continental breakfast.
They're like, your jersey is hanging in the like your number and your name are in the Ring of Honor at the stadium, and yet you got to go stay at like the Radisson in Cincinnati.
No, I mean Shannon Sharp was telling Chad Johnson on the podcast that they do, where he was like, "Hold on, when you go back and you're honored by the Broncos, they pay for everything." He goes, "Yeah, Chad. What do you do? What have you been doing this whole time?" "I pay my way. I always pay to go back to Cincinnati." So Cincinnati Bengals, while it wouldn't make sense for Trey Hendrickson to be dealt at the trade deadline, they do things a whole hell of a lot differently than most franchises.
Dude, sorry, big time home run in this ALCS game 2. Seattle's already up 1-0 in the series. A 3-run home run by Jorge Polanco, dude. They're up now 6-3 in the top of the 5th inning.
Ooh, Mariners.
In Toronto, dude. Mariners got that team of destiny kind of feel to them a little bit.
They definitely do.
They sort of do, right? Man, can they take on the Dodgers, though? Are they good enough?
I don't know about that.
Come on, Milwaukee. Stick on the Dodgers.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. 707 says, I saw a pic of Flacco on a commercial flight.
That is an older picture.
So that was not a recent
No,
photo.
it was confirmed. I don't know if it was, his doing or whatnot, but Joe Flacco did drive from Cleveland to Cincinnati.
415 says, dude, it seems like Dwayne went MIA once Mac threw 2 interceptions.
You know what? I hear you.
Okay.
I don't think Mac Jones had a bad game,
Me
though.
neither.
It was as worse as a 49er so far, and he could have got some coin yesterday had he won. I think it was like $400,000 had he won that game. Like, it was something in his contract where if he has 4 wins, it has escalators where he gets that money.
Nice.
But no, I don't think he played a bad game yesterday. He kept him in the game. It's frustrating because you watch that game and you're like, man, if Fred Warner's healthy and Nick Bosa's healthy, if they have a pass rush, they probably win this game. Like, it was just free range for Baker Mayfield to throw the ball. So frustrating.
Nick and Tracy, we'll get to your call here when we come on back. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Do you think the Niners should still be active on the trade market? And do you think they can get to 10 wins based on the schedule that is laid out in front of them? More to come. Dirty Work, only here on The Sports Leader.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. By the way, the Mac Jones contract situation.
Yeah.
He gets $20,000 a game that he's active. And so far he's gotten every one of those.
Nice.
So he can make up to $340,000 more just for being active. He has an option bonus of $1.41 million for next season. 50% of the regular season if 50% of the regular season snaps are played plus a playoff berth, he gets $550K. The one you were talking about yesterday is if he plays 25% of the snaps in a game where they win in the regular season, he gets $100,000.
Tasty.
But it vests at 4 wins.
Okay.
So would that be funny if he played the season, but the Niners went 3-14 or whatever? He wouldn't get the $100,000 for the 3 wins. He would only get it if you get to the 4th win. Then you get $100,000 for every victory.
There's always weird stipulations in a contract for incentives, so that's interesting for Mac Jones' part.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Let's go to Nick. Is in Tracy. Nick and Tracy, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how we doing? Big
What's up,
fan. I love you guys.
Appreciate you, Nick.
Okay, so cheers would be the Mac Jones Kendrick Bourne connection.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty solid. That kind of came out of nowhere, obviously, when he got traded over, and he just kind of stepped right in and just took care of business, helping my fantasy team for sure.
Yeah.
And then the jeers is the Niners rush defense. The fact that Rashad White went off for how he did it just seemed like every time the Buccaneers needed a couple of yards, they were able to get it pretty easily. And then beers, I was drinking mimosas with the wife at brunch at the Stonebriar in Stockton.
Nice, dude. Nice. How much you put away? How many mimosas you put down, dude? Sometimes it'll get you with a headache.
Well, it actually gets you because they have a little deal. It's like $24 for a bottle, and it's 12 per. So we did the bottle for 24 with 2 mixers.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. So what'd you go with? You went orange juice and then what? You get like a little guava or something else in there?
Pineapple.
Yeah,
Pineapple and orange.
There you go.
All right. Good deal, bro.
So, Nick, are you confident this team can still make the postseason with Fred Warner being out the rest of the way?
It's going to be tough. I don't know who's going to slide in there, who's going to wear the green dot, but I do like Malik Mustafa coming back. That guy just kind of comes downhill. And I was seemed like he was a little hesitant too, because I was waiting for that big Malik Mustafa downhill train coming through you, and I feel like I didn't see it.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they talked about his role is going to expand here as he gets healthier, but I think that's the hope is he can continue to be a guy that plugs holes. He laid some big hits last year. I appreciate the call, Nick. He did a really good job on hitting guys in the secondary. He's not a linebacker, of course,
right? But
he is a guy who I think is going to be a weapon in terms of being a stopper in the secondary and hopefully in the secondary when that run game from the opposition starts to climb.
No, definitely. But as far as replacing Fred Warner, I know there's guys available that you could go after, another guy that's on the Saints, Demario Davis. He's an older player, 14 years in the league. If the Saints are just in a massive, fire sale, go ahead. Demario Davis, I guess he would be okay, but I don't know. There's also Quincy Williams, who's a linebacker with the Jets that Robert Saleh knows. And there's Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who's not playing much with the Giants, just a familiar face. But I saw this on the text line. I meant to bring this up. There's one guy available out there. I'm sure 49er fans would love to have back.
Devondre Campbell? No.
Nope. Not an option.
I'd rather play with 10.
I'd rather play with 10 until we got to figure out something else.
Yeah. What's that from? Is that
Mike Singletary?
That's Mike Singletary. Yeah. I'd rather play with 10 guys and get penalized up and down the field. I'm like, I don't think you get penalized.
You don't get penalized for playing with 10 guys.
Like, they wouldn't get mad at you.
The Raiders won a game with playing with 10 guys on the field.
You play 8 guys if you want. It's not a smart decision.
No.
It's also
and we were playing with Jamarcus, too.
It's not a rule. Let's go back out to the phone line. So here's the deal. They just called his name out. They said, what's up, dude? Dwayne doesn't want to call in when his guy Mac doesn't play well. I thought Mac still played pretty well. The filthy bed slinger, our guy Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne, what up, bro? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, listen, man. Y'all ought to know the filthy bed slinger don't hide. I don't hide, bro. I heard the bad
Yeah, I know you be here.
I ain't hiding from nothing, man. I'm always going to show up, man. So whoever that was, know that. Hey, listen, man. The 49ers, it's weird all of a sudden. I don't know, man. It's just a lot going on. It's a lot wrong. You can't keep guys upright. I don't know why guys are getting hurt so much the past 2 years. It's not like any of the other teams. It's definitely different. So, I don't know what the reason is. Nobody does. Losing Warner was tough. That's a tough one. So that makes you reevaluate the whole season. But the main thing is the O-line, bro.
Yeah.
You're going to run out of quarterbacks, bro. And I remember that happened in that NFC Championship game.
Of course.
I had never seen that before, where a team ran out of quarterbacks and couldn't pass. In an NFC Championship, you've got to address the O-line, man. These guys refuse to do it. If you look at the teams that win the Super Bowl, they got a monstrous O-line that mauls people. Most of the time, it's going to be a good O-line that wins the Super Bowl. So for some odd reason, they don't like to go pay them. They don't like to do it on the O-line. Dominic Cuny took a step back. So I don't know how this season's going to go. I think, D, you were right. We're going to see in the next 2 weeks because you got Atlanta and you got Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to tell a lot. But, I mean, Mac Jones, he's not that mobile, bro. So your O-line's got to do a better job. And I still think Mac played good. I know he threw 2 picks and, it's going to happen. But I still think he's a better fit for the system. But not if he's under that much pressure.
I'm with you,
dude. You got to
dude.
give him time.
He
You have to
got hit
create
6
a pocket.
times. Yeah, he didn't have any time to throw yesterday. And they were doing it with 4-man fronts, and they were doing it with blitz packages. Like, it didn't really matter. I know Todd Bowles is great at dialing that stuff up, but you're right. I mean, the O-line, the worst game to date, and they've already had a pretty porous start to the season, and they aren't getting any push in the run game. Dwayne, do you think they should be active at the trade deadline or in the trade market?
I don't think they should be buyers at this point, bro. When you lose Bosa and you lose Warner, and it's pretty, your defensive line, I think they're looking pretty cool. They're getting better by the game, but this might have turned back into a rebuild, bro. This is a weird football season. It's up in the air. I think Philadelphia's lost 2 in a row. Josh Allen, probably this might be his best chance with Lamar down. But hell, Kansas City looked like they were back last night.
Yeah. They did.
So I think the 49ers, to answer your question, bro, at this point, you got to treat it like a rebuild, and you got to sell. You got to get ready for 26. And that includes that option on Purdy. You got to get rid of that guy.
Whoa.
About time.
Dwayne, we appreciate the call, man. We got to run, dude. I mean, I don't know that I would be selling, but he made some pretty salient points. Dwayne was making some really reasonable, measured points where he's like, he says you got to reevaluate, and he's right. The course of the season without Warner and Bosa. Now, I don't think you pack it in 6 games in.
No.
I'm not there. And Dwayne saying maybe you build for the future. You do want to get a look at every one of these young guys. I mean, Nick Martin, you're going to have to get out and play.
No, I was with Dwayne up until the end. I don't think you need to sell at the deadline. I think you just need to stand pat and see what's available. If it's a low situation where the Saints are like, okay, just give us a 6th-round pick for Cam Jordan, like, all right, I'm willing to do that just to maybe sneak into the postseason. But if you're going to make any significant move at the trade deadline, like we hear these commercials on the airwaves all the time here on KNBR. Have you heard the commercial with the guys like, if you use Viagra for erectile dysfunction, it's like a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Have you heard that one?
Yeah, we've heard that one. Go on. So I can't remember where you're going with this analogy.
That would be like the same thing like trading for somebody at the deadline for the 49ers, where I think like there's so many holes as far as what's on offense right now with the running game. And, yeah, you could find somebody to help out the pass rush, but I don't think it'll be significant enough to replace a Nick Bosa. Anybody you find, linebacker-wise, is not going to replace a Fred Warner. So I would say see what you have as far as the young talent on this team and just go forward with this football team and see if you can sneak to the postseason. But if you're looking to trade for Trey Hendrickson, if you're looking to trade for Max Crosby, you're not going to do those deals right now because it's clear this team, even though they have a 4-1 record, a 4-2 now, they have a lot of problems. They are not as sound as they were in 2019 or 2023.
So what was the Viagra analogy? You're saying grabbing a pass rusher is like putting a Band-Aid on a shark bite because you've already it's just like using Viagra when you're having trouble getting bricked up.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not going to fix your problem. Pills are not the answer.
Pills aren't the answer.
Yes. Pills are not the answer.
Yeah. Pass rushers are not the answer.
Mortgaging your future for somebody for this season's not the answer.
Dr. Robert Rowley.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude, he doesn't want to be a part of this, dude. You want to be tied into this. A Prime Male Medical, dude. Don't forget, I was an endorser.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
For good reason.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, no, not good reason, dude.
No.
I didn't mean to say yeah. I was just acknowledging you say, okay. No. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Wolf with you. Talking payronis here. All right, we'll take a quick break. We are going to catch up with our guy Matt Mayoko in about an hour at 4:50. Dude, it's just getting dark out there.
Yeah.
How about this rain coming
It's coming down. Cats and dogs.
It's raining cats and dogs, dude.
Storm from the north.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Lots of people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We'll get to your thoughts, your reaction. Also, back out to the phone lines on what the 49ers can do. Do you think they can get to the playoffs, and should they be active on the trade market? Is 10 wins enough, and can you get there? You need 6 more. We'll do that next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Payronis Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If it's the NFL, it's the sports leader, and it rolls on tonight as Dirty Work gives way to Bears Commies at 5:15. Keep it locked if your fantasy team hinges on Rome Odunze or Bill Krosky Merritt, right here on the My Fantasy Team Sucks leader.
Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I don't know what that means, Tim. Oh, Tim just speaking in fragments in my ear. I'm not being difficult about everything. We come back into segment. I'm about to start the segment, and you won't come on the air to say what you're going to say. So when you say to my ear out of context, and all you say is Jessica and Hayward, what the hell do I know what that means?
Sorry,
Jessica
like so
and
hard,
Hayward,
man.
congratulations on qualifying for the Hawaii trip.
Yay!
Yay!
Good for her.
Yeah, Tim wanted everybody to know so bad. He just said a name into my ear.
Well,
just saying.
I kind of knew what he was talking about.
Is this Rotator, Tim?
No, this is Farsight.
I don't know
Jay
what it was.
Dillon.
Just figured I was going to crush him no matter what was going on.
Can't keep running away.
Dirty Work with you on a Monday afternoon. We're only with you for about another hour and 15. We got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight.
You like those?
We talked about this last week.
Oh, did we? Okay.
A little bit where I was like, I don't that much because, again, we had 3 games in the afternoon slate yesterday.
Yeah, that was it.
Because we also had a London game.
Yes.
We had bye weeks.
And you best believe we're having another one this week.
Do we have 6 games in the morning slate?
Something like that. Something
7.
like that.
I can't remember, but yeah, it feels light. I'd rather have a full afternoon slate, like 4 games in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I don't mind.
I don't like them going head to head with each other either. I'm like, why do you make it
have
hard?
all my attention on one Monday night game.
Well, I don't understand how this is beneficial for the league. Like to have 2 games that you're dividing the
They
audience.
saw the numbers during COVID where some games had to be moved to Monday.
That's not real though. Those aren't real numbers. Like that's COVID numbers.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? It's not indicative of anything.
I would agree.
We played a Wednesday game.
Yeah. Maybe we should have Tuesday games.
We had that game where the Cowboy or the Broncos didn't have a quarterback. So they started that wide receiver at quarterback.
Oh yeah, the Saints game. I remember that well.
That was terrible.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's some really bad. We had that makeup between the Ravens and the Steelers. It was like a Tuesday night game.
It was supposed to be a Thanksgiving game. It got moved to that Tuesday or something. That Wednesday. Yeah, it was crazy times.
Brutal stuff. So no, I'm not a huge fan of the dueling Monday night games. Because by the way, we do have a game right now getting ready to get going. The Bills and the Falcons. And then what is it? It's Bears and Commanders.
Yes.
It's the game that gets going at 5:15. We'll throw you over to that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go to Corey in Lodi. Corey, on the expectations for the 49ers.
Guys, how's it going?
What's up, dude?
One thing that none of us have really thought about, maybe we have, we just have not spoken it. We have 11 games left in the season. And look at all the injuries we've had from the end of last year to this year. Who's to say we aren't going to pile on more injuries for the rest of the year? We need to get our young guys on defense. We really shouldn't sign anybody. We need to get our young guys on defense and some reps. And if we go to the playoffs, they'll get a taste of the playoffs. And they'll be even more hungrier next year. But we've signed Brock Purdy. We need to protect our quarterback. We need to start strengthening the O-line. We've got some older veterans that most likely won't even be here in 2 to 3 years. And we've got to really start to think about our future, and that's my thought. And we signed a couple of an edge rusher and another linebacker, star linebacker. And somebody else gets seriously hurt. Kittle gets hurt again, or McCaffrey gets hurt again. We just need to sit tight, let these young guys get some good reps, let them get a taste of the playoffs at the end of this year, and I think we'll be okay. But we're 49ers. We're gold. We've rebounded from many things, and we can do this.
All right, appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I hear you, but also, what he's saying is don't mortgage the future.
I agree.
Just to get a piece, and I think everybody's in agreement on that. Somebody checked in here on the text on 925 and said, yeah, don't sell the car for gas money. Fix the O-line and get the run game going. You've got to repair other parts of the roster while you've got these injuries that you're dealing with.
No, absolutely.
But I'm with you because you got 8 draft picks to use. You used 11 this past year. You need it to retool enough because next year everybody's a year older.
Yeah.
If you plan to compete next year, or if next year is part of the refresh or the retool,
yeah, then
you need as much health, you need as much development, you need as many draft picks going into next season as possible. Because again, to your point, you think, I don't think Jawan's going to be here after this year. I don't know about Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think Jawan's going to be here
right
after this season. You're going to have to retool. At some point, you need a replacement for Trent Williams.
You do.
And I think Dwayne was right when he said there was a step back from Dominic Pooney.
Yep.
And even Grant Cohn asked Kyle that during the media session today on the teleconference. Has there been a step back? Is he dealing with an injury that he dealt with earlier in the year? He had a banged up knee, and I don't know. The O-line is young in some manner, in some capacity. It's fairly young at some spots. You've got Drew Moss over there at left guard. You've got Dominic Pooney, who's just a second-year player. I think they're excited about these guys, but there are still too many deficiencies and inefficient production from the run game and from the O-line that I don't know what I'm confident in with this team.
Yeah,
we've seen them play. I know what I'm confident in. I'm confident in the pass game. I'm confident in Kyle. I'm confident in Robert Saleh. I don't think they're going to be put in situations like, again, you can turn the ball over a bunch and you can get blown out and you can make mistakes. Players make plays. But I think even with the deficiencies they've had and all the adversity they've faced, they've been in pretty damn good situations because of the coaching and because of the game plans in these games. That's why I can't write them off completely as a playoff team. And that's where probably most of my confidence comes from when I'm looking at the schedule and saying, okay, can I find 6 more wins in here to get them to 10? And if you don't have Kyle or you don't have Saleh, I definitely don't have the same level of faith. No. We also know that it took Saleh a couple of years to rebuild this defense. When he got here, took him a couple when he got to New York as well. So not a surprise that they're still a work in progress right now. But those are the 2 reasons I think I've got the most confidence in their ability to still be a playoff team. I don't want to mortgage the future either, but I do think it would benefit them to add a piece who was an expiring contract, like we just talked about, a pass rusher
Cam
who
Jordan
might be a vet that could help you out, even if it doesn't mean a Super Bowl run. You can still find value in the 09 Giants, the 88-win Giants. We're talking to Brody Brazil about my San Jose Sharks, dude. The growing pains are tough for our Sharks, by the way.
Rough Saturday night.
See that game on Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
We were all like, dude, we got to play Askarov. Got to put Askarov between the pipes, dude. Get him out there. 7 goals allowed. Oof.
Yeah.
Brutal end to that game. Then they go overtime and lose.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line is, like he says in Big Daddy, it's a 5-year plan. Maybe it's a 10-year plan. If you want to have that plan, you've got to have the lifeblood of those draft picks. You got 8 going into next year, a first, a second, a third, 3/4, a fifth, and a sixth.
Yeah. No, I mean, the future looks bright, but for the here and now, the reason why they're 4-2 is because the coaches have been coaching their ass off. Kyle, yes, has been coach of the year to this point. Now, if they keep losing games, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think that it would be foolish for them to trade a ton of the deadline to get somebody that's going to help you out for this season. That's why, when Dwayne calls in and says they need to sell at the deadline, no, you sold in the offseason. That's what you did. You sold on Dre Greenlaw. You sold on Talanoa Hufanga. You sold on a bunch of guys to say, we're not giving you a second contract or a third contract, whatever it may be. We're moving on from you. We're doing a competitive rebuild. And now you were banking on the fact that Fred Warner and Nick Bosa were going to steer the ship in the right direction, where you needed their leadership skills to have this defense be where it was before with Robert Saleh. Now that they're gone, you're scratching your head being like, can Michael Williams step up? Can Tatum Bethune step up? I don't know if they could. I mean, it's going to be a lot for them right away. But I think it'd be foolish to trade for somebody at the trade deadline. I think if it's a Cam Jordan or somebody like that, then I would do that. But I wouldn't mortgage the future. I think you have to see what you have in this offense, whether it's Brock, whether it's Mac Jones. Find the running game. Kendrick Bourne's playing well right now. You need your other wide receivers to step up as well. Jawan Jennings saying he has 5 broken ribs doesn't help you, but maybe he can get healthy. But yeah, right now it's insane. And I do wonder what people think about the injuries. I was watching the game yesterday with some 49er fans, and everybody's like, God, this always happens to us. We always get injured. And everyone wants to pinpoint it to something, some reason. And I think it's foolish to do that. I know as a fan, sometimes you're like, I need an answer of why Nick Bosa's out for the season. I need an answer of why Fred Warner's out. I need an answer why Brock Purdy is missing games right now. It's because they play football. It's a contact sport. That's why they're out. But I do understand why some fans react that way. But I don't think you can say, it's the way they practice or it's the training staff. No, it's just this team is unlucky for whatever reason. I know it sucks, but it happens a lot.
Yesterday, his leg got fallen on. You get fallen on. It happens sometimes.
I know.
It happens. Sometimes it's non-contact. Sometimes it's contact. It's a brutal, brutal game. It is the only sport, seemingly, though, where this stuff happens with such frequency every week. You know what I mean? Where seemingly every week somebody goes down with a season ender.
Of course.
Across the NFL, big-time players all the time because of the nature of the game. I mean, baseball, yeah, a guy gets Tommy John surgery, he's out for a year, like a calendar year, before he's able to come back and hit the field again. Basketball, yeah, a guy tears an ACL or an Achilles. Of course that happens. But in football, it happens every week. Like every week.
Yeah,
the Cardinals lost like 2 starting running backs in a matter of like an hour.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
same with the Chargers.
Same with the Chargers. There was all. I mean, it's brutal when this happens, but it's the nature of the game.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder, like,
the world we live in, God help us all. Let's remember the Titans line also.
I just wonder if fans legitimately think that there's a reason, like they are practicing on a burial ground or like whatever. Like the people think like there has to be some reason why this is happening. No, you're just playing football. Guys get dinged up. Guys have season-ending injuries. It sucks. You cannot have this happen to Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Otherwise, your defense is put in just a horrible situation. That's the way it is the rest of the season. So we'll see how strong these rookies are the rest of the way, and we'll see if the offense could carry them. Like I said at the beginning of the season, they had to do that. I'm not so sure right now. If the running game was effective, I think differently. But I don't know about this offense right now. I do have faith in Kyle Shanahan to scheme it up in the right direction. I just don't know about winning games right now.
530 checks in following up on it's a 5-year plan. Maybe it's a 10-year plan.
Yeah.
What's the plan? Don't die? It's a great line in that movie. When he meets Sid.
Yes.
His wrinkly body on top of you and his
Oh, God.
Oh, gross. Oh, man. Maybe it's a 10-year plan. Working at the, what is he, at Hooters at the end?
I think so, yeah.
You're a Hooters girl?
It's been a while since I've seen Big Daddy.
You got to get back in on that. Big Daddy's a good one.
Oh, I know. Just been a while.
Yeah, where do you put that one up there? I've got it pretty highly ranked.
As far as Sandler movies,
I forget Jon Stewart.
Yeah, small little cameo.
Dude, there's a Jon Stewart appearance. I mean, he's not that small. He's in the beginning and the end of the movie.
Right.
But he has a line. There's a Blue Jays Phillies World Series reference. You remember that, Tim? Toronto. We flew up for the night. That's where the kid's from.
Yeah, exactly.
Buffalo. He's from Buffalo, but he's born in Toronto or something like that. My mom's from Toronto. Yeah, he's like Phillies, Blue Jays. We flew up for the night. Yeah, that's a solid one. I like that one.
I don't know if I put it in my top 5, but it's top 10 probably.
What's your top 5? Like Jack and Jill?
Are you insane?
No.
How dare you?
I
love me some Dunkachino, but I'm not gonna go Jack and Jill.
I don't even know the reference you're making.
Al Pacino's in the movie, and he has a whole commercial with
Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
Called the Dunkachino.
Everybody wants my Dunkachino.
Wait, Pacino's in the movie Jack and Jill?
Yes.
And what's her name's in that too? Katie Holmes, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
All I know is about
pretty
Pacino.
Pretty good cast. Well, what are your top 5 Sandlers? I mean, Madison and Gilmore.
Waterboy. Sneaky favorite of mine, Anger Management with Jack Nicholson.
Okay. Is that a Happy Madison production, though?
Does that matter?
I mean, sort of, a little bit. I mean, I'm with you. I hear you. Yeah, I'm with you. I guess. It's not. I feel like it's not of the same ilk, but I'll give it to you. That's fine.
I mean, I want to say he produced that.
Maybe he did. Dude, I've only seen it, I think, twice, but it's not. I'm not crapping on the movie at all. It's a good movie. I'm just like, does it fall into the same category as like a Happy Madison production?
And then, I have to think
408 says Little Nicky supremely underrated. No, I think properly rated.
Yeah,
I think it's about as low on the list as hell. Based on, I'm not a Nicky guy. It's not a very funny movie. It's a ridiculous movie. Like I just didn't get a kick out of it.
Popeye's chicken's effing awesome.
Yeah, dude, he talks like that the whole movie. Popeye's chicken.
Yeah, it's bad.
The South, the deep South.
And then if I have to pick a 5th one, for the hell of it.
831 Little Nicky has to be up there.
No
way, dude. I'm not. We're big Sandler guys. I'm not a Nicky head.
I'm trying to think another comedy. I'll throw Uncut Gems in there. I actually like that movie a lot, but it's not one of his goofier movies.
Yeah, obviously. I was more thinking comedies, which is kind of why I was like,
Punch Drunk Love.
I would go 50 First Dates. I would go Spanglish. Spanglish is a solid movie.
I don't think I've ever seen Spanglish.
Spanglish is a good movie. Tim, what you got?
I'm like I'm hedging on my own right now, but Grandma's Boy is a Happy Madison crew. I love that movie. He's not in it, but
it's not Sandler.
Oh, you know what? How can I forget this? 8 Crazy Nights.
Oh yeah, well, come on.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's your movie.
Exactly.
It's for you.
Bum diddy 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 bum bum.
I'm a wedding singer guy.
Oh, singer,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Derek's going like off the board.
Damn right.
I'm going. I think I'm going to go with the classics. I'll probably go Gilmore. In no rank, Gilmore, Madison. I'm going Singer. I'm probably going Waterboy. Click's a solid movie too, dude. Click got me choked up.
Click
will mess with your emotions, dude. As an aging man, it'll mess with you a bit.
Click's not bad acting from Sandler either.
And then Deeds is my tie. Deeds. No, I go Daddy over Deeds.
Daddy over Deeds.
I'm going
always?
Daddy over Deeds. I'm gonna go Gilmore, Madison, Daddy, 50 First Dates, and then Singer.
Where's Happy Gilmore 2 for you guys?
Yeah, Gilmore 2 doesn't make my top 5. Doesn't crack my top 5.
Yeah, C-. What
was the one that started this conversation? It was Big Daddy.
Yeah, Big Daddy.
Yeah, I like Big Daddy.
What about Airhead's underrated? It's like a supporting cameo in there, but
well, I mean, he's one of the main characters.
Oh, sorry, not cameo, but like supporting actor in there.
It's him, it's Buscemi, and it's
Brendan Fraser.
Fraser. I believe the premise is they want to get their music played on a radio station, right?
Yes.
Do they take over a radio station? Do they hold it hostage?
Yes,
hold it hostage.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
It's a ridiculous movie.
It is a ridiculous movie.
It's fun.
It'd be wild if that's how somebody got on air here.
One of these days, man, Tacky.
One of these days, Tacky's going to hold us.
Give me my own show.
Put our feet to the fire.
Yeah. Right line in that movie. Ain't farting on no snare drum.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. Our guy Matt Mayoko going to join us coming up at 4:50 today for our weekly conversation about the 49ers. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Is something going on with Jawan Jennings? We'll talk about this next. We're getting more on Jawan and an update on what's going on with the Jennifer Lee Chan piece on Brandon Ayuk. There have been some changes, maybe even some amendments, or the story has been pulled. But apparently it is not as it seems, that nothing has changed with Brandon Ayuk's social media account. When we get news, we get reports. I'm just telling you what's out there as it comes in.
Okay.
We'll tell you more about this next. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
I ain't farting on no snare drum.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The baseball playoffs roll on tonight on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. Like right now. It's a doubleheader. It's game 2 of the Mariners-Blue Jays, followed immediately by Brewers-Dodgers. It's all the baseball you'll ever need. Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
650 says you guys didn't mention Little Nicky. We did.
We did.
We crapped on it. And I don't agree with you when you say you should remember that one. It's
not a classic. It's probably one of his worst.
Yeah, somebody said, dude, it's up there with Big Daddy.
No, it is
Excuse
not.
me, it's up there with Billy Madison.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
How about this same person, 650 goes, how about the movie Dirty Work? You guys should remember that one.
He's got a cameo in it.
Are you kidding?
It's not a Sandler movie.
Yeah, but are you kidding when you say we should remember that one? Yeah.
Come on, guys.
We know, man.
Come on.
It's the opener of the show.
I remember seeing Little Nicky.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work.
You have a Dirty Work Drops. Why don't you hit Dirty Work Drops, Tim?
Yeah. I remember seeing Little Nicky in theaters with my mom.
Got a personality like a dead Moor.
There you go.
And the opening scene where John Lovitz is a peeping Tom in the tree, and she was like, "What are we watching here?"
Don't remember it.
Yeah, it's a bad movie.
I didn't like Little Nicky. I remember seeing it in theaters. Didn't like it.
Yeah.
Saw it again.
Bucket of lard on a bad day.
Still didn't like it. All right. Jawan Jennings. Well, first, before we get to the Jawan stuff, apparently the Brandon Ayuk story from earlier today
not accurate.
Was not accurate.
No, it's been pulled.
Yeah, you guys can get mad at us if you want, but I didn't have anything to do with it. I was just reading what was told.
We just read the news, people, and that's...
I am not a journalist, folks.
Yep, says it in the open.
Yeah. You want some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism? You came to the wrong place.
We try to give you the news, but apparently this story is not real, completely false. So Brandon Ayuk, we don't know what the whole situation is, but apparently what was reported today.
I don't know what completely false means. What I know is that what Jennifer Lee Chan wrote about him changing his social media to remove the 49ers is apparently not accurate. That's what I know.
Okay.
That's what was told.
All
I
right,
want to say
enough.
everything's false. Basically, it's a nothing to see here situation. She maybe got some bad intel or some bad info. I think Jennifer Lee Chan does a great job. Yep. Their podcast is great. She and Matt Mayoka, the 49er Talk podcast, all that stuff is great. I've not known her to not report something or to report something that was inaccurate. But this was something she put out earlier today, and apparently it's been either redacted or amended or pulled completely. But the report about him changing social media stuff to remove the 49ers again is apparently not accurate.
Okay.
So that's where we are on that. In terms of Jawan Jennings, Jawan finished up yesterday, 1 catch, 7 yards, was not targeted in the first half, and maybe more to the point, in the second half came out and immediately gets called for 2 penalties. He got a false start penalty, and then he got an OPI penalty downfield on sort of a crucial drive there, which was frustrating in and of itself. What do you think is going on? I mean, you put this down here. Is something going on with Jawan Jennings? I just think he's not healthy.
It's more so the interaction with Kyle Shanahan, like the sideline spat. Like both guys commented on it, and we can play the sound here of just Kyle and Jawan Jennings. And I think it's a mix of what Kyle said. Yes, it's just 2 competitive guys going at each other. And that's fine. That happens all the time in sports. But Jawan kind of like gives the vibe to me that's a little bit more. So he obviously there was a contract dispute in training camp. He's not getting targeted a lot. I'm sure he wants to hit certain thresholds as far as getting incentives for his contract that he worked to get before the start of the season. And he's going into free agency. And right now it's not a good look for him as far as what the productivity that he's put out there. So I wonder what's going on with that. And also to reveal that he has 5 broken ribs is not a good recipe for them going forward, because Jawan Jennings is a tough guy, but that's not the flex you think it is. Like, DBs and linebackers will target you now because they know you have 5 broken ribs, and now 1 punch to the gut, you could be out for the game. So I don't think that was very smart of him yesterday.
No, we'll play the sound here. And I mean, I don't know. It's his body. I mean, he's the one who's got to deal with it. But It did seem like maybe there was some emotion behind why it was that he said that. Do we cut any of today's, Kyle, on the Jawan Jennings situation? Because he addressed it again today. It's in the process of being cut. Here's what Kyle said yesterday. So during the game, I guess Cam Inman put out a tweet saying that there was a back and forth between Kyle and Jawan Jennings at the end of the first half. Mm-hmm. Kyle was kind of covering his mouth with his play sheet. You couldn't see what he said, but it was certainly a heated exchange. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said after the game yesterday on the back and forth.
Just intense competitive conversation between 2 people, and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
It ain't no thing.
Ain't no thing, bro. Not a big deal. And he said as much again today. It was like, yeah, I mean, when 2 people are in the heat of battle like that, there's a lot of respect for each other, but you like each other, but also
it was the heat of the moment.
We're both intense competitors in that moment. He was frustrated. Here's Jawan Jennings after the game on his spat with Shannon. Here's what Jennings said.
What happened between you and Kyle at the end of the first half there? What was the dialogue back and forth about?
Oh, man. You had to ask him. Probably. You had to do to ask him.
So basically, you have to ask him, and then when they give him the quote back of what Kyle said about the whole situation, he goes, probably, you have to ask him. Like, I think there's truth to what Kyle's saying. I think there's also something with Jawan Jennings where he's a little miffed about his place in the offense right now.
The issue is you always want to know when this happens. You can tell me you guys are fine. It's more about, well, what was that about?
Yeah.
I mean, was it about not getting targets? Was it about, remember last year there was the stuff about Debo not getting enough. They got to get Debo going. You got to get the ball into Debo's hands. Because remember, he really was struggling, and we were like, he needs to show up. They need to have a big performance. That game against the Rams, a Thursday night game in the rain. What was it? What was the final score of that game?
12-6.
Debo dropped what could have been a game-winning touchdown. And that one over the middle, just a little bit high, but just right over the middle there. I remember that week we asked Kyle about that, or I asked Kyle about that. Can you ever get a guy going? Do you ever listen, or do you ever understand the frustration? It's usually the guys who are kind of bitching and moaning about that stuff are guys who are good enough to make plays, who want the ball in their hands. He said, absolutely. I call plays and scheme things up to try to get the ball into certain guys' hands. It's not just handing it to your running back. It's if I can get a play designed to get Debo into open space, of course, that's what I'm going to do, and it's how I'm going to go about it. So I've got no issue with that. I do wonder if that's something that's at play here. Was it about Jawan wanting the ball more? Was it about the snaps that he was or was not playing in the same spot that maybe Kendrick Bourne was playing? Is there a redundancy now with Kendrick Bourne and Jawan Jennings, and Bourne is healthier?
Yeah.
So part of this too is Jawan Jennings is hurt. He's doing everything he can every week to get on the field because so much of his contract is predicated on incentive bonuses. So he's got to play to get paid. He also wants to put more on tape like he did last year so that when he hits free agency, already his resume for this year or going into 26 when he hits free agency is not going to look as good as it did entering 2025. The issue is when the free agent entering 2025.
Right.
He'd signed the 2-year deal. And the Niners can look at this and go, well, maybe this is why we didn't want to give you as big of a contract as you were originally asking. Though they did restructure some stuff. He did get some incentive bonus stuff in there. He's got to play to get paid. And so I don't know if there's a frustration on that front where he's going, dude, throw me the ball, work me in. I'm not getting the same snap count. I'm not getting the same routes as I was getting before. Who knows what went into this? And so if there's a more layered thing there that's beyond just the scope of execution on the football field, but about the politics of being able to execute, I can understand the frustration.
Yeah, I get it too. I get the competitive nature, but this goes back to the beginning of the season where there was rumors about Kendrick Bourne. He was cut from the New England Patriots. So we were like, okay, well, obviously that's a good fit because you're not going to have DeMarcus Robinson for the first 3 weeks, and there's injuries with Jawan Jennings. So it makes sense to have Kendrick Bourne. But I thought maybe he should go to the Commanders because the receiving core is not as, full. He could probably be that second wide receiver to Terry McLaurin. The third wide receiver past Deebo Samuel. But now you're seeing a connection that Mac Jones has with Kendrick Bourne. The last 2 games, he has 20 catches. In both games, he had over 140 yards receiving. So now he's the number one guy in this offense with Mac Jones at quarterback. Until Ricky Pearsall comes back, it's Kendrick Bourne's show. And I'm sure Jawan Jennings is like, I'm not having the same connection that I had with Brock Purdy because Mac Jones has this familiarity with Kendrick Bourne from their Patriots days. So now I'm getting iced out on this offense. Right. And it's pissing me off. I want Kyle to scheme it up. And Kyle can do his best. Like, yes, as you said, Copes, good offensive coordinators hear their players, and they're complaining the whole week about not getting the ball. That's why every Eagles game starts off with a play-action fake and a throw to A.J. Brown, but it's just a matter of it's consistent enough for him to get the productivity that he wants. So, yeah, Jawan Jennings wants to get paid. We all heard the rumors this offseason where he wanted to get 3 for 45 or more than that, wherever he wanted a year, like maybe 25, which is a ridiculous notion to me. But, yeah, Jawan Jennings has these visions of being one of the highest-paid wide receivers of football from his agent, Drew Rosenhaus. And when he's not a part of the offense anymore because Kendrick Bourne's taking his spot, I'm sure he's getting pissed off. So he's not going to voice it as much as other wide receivers, but you can see there's a little bit of frustration from Jawan Jennings right now.
Yeah, I can see it. And I don't really understand. None of us understand what it is or why. Maybe he's frustrated that he's hurt. And who knows? When somebody lashes out, you're always like, what are they? What's going on?
What's the real story?
They got their own
Yeah.
They got their own problems. What's happening?
Yeah.
You upset about this? You upset about something else?
Yes.
So it makes me wonder: is it about incentive stuff? Is it about playing time? Is it about being set up to succeed to either make money or put more on tape?
Right.
I think he's going to be fine in free agency. By the way.
Yeah, I mean,
I
most
think
of the
he's
time
going to do all right.
I mean, most of the time when guys that people know go and hit free agency, they're a little overpaid, but he definitely will be paid by another team. I don't know if it's going to be on the 49ers next year. We'll see. I mean, everything that we hear about with Brandon Ayuk is turning in the right direction. I mean, we'll see when he comes back, but I have no idea what this receiving corps is going to look like next season. I know that Ricky Pearsall is going to be a part of it, but
God, can we get Pearsall back on the field now? Anybody concerned about Pearsall consistently getting banged up?
I know. I mean, that's a big deal too. We'll see what his status is for practice this week, but yeah, man, just a lot going on with the 49ers right now, and I had my doubts before this game, and now, my doubts increase because of the injury to Fred Warner. So I know it's a lame answer to give, like, can they win 10 games? Should they make a play at the deadline? I don't know right now. I need to see how this team looks the next 3 games to really have an opinion.
What do you think now?
Right now,
what's your opinion right now?
Right now, I don't think they make the postseason.
Okay, but what's your opinion about the dead? You're like, what do they do? I don't know. You don't think they should do anything, though?
At the trade deadline? If it makes sense, if it's going to be...
Yeah, I mean, like, what makes sense, like, what...
Where you're not mortgaging your future.
Sure.
Whether it's like I know I keep bringing up this name, but I do think Cam Jordan makes a lot of sense to have veteran presence on the defensive line. You have a lot of guys that are older.
But did you think they were
younger?
Did you think they were going to mortgage the future at all anyway?
No,
I didn't anticipate that anyway. So I don't think that there's not going to be a panic buy here. Is my point.
No, there's not going to be one.
Right, but I'm asking should they add? You think yes, they should.
Should they add? I mean, if it's a player for like Cam Jordan, yes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's a depth edge piece, some veteran, something that'll help you. It's not going to, I mean, if you're giving up, late picks or in a couple of years, but that's one thing.
But like the big move that some people are expecting, like Trey Hendrickson, no, I don't think you should do that.
Is anybody expecting that, or are they just hopeful for that?
I think people are hopeful.
I think people are hopeful. And again, John Lynch, Matt Mayoko told us that when he spoke to John Lynch about it last week, he was like, you got to be careful when you make these calls. I can't remember if Matt said it to us yesterday on pregame or at the beginning of the week last week, but he said you got to be careful when you call these teams sometimes because you don't want to insult the organization week 6.
Right.
If I call, you call the Bengals right now and you're like, hey, so I want to talk about Henderson. Like, dude, we just traded for a quarterback. Like, we think we're in it. We think we're in the mix, even though this division is nobody's running away with it.
Sure.
You can tell me that, but when you're not in 2 weeks, give me a call. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, but also like, how much does the insults last? Like, I get it. Like, you're inquiring a little too early, but they'll be like, all right, well, we're just gonna call, man. We're just going to inquire about this player. But I think we'll get a good idea of what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan think of this team the next couple of weeks because I hear them when they're on with Murph and Marcus or Kyle's on with us, and they say the right things as far as like, yeah, you always listen. But I wonder if, them themselves think, do they have like a really, a team that could compete on their hands? Like if this, 2019, they were all in to get Emmanuel Sanders because they needed wide receiver depth. They knew that they were one of the best teams of football. 2023, same deal. They acquired Christian McCaffrey at the deadline the year before, but they had to get Chase Young to help out their defensive line. This year, I wonder if they have the same mentality that they had in training camp where it's like, we'll see what we have. So I have my doubts that they'll actually acquire anybody at the deadline.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, we're going to catch up with Matt Mayoko in about 15 minutes here, 49ers Insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Dude, the Mariners are boat racing the Toronto Blue Jays right now. What's the score now? Is it 9-3?
Yeah, Naylor hit a 2-run homer there.
Naylor? Barely knew her. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come on back, are there positives for the 49ers? Are there silver linings?
Yeah.
We go in silver linings playlist?
Sure.
Go a little silver linings playlist, and we'll do it next on the 49ers. I mean, what's the positive? I was going to say could be worse, could be raining, and then it is.
It stopped a little bit.
It stopped a bit. It's going to rain all day, though.
Just in time for this segment.
Just in time. Sun's coming out. I want the world to know.
It'd be the Titans, I guess.
Gotta let show.
Yeah, dude. The silver lining is they still get to play the Bears and the Titans. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll talk about the positives, if any, still surrounding this 49er team. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, there we go, Timmy. We need some positivity today.
Oh,
it was already a Monday. At least tomorrow's Tuesday. Best day of the week.
Oh, yeah. But this song, man, whew. The end of like every 90s movie. Everything's going to be just okay.
Is it the end of every... Well, do you have a movie that comes to mind?
Little Nicky.
Does it end with this song?
No, probably not. Maybe like The Parent Trap or It Takes Two. I remember from like one of those movies.
Dude, It Takes Two, man. I'm all about it. I've talked about it. Yeah. It's like can't eat, can't sleep, reach for the stars, over the fence, World Series kind of love, brother. That's exactly right. You like It Takes Two?
It's the same thing as Parent Trap.
Oh, dude. As like a 9-year-old boy, that was maybe my first celebrity crush was like the Olsen twins.
Both of them?
I was like, there's two of them. I was a Mary Kay guy, of course.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if that
You could tell?
mattered. No, I don't think I could.
You were like a New York Minute type of guy?
No,
Later on when the guy got older?
Dude, you know, I was a New York Minute kind of guy. You know why? You know, he shows up in New York Minute. Simple plan.
Oh, do they really?
They flare up, yeah.
I know Jack Osborne shows up at that movie, too.
Jack Osborne.
The son to Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, yeah, Jack. Right.
Yeah.
He was in the Osbournes.
Yeah.
I forgot about that guy.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Ozzy.
Yes.
He shows up in New York Minute, huh?
He does.
Yeah.
I don't know why I know that, but
I was
he
in
does.
a Takes Two guy. Do you remember that was back when they'd make those like, I don't know if you ever, did you guys have like a book fair ever at school?
Oh, all the time.
Where you get like the Scholastic book fair.
Oh,
You get those
yeah.
little things you can order. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
used to love those things.
Spend $100 on them, right, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, did Derek, were you allowed to
bought
go?
a lot of Captain Underpants books.
That's
with
what
it.
I'm saying.
Yes.
But do you remember they used to do like, they'd have like Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen books?
Yes.
Like, and I was like, I don't know what they were. I never read any of them, but the girls in my class used to get them.
Oh, dude, my sisters were
And I was like,
obsessed
they
with
had
those
nothing-
movies.
I was like, they had nothing to do with these books.
Yeah, like, but there was like Mary
It's
Kate and
just a story
Ashley
with them on the cover of it.
like
yeah.
Spooky Halloween or Sleepover. Like they had all the VHS tapes.
Yeah. Look Who's Talking.
Well, yeah, that was with the Talking Baby.
That was the Talking Baby. That was
With,
like same era, right?
That was like the late '80s. Like it was
Early 90s, late
it was,
80s,
It was
man?
Bruce Willis as the baby, and John Travolta and what's her name?
Kirstie
Cheers?
Alley?
Kirstie Alley.
Kirstie Alley.
Oh, Kirstie.
R.I.P.
She passed away?
I believe so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Dude, you know who else passed away?
Diane Keaton.
Yeah, man.
I know.
You hear she passed away, and Murph this morning was just talking about all the guys that she'd been with.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, Murph.
It's not really doing great on the positivity, fellas.
I was like, hell of a eulogy. Yeah, we brought this down. We
Yeah,
brought
I
down
know.
this positivity.
Katrina and the waves and
She was
nice.
I mean,
Diane
Keaton died. Whoa!
No, but she was like, she was all about positivity. Diane Keaton. Just a breath of fresh air.
Just
Don't save it. No.
Everything good. Don't talk. Don't talk to me about my business, Kate. I mean, there's all positive stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I said Kate. Shout out to him, Kay Adams in that movie.
Oh, Annie
Kay
Hall?
Adams Corleone. No. In the Godfather.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, she had a podcast.
Yeah, she had a podcast.
She has a podcast. Yes, different.
Kay Adams. Yes.
That's her name. It's a character's name.
She shuts the door on, Al Pacino shuts the door on her.
This one time, you can ask me about my business.
He lies to her.
He shuts the door in her face. Yeah, Diane Keaton. How about that? Anyway, positive stuff today. Positive, right?
Positive stuff with the 49ers.
We're trying to go positive.
I mean, they're 4-2.
808 KNBR, what's the most positive thing left about the 49ers?
They're 4-2.
They're 4-2.
But does that mean anything?
I mean, no, because it was like they asked Kyle today, like somebody asked him in his teleconference, hey, how do you get the team back focused on them being 4-2? And he's like, well, I don't really focus on anything like that. I just kind of focus on what's next, and that's how you have to go about it, is the task at hand. Everybody's got a job to do, regardless of who is there and is a part of the team. So what is the most positive thing left? Like, if you're trying to find silver linings, and is it silver linings to get to 10 wins to be a playoff team? Because I think that's kind of four wins in the bucket already is a positive.
Yeah.
3-0 against the division already. It's a positive because that can help you. Like, if the season ended today,
they'd be in.
It never does. But if it did, they'd be the 3 seed because of their NFC record and their division record.
Right.
So all that stuff matters even going forward.
Okay.
Which is why getting 6 more of the next 11, that's interesting, right? You need to go over 500 in your final 11 to at least have a shot at the postseason. Last year, didn't they have a 1-8 stretch or something in there at the end of the season?
Yeah, it was bad. Whatever it was bad.
You've got to avoid a skid like that. So what's the positive here? You're 4-2.
They're 4-2. They're first in the NFC West. They're getting George Kittle back this week.
You're getting Kittle back this week. That's
probably the biggest thing. That it may improve your running game. But
it's going to change the look of your offense. I don't think that's outrageous to say. Your offense will look different with George Kittle.
No, the offense will improve. I just for everyone saying the offense has to score 30 points a game. I don't know if it's going to be that prolific, but it needs to carry the team, no doubt. With the holes now on defense, with your 2 leaders gone, the offense needs to put up some points. But yeah, you got George Kittle coming back. You're not worrying about the kicking game anymore. Eddie Piñeiro's there.
Somebody says that. Somebody checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 808 KNBR. You can hit us with some positives if you got them, because I'm with you on that. I'm like, the kicking is an absolute positive. Before it was like injuries, close games, and you couldn't finish kicks, which are supposed to be one of the more gimme elements of the game when you get into a certain range, and they had spent a draft pick on it. So all of that felt disastrous.
It's pretty much the reason why you won that game against the Rams for that 59-yard field goal, and Kyle trusting in Eddie Piñeiro, who, for whatever reason, was on the street.
650 says, positive thought of the day. Well, our kicker's a hell of a lot better.
Yes.
I'm down with a positive thought of the day. I like that.
There you go. Positive thought of the day.
Give us a positive thought of the day. A little POTD.
Yeah.
PTOD.
Note to self.
POD?
Yeah, no, that's different. Note to self is different because note to self isn't necessarily positive.
We going POD here?
We're going, POD.
Youth of the Nation?
Yeah. We are.
God, that sounds a downer.
No,
anyway.
The youth of the Niners. That's what we're looking for now, dude.
Thank you.
Positive thought of the day.
Thank you, Greg.
We suck at positivity, by the way, guys. Talking death and POD.
We do riff an awful lot for it to be all positive. You know what I mean? To try to look for a positive.
Well, I mean, they're 4-2. Okay, let me ask you this. I mean, that's a question we could ask tomorrow to the audience. Do you think this team is more so last year in 2020 where it's trending in that direction, or more like 2021 where they started 3-5? It's a good record. We don't think they're going to be like in 2019 or 2023.
I don't know. In 2021, they didn't lose anything as drastic as they've lost right now.
Right.
Like you had Nick Bosa as a defensive player of the year that year.
But doesn't it feel like
but they lost a running back early on.
I hear you. But doesn't it kind of feel like, I don't know, okay, last year, they didn't have Christian McCaffrey, and that's why they lost games. 2020, they lost games because Nick Bosa wasn't there and Jimmy Garoppolo and other injuries.
And they played some home games in Arizona.
This year, at first, they were able to overcome their injuries, and now it feels like the injuries may be too much for them to overcome.
So what I mean, is there a breaking point on the injuries for this team?
I mean,
you're saying, does it feel more like 2020 or 2021? 2021, when they started 3-5 and then made a run.
Yeah.
That was different because it was predicated on Debo becoming the wide back and all that.
Right.
That sort of coincided with that run to the NFC Championship, but they never lost any piece as great as they have.
I know, yeah.
Right now.
Well, there was a scare.
It feels more like 2020.
Yeah, it does.
Because of the injury, because of the magnitude of the injuries.
I mean, there was a lot.
In 20, you lost.
You lost Jimmy. You lost Nick.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of where
COVID played a big factor. Being kicked out of Santa Clara played a huge factor as well. There was a lot of things going on that season. This year, it feels like they've overcome injuries and they've been resilient, going to win in Seattle, in LA. But now it feels like, okay, we can maybe get by with Nick Bosa, get to the playoffs. We're not going to be a Super Bowl team by any means, but maybe we can find a way. And now, we have Mac Jones playing, and he's good enough. He's a solid backup. Maybe we can find a way. Without Fred Warner, it's like, damn, that guy means everything to this football team. He's the best linebacker in football, and even though our defense has changed, he's always there. He's always there to lead us. Like, we have the sound clip. We make fun of it all the time with Nick Bosa, where Fred Warner's like leading the charge and screaming and letting the guys know, like, this is what needs to be done to win this game. And Nick Bosa's like, can't agree more, man.
Can't agree more.
That's it.
Yeah. It's Fred Warner. He's the leader of this team in every phase of the game. Offensively, he leads them. Defensively, special teams, he's the guy they rely on. And with him not being there, I just have my doubts now. Like, Kyle Shanahan can only do so much. Robert Saleh can only scheme it up so much. The offense can only do so much. It was Fred Warner making these guys believe and helping out the young guys on this team. So, yes, I know it's just one guy, and we have the same issues going into the game against the Buccaneers, but Fred Warner makes that much of a difference to me.
Tim?
I was going to say, if you're really looking for a positive, if you're going to sift through it, I've never been more convinced that Kyle Shanahan's offense is incredible, given the fact that they have been down so many guys, the fact that Jake Tonn just looks like a guy that's in the future. Yep. Kendrick Bourne was on the scrap heap. He's putting up 100-yard games. Kyle Shanahan's offense is unbelievable. And given the fact that they've had all these injuries and they're still, they didn't pick up that fourth down where he threw an interception, and the first pick was bad, but they were hanging right there with them the entire game against Tampa Bay. That system is fantastic. You have one of the greatest offensive minds in the game. You're looking for some positivity. Go no further than seeing what they're doing on offense.
I don't disagree with you. I'd say they're getting a lot out of a tough situation. I would also point out that they're one of the worst run teams in all of football.
Sure, but that might point to the idea that your offensive line might not be very good.
Right, which is why you're not running the ball effectively. I think the pass game has been great. I think he's done a really good job at getting guys open and simplifying for the offense.
Absolutely.
To say the offense is elite right now would be misguided, I think. It is, again, I'm impressed every time I see what they're capable of with the pieces they have. I think that's the point Tim is making. But also, they kicked 4 field goals yesterday. He got to score.
But he's an elite offensive mind.
Agreed, yes. And again, that was something you can take solace in. More checks here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line about positive silver linings here. This sort of ignited the crowd, ignited the audience. 707 says they're 4-2 with a last place schedule, and big blank Brock is going to be back soon. Okay.
All right.
510 says positives. You get to see what their draft picks in the last couple of years are actually capable of.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm good with that one. 805 says silver lining. They have a last place schedule. Okay.
Yeah,
you put this on the notes.
The schedule, I think, is brought up a lot, and that's something we talk about in the offseason.
You wrote it down here. Of their final 11 games, 8 of them are against teams below 500.
Yeah, it's a good talking point, but I got to see it.
Yeah, we do. But again, if you're looking for a silver lining, everything is I got to see it.
Of course.
It's a positive thinking route to go.
It's definitely something.
And you're trying to bring us down. I'm not standing for it.
I'm not trying to bring you down. Something you can hang your hat on. Like, okay, that's a good thing going forward. But, everyone plays in this league. Any given Sunday, let's see what happens.
707 says positive thought. Brock Purdy can come back and he can cook. He was the best player on the field in 2023 against the Packers and the Lions in the playoffs.
That is true.
5-3 says silver lining.
Not against the Packers, but Lions definitely.
Silver lining, no injuries on the Gold Rush.
What, the cheerleaders?
I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right.
916, this is our guy, CHP Joe. I got something positive. You guys are awesome. CHP Joe, you're awesome. You're the man.
Thanks, man.
510 says Eddie Money. Yeah, that's a positive, a silver lining there.
Take me home.
831 says, let me ask you this. And then he put my name in quotes. Copes, still a quarterback controversy? I don't know what you mean.
No, come on. We never said there was.
Yeah, I don't know. 650 says it's PTOTD. Positive thought of the day.
There you go.
Yeah, PTOTD. I'm down with that one. 650 also says, yes, it's time to go from PTSD to PTOD. I like that. It's been some PTSD today. 916 says we're going to get a good look at Nick Martin. Yeah, we
That's
are.
true.
And he's going to have to play. He hasn't been active either, like at all,
No,
for any of these
no.
games. So maybe it is an opportunity for him to get thrown into the fire and see how he fares. Let's catch up with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to join us when we come on back, and then we'll get you out to the second of 2 Monday Night Football games. You'll get the Bears and the Commies coming up right here on The Sports Leader. That's after we catch up with Matt Mayoko, who joins us next, only here on The Positive Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers lost 30-19 in Tampa Bay yesterday, but more importantly lost defensive leader Fred Warner to a dislocated and broken ankle. A catastrophic loss for Robert Saleh's defense. They will look to rebound against Atlanta on Sunday Night Football next weekend. For everything 49ers, keep it locked to Man That Blows Leader.
That blows.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. One of our favorite guys, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us every Monday talking 49er football, and a big day to do so after the loss of Fred Warner yesterday to a dislocated and broken ankle. He's going to be out for the remainder of the season is the expectation. Matt joins us on the UMA guest line and streaming wherever you're watching Dirty Work today. Matt, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Like, I don't know. I mean, ranking injuries doesn't really mean much of anything, but in terms of the devastating injuries and the amount of injuries the Niners have dealt with in the Shanahan era, this to me feels even bigger than when Bosa went down earlier this year, even bigger than when he went down the first time a few years ago with a knee injury. This one just feels like the magnitude of it was more heartbreaking for the 49ers than something else we've experienced.
I agree with you, and it it's kind of difficult to say that because they have had some difficult ones. That one was a gut punch, and it just did hit differently, and I'm not sure why, other than the fact that it's Fred Warner. You know, it's a really good player. In fact, I'm not sure there's anybody in the NFL who does his job better than Fred Warner does his job. So I think, that had something to do with it. I think just the kind of guy he is, the leader that he's seemed to be, the team spokesman, just everything about him is just top notch. And so maybe that's what it was, but you're right. And I think we all felt it. And when they showed the video of him going off the field on a cart with his foot in an air cast, it just, I don't know, it just felt differently. And it felt like even more so than the Bosa injury, where you kind of, when you knew that Bosa was out, that Monday after it was revealed that he had a torn ACL, you kind of felt like, boy, it's going to be really difficult for the 49ers to get where they want to get without Bosa. But yesterday, it just kind of felt like it was just a very much a turning point for the 49ers, and that it became beyond difficult for them to get where they want. It became impossible. And now it's about, you just kind of think the whole perspective of the season shifted with that Warner injury. Doesn't mean the season's over. Doesn't mean that, they're punting on the year. Doesn't mean that they're going to just cash it in. There's still a lot to play for, but I just don't think it's realistic to think that, they can be going for that ultimate prize now without those two players back at any point this season.
Yeah, and now we wonder what's next. Is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch going to make a move at the trade deadline? And we got to see where they're at in a couple of weeks when they have the trade deadline. But I was watching you last night on the NBC postgame show, Matt, with Dave Feldman, and you were talking about, does it make sense for them to go for a trade at the deadline? Considering in previous years, in 2019, you knew they were a good team. In 2023, you knew they were a good team. This is a different deal where they were 4-1 and they look good, but there's so many injuries. And given the offseason, with them saying goodbye to a lot of guys, do you think it makes sense for them to make a deal at the trade deadline? We obviously have to see what happens, but given what they did with saying goodbye to Dre Greenlaw, Antonio Hufanga, and kind of a competitive rebuild, do you anticipate they would do anything?
I'll put it this way. If it means doing something that takes away from the future to help only this season, no, that doesn't make sense to me at all. However, if they're somehow able to acquire a player who is on a multi-year contract where you're getting that player for the rest of this season and also for 2026, then to me that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to get a Trey Hendrickson, give up whatever you would need to get him, and you only have him for half a season. To me, that makes no sense whatsoever. But if they can find a way to add a player that can not only help this year, but for next year, Yeah, okay. Now let's have that conversation because let's face it, the team's not going to be as good for the rest of this year than what they could be next season with Bosa back. And again, that was a clean ACL, so I think the expectation is that he will be able to make a contribution, maybe at the start of next season, but early into next year. That will last throughout the season. I think the expectation is that Fred Warner will be back during some point in the offseason program, but be ready in training camp and be back to Fred Warner when the 2026 year rolls around. And then you stack on top of that the young guys from the past 2 draft classes who will continue to play and play a lot and get better and theoretically be really good or much better heading into next year. So, they're going to be better, you would think, in 2026 than they can be for the remainder of this season. So I think that if there's any draft or any trade scenario that comes up, it has to be done with the idea that it helps the team in 2026, and anything in 2025 is just kind of a bonus.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. In terms of the Jawan Jennings situation yesterday, I mean, it could be completely layered, and I mean, there's could be a lot of reasons as to why he and Kyle had a little visual spat on the sideline. I did think it was a little odd after the game, though, when he revealed the nature of all of his injuries, and he talked specifically about the 5 broken ribs. Do you associate those two things with each other, revealing that and what happened yesterday on the field? And how unusual is that for a player to put that out there?
Yeah, I think there is a level of frustration, certainly on Jawan Jennings' part, that, he wanted the new contract. He didn't get the new contract. What the 49ers did, the only concession they made was, let's write some stuff into your existing contract where you get paid more if you play.
Right.
And so I think there was a level of frustration that, he had 3 targets, only caught 1 pass for 7 yards, and you wouldn't necessarily expect a player to reveal to the world that he has 5 broken ribs, because all that does is, the Atlanta Falcons will now know that,
Yep.
and there might be a target on those ribs for this next game. But I think it was important for Jawan to let the world know what he's going through and what sacrifices he's making physically to get out there. And so I'm sure that everybody is feeling a level of frustration, maybe a heightened level of frustration. Maybe the Warner injury had something to do with that as well. I mean, I think there are a lot of factors that go into it, but the way Kyle Shanahan explained it today was that it's just, it gets emotional, it gets heated. And he said that because he has such a good relationship with Jawan that's been built over many years, that they can go after each other a little bit like that and speak their mind, and then whenever it's over, it's over. So that was the spin he put on it. I've been around long enough to know that football is an emotional game, and there are heated exchanges that happen between people who have good relationships. But I just think that now there is this level of frustration that had reached a boiling point. And, for Jennings, the off season didn't go the way he wanted. The early part of this season hasn't gone the way he's wanted. And now with free agency looming out there in mid-March, he hasn't had the opportunity really to put up the kind of numbers that would allow him or enable him to get the kind of contract in free agency from whichever team that he thought he should have gotten from the 49ers before this season started. So, I mean, I think all those factors kind of combine and creates, probably that kind of scenario, that kind of, friction that we saw on the sideline yesterday.
Well, Jawan Jennings' loss is Kendrick Bourne's gain with 15 catches the last 2 weeks. What have you made of what have you made of his productivity in this offense so far?
It's been nothing short of remarkable. I mean, think about this: 8 seasons in this league, his high water mark was 100 yards receiving in a game, and he comes to the 49ers. He gets released before the start of the season, comes back to the 49ers, and had a really bad game against Jacksonville. And I mean, who would have thunk that he would have 142 yards against the Rams to help them get that victory, and then another 142-yard game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, that he's played well. It hasn't been perfect. There have been some issues, and I think in that first pass attempt, he ran the wrong route that led to the interception by Mac Jones. But it's a matter now of just having him playing at that level, where he doesn't have to be the number one guy like he's been the last 2 weeks, but get Pearsall back, get Jawan Jennings healthy, and now Kendrick Bourne can be the number 3 guy. And as Shanahan pointed out, he still seems to have faith and confidence that at some point around the 10-week mark, Brandon Ayuk will get out there, and there's no time frame on his return, but if he can come back, that helps. It's just at this point, you just wonder what this team is capable of doing. I would say that the offense looks to be in better shape moving forward than the defense, but still so many question marks about, Kittle should be back out there week 7 here coming up against the Falcons. The combination of the offensive line blocking, the wide receivers blocking, Kittle being out there. Can they get the run game going? And then, what's up with Purdy? Where's he going to be physically to get back out there? Probably not Sunday against the Falcons, but maybe at some point down the road. So at some point, if this thing works out the way the 49ers want it to work out, the offense will get right, and they'll have to put up 30 and 35 points a game in order to win some games and kind of cover for the defense. And at this point, they haven't been able to do that. But just for the future, it looks like the offense might have to carry the load, because I think it's going to be really difficult for that defense going forward with not a great pass rush and losing their best man in the middle.
Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, always appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
The great Matt Mayoka. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed as we were signing off early today, getting you over to Raf's Bears against Chips McCarthy's Commies. I don't think they're really Chips McCarthy's Commies.
No, he doesn't care about them.
If he's got chips, though, I'd like to get into some of those. We'll put the
chips.
Put the show to bed
You gotta
next.
ask.
Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If it's the NFL, it's the Sports Leader, and it rolls on tonight as Dirty Work gives way to Bears Commies at 5:15. Keep it locked if your fantasy team hinges on Rome Odunze or Bill Krosky-Merritt, right here on the My Fantasy Team Sucks Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep. I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
Put the show to bed on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock for a full show, a full dirty work extravaganza. We have a full show Thursday, Tim?
No.
We're off early Thursday, too.
Yeah.
But we got the weekend. That's a hammer. See you at Jack's.
Yeah.
See you at Stanford. See you at Niners.
Sometimes you're the hammer. Sometimes you're the crow. That's a PD joke. All right. Why don't we put the show to bed here and get you over to Raf's Bears taking on Chips McCarthy's Commanders.
I kind of like that.
Chips Commanders. What do you got for us, Tim?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. We need to work on our positivity because that blew.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Good. What you got?
Note to self. If you think the Falcons are going to be a pushover for the 49ers, they're up 21-7 right now on the Bills. Bijan Robinson had a huge run for 81 yards.
Uh-oh.
Just giving a sports update. That's not what this is for.
By all means, sir.
Note to self.
Note to self. If the 49ers get make a trade for a linebacker, it'll be just like using Viagra instead of going to get the problem actually solved.
Thank you.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on a shark bite.
For a shark bite.
Yeah, perfect.
That was on the text line.
I wrote down anyway.
No, either way.
I thought you were going to use it.
I thought about it, but I was like, I'll give an update here.
Thanks. Appreciate the update.
Keep it professional.
That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Monday. Yeah, on the Peyronie's leader. All right, tomorrow we'll be back with you at 2 o'clock, and it's a Tuesday, which means Tim's Tuesday takes in trivia, an NBA grab bag. Mostly grab bag. And some grab ass maybe, too. Stay tuned.
Whoa.
All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work. Thanks to our guest, Matt Mayoko. Tim, good, nice work today with that board that just kept messing up, dude. The board was all messed up. Not Tim. Didn't affect him.
You didn't get 4 EAS warnings, okay?
All right. We're going to throw you live to the Bears and the Washington Commanders. That's going to do it for Dirty Work. For anybody who needs to hear it. It gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Bears and commies right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.
Bootlegs with Caleb Williams because he's got that athleticism and he does such a nice job of throwing the ball on the move. The Commanders were all over it, but they still got a positive game.
Chicago 46, second down and 6. Under center, Williams got the snap, hands a swift over the left side, the 50, inside the numbers, and down to the 47-yard line of Washington. Good burst, the left tackle with the block. It's a gain of 7, another Chicago first down.
Excellent job by the left tackle, Benedict, working with Cole Kmet, the blocking tight end, who can catch the ball as well. They had a double team on the end defender, and then Benedict got up on Sanders still, the nickel. So you got 6'5", 310